thing.
Yeah, it's
That just we are the only society on Earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, which I know many, they're irrelevant.
good morning, misfits. I can't hear myself. Why can't I hear myself? What's going on here now? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Can you hear me? I am pretty sure you can hear me. I think I see the thing. Oh, now we messed it all up. Technical difficulties. Good morning. I can't hear my beat. Oh, I can kind of hear that. Wait, what's going on here? What's happening? Why can't I hear things? Oh no. As you can tell, I did not have a conversation with Sean last night, which I was supposed to do. Hold on. Voice settings, effects settings. No. Okay, I just can't hear myself. All right. Well, I used to do my show like this anyway, so it'll be a little strange, but I'll get used to it. I have to figure this out tonight. I can't. I don't have time. I can't. No. We hear it. I know the chat hears it. Okay. All right. I don't know what's going on. You buy this expensive new equipment, and I assume they think that you should know how to use it because you spent so much money on it, but they've never met an irresponsible spender like me. I buy things that I have no idea how to use, which are not even overpriced. I think it's worth the money. It's just, I'm not a friggin' nerd. All right, well, whatever. Speaking of, actually, before we get into that, let's say hi to the chat. All right. Good morning, misfits. It's 2A Thursday. All right, we got P Year out, C Michaels, Kit Kat Mar, Winky Winky Nod Nod, T Mitchell, United since 1776. Ain't that the truth? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay, let's talk. Oh, actually, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. We will get to that, won't we? Won't we? Holster your weapon or weapons, right? It's 2A Thursday. If you've never seen the show before, here's how we do the daily breakdown, okay? We have a theme of the day. We also cover the news. I'm skipping the news today because this one's going to be a long one. I have to cover this problem, okay? I'm going to nip it right in the bud. The bud, if you have a bud, it's about to be nipped, all right? And I don't want to hear any crap, okay? Tough love. It's what I do. I still love you, but do not for 1 second think that I will see behavior in my own community or whatever and not call it out. It's what I do. What do I mean by this? Okay? I'm being attacked for a very reasonable take about the MOU, because I'm also seeing some behavior from people that I support and that support me, and I don't like it. And I don't like it. So we are about to get into that. But this is also a double meaning because holster your weapon is also the 2A Thursday story that we're going to cover because there's a debate about whether or not carry laws, the way you have to carry your gun responsibly, are constitutional. And the short answer is maybe, right? Because there's and we'll get to that story, but there's a page where they basically are challenging I believe all gun laws are unconstitutional. Okay? And that's why it's a maybe. However, when a gun law crosses over into public safety, you might want to have a reasonable understanding or take on it. For instance, Chud the Builder, oh, we should add that. Oh, we're going to add that. Hold on. Let's add that. We're going to add that. We're definitely going to add that. Give me a second. This won't take long. Here it is. Here it is. Just saw it. Okay, we're going to add that. We'll get to that later. Okay. For instance, reckless endangerment with a firearm, right? Like if you just start spraying your firearm all over the place in a self-defensive capacity or in what you think is a self-defensive capacity, is that a gun law or is that a public safety law, right? What's the difference? Well, the Second Amendment protects the right to bear arms. Means you can carry a gun. You should be able to have a gun. You should be able to have a gun on your persons. But if you have a gun on your persons and you're being irresponsible with it, should the people in charge, right, create some type of, just, hey, we're not taking away your right to bear arms, but we're asking politely that you don't just willy-nilly, think that you can irresponsibly handle it. So we'll get to that. But let's start here. You might have seen this already. Okay? This is a text from Charlie Kirk that was leaked by Candace Owens about a week after he died, I think it was, talking about the Jewish stereotypes, right? The Jewish donors stereotypes, right? How my iPad died. Son of a bitch. It's all right. I'll look at your chat periodically. My iPad has the chat. We have the new setup. ADD. I'll get to that in a second. Okay. On the screen, you'll see these are texts that were leaked. It was between Charlie, Andrew Kovic. There was a few other people in this chat, and Charlie is saying, "I just lost another huge Jewish donor." Okay, hold on. Let me get rid of this. Okay, because I want to be able to see your chat. I just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year, because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Okay, I think that was tongue in cheek, right? I don't think he was actually going to invite Candace, but he says Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. Again, I think that was him just blowing off steam, right? And the reason why I have this on the screen is because I already knew this. This isn't some revelation to me, right? But right now, this morning, I'm going through something very similar. Definitely not on the scale of Charlie Kirk. It's not a one-to-one comparison. But I'm going through something a little similar, right? And while Charlie never had a chance to clarify, I can, right? I'm still here. So I want to clarify. I want to show you what I'm going through, how it's similar to this situation, and what I really mean and what I really believe, right? So let's get into this. Okay, so here is, where's my post? Where's my post? Give me my post. Damn it, did I not? Here we go. Sorry. So I've noticed over the past week or so, right, that there's a lot of Zionist, pro-Jewish, pro-Israeli people, Jewish people, etc., sort of turning on Trump, saying Trump is abandoning Israel, or Trump is turning on Bibi Netanyahu, or Trump is folding to Iran. Panic and stuff, okay? Panic and stuff. It's essentially just panic and behavior, okay? And I called it out a little bit. I tried to be nice. I tried to sort of work my way in. And then after yesterday, we had the MOU details officially released, even though we already kind of knew what was in them, if you're paying attention. And then now I see it like turned up to 11 in some circles, all right? These are just some people. I don't know if it's necessarily the majority, but I'm seeing a lot of it, right? So I say, Jews and Israel supporters are being played like a fiddle by people who want them to turn on Trump, and unfortunately, it's working, okay? Yes, you are being played, okay? Come on, mate, I hear his words, I'm seeing his actions. It'll pass and we'll just blame JD, that's hilarious. Unfortunately, you're correct, I have some people agreeing with me. Yeah, we're just being played. It's not like Trump was giving money to our enemies by calling killers the worse than ISIS. This is the same type of stuff that the America First crowd does. This is the same type of out of contextualization, oversimplification stuff that Owen Schroyer does, that Ian Carroll does. If I see them doing it and I see you doing it, trust me, just because you're on my side does not mean I will not call out that behavior. Right? We feel betrayed, but so should all patriots. This deal puts America at risk. You can have that opinion. I cannot fathom Iran sticking to any deal. We'll get to that. Trump did it to himself. You get the point, right? I'm having a lot of people disagree with me, and disagreements are fine. Disagreements are healthy. I like disagreements. Disagreements is what you should do, right? Then I wake up this morning to this. Now, I just want to preface this. I don't care, okay? But one of my supporters canceled on me. I think it's a little bit coincidental. I don't care about the money, right? I really don't. I don't make money off of this, a lot of money. I make some money, like a little bit. It's like DoorDash money for my internet. I make like utilities, maybe. I do not get paid well for what I do on the internet, right? I do this because for the love of the game, right? But one way you can support me is I have a Buy Me a Coffee link, and you can become a monthly supporter. You can support my ex. You can subscribe. I don't tell people to. I don't care. I didn't even realize I had monthly supporters on Buy Me a Coffee, to be completely honest. I really didn't. I thought people just every once in a while threw me like $25. So, the irony is I didn't say anything super crazy or offensive, but that's only because I was exhausted yesterday. And I was exhausted because I put together the whole, the new desk. I'll show you a picture of that in a second. We're doing a lot of ADD stuff today, but screw it. I'm going to do it right now before I forget. The new desk setup is fantastic. It's amazing. I love it. Okay, here you go. There we go, full screen. Oh, look at that. Look at that right there. That is what I'm sitting at. That's where I'm sitting at. You see the iPad? All right, so other side. You got the iPad. That's for the chat. It just died. The setup is just a thousand times better. I also got some new lights, and they're shining on the back, so I don't know if you guys can tell, but the background, it pops. It's popping. It's popping really well. In fact, I have a picture of that. We will go to that right now. I think it looks way better. I still need to get some better lighting for my face, but we're dealing... Oh, look at this. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. Come on, guys. I am a lighting genius because I got red and blue, and we talk about red versus blue all the time. It's subtle, but you get it. You got it. Okay. I refuse to be in a miserable mood. I work very hard, and I don't care if you're not happy, right? Even when I'm not happy, I try to be happy. Be happy. Stop being an asshole, is what I'm trying to say. Okay? All right. Now, little palate cleanse. Okay. So as I was saying, right? Charlie was not here to I have one more. Okay? My apologies. I threw the show together. I threw the show together pretty early, but then I just added a whole bunch of stuff last minute. I literally did. I was like, no, and I'm putting that in there, and I'm putting that in there, and I'm putting that in there. Okay. Here's what this would be my Jewish donors fit into all the stereotypes comment, right? Some people might be upset about this. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Okay. So, this girl, Debbie Schulzel, maybe you should make a treaty. I wrote, this aged well, you fucking hack, right? Sorry. Just.
I don't know why you gotta do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you gotta do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs.
I love the earmuffs. The earmuffs is the funniest part of this show. It's the best, right? The earmuffs is great. So I wrote, this aged well, you hack. This is Pierce Morgan.
I have heard that.
It's fine. 250,000 of your women are being raped by Muslim, but it's okay.
Again,
It's fine.
utterly ridiculous
MPs, go
statement.
to Birmingham, go to Manchester,
Utterly ridiculous
go
statement.
to Hull,
As I've said repeatedly,
Go
the
to
vast
Eton.
majority of sexual crime against women
That
in
was
the UK.
Lord Malcolm Pearson in Parliament.
Don Keith, the vast majority of sexual crime against women in my country is committed by white men.
Oh, here we
they're
go.
the
You
majority.
Bullshit. Okay, I can't even play any more videos, and that wasn't planned because I can't hear. I need to get this sorted out with the thing. But back to what we were talking about, right? See, this is just some, just bitchy comment, right? Maybe you should sign a treaty with them, right? So I go, if you guys want to lose people like me, keep this shit up. I'm not doing well today on that. Right? Sit down, shut the up, and knock it the off. Get it? Right? And I'm doing this as a response very intentionally, right? Because Charlie, let's remind everybody, I cannot and will not be bullied like this. You, anyone, I'm not painting all Jews with a broad brush. I'm not painting all supporters with a broad brush. I am saying stereotypes do exist, right? And tribalism definitely exists, right? And if you are going to try to sort of kick me out of the tribe, I will go, you. Fuck you. No. You. I also need to figure out how to mute that when I talk because I realized when I've been hitting the naughty button, you guys have still been hearing the naughty word, and I didn't know how to. I need Sean Farish to help me with this. So now, Charlie's not here to clarify. I am, right? So here's my clarification. I still love you. Jews, Israel supporters, Zionists, I still love you. I'm not going anywhere. Okay? However, do not fuck with me. Okay? Do not kick people like me out with your tribalistic bull. Got it? Because I'm not the one. I ain't going anywhere. You couldn't force me out of this movement because I don't have that thing. I don't have that thing, For instance, look at this, retard. You're starting to notice. Come to the right side. You're starting to notice. F you too, you loser. Do you really think I'm going to start attacking all Jews and join your Groiper cult? Do you really think that's going to happen because I have a disagreement with somebody on my side, quote? No. The only thing I'm noticing is even the most tribal Jews who would stop supporting me over a small disagreement are still 1,000 times better than anyone in the Groiper cult. All right? Screw you. P.S. You look trans. Am I wrong? The answer is no, I'm not. Look. Here's the deal, folks. Here's the deal. I'm going to try to turn on the chat again because my iPad finally turned back on. Get over here. Come on. Oh, Touch ID. There we go. Come on. Bring it back. Bring it back. There we go. All right. There we go. Bibi needs to do what's best for his country, just as Trump does. Of course. Yes, 100%. Right? So, we're going to talk about the MOU, right? And I did 2.5 hours with George Fontes last night. It was such a great flowing interview. We literally covered everything. I think he might be uploading it today. I hope not tomorrow because it's such a good. I really want to clip it and I really want to share it with you guys because I only have 40 minutes left of this show, but we went really, really in depth about the psyop, how you're being played, why you're being played, the actual MOU, the strategy in the Middle East, how the divide is happening, why it's happening, things that I've covered on this show ad nauseum between multiple episodes, all condensed into a 2.5 hour podcast. So as soon as that drops, I will share it with you. But to summarize, okay, yes, you're being played, right? Because there are people who are going to capitalize off of any type of internal strife, okay? And they're going to pump it into the internet and they're going to flood the news feed with it. And you, some of you, are going to take the bait, okay? What you need to always do, right? What you always should try to do, okay, is holster your weapon. Keep your powder dry. Chill the fuck out, right? Chill out. Chill out. Don't be a panicking. Chill out. It'll be okay. And if it's not, we'll make it okay. Okay? So, somebody in the chat, stop breaking the law! I love that scene from Liar Liar. Great scene. Hold! Another one in the chat. You know, we gotta pull up the chat. You guys are great, right? Hold! Hold! Let's discuss the MOU, okay? Let's discuss the MOU. Because it's complicated. Okay? It's not simple. It's not that there is no simple answer to conflict. There's no easy kinetic energy, and negotiations are very tricky, especially when you are dealing with goat fucking inbred terrorists at the other side of the negotiating table. This is not easy. Trump is not perfect. Trump cannot move mountains and part oceans to give you what you want. Dan Bongino says it. There's a crappy. He says shitty. Yeah, I'll say shitty. Okay. There's a shitty option or a shittier option, right? Trump tries to take the shitty option sometimes. Okay. So, let's see here. And you know what? Before we jump into that, sorry, ADD again. And by the way, do you guys see that what Trump has done is he has taken every argument away from every moron, by the way? Have you noticed that? Have you noticed how Nick Fuentes, Iran won, Israel lost, total goyim victory? Then, like, I don't know, like a few hours earlier, I think the U.S. lost the war. How did we win? How did this? None of this makes sense. Trump said, they all said it was about regime change. They go, Trump wants regime change. Then Trump doesn't regime change, kind of. And then they're like, Iran won. Like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? Trump came out and said that this was about nuclear weapons, Iran not having nuclear weapons. We achieved that goal. Trump never said that it was about, total destruction, and he said that it wasn't going to be a forever war, and it wasn't. It was a 3-month conflict that was pretty lame, to be honest, right? I mean, yeah, there was a lot of bombs getting dropped, and we talked about this yesterday. No, I'm sorry, I talked about it on George Fontes. 14 soldiers did die, and that's terrible and tragic, but one of my friends, Carl Higbee on Newsmax, he brought up, he's a Navy SEAL, Special Forces, and he said, hey, that's what they sign up for. And he's like, and you shouldn't feel bad for them. Also, there's like 200 American soldiers die in training accidents every year, I'm not saying that neither of them we want. I'm just saying that in the grand scheme of things, that was not statistically a huge, loss. I pray for their families. They're heroes. I'm not taking anything away from them, but objectively, that was not like a huge, like, casualty rate or figure, right? So Trump said it wasn't going to be a forever war. It wasn't. He said it wasn't about regime change. It was about nukes. It was. And he said he was going to get a deal, and he kind of did. Now, you might not like every part of the deal. I don't like every part of the deal, but it's also not a deal, right? By definition, it's not a deal. It's a memorandum of understanding. It's a precursor for a deal. Stop freaking out. And yeah, also, Tucker Carlson, look at this.
That's exactly what that
Look at
means.
how giddy, hold on, by the way, look how giddy Tucker Carlson is. It's almost like he's like super giddy, right? Which is like, it just shows how much of how he's just a liar. He's a liar about how he's like, oh, I don't like anything. I don't want anything. Tucker Carlson is a freaking demon at this point. But he's so giddy.
It's appropriate that we release the agreement, and we did send a copy to Israel, by the way.
We sent Israel a copy of the agreement. Well, you sent them a copy, did you? You BCC'd them? We just reached the outline of a peace agreement with the country we are fighting with, Israel, without consulting Israel, bitch. That's exactly.
Oh, bitch. Right? Tucker Carlson's supposed to be this like, you see, this is what I'm saying. Trump took every argument away from these people. Every single argument. And Tucker's pretending like he didn't make this argument for the past year and a half. Oh, Trump is controlled by Israel. Trump's controlled by Israel. Trump is controlled by Israel. Israel controls Trump. Trump controls Israel controls Trump. Then all of a sudden, Tucker makes a video. Bitch. Bro, you realize this makes you look bad, right? This makes you, Tucker Carlson, the bitch. Doesn't make Israel look like a bitch. It makes you look like a bitch. Because you were the one saying that Israel controls Trump, and Trump just proved you wrong, bitch. There are a few people I would say that I hate. Tucker's he's rising to the list. Again, Tucker Carlson, right? The Iran war seems to be ending along with uncritical support for Israel, and not a moment too soon. No wonder the neocons are hysterical. Guys, all right, chat. Who would you say in the chat is the picture of GOP neocons? Who's the first person that comes to your mind when you hear neocon, right? I bet we're going to get this in the chat, right? Who is the person that you think of on the GOP side when every time you hear the word neocon, this person's face just comes into your mind, right? I'll give you a hint. First initial L, Lady Lindsay, Kit Kat Mar, exactly. Lindsey Graham is the number one neocon, right? Always. Yeah, Mitch McConnell. Lindsey Graham. Yep, we got something. A couple people got it. LG. Flimsy Lindsey. Lindsey Graham. Everyone knows Lindsey Graham is the number one neocon in Congress. But right above Tucker, the neocons are hysterical. Lindsey Graham comes out not looking very hysterical. Lindsey Graham, I just had a very lengthy and productive discussion with Steve Witkoff and Peace Missions. After the discussion, it's my opinion that signing the MOU will be beneficial to the United States, in as much as the Strait of Hormuz will begin to open and the hostilities with Iran will stop. Lindsey Graham wants the hostilities to stop. He's hysterical. Tucker is how many L's are these people going to take? And, we talk about that all the time. It's like they know they're lying. They don't care they're lying. It's not the point about being right. It's the point about pushing a narrative. However, it's hilarious when you get to see that that side by side. I don't usually agree with Lindsey Graham. I don't like Lindsey Graham. I am not a neocon, actually, right? I am a peace through strength supporter. I believe in Trump's model of you want another one, right? We talked about this yesterday with our guest. Trump's model is I'm going to hit you, and then I'm going to ask you if you want another one, and I'm going to ask you if you want another one again. And until you say uncle, I'm going to keep hitting you. But as soon as you say uncle, I'm going to stop hitting you. That's Trump. Lindsey Graham has hit him until my stock portfolio goes up. But I agree with Lindsey Graham's statement here, actually, which is rare, right? Whether or not the United States can reach an acceptable, verifiable deal with Iran regarding its nuclear program and other issues is yet to be determined, but I see little downside in trying. Agreed. Because what's the point of just not trying? What's the point of giving up on negotiations completely, right? Because there's really only one option left. If you do that, right? If you don't try to talk at all, you're the neocon, right? You're the one that wants war. I don't. The economic stability that comes from opening the Strait and the cessation of hostilities will create a pathway to peace well beyond the Iranian conflict. Maybe. This is an important statement, and this is a true statement. The expansion of Abraham Accords and normalizing relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel is President Trump's and my ultimate goal. I think this is best achieved by creating economic stability for the United States, the region, and the world, as well as the cessation of hostilities. The signing of the MOU is an essential step to make that happen and thus is worthwhile. Right? Now, what is the MOU? Right? What is the MOU? Because this is what a lot of people also don't understand. A lot of people, you keep on saying the word deal. Right? You keep saying deal. Deal. It's not a deal. What this memorandum of understanding is, right? It's essentially, you could wipe your ass with it. It's a piece of paper that says we're gonna make a deal. Right? It is not the deal, but it is outlining parameters of a deal, and it's essentially an extension of the ceasefire in writing. That's all it is. It's an extension of the ceasefire in writing. Trump has not given anything, really, kind of, and there are things that I don't like in it, okay? But we need to understand what's in it. We don't need to cherry pick the thing that we don't like and spurg out about it. We need to read it holistically. We need to look at it with a full zoom out perspective. So let's go through it. Number one, the United States and the Islamic Republic, blah, 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 their termination of this is ceasefire. Number one, ceasefire. Okay? I'm summarizing. You're going to have to read this on the screen. We don't have the time in the show to read every word. I'm going to summarize these points for you. Number one, ceasefire. Okay? For refrain from the final deal will confirm the permanent termination of the war. Final deal. This is not the final deal. The final deal has not been signed because it hasn't even been fully negotiated. This is a memorandum of understanding, not a deal. Number two, they will respect each other's sovereignty. Pretty much number one. Okay. Number three, they will commit to negotiating. Okay, number 1, 2, and 3 could have been put together. Number 4, I'm not a huge fan of this, but it's a negotiation. You might not get everything you want. There's two sides. I know, I get it. I already get it. The other side sucks. I get it. That's how you'd make deals. You deal with horrible people. Number 4, immediately signing, the U.S. will begin removal of the naval blockade, and they will fully end the naval blockade within 30 days. Okay? During this period, traffic will be restored. This is a good thing, believe it or not, right? I don't know about it, but it's a good thing, I think, in terms of your gas is going to get cheaper, oil's going to start flowing, and worst case scenario, we just send the ships back in. Number 5. All right, the Republic of Iran will use its best efforts for safe passage of commercial vehicles, right, with no charge for 60 days only. Now, people are saying that because it says 60 days only, they're just going to start charging tolls after 60 days, right? If you look at this negatively, you will get a negative connotation out of it. If you look at this negatively and you don't do the research and you don't figure out whether or not you're freaking the fuck out over nothing, you will come to your conclusion. If you have a predetermined conclusion where you wanted war and now you're not getting it, you might not be happy. But here's the deal. They're not going to be able to charge the tolls that they were because the other regional partners aren't going to pay them. This deal is essentially Iran tapping out. Okay? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll try. Maybe the conflict will resume, and we'll get to that, right? We have 22 minutes left. We're still in good shape. All right. Number 6, America undertakes regional partners develop definitive mutual. Okay, this is the one that everyone is losing their mind over, right? A mutually agreed upon plan with at least $300 billion for reconstruction and economic development of the Republic of Iran. This is something they had to do, to throw in there. Iran would never make a deal without some type of reconstitution. We destroyed everything. It'll take them a decade minimum to build back any part of it. And $300 billion, believe it or not, it's not that much money. Right? It's not for a country. Not for a country that had their entire Navy and Air Force and infrastructure completely obliterated. $300 billion is not that much money, right? Now, I know when you give them Republic of Iran, they're not going to use the $300 billion to feed the poor. They're going to try to build back up, which is why if you have a deal that says, if we see you do that, we'll bomb you again, then it's an incentive to maybe give some of that $300 billion to the people of Iran. Maybe. It really is. This is a framework for saying we're giving you an opportunity to live. And if we're going to give you this opportunity to have the $300 billion, and we're going to watch what you do with it. And you just went through we just slapped you around for 3.5 months, right? And the peace through strength negotiation strategy is, do you want another one? So the $300 billion if you just shorten it down like he's giving them $300 billion, that sounds bad. If you look at it holistically, it's not terrible, but I don't like it either. I don't like it. However, that's how deals work. You got to give and take. You have to. Number 7. The United States of America undertakes to terminate all type of sanctions. This one, again, people don't like, but it's just the same argument as number 6. Same argument as number 6, right? It's their money. We're not going to give it all to them in like a check. Like, we're not going to drop it in a pallet of cash like Obama. All of this is contingent upon Iran being watched like a hawk by us, America. And if they screw around, if they F around, they're going to find out. Now, a very important caveat to those arguments is Trump's not going to be president forever, right? But he is going to be president till 2028, okay? So, what I would like you to do for a minute before you turn on Trump and before you say, you betrayed us, right? Ask yourself what 2.5 years of peace could look like, right? If you think that this is kicking the can down the road, okay, Ask yourself what 2.5 years of peace could look like under this, quote, deal that's not a deal. We'll see the deal. Hopefully the deal is better. Could economic prosperity over the next couple of years maybe change some minds? Have you seen what's happened in Venezuela? Trump went in and he took Maduro, and then he kept the Maduro regime in Venezuela. And he said, if you F around the way Maduro did, do you want another one? And they went, no. No. Right? They're raising the American flag at the embassy. Their country is prospering. It's becoming better over just the past 6 months to like 6 months or so. Not even 3 months. There's a lot of positivity moving in Venezuela. So while Trump is not going to be president forever, if he's able to keep them in check for 2.5 years, and this plan actually starts growing legs, then yeah, maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough to kickstart it. I don't trust Iran. I don't trust the IRGC. Don't get me twisted. I'm just saying that maybe he's smarter than you. Maybe he knew what he was doing here. Maybe he knew what he was doing there in Venezuela. We'll see. But there's no reason to freak out and just doom and gloom and black pill and oh my God, I can't believe, because you would have handled it differently. Let me explain something to you, right? You might have effed it up worse. Your plan might have been the worst plan. I'm not saying Trump's plan is the best plan. I'm saying you might not be as much of a geopolitical expert as you think you are. What do you do for work? Right? Stay-at-home mom, nurse. I'm a freaking contractor. I'm not a geopolitical expert. I'm reading common sense to you. I'm just breaking stuff down. I'm not telling you what I would have done and how I would have done it better. All right, number 8. The Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons. Procure is a very important distinction between develop, right? Develop means build. The JCPOA was allowing them to build, right? Trump took that away. But what about buying weapons? They can't procure them either. If they buy a weapon, deal's off. Remember, this deal holds them, this MOU holds them to account, right? There's very little downside for us because we can always just start it back up again. And after the midterms, right, if this is a political move, and I believe it's partially political, right? If this is a political move to lower your gas and create peace and calm everybody down before the midterms because we need to win and we need to think long game, if that's all this is, then Trump is probably just going to go right. Trump has proven that he is not afraid to bomb the absolute shit out of them. He's proven he's not afraid to do that. But he's had a lot of backlash, and we do have the midterms coming up in 5 months. So maybe it would be politically advantageous to wrap this up by November, where we have cheaper gas and a bunch of people are going, you know what, actually, I do like him. And then after November, maybe be like, you know what, dude, I don't have anything stopping me now. What do you think? Do you think Iran's not going to know that? Do you think Iran's going to go, we should totally mess around after November? No, they should. They'll be like, he'll be worse. He'll be worse, right? I'm just saying, you got to look at this whole thing. You got to stop focusing on the thing that you don't like about it, because there are things that I don't like about it. We're going to get to that. I think it's coming up in 2 more, okay? Number 9. Pending the final deal, the United States of America agreed to maintain the status quo. That's number 1. Essentially, 1, 2, 3, and 9 you could have all put in one paragraph. 6 and 7 you could have put into one paragraph, but I'm sure they like to break it up so it looks more complicated than it is. Number 10, I don't like this. The United States of America undertakes that immediately upon signing of the MOU, the U.S. Department of Treasury will issue waivers for the export of Iranian crude oil, petroleum products, and derivatives, including banking transactions, etc. I don't like this. I like a whole bunch of other things, though. Right? I don't like this, but I understand that it's probably... You think we're going to be able to just go, here's all of our wish list things, right? And Iran's going to go, okay. No, Iran probably said, I want this, and this. And Trump probably came back and was like, we'll give you this. One. We'll give you this. And we'll let you keep your we'll let you keep your ballistic missiles. We'll give you some, it's their money, by the way. We're not giving them any money. Okay? The sanctions, we are taking their money and holding it. It's kind of like stealing. And I'm not saying, no, we should. I'm not saying that it's the good kind of stealing, right? But we kind of are stealing their money, right? We're stealing their money. Totally should. But we are stealing their money. And basically we're saying, we'll stop stealing you. We'll stop stealing your money, is what it says. I think we should. I think we should I think we should be pirates. And by the way, I'm just reading you what this plan is. We talked about this earlier. Maybe your plan was worse. My plan would have been turn them into a sheet of glass in January, right? That would have been my plan. But I can acknowledge maybe Trump's plan is better. I don't know. Maybe my plan would have been better. But I'm not there. I'm not in the Oval Office. Nobody voted for me. Number 11, I don't like this either. I do not like this. Okay, so we've gone through all of these, and I've been able to sort of go, okay, all right, and then no, and no. I don't like this. I don't get what I want either. Okay, are we okay? Everybody okay? Are you okay? Are we okay? Are you okay? Are you going to be okay? Number 11, the United States of America undertakes to make fully available the use of frozen or restricted funds and assets under implementation of this MOU. Okay, the United States of America and Iran mutually agree on the procedures related to the release of fundings during negotiations. They shall be made usable for payment to any ultimate beneficiary designated by the Central Bank of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States of America undertakes to issue all necessary licenses and authorizations accordingly. Okay? So I don't like giving them things, right? But number 10 and 11, we are giving them things. Okay? I don't like it. But it's a deal. It's not a deal. It's a negotiation. It's a memorandum of understanding. It's give and take. It's how things work. Okay? We don't get to be perfect and happy in everything we want, right? What is the trade-off for your way? Okay? Because, and I already know what your way is. I'm not talking about I'm talking about if the shoe fits, laces. Okay? We should just bomb them. We should take Karg Island. We should do this. We should do that, right? We shouldn't negotiate at all. We should go straight to kinetic energy. Okay. You know what that trade-off is? Boots on the ground. I said months and months and months ago, I did not want boots on the ground. I wasn't lying. I never wanted boots on the ground. I didn't want a forever war. I did not want to see American soldiers coming back here in flag-draped coffins, and neither does Trump. Your way kills my fellow countrymen. I'm not okay with that. This way maybe doesn't. So, do we have to give them some things if we want to avoid that? Yeah. Is this deal what Israel wants? Maybe not. Maybe Israel is willing to sacrifice their soldiers. Okay. Let them do that. Right? Israel is an ally. Israel is our friend. We like Israel. I love the Jews. I love the people there. I want them to thrive and survive. But I am an American. I am an American, and I love my countrymen more. And if the trade-off is that, I'm not going to be okay with it. All right? I've never lied to you. I never said I wanted a kinetic war. I wanted bombs dropped. He dropped bombs. I wanted their leadership dead. He killed their leaders. I wanted an end to this war. He's ending it. I wanted them never to have nuclear weapons. They're not. Trump kept his promises to me. And by the way, again, he completely made every moron on the woke right look exactly like they are, morons. Because they said that it was all about the other thing. They said it was all about Israel. They said it was about a forever war. They said it was about regime change. It wasn't. He didn't lie to you. If you don't like what he did, that's fine. You can have that opinion. He didn't lie to you. He said help was on the way. He sent help. The Iranians didn't uprise. They should have. And they tried. And they are brave people. But they didn't do it. Number 12, the United States and the Republic of Iran agree that an executive mechanism will be established to monitor a successful implementation. All right, so this is just procedural stuff. 12, 13, and 14 is all just procedural stuff, okay? Implementations and endorsement of a binding resolution. So basically what we have is we have a memorandum of understanding that is going to essentially give a 2-month buffer zone where they can put together a deal, and in that deal, both sides will get some things, but America will get way more things. And potentially, I'm not saying definitely, potentially, this might work. And then how stupid are you going to look? The people that are like, this is just good. This is a horrible deal. Well, maybe, but what happens if it works? What happens if it works? Did anybody ever try to ask that question? What happens if it works? What happens if the Gulf states and the expansion of the Abraham Accords leads to a great relationship between Saudi Arabia and Israel? Qatar and the Gulf states keep Iran in check. The new regime, which is like thrice removed from the old regime because Trump fucking killed them all, right? They actually go, you know what? We kind of like breathing. And what happens if they just go, yeah, you know what? Screw it. I do like money. And then we're going to be able to give a process. Got to remember, this IRGC is not the old IRGC. There was a regime change, right? I'm not saying this IRGC is good. Didn't say that. I'm just saying it's not the old one. And I honestly don't think Khomeini's kid is alive. I think he's dead. Where the hell is he? All right, he might be alive. I don't know. All right, we got to get to the final story. I mean, I told you it was going to be tough to cram everything in today, but I needed to make sure I got through that whole thing. Okay, so here's the story. Let's see here. Really quick, Cheddar Bob the Builder, his bond got revoked. He's really, he's definitely. All right. Yeah, his bond got revoked. He's staying in jail, like I said he would. I'm gonna go back and find Amiri King's message with me where I go, he ain't getting out. All right. We got that. I wanted to cover this, but really quick. There's 90. All right. I don't have time. We got 4 minutes left. Okay. There's that. They're freaking out about the reflecting pool. Okay, here we go. So, the Firearms Policy Coalition is suing Texas because of a Texas holster ban. All right. Now, I live in Texas. I'm aware that I have to have my gun in a holster. Okay. Our gun laws unconstitutional? Yes. Right. Our safety laws unconstitutional? No. Right. Can you willy-nilly just have a loaded firearm tucked into your sweatpants where if it drops and goes off, accidental discharge, flies into the forehead of a little 5-year-old girl that's just riding her bike. Is that okay? No, right? Safety laws are made for a reason, okay? We have seatbelt laws I think are stupid, right? I think that's dumb, right? But think of it like that, okay? I think seatbelt laws are stupid. I don't think holster laws are stupid. And I think there's other things that you could bitch about. But essentially, this is the holster law, right? Texas does not have a holster ban. Rather, state law mandates that a handgun carried openly in plain view must be secured in a holster. Essentially, it just means that, like, if you're literally waistbanding a gun while your shirt's tucked in and you don't have it in a holster, technically you could get a fine. Like, they would be like, yeah, I mean, and by the way, you should. It's stupid not to. Like, if you're literally just raw dogging a 9mm near your pee, then yeah, stupid. Don't do that. But I mean, yeah, like, I don't know, man. Also, there is no legal requirement to use a holster if the gun is concealed. I pocket carry. I got my Derringer here. I think I'm streaming on YouTube, but you can see a little handle there. I got my Derringer. I can put it in my pocket. I have my little Pug 22. I put it in my pocket. I have a bodyguard that I sometimes will pocket carry, and I don't use a pocket holster. I just have it in my pocket. So and that's not illegal either. So essentially, this seems like, a lot to do about nothing. It's like being barred from your possession of a handgun without it being properly holstered is nonsense. I don't know, man. I think that there's a lot of hardliners in the 2A community, and I think that you can have common sense. You can have a lot of common sense with your gun, with how you, like, the pick your battles, right? Like, I mean, there's another one where they're trying to go after Texas because of the 5150 rule or the 5149 rule. Oh shit, it's 859. That's the one where alcohol. I think that one's legitimate. Where if you are entering an establishment that's 51% alcohol sales, you can't have a firearm. I think that's BS. If you're drinking, though, I like the law. So if you're a sober person in a bar, you should be able to have a gun, right? And that's the other one. But I'm running out of time. But I wanted to get to that freedom index. Maybe we'll save this one for next week, but we'll cover this. Sean Farish is coming up next with Ungoverned. The clock just struck 9 a.m., so I'm off to work. Let's do a quick shout out. Winky Winky Nod Nod. Mark's Madness. I love that name. One Sandman. Bumba. Bucklebrush Jones. Great Guy Gary. Winky Winky Nod. I think I already said that. All right. We'll see you later. Sean's up next. Enjoy the show. Peace.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, that just we are the only society on Earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
yourselves, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroy Nation, coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA-TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Thursday to you. I held out the good for a little longer than normal today. I haven't done that in a while. Remember when I used to do that for like, a long time? I was like, oh, God. It would go on for a long time. Yeah. Did that a little this morning. There you go. The Iran deal, Memorandum of Understanding, the text has been released a couple days earlier than we thought it would be. So that's good in the interest of transparency. And, listen, I expected this. The cynic in me, we're going to talk a little bit about this too, but the cynic in me knew that the minute this thing came out, that's why, you know what, I got to show you, excuse me, my allergies today have just been atrocious. I got to show you the thumbnail that Eli made because he continues to just crush it on the thumbnail game, which is like, this is not like a surprise anymore. But let me see if I can find. Here we go. Let me go to here. Because the cynic in me knew that this was going to happen, all right? That we were going to get the deal out, and then you're going to have a bunch of... See, I'm sitting on top of a giant microscope, and there's a paper that says Iran deal on it, and everyone's looking at it and nitpicking it, and, I don't like this part of the deal. Okay? Okay. We get it. There are parts of the deal that you don't like. There's parts of the deal that I don't like. I'd say deal. This is the Memorandum of Understanding. As Misfit just put it, it's essentially a buffer time period. Again, you want to say, we're just kicking the can down the road again. Okay. What's the alternative? The alternative is to do the tail chasing thing, right? Gonna bomb you, deal. 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 I'd rather try something different. Is the deal perfect? No, it's not. Was perfection ever an option? Is perfection ever an option? No, it's not. Why? Because we're dealing with people. I love Donald Trump. He's the best president that I've ever experienced. Not perfect. He may not appreciate me saying that. Fine. I don't care. Not perfect. He's a human being. Nothing comprised of human beings is perfect. Nothing. Even a perfect game in a baseball game isn't perfect. Because, technically, a perfect game would be like, you have 27 outs, 1 pitch per batter. So 27 pitches, 27, no balls, only strikes. Do you understand? Even a perfect game in baseball still has its imperfections. For those of you who are baseball fans, this deal was never going to be perfect. And this is just, by the way, this is not the final deal. Calm down. Now, I'm not telling you can't have opinions. But I'm seeing, I got to tell you, a huge segment of the pro-Israel support kind of coalition, without hesitation, turn on Donald Trump yesterday. Oh, he's betraying us. He's betraying Israel. No, he's not. Now, is this deal making Netanyahu happy? Maybe not. Folks, Donald Trump's job is not to make him happy. It's to negotiate a deal that makes sense for the United States. Again, does the Memorandum of Understanding have its issues? I'll give you one of the issues that I have with this deal when we go through the 14 points. There are some things in there that I'm like, I don't really like that. What am I going to do? I'm going to voice my opinion and say, I don't really like that. I'm not going to sit there and go, well, I guess the Democrats are a better option. This is, you're no better than the woke right, who did this, a couple of months ago. Oh, we're going to war. What happened to the No New Wars promise? He's betraying us. Shut up. Please stop with the dramatics and the hysterics. It is so old and annoying. If you expected a perfect deal, then you are setting yourself up for a letdown from day one. It's like going to a baseball game and expecting to see a perfect game every time. That's not going to happen. Okay? So, all I encourage you to do, there is not a final deal yet. You got people, and I like Mark Levin, I do. And this is not me, but he's like getting a little ahead of himself. Ben Shapiro is like, he's going crazy over this. Oh, this is not it's the memorandum of understanding. This is not a final deal, number one. Number two, when you negotiate, both sides get, both sides give. Well, we destroyed them militarily. Why didn't they have any leverage? Well, I'll tell you what. We could have gone further further in with the military operations. We could have. But the country doesn't have an appetite for that. The country doesn't have an appetite for that. And who does Donald Trump serve? He serves the country. And if the country is telling him not to do something, he's supposed to listen. Guys, this is one of those, like Bongino says, a level 10 decision. You have a crappy decision, you have a crappier decision, and you have the crappiest decision. I don't even think Donald Trump wanted to start bombing Iran over the nuclear issue. Okay? But he had to, because if he didn't, Iran gets a nuclear weapon, and now you have a huge problem. Right? You have a huge problem. Now the entire world has to do what Iran says. Because if they don't do what Iran says, Iran has a nuke, and you cannot trust them not to use it. We've talked about this element of it before. If Iran has a nuclear weapon, and these are Islamo-fanatics, it's not a normal country. And when I say normal, I'm talking about like North Korea, which is also not a normal country, but it's run by a guy who at least respects the idea of mutually assured destruction. Iran does not care about mutually assured destruction. These are people who will put a suicide vest on and blow themselves up in a crowded space. They'll die because they think they're promised 72 virgins or whatever it is. And as long as they take a few people with them, they're happy. So if they launch a nuke, they don't care that another one's coming down on them. They're just happy that they're able to take out 1 million people in the process. China's got nukes. Russia's got nukes. Pakistan's got nukes. India's got nukes. All right, these people. And none of them are like holding the world hostage over it. Iran would do that. So they couldn't have it. So the decision at the time was go in with a military operation, degrade their military capabilities, missiles, drones, Navy, Air Force, air defense, radar, etc. Leave them completely militarily vulnerable, which they are. The idea at the beginning of this entire operation was that the Iranian people were going to be able to rise up to take their country back. They didn't do that. For whatever reason, they didn't do that. We tried to give them weapons. The weapons got stolen. Never, ever did I want to see boots on the ground, especially once our partners in this operation, Israel, said they weren't going to put boots on the ground. Okay, then neither are we. The boots on the ground were supposed to be the Iranian people, and they never rose up. Well, are they supposed to rise up while the bombs are falling? No. But the bombs haven't been falling over Iran for 10 weeks. Where were they? They weren't there. I get it. 50,000 protesters were killed in January and February before this whole thing started. So they're probably terrified. They also don't have the internet. They don't have the ability to organize. I get it. I'm not telling you that they're weak or not courageous. I'm telling you that the uprising that we thought was going to pop up and materialize like we saw in January before this operation, it wasn't there. For whatever reason, it wasn't there. It is not the job of the United States to liberate the Iranian people. It is the job of the Iranian people to liberate the Iranian people. Same thing we say about Ukraine. It's Ukraine's job to fight their war, not ours, and we're helping them out too. Look, so folks, listen to me. The microscopes are out, the magnifying glasses are out, the analysts are doing analyst things. I'm going to give you a couple things that I don't like about the deal, a couple things that I do like about the deal. And then we'll wait for the final deal. This is the memorandum. I keep calling it the deal. The memorandum. Then we'll wait for the final deal to be negotiated over the next 60 days. And this memorandum of understanding, this period of negotiation, can also be extended if both sides consent to that. Trump has already said if things don't go the way he wants, he's going to go back in with the military. I don't really think that's going to happen. But the freakouts over this deal, over this memorandum of understanding, right? To me, it's happening for two reasons. One, we're all way too easily worked up over things that aren't final. That's number one. And then number two, it's all about the clicks. Oh, betrayal. Now everyone's saying Donald Trump betrayed the other side. Everyone's going to feel betrayed because everyone feels entitled to be waited on their every demand. My advice and MO and the way I feel about this is going to be, okay, we got the framework. Everyone said, oh, Donald Trump's not releasing it. He's hiding something. Okay, it's released. We got the framework. Let's look at it. Let's see what we like. Let's see what we don't like. There's bound to be parts of both that we like and that we don't like. You have to understand that going into it. You had to understand there was going to be something in there that you weren't going to like. Just because there's something in there that you don't like does not mean you've been betrayed. And then we let the rest of this negotiation play out. I think it's all going to work out. Now, what would I have preferred? I would have preferred to see the regime fall and you don't have these people in power. But then you have that debate of the devil you know and the devil you don't know. You know, I mean, you could have wound up with somebody worse. That's where we are. So we will go into the Iran MOU for the first half of the show. Then there's a very, very interesting story about the mastermind behind that Freedom 250 terror plot that was foiled by the FBI. Interesting information about that guy. Some new info about James Tallarico came out. Probably going to hurt him in Texas. A handwritten note from Jeffrey Epstein shreds the left's narrative. Handwritten note. Epstein hated Trump. Hated him. Hated. Donald Trump is covering for pedophiles. You know, it's covering for pedophiles. Really? Donald Trump's in the Epstein file. He's best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, don't you know? Really? Because handwritten notes from Epstein himself seem to show that him and Donald Trump were not even close. Like at all. They hated each other. Not to mention he's the one who kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago and called the cops and helped the federal investigation against him when he was first brought in. Okay? Guys, these New York Knicks, I'm going to say this. This is going to be interesting, right? This basketball. New York Knicks got invited to the White House. James Dolan, the owner, I think he said it on, it was either on 98.7 ESPN or 101.9 WFAN in New York on the sports radio, that they will be accepting the invitation to the White House. So the New York Knicks will be the first NBA championship team to visit the White House while Donald Trump is president through term 1 or 2. I don't know if all the players are going to attend. I would imagine Jalen Brunson, who I happen to like a lot in terms of the kind of guy he appears to be. I happen to think he'll probably go because he doesn't want to be a controversial guy. He's very humble. And should we say this about the New York Knicks? If they do show up and the majority of the team, maybe the whole team goes. Maybe some of them don't like President Trump, but they go and they do it classy because they want a championship and they're not trying to start a controversy, although going to the White House apparently is controversial these days. They America's team? That'd be interesting. All it took was me not watching them for them to win. So you're welcome, Knicks fans. There it is. All right, we'll get into a bunch of all these. Oh, by the way, I mean, I guess it's better than this. Ooh, yeah. I can't even say it with a straight face. I can't believe this actually happened yesterday. Brennan, have you heard about Donald Trump cleaning up the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, I think you were telling me last night.
And they got the algae out and all this.
Yeah.
And so the left.
Now they love algae.
They're pro-algae. Don't kill the algae! Kill the unborn babies, but not the algae. Unfreaking believable. But that is where we are with these idiots on the left. We'll get into that. We're going to have some fun. We'll do that maybe through the halfway point, have a little laugh break. Before we get to that, oh my goodness, my allergies are out of control today. Let's get to a word from our friends at OFP Farms. Celebrate Father's Day and Independence. I don't know why I thought Father's Day was June 19th. It's not. It's June 21st, right? Sunday, the 21st? Because tomorrow's the 19th and it's not Father's Day.
I don't know why I thought it was on June.
I don't know why I thought.
I think maybe last year, maybe it was.
I don't know why I thought it was on Juneteenth. Juneteenth. We're going to have some fun tomorrow with that, too. Maybe I'll do the show with dreadlocks on. I don't know. I'll find them. Father's Day is approaching. June 21st. We are 3 days away. Independence Day is just around the corner. OFP Farms is excited to welcome new arrivals, which means they are clearing out their final inventory of premium men's beard products and the last remaining America 250 gift boxes. These are not your typical gifts. They are rugged, stylish, farm-crafted items designed for dads, husbands, grandfathers, sons, and all the hardworking men who deserve something extraordinary. This is your last chance to secure these men's gift sets and beard products. Once they're sold out, they're not going to be restocked. So use the code Sean, SHAWN, to get 25% off of men's beard products and America 250 items. OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean, SHAWN. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN for 25% off the men's beard products and America 250 items. Get them while the getting's good. Shop now before they're gone for good. OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN. 25% off while supplies last. Men's beard products and America 250 items. OFPfarms.com. I see you import Grease Monkey with algae floating.
Just laughing.
Love it.
Oh, that's funny.
You see, the import Grease Monkey, see, the acorns are funny people.
Oh, the acorns.
You know, it's only a few months until that starts again.
What, can you imagine? They're not going to find anything.
Except
maybe a coin.
They found a coin last year.
I know, and a piece of wood.
No, they found more than one piece of wood.
Wow.
They found multiple pieces of wood.
Wow.
Multiple
I don't know how these people keep
We're the algae floating under the sunlight.
Our neighbor's also an acorn, turns out. Our neighbor is also an acorn,
yes,
turns out.
Our neighbor is also an acorn. There's acorns all over the place.
Who let me use his lawnmower.
We're all going to turn into big, beautiful oak trees, right? We love the show. Oak Island, we love it. We love it. Well, I just heard. All right, here we go. Let's get into this memorandum of understanding, get through this craziness here. The first look of the MOU. The MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. It's what, 14 points or something like that? Here for the Memorandum of Understanding, it has been final. Well, the MOU has been finalized. The deal is not final yet. It is not the final deal. It is just the framework. And the 14-point Memorandum of Understanding is expected to be signed Friday in Switzerland. But then actually yesterday, the MOU was completely signed. The MOU was signed yesterday at, what was it? The G7, is that where they were yesterday? So let me see if I can get there we go. Memorandum of Understanding with Iran has been revealed. So let's go through the 14 points. I believe it's 14 points. Number one, and this is important, right off the bat, a lot of people have problems with this. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran have jointly agreed in good faith, which, okay, do terrorists negotiate in good faith? All right, I know the answer is no. But it's the only option Trump had, because continuing the war, and then you would have had the people, oh, it's a forever war, it's forever. Oh, it's all going on forever. Okay. United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran and their allies, and their allies, and their allies. Now, to me, when I see this, okay, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran and their allies. Their means Iran and the United States. So, to me, that means Israel and Hezbollah as well, and all the terror proxies. By signing this MOU, declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and undertake from now on not to initiate any war or any military operation against each other, and to refrain from the threat of or use of force against each other, and ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. The final deal will confirm the permanent termination of the war on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and other provisions of this paragraph. So I know a lot of people are like, well, Hezbollah is not going to stop. Okay, if Hezbollah doesn't stop, then you've broken the deal. And then things are going to resume in Lebanon. What do I think is going to happen? I think this is going to get signed. Hezbollah is not going to stop, and Israel is going to continue their operation in Lebanon, but the United States and Iran are not going to go back to war. That's what I think is going to happen. Kind of like what it was before the war. You're like, oh my gosh, you're saying Israel can't defend themselves? No, I'm not saying that at all. And they're going to defend themselves. They are. So I would not panic about this. I would not panic about that part of it. United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs. Fine, whatever. Okay, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran commit to negotiating and achieving the final deal in maximum 60 days, extendable with mutual consent. That's can kicking. Fine, whatever. Number 4, immediately upon the signing of this MOU, the United States of America will begin the removal of its naval blockade and any disturbances or impediments against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and will fully end the naval blockade within 30 days. During this period, the traffic of vessels will be in proportion to the numbers of pre-war traffic being restored by the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States of America further undertakes to remove its forces from the proximity of the Islamic Republic of Iran within 30 days after the final deal. So our military assets are going to stay in the region until the final deal is struck. And we even have 30 days after that to make sure that they are in compliance with the deal. Here's one of the things I don't like about this, okay? Upon the signing of this MOU, the Islamic Republic of Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days only, from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman and vice versa. I don't like that. They should not be charging tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. Hopefully, because they're talking about 60 days, and that's how long this buffer zone is supposed to be. Hopefully, the final deal will include no tolls at all in the Strait. You start putting tolls in the Strait, you're going to have a problem with global oil prices. The traffic of commercial vessels will immediately start, and considering the need for removing the technical and military obstacles and demining by the Islamic Republic of Iran will be instated within 30 days. The Islamic Republic of Iran will conduct dialogue with the Sultanate of Oman to define the future administration and maritime services in the Strait of Hormuz in discussions with other Persian Gulf littoral states in line with applicable international law and the sovereign rights of coastal states of the Strait of Hormuz. Number 6, the United States of America undertakes with regional partners to develop a definitive mutually agreed plan with at least $300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The mechanism for the implementation of this plan will be finalized, i.e., it's not final yet. And the characterization of people, oh, you're just going to give them $300 billion? No, that is not what the plan is. The plan is Iran, good behavior, they get the money. Bad behavior, they don't get the money. All right. Number 7, the United States of America undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the UN Security Council resolutions, IAEA Board of Governors resolutions, and all unilateral U.S. sanctions, primary and secondary, in an agreed-upon schedule as part of the final deal. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America acknowledge the critical importance of the sanctions termination issue above mentioned and expressed intentions to immediately address these issues in the negotiations in order to achieve mutual agreement on them. Number 8, most important. The Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran have agreed to resolve the disposition of stockpiled enriched material pursuant to a mechanism that will be mutually agreed upon in accordance with the schedule mentioned in paragraph 7, with the minimum methodology to be downblending on site. Minimum methodology is downblending on site. In other words, like de-enriching it. Under the supervision of the IAEA, that's the International Atomic Energy Agency. The two parties also agree to discuss the issue of enrichment, and other mutually agreed matters related to the Islamic Republic of Iran's nuclear needs based on satisfactory framework being agreed upon in the final deal. The final deal will confirm the provisions of this paragraph. So in other words, this is still up in the air in terms of what Iran is going to be allowed to do on the nuclear front. Nuclear power, but no nuclear weapons, as this paragraph says. All right. Number 9, pending the final deal, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran agree to maintain the status quo. The Islamic Republic of Iran will maintain the current status quo of its nuclear program. And the United States of America will not impose any new sanctions and will not deploy any additional forces in the region. I don't like this part of the agreement right here. The Islamic Republic of Iran will maintain the current status quo of its nuclear program. Well, the current status quo of its nuclear program is what has us kind of nervous in the first place. So that's going to have to get ironed out in the final deal. Number 10, the United States of America undertakes that immediately upon the signing of the MOU and until the termination of sanctions, the U.S. Department of Treasury will issue waivers for the export of Iranian crude oil, petroleum products, and derivatives, and all associated services, including banking transactions, insurance, and transportation. Number 11, the United States of America undertakes to make fully available for use the frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran upon the implementation of the MOU. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran will mutually agree on the procedures related to the release of these funds during the negotiations. So they're going to make available for use the funds, but they're going to negotiate how those funds are released to Iran, the frozen assets. And that is the incentivized, behavior-based tiered process. You behave, you get money. You behave, you get money. You don't behave, you don't get money. Such funds, whether retained in the original account or transferred, shall be made fully usable for payment to any ultimate beneficiary designated by the Central Bank of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States of America undertakes to issue all necessary licenses and authorizations accordingly. The U.S. and the Islamic Republic of Iran agree that an executive mechanism will be established to monitor the successful implementation of this MOU and the future compliance of the final deal. After signing this MOU and subject to the beginning of the implementation of paragraphs 1, 4, 5, 10, and 11 of this MOU and the continuing implementation of these measures, the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran will start negotiations regarding the final deal exclusively on the other paragraphs. The final deal will be endorsed by a binding UNSC resolution. Okay. As Redneck says in the chat, frozen assets. Follow the rules. Get your money back. Don't follow the rules. Don't get your money back. AV 1965. I won't hold my breath waiting for the Islamic terrorists to sign the deal, nor do I believe they will uphold the deal if they do sign. They're freaking terrorists. I agree. Listen, I don't disagree. I'm skeptical about whether or not they're going to be able to do this too. But you have to understand. So here we are, right? So you are caught between two different decisions. You could either continue the war, which is not popular here, okay? What was the original plan going into Epic Fury? You were going to bomb them. You were going to take out their leader. You were going to destroy their leadership structure, which happened. You were going to fracture them. And then the Iranian people were going to rise up and basically run them out of town. That second phase of the uprising never materialized. We, the United States, we were never going to change the regime or topple the regime by ourselves without a popular uprising of the Iranian people. There was no uprising. So if the regime was gone, I think we could all agree, hey, maybe the new regime, whoever it might be, maybe we can trust them to honor a deal. But now that since the old regime is still in place or the Islamic Republic is still in place, we don't trust them. That's totally fine. And that's totally valid. I'm not going to argue with you on that because I don't trust them either. And I've said for the last couple of months, I don't trust them. So I'm not going to tell you you're wrong or, you're panicking for not trusting Iran. That's common sense. There is no other choice. The only other choice was to put boots on the ground. And then you're talking about thousands of Americans dead. Thousands. For what? To liberate Iran? No. Can't do it. Cannot do it. Then you are embroiled in a nation-building forever war quagmire. And then you do have the legitimate comparison between Donald Trump and George W. Bush, which we don't need and we don't want. It's too expensive. And at the end of the day, it's not our problem. As long as they don't get nuclear weapons, it's not our problem. And that's it. So that is where by the way, that is just a memorandum of understanding. That is not the final deal. There may be some parts and pieces that change and move around. There are, as I highlighted a couple of things that I don't like about it. I highlighted a couple of things that I do like about it. But boy, are the microscopes out. And with the internet and incentivizing over-the-top reactions and, we've been betrayed. We've been betrayed. Shush. Just be quiet. Just stop with the betrayed. You sound like Owen Schroyer now at this. Oh, he broke his promises. Oh, he broke his promises. Both two people doing the same thing. It's like horseshoe theory on the other side now. Have your opinions, like AV 1965. I don't trust them. That's fine. My issue is not with comments like that. I don't trust them either. My issue is with the over-the-top emotional comment. Oh, I've been betrayed. Oh, my gosh. Donald Trump is trying to impose his will on Bibi Netanyahu. Oh, la, 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 la. Shush. Zip it, lock it up, and throw away the key. Because number one, we don't know what the final deal is going to be. That's number one. Number two, if you were expecting perfection, you were never going to get it. So you were always setting yourself up for a letdown. That's number two. And number three, Donald Trump is not, and I said this earlier in the week, Donald Trump is not beholden to Israel. Donald Trump is not beholden to the Iranian people. Donald Trump is beholden to us. And if he is making the best decisions and satisfy the majority of the American people, whether or not you individually support this war or not, if you support the war, you're in the minority. I'm sorry, you are. I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just giving you the data. The majority of Americans don't want to be at war. That's just the truth. The president of the United States is a public servant. He serves us. He does not serve foreign countries. And if the country is telling him, end it, he's going to end it. You also have the political aspects of it too. The midterms and what this could mean going into the midterms. And this, with the gas prices that are going to start to relax now, is going to help going into the midterms. And we could shift our focus back to that. So, trying to stay level-headed here with this MOU. There's some good. There's some bad. It's not finalized. The final deal will come when it comes. And we will talk about it when that happens. But until then, you are not going to see me pearl clutching. You're not going to see me panicking over the MOU. I've raised my concerns, one of them being the, 60 days there's going to be no charge for ships transiting the Strait. Well, what happens after that, right? We're not supposed to have tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that is a sticking point. I don't like it, but we'll see. My biggest concern is Iran going to have a nuclear weapon? They can't have one. They can't have one. If they do, then the entire world is held hostage by that regime. That's what's most important here. And as K.A. Osborne is saying, hold. Have your concerns, right? Have your opinions. Nothing wrong with that. Don't make declarations when the final deal has not been published yet or even agreed to yet. Hold. It's okay. We have to let this play out. I'm not telling you to blindly trust anybody. I'm telling you, let it play out. If we get a final deal that's awful, I'll tell you it's awful. If we get a final deal that's great, I'll tell you it's great. If we get a final deal that's middle, I'll tell you it's middle. Let's see what happens. Quick break. And a word from our friends at Silent, slnt.com, slnt.com, slnt.com/Sean. Folks, let's face it, your phone is a tracking device. Whether it's government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, or cyber criminals, all of them, all of those people I just mentioned, they're all looking for a piece of your data. They want a piece of your digital footprint. And the worst part about it is, they're supposed to ask, can we have your data? They don't. They just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you. So you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it's off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbodies, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, slnt.com. Silence!
That'll wake you up.
That'll wake you up.
I was dozing a little bit.
Silence the chaos and go silent today. slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. Next. Yeah. All right. You guys want to have a little fun at the left's expense real quick? Because that was kind of heavy. So let's break it up a little bit. Yeah. Have a little fun.
Having fun.
Have a little fun. I want to have more fun. Not necessarily, we'll have more fun on the show too, but in general with politics, this sucks in terms of, not that, let's put it this way. Politics is tough to have fun with, right? Like I was listening to sports radio, and granted it was New York sports radio, and so they're all happy about the New York Knicks, and they're having a blast. But even when the Knicks are terrible, they're having fun. Politics is a little different because it means more. So it's like you want to be serious so that you don't lose the point and all this. But got to figure out a couple ways to have some fun. I say this all the time. Maybe some impromptu live streams on some of these platforms, or just have a little hangout. I don't know. We'll see what happens. The reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. has been, apparently, it is now bad to clean things. News to me. But Donald Trump renovated the reflecting pool. You saw leftists go, oh, this is so stupid, it's expensive. Who needs this to be beautiful anyway? So you want to live in like a garbage dump? Is that the deal? Apparently so. So yesterday, something bizarre happened in Washington, D.C. The reflecting pool was like recoated and refilled and all that. And then there was an algae bloom in the reflecting pool, as happens in pools. You guys have pools. You understand sometimes algae is incredibly pesky. It happens. It is what it is. And so the administration and I guess the Department of the Interior and all those who were working on the reflecting pool decided they were going to kill the algae and then vacuum it up. Well, because it's the Trump administration undertaking this process to kill the algae, I kid you not, there was a pro-algae protest at the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. yesterday. Look at this nonsense. He's got a sign that says, Team Algae. Now, granted, there were like 3 of them. But this is how far the TDS has progressed with these people. And I made the joke last August, right? This is your favorite president, and we are endorsing oxygen. We're proud to endorse oxygen. We love breathing. We love air. We love doing that. It's a tremendous thing to do. I encourage you to do that. And now millions of stupid people, right, liberals, are holding their breath because I endorsed air. These are very stupid people. So now they're removing algae from a reflecting pool, and they're like, no, don't kill the algae. Team Algae is Trump wants to remove the algae, and Trump is bad, therefore algae is good. So you care more about like algae than you do about unborn babies. That's the crazy part here with the Democrats. You care more about algae than you do about unborn babies. The left, 3, 4, 5 of them, they were there. That wasn't made up. That wasn't like a hoax. There was a pro-algae protest in Washington, D.C. yesterday, which is just ridiculous. Like, do you understand how stupid you look? Do you understand how many people in this country own a swimming pool and have to deal with algae every year? And they're like, F algae, this stuff keeps ruining my pool. What do you mean, Team Algae? This is what you're wasting time on?
They're probably the frog self people that love the ponds.
Go sit on a lily pad at the muck party. Like, go sit on a lily pad. What?
Trump could rid the world of wasps. And they would be like, no.
No, I want to get stung. Yeah. Well, then go get stung. Go sleep in a beehive or something. I don't know. A pro-algae protest actually happened. I was like, no. There's no way. And then I said, wait a minute. I've made a bit about don't shower with your toaster, right? If you do that, you could get electrocuted. I call it fried. You're fried enough as it is. You don't want to do that. No, this is the truth. This is what they do. I might have to break out the lab coat, do Dr. Don soon for TDS. Yeah. We got to do it. I have a lab coat and a stethoscope. We bought it a little while ago, and then I didn't use it yet, but it's here. A pro-algae protest. This is not it. This is not the end of this story. This is CNN. Folks, there are a lot of issues in this country, right? Like the amount of illegal aliens who have crossed the border who are violent criminals. 100% of the illegal aliens who cross the border are criminals, by the way. But, there's just, the violent crime committed by illegal aliens. You have that. You've got fraud, right? The Leering Center, the hospice fraud, the healthcare fraud, the Medicare fraud, the Social Security fraud, the voter fraud. You have all of these different issues. Does CNN do an in-depth segment or expose on their network about all those elements of fraud? Hospice fraud, Leering Center, Feeding Our Future, autism, Medicare, Social Security, voter fraud, any of that, immigration fraud. No, they couldn't care less. But they were on site at the freaking reflecting pool yesterday, dipping a cup of water in the pool going, look at all the algae. Look at this.
And we're going to scoop up a water sample to see if we can get this tested.
CNN independently took the sample of water and consulted with a pool store that regularly tests water to help read the results. It showed phosphate levels far higher than what is recommended to keep algae at bay based on estimates for a pool that holds 6.5 million gallons of water.
If there's already some phosphate fertilizer in the water, that's really opportunistic, especially for the blue-green algae that can fix nitrogen. So they are having a field day out here, probably.
The Department of Interior says they believe some of the initial problem was residual algae that had accumulated in pipes and insists the filtration system called the ozone nanobubbler is working.
All right, so an in-depth analysis of an algae bloom in the reflecting pool But nothing about the Leering centers, the autism fraud, the immigration fraud, all the issues that are plaguing our country. CNN couldn't care less. But we're going to scoop up the algae and send it to a pool store. And, let's get an expert on the air about the phosphate levels. Are you kidding me? Oh, my gosh. CNN, that's what they chose to run a segment on. Algae.
Was that before or after they cleaned the algae? Because
I think it was, they cleaned it, and then the algae came back, because algae is very stubborn.
okay.
And now they're like, let's see what happened here.
Well, that's what they should have said. That's what they wanted. They should have been happy about it.
CNN should be happy about it, because pro-algae, right?
exactly.
Team algae. Team algae.
So they were
Don't kill the algae! Don't kill the algae!
'Cause I couldn't hear what she was saying. So was she upset that there was algae?
No, they weren't. They weren't upset about it. They were just saying, "Look, there's algae." That's actually the point. There wasn't even like an angle to it. It was just the algae's back. Let's scoop it up and analyze it. Because this is the most important thing facing our country. It's the algae in a reflecting pool. What?
Water's gonna get moldy and algae.
Kidding me? Stupid.
Algae-ish.
That's what CNN was up to. Okay. There it is. She should have drank it.
How deep is that pool?
I don't know.
Let's throw all of the Democrats that can't swim.
Throw them in there.
In there.
Yeah.
Let them hang out with the algae for a little while.
Oh, man. Trump just signed an MOU with the algae folks. They turned off the bubbler and sent the algae $300 billion. You know, that might be a bit. The war on algae. You know, the algae has no military. They have no name. Who is that? Who is that? D-Links. Trump just signed an MOU with the algae. I think that's funny.
D-Links has actually been a troll, so
Oh.
that is a fun one, though. Good
Oh,
job.
good job.
D-Links.
Thank you. You just gave me.
time and
Well, if I was going to offer you something nice, but if you're a troll, screw you. All right? And I'm going to take that idea. I'm going to make my video with it. I'll make him even more mad. I'm going to do that. We signed a memorandum of understanding with the algae in the reflecting pool.
A peaceful troll, but a troll nonetheless.
Okay.
That's why they're still here, because they haven't gone off on anyone.
All right. Well, you know what? Welcome.
They just have different opinions.
Thank you for that idea.
Largely,
I appreciate it.
Largely different opinions.
All right. Thank you for that idea.
Good job.
Yeah,
Good job.
Thank you. Good job. We've signed a memorandum of understanding. No, they have no military. The algae has no navy. Okay. By the way, speaking of things that have no military or no navy, to the haters, the fire ants are still not back. The fire ants are still not back. They're not going to come back. You know why? Because they have no military. They have no navy. All right. Let's take a quick break. Get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure. COVEPURE.com. CovePure.com/Sean. Folks, you may have seen this. Researchers have been documenting male fish developing female characteristics in rivers all across the United States. It comes from birth control pills that people have taken, right? That wastewater treatment plants cannot fully filter out, and it's in the same water that runs into your home. We say no thanks to that. That's why we use Cove Pure to purify all of our water. Here's how this actually works. When people take medication, their bodies don't absorb all of it. The rest of it gets flushed. It goes through wastewater treatment, and those plants were never built to catch pharmaceutical compounds. So estrone from birth control pills, antibiotics, and antidepressants, they just come right back out of your tap. Your standard pitcher filter from the store is not going to cut it here. These compounds are too small, too persistent. They're always around. You always need something that can filter these at a molecular level, and that is exactly what Cove Pure can do. Their Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, estrone, fluoride, PFAs, lead, arsenic. Basically, anything that isn't water gets filtered out. It strips everything out of the water, and then it puts calcium and magnesium back into the water before it comes out of your pitcher. I love that feature of it, that you're not drinking empty water, because that's like one of the drawbacks of reverse osmosis. Brennan loves the hot water instant feature. Boom, she made mashed potatoes with it.
I did.
Those fish did not have a choice about what was in their water, but you do. So go to covepure.com/Sean, COVEPURE.com/SHAWN. And right now you can get $250 off the CP16. CovePure.com/SHAWN. CovePure.com/SHAWN. It's been 2.5 months since we installed ours. No plumbing, no drilling, nothing. And our filters are still at 4 out of 4. So, and the filters aren't even that expensive to replace. So, it's, already probably with the pitcher filters, we would have had to replace them.
Yeah,
it would have started smelling like fish.
Yeah, those were gross.
This thing is great. I love the Cove Pure. COVEPURE.com.
Matt Brown would like you to see your texts.
Oh, okay. My phone is
He
upside
says,
down.
I texted Sean something he should read now.
Okay. Matt Brown rarely does that, so we will do that. Okay, Interior Press 47. Oh, I think I saw this post online. The advanced nano bubbler technology very effectively killed the algae that has plagued every Lincoln reflecting pool, reopening most infamously Obama's reopening since 1922. The reflecting pool water is crystal clear, and our National Park Service team is now vacuuming up the dead algae resting on the bottom of some parts of the reflecting pool, just like the destroyed Iranian Navy resting on the bottom of the Persian Gulf. I saw this post this morning. It's great. Absolutely great. Democrats hate America. They hate America. No, that's not nice to say. I'm not a nice person when I talk about Democrats, am I? But they do hate America, and I have the data to show it. Take a look.
How patriotic are Americans feeling this morning? With us now, CNN chief data analyst.
We will
Herrell.
always remember Lexington and Concord, people. We will always remember it here on CNC.
Patriots Day versus the 4th. We know which one is more important, but the meaning of the 4th. When we ask voters about this, what do most of them say at this point?
This, to me, is one of the most stunning divides that we have seen. You know, we're talking about polarization in politics. It even comes down to what you believe July 4th actually is. Like, what does July 4th mean to you? Celebrate America, friends and family time. Among Republicans, what do you see? You see the clear majority say it's a time to celebrate America, 65%. Among Democrats, however, the plurality disagree. Look at that. What do you see? Friends and family time at 42% versus just 24% who say that what it means most of them is to celebrate America. So even on the basic question of what July 4th means to you, we have Republicans on one end saying celebrate America, more of them say that, and Democrats on the other end saying that it means more to them to have time with friends and family.
What do they say about the flag?
Yeah, okay, so what do they say about the flag? Even on the basic level of flag, look at this. Look at how we have an increasing polarization on this issue. We'll display the flag on July 4th, the American flag. Back in July of 2001, look at this. You had 68% of Republicans, 65% of Democrats saying that they would, in fact, display the flag on July 4th. You come over to this side of the screen, Republicans basically are where they were 25 years ago, right? 64%. But look at that Democratic percentage, absolutely plummeting. Just 27% of Democrats say they will, in fact, display the flag on July 4th. Democrats and Republicans in different camps, even on the simple question of displaying the flag on July 4th, a polarization, a split that simply put did not exist a generation ago.
What about the sloganeering about proud to be an American?
Okay, what about this idea? Are you proud to be an American? Extremely or very proud to be an American? Again, look at this divide, a growing divide on this question. Back in January of 2001, 90% of Republicans, 85% of Democrats. This was after a very contentious 2000 election, keep in mind, right, with George W. Bush coming into the White House. You come over to this side of the screen in 2026. Look at this. Again, the Democratic percentage absolutely plummets to just 29% of Democrats say they're extremely or very proud to be an American.
Wow. So who's the stable party again? Republicans have gone from January of 2001 to June of 2026. 90% of Republicans say they're proud to be American. I don't know what the other 10%, what's wrong with them, but whatever. Democrats went from 85% to 29% in that same time frame. The Democrats hate America. The data proves it. What else is there to say? What else is there to say? Nothing! Screw them! They're the ones who nominated Mein Führer! Graham Plattner with his Nazi tattoo. Democrats hate America. They love algae, but they hate America. All right, let's get to a quick word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year. 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year. or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
There it is, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Golden Crest. Jeremy Herrell coming up next in just a matter of minutes with algae floating.
You guys can't hear behind the scenes, but he was liking that a lot.
I would love it. I think it's great. All right, last one. Go New York, go New York, go. There it is. The Knicks are going to the White House. Which Knicks? I don't know. But the Knicks are going to be the first NBA basketball team, champion team, to show up and accept the invitation to a Donald Trump White House. So, I'll tell you what. We're gonna pump the brakes and see who shows up and what kind of fanfare and garbage is said about these guys and if they cave to the pressure. I do think Jalen Brunson will go because he's a class act and he's a respectful, humble guy. Okay. But I'll tell you what. If the Knicks go, that's who the rest of the country should always root for, the New York Knicks. How about that? America's team. America's team. I'm proud of them and I know Joe, it's just because James Dolan is friends with Donald Trump. I don't care. I want to see these guys go. And I want to see these guys stand up for themselves. The Knicks have been disrespected, and they earned a lot of it over the last, 40 years or so. But they were disrespected all playoffs, too. They barely beat the Hawks. They swept the Sixers. And then they were underdogs against the Cavs and underdogs against the Spurs, and they won. So, go New York, go New York, go. Congratulations to the Knicks. Today is the championship parade in New York. I'll be watching a little bit of that and listening to Sports Radio. Sports Radio 66, WFAN. We love WFAN, my favorite radio station, sports radio station in the country, because there is no better one than WFAN. All right, folks, thank you so much for watching and listening. Jeremy's mad about the likes, so be prepared to get chewed out by Jeremy when he comes on. He's coming up next. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Thursday. See you back here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm on 1210 WPHT, 745 to 945 tomorrow morning as well for the Cut Sheet, Fight Club, and all that tomorrow morning. Have a great rest of your Thursday. See you tomorrow morning. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and screw the algae.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It is Thursday, June 18th, year of our Lord, 2026. And as always, you're locked and loaded right here with us on rumble.com/LFATV and YouTube at LFATVUS. We're very excited to have you here this morning as we celebrate the lead up to America's 250th birthday. We're so proud to be American. I don't know how you couldn't be. No matter who's in charge at the White House, you either are or you are not proud to be an American. My name is Jeremy Herrell. This is Live from America. Let me introduce to you somebody who I know is proud to be an American, no matter who is occupying 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and that is producer Eli. How you doing today?
You're mostly right. I'm always proud to be an American, but damn, man, when people like Obama and Biden are in there, it's just so damn hard. But anyway, it doesn't mean I'm not patriotic. Hit the Rumble button, hit the share button. We got a lot of news to get to, and I'm feeling American today, baby, so let's go.
Never hard to me. Never hard for me to be proud of America. I don't care who wins a popularity contest. America, America, America. The ideas behind it, the red, white, and blue, and the people that died for this country make me happier than a pig in slop to know that I get to wake up every day in this great country. As they say, the poorest person in America is richer than most of the world. And when you are blessed to be born in America and you love Jesus, there's nothing greater other than heaven. That's pretty much heaven on earth right there, baby. When you got that red, white, and blue waving, and you've got that Bible open, and you're trying your darndest not to give in to the flesh, which I do all the time, I'll admit, well then, hey, you're on the right path. I want to say hi to some people in here. How about Barb Naylor? How about Miguel Ortiz? Suzanne Vermontes, how you doing? Big Mama Campbell, Fun Mom, Patty, Willie Rumble, CC Jack, Sherry Welch, Mama Rhett, Janmar. We've got Press Peppy in the building, Carl and Aunt Lob and Luke, Mary and Shy Bear for life. Do I have another Chicago Bear fan in here? Well, Hammond, Indiana Bear fans, I guess. I don't think they'll change their name. Grammy Love, L. Brower, Denise, Darlene, Ann, how you doing? Erica Falkenberry, Cousin, Girl, Remy, Nick, T.D. Hodges, Jean, Oklahoma Luna. Is that what that said? Blessed Singer, Lisa Campbell. A couple more here on Rumble. Let's give it to T. Spiva, Kikalo, and Liddy's mom. But we got to go over to YouTube. Got to say hi to some of the people over there. I want to give a big shout out to the folks that are tuning in every day on the YouTube channel. We appreciate it. Hey, whether you agree with us or whether you disagree with us, I can guarantee that you are proud that you are born in this beautiful country of ours. Steven, how you doing? Another one bites McGrowan. Donnell Hall. Of course, producer Eli in there. Brian is in there. The lucky one is in there. Texas Blue Bonnet is in the building there. Sheila over on YouTube. We've got Shattered Cat. Cool name. Jeb Common. And one more here. Let's give it to Caroline. How you guys doing on YouTube as well? Scott says howdy from New Mexico. Well, do me a favor. Share the YouTube channel. Share the Rumble channel. Give a thumbs up. If you like us, give us 2 thumbs down. If you don't, and let's start out today by playing this. I thought we'd have a nice little laugh this morning, and I saw this comedic bit, and I said, oh, the LFA family will love this. You will absolutely love this, especially if you are familiar with Portland, Oregon. Roll it.
Portland, if female armpit hair was a city, this is it, man. Holy shit. You land, they let you know where you are. I didn't even get off the plane like, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for saying ladies, sorry to gender that speech. We mean humans or transhuman people. Just keep in mind the overhead compartments have been filled with illegal migrants, so let them scatter off. Let them off first, okay? They've had a tough ride from Venezuela, okay? Give them your pretzels or your chips. because they need it more than you. If you're white, don't forget to denounce your privilege before you get off the plane. Apologize to a black person or a queer person for a bunch of shit you never did. We're going to do a quick land acknowledgement before we exit. We just want to acknowledge that Gate 55 was stolen from Delta. It's now United, and so we just want to apologize to the Deltonian people. If any of your children are confused about their sex, we are doing sex reassignment surgeries for just 1,500 Sky Miles if you're a Medallion member. It's a wonderful deal. You want to take advantage of that today. That's going to be at baggage claim 15. Put them on the conveyor belt. By the time they come back around, they'll be snipped up. Night tip-top, ready to go. Hit the streets of Portland. We want to just remind you of the wonderful things that you can do while you're here in Portland. You can burn down a liquor store without getting arrested. Enjoy some of our great sites, like going to a CVS and having a teenager unlock your condoms while you wait 15 minutes in embarrassment. Or head down to the park and watch a heroin addict shoot needles in his dick in front of your 8-year-old. Welcome to Portland International Airport.
Eli. That guy's name is Tyler Fisher. And look, hey, I've seen, comedians that call themselves left-wing that make fun of Trump and conservatives too, and I laugh. If it's funny, Eli, if it's a good joke, I don't care what side of the aisle it's from, I laugh. That guy Tyler Fisher nailed it. Now there's a lot of illegal aliens up in the overhead compartments. They've been shuffled around up there. You might want to let them out. Apologize to a black or queer person for being white and straight.
It almost makes the last few years of all this crazy crap worth it just for the comedic material that we're getting now.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Hey, look, and I do laugh too. Don't get me wrong. When somebody's making fun of Trump, and you're like, he came out and he said, "Abu, okay, we killed him. He died like a dog. He died like a dog, and he cried. We call him Crybaby Abu. Yeah, we call him Crybaby. I don't cry." When people make fun of him for being redundant and repetitive, always saying, there would have been no war if I was president. If I was your president, there would have been no war, okay? Like, I get it. It's funny. Like, I laugh at that stuff because it's true. And you got to laugh at that stuff. You really do. Tyler Fisher, one of the funniest couple-minute bits I have ever seen in my entire life. Definitely check him out. He's a really, really, really good comedian. Also, LFATV.us. That is LFATV.us. LFATV.us. That is your one-stop shop, your official website for everything live from America TV. That is where you can watch current past shows. That is where you can watch short clips. That's where you can become a one-time or a monthly donor. I want to show you how this is done too. From day one, since you guys have always asked for LFA TV to be a thing, said that you guys would be able to fund it. It's always been powered by the people. And who would rather be powered by Pfizer than the people? You just go there, click how much you would like to donate and how often. You can click other. You can do $1. You can do $1 billion. Donate. It's very, very simple to do that. It takes you right to a secure site that is secured by Cornerstone. Pretty cool, right? Cornerstone and Align Pay. They're two companies that merge that handle all the transactions for us. The LFA TV store. Also, news. If you want to read through updated and current news, we've got that right there too. You can let LFA TV be your one-stop shop for all of your daily, current political and cultural news. Arrow Pink said, "Yay, Jeremy in the house. Thought you were off today. Good morning, all." No. I leave tomorrow, so I'll be here until then. Halo said, "I visited YouTube and shared the stream." That's all we ask. Thank you so very much. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you are into the audio podcast side of things, then you can check that out too. Jeremy Herrell, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. That's Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. As you can see, there's yesterday's show right there, Dog Walk in the Media. Check that out if you're into audio rather than video, or if you can only listen to audio because maybe you're at work or whatever. Download that today on any place that you get your audio podcast, Apple, iTunes, Spotify, wherever. Download it today. That is Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. And also, do not forget that Father's Day is coming up this weekend. You can still get the Father's Day deal at My Chicago Steak. Now, if you're a father like me and you've been collecting tools and stuff for your garage your entire life, there's probably not much that you don't have, right? You can only get so many screwdrivers. You can only get so many power drills. There's not a lot to get a dad. A dad is pretty content. But you know what a dad loves to do? A dad loves to have cigars, drink a little bit of bourbon, maybe a craft beer, wear a apron that says Best Grillin' Dad, and grill top-notch premium, premium and prime USDA approved 6-week aged steaks. Now, there are two different things here. You can get the best value or you can get the most popular. Either of those give you a ton of different steaks, cuts, sizes, shapes, and more. And you're going to get 4 free gifts because it's Father's Day. You're going to get 16 free 16-ounce steak burgers. You're going to get 1 free bottle of signature steak seasoning, and you're going to get a free $25 account credit along with the Best Grillin' Dad apron. If you're going to go out and spend a couple $100 anyway, you might as well do it where you know he's going to love it. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. That is mychicagosteak.com/LFA. One more time, mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Get your dad or your husband or whoever the present that they will remember forever. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Thank you guys very, very much. Also, want to give a big shout out to Debbie901. Debbie901 just donated a $50 Rumble rant and said, powered by the people. Thank you very much, Debbie. And thank you, Suzanne, for putting the link in the chat. Well, folks, it's that time. It's 1:15. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Please join with me. Bow your heads and let's go. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Amen. Suzanne, appreciate that. Thank you so very much. All right, let's get with it today because we got a lot to talk about. Now, I don't think that every Democrat on this planet hates America. I don't think that every Republican on this planet loves America. But when you are talking about polling, what polls do is they take the average opinion or the average statement from a group of people that are polled supposedly by random and asked X, Y, or Z. And why polls are supposed to be somewhat trustworthy, they're manipulated a lot because you don't know if the people that these pollsters are asking are truly just grabbed at random. But if they are, then when you poll, let's say 5,000 people, you can usually gauge where the country, because of math and statistics and arithmetic, you can usually gauge what portion of the country thinks what. Okay? Now, I'm going to show you producer Eli's thumbnail today that I had him make for this show. And I had him make this for a very simple reason. Because latest polls from left-wing outlets, and we're going to say left-wing as in CNN, latest polls say that a majority of Democrats hate America. Not that they hate the land that they're on so much, but they hate the idea of the red, white, and blue. They hate the idea today of the waving flag. They hate the idea of celebrating the 4th of July because the majority of people that were polled in these polls that caused me to make this thumbnail today, the majority of these people polled said that they have a negative outlook on the 4th of July. To them, it is a bunch of white European colonists who came and wiped indigenous people off the land. And here we are celebrating something that should not be celebrated. While people who love the red, white, and blue, the brand of America, why we have this country, the great experiment, and the people that died for it, they look at it as, hey, we're blessed to be here. We need to honor this country. We need to embrace what this country has always stood for. So we do have a big shift, and this is a big shift in the Democratic Party too, because if you go back 20 years, the people that were polled never said anything like this. So you got to ask yourself, why, if you do hate what this country stands for, then why are you here? You know, I always equate that to, let's say, the live chats. I have never in my life been in a live chat or even a thread of anything that I did or didn't, or that I didn't believe in, or that I didn't agree with for more than a couple sentences. I've never, stayed in a place I've hated. I wouldn't stay in a country if I thought so lowly of it either. If I thought that I was part of the problem, I would remove myself. Now, that's not saying if you hate where you live, you should automatically be kicked out. You shouldn't have citizenship, but it is an honest question that I have of somebody that says, this country sucks, I hate it, it was built on blood and slavery, and we should be ashamed of ourselves. Well, my question is, where is better? What's the alternative? And why aren't you there? Why wouldn't you rather be in a place that you believe in, that you're proud to be in? So, you know, coming from a military family and a railroad family, a hardworking blue-collar family that fought for this country, both grandfathers received multiple Purple Hearts. I love this country. I would die for this country. You'll never see Jeremy Herrell being an immigrant or a migrant. You'll never see me running to another country and saying, I'm claiming asylum from whatever's happening, because I will die on this soil of which I was born on. Producer Eli, is there anything you would like to add to my opening monologue?
Absolutely. All the examples you just gave are absolutely great, but they don't hold a candle. They don't hold a candle to the hypocrisy of the people who complain about stolen land. You know, this was the Native American land.
I know.
And all I hear is silence. All I hear is crickets chirping every time I see. Well, then leave, or move out of your house and go find a Native American family and say, here, this belongs to you now. Now I feel vindicated.
Yes.
They never say it. They just say, we're on stolen land and it's wrong.
Yeah.
And do something about it. Well, you know, I'm not going to do anything about it. Then shut up.
I know. I mean, hey, here's a suggestion for you. Here's an option for you. Here's an alternative for you. No. I just want to be mad. Now, somebody on YouTube said, grifting in the name of God and MAGA is trash. What's grifting? I have a job. I've had this job for 5 years. I used to be in sales and marketing of a technology company that sold protection for businesses who were online, safe walls and things like that, safeguarding their information. So I left that job and I came to do this job, of which first I was on Real America's Voice News, and the audience that I had said, we would love for you to start your own network. We will fund that. We will fund that through donations, subscriptions, and sponsorships. So I got to ask, Eli, what is having a job grifting? Is Jesse Waters grifting because he works at Fox? Is Ben Berkwam grifting because he works at Real America's Voice News? Is Anderson Cooper grifting because he works at CNN? Is Jake Tapper grifting because he works at CNN? Is Kristen Welker grifting because she works at MS Now? I've never understood the grift thing, Eli. You know what I mean? I offer a service of which we work, I don't know how many hours a day you work, Eli, but I do at least 12, usually 14, and we offer and supply a service for people who pay for it. Isn't that called the exchange of goods in a capitalistic society? I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's real easy to explain. The way podcasts are set up, we don't technically have commercials, so Jeremy is the commercial. So when you see him advertising a product, it's absolutely no different than when you're watching a news or a TV show or a movie and then it stops and a commercial comes on. It's a commercial. It's a sponsor. It's something that helps keep the show going. This isn't hard to understand, but you numbnut lefties, it's grifting, into grifting, into grift. Shut up.
Yeah, I guess plumbers grift when they come in, offer a service of plumbing and heating at your house. I guess electricians grift when they come in, they fix an electrical problem. I guess contractors grift when they come and offer a service that people pay for. You can scream out grift all you want. You can scream out that the Iran deal is bad or that it doesn't say what it says, but why would anybody believe somebody on a YouTube channel over official documents and actual money that people pay for services? I'd like to give a big shout out to Rob K. Said, Jeremy and Eli, I'm 56 today. Can I get a shout out? Not only can you get a shout out, Rob, you can get a song from our resident singer, Producer Eli. Producer Eli, do you mind? Rob's birthday, 56 years old today. 56 years young, I might add.
Absolutely. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rob. Happy birthday to you. Thank you, sir, and happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I want to correct Drew D. Rooker, too. He says, and when you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and the street corners and be seen by others. Clearly you don't know the Bible, sir. Okay? The Bible is saying you cannot pray in public. Not at all. As a matter of fact, Jesus says just the opposite. Jesus says pray without ceasing. Never stop praying. Ever. What they were talking about were people who do it for that reason. I'm going to go out and pray just so people can see me praying, just so I can be lifted up on a soapbox or a pedestal. If you read that, that's what it's saying. Don't be like the hypocrites who do it just for acknowledgement. We pray to start every show because, like everything, you should pray to God before you enter anything, before you enter any journey, before you go to work, before you drive in a car, before you go on vacation, before you whatever. Praying is something that always should happen. And praying with people is okay. It's the heart. It's the intent. And yes, Copper Ops, I do work 14 hours every single day. Not every day, sometimes 12. But thank you for being in my household and seeing exactly what I do. Let's move on to the first slurp, and let's get to the news. Noah Braun says that's where the Lord's Prayer comes from. Absolutely. Absolutely. The Sermon on the Mount. Absolutely. But when you only cherry pick things and you don't actually read the Bible, it's very hard to understand anything at all. Now let's get to that. Poll finds that only 27% of Democrats who were asked plan to display the American flag on 4th of July. Eli, I know this is a very difficult question, but can you tell me what is the 4th of July?
That would be the celebration of the freedom of our country.
The birth of our country. Where freedom, as far as a nation is concerned, was born. Truly giving power to the people of that nation, first of its kind. The great experiment. So, if only 27% of Democrats plan on displaying the American flag during 4th of July, why is that? I'm going to show you some other polls here, too, that say that Democrats say that, the ones that were polled anyway, not all of you, not all Democrats, but the ones that were polled, they say Democrats say that 4th of July is not a time for celebration of America, but it's time for family and friends to get together. I guarantee you they don't like Memorial Day. I guarantee you they hate Veterans Day. They absolutely can't stand Columbus Day. You've seen what they've done with that. For some reason, the Democratic Party has turned into the party that does not love where they live. And it's odd. Now, that contrasts sharply with the images of tourists from Scotland and the UK and Ghana and Panama and Portugal and Spain and all these other countries who are visiting the U.S. for the World Cup for the first time. And unlike American Democrats, these visitors love America more than they do. The visitors here that were lied to their entire lives about what America is like are saying, why did the media lie to us here and at home? This place is great. This place is wonderful. What the heck? Why would you hate this place? And there's no shortage of Democrats to tell you why they hate this place. Now, what their answer probably will be is, we hate it under Donald Trump. Donald Trump has destroyed the country, and the country is no longer the same. Well, you would be in the minority of that thought process because the majority of the country voted for him. I'd like to thank Door Slam and McGrowan. Slam 4861 says, we filled up yesterday evening at Sam's Club in San Angelo, Texas for $2.75 for 14 gallons of 87 regular. Boy, those gas prices just keep coming down, don't they? As America prepares to celebrate its 250th birthday, the poll finds that, by the way, this poll was conducted by, it was a joint poll experiment. This was the Reuters and Ipsos survey. It was conducted from June 12th through June 15th among 1,600 U.S. adults, random, apparently, asking Americans how they plan to celebrate the 4th of July, Independence Day this year, including whether they intended to display a U.S. flag, attend patriotic events, and what the holiday represents to them. The poll found this. 64% of Republicans said they would display an American flag outside of their home on July 4th. I'm surprised it's only 64%, to be honest with you. But compared to just 27%, or almost like 1/3 of Democrats saying the same thing. So at least 27% say they would. The survey also found major differences in how Americans view the significance of the national holiday. Nearly 2/3 of Republicans said that July 4th is a day where they celebrate the United States of America, while only 24%, so even less, of Democrats said the same. I just want to take a quick break here. Serby put in Acts 1:14. Acts 1:14. They all joined together constantly in prayer, along with women and Mary and mother of Jesus and with his brothers. Yeah, exactly. Again, you can easily cherry pick the Bible, but if you don't read it, you don't know about it. I may know more about the Bible than I do politics. Either way, I'll have a debate with anybody about anything, anytime, anywhere. Democrats and independents were also more likely than Republicans to describe July 4th as just any other day. That's in quotes. With both groups registering 11 percentage points higher than Republicans on that measure. Big shout out to the $20 donation coming in from T. Spiva, who put America with a bunch of American flags. So what happened? Because just in the Democrat National Convention, where there was no primary, they just selected somebody, by the way, where the Democrat voters' voices were suppressed. They didn't get a say-so whether they wanted Kamala Harris or not. She was implemented. She was placed in there by the Democratic establishment. Just then, 2 years ago, Democrats were all happy about the American flag. So are you meaning to tell me, and I actually have that video. I have the video.
And I think
where it says that. There it is right there. Thank you very much. Here we go.
Hit the best note, which was they have reclaimed patriotism.
This is 2024.
Wes Moore has been trying to do this and talking about it since he started running for governor of Maryland 2 years ago. But think about the amount of flags and stars and stripes we've seen over the last few days. If the volume was down on your TV and you were squinting, you might think you were watching the RNC. And this is so rattling for Donald Trump.
What happened? So you mean to tell me the only reason that they hate the flag is because of Donald Trump? They hate Trump so much it makes them hate the flag? they hate Trump so much it makes them hate the country. You see all the Democrat signs in their yard say, hate has no place here? Well, unless it comes to Donald Trump, right? Because you hate him. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break and go to J.D. Vance live from looks like the press secretary room. And it looks like he's doing a press briefing right now. Let's go there now.
A state sponsor of terrorism having a nuclear weapon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You were just saying that you're hoping this deal would prevent Iran in the future from getting a nuclear weapon. But from what's been put out there of the MOU, I'm curious, how does the MOU reflect that in the future Iran will not, in fact, get a nuclear weapon? What's stopping them from down the road, to your point, rebuilding and restarting from where we were pre the war?
Well, number one, they would have to get a lot of money in order to rebuild a nuclear program. You're talking about billions and billions of nuclear infrastructure that the United States destroyed. In order for them to rebuild that program, they would have to get a lot of money. And we have them in an economic chokehold right now that we're not going to release until they fundamentally change their behavior. What would that look like? That would mean a real inspections regime. That would mean a real enforcement regime. As the MOU contemplates, that would mean the destruction of their enriched stockpile. All of these things are the sorts of steps you're going to take if you're serious about ending your nuclear weapons program. And that, again, is why I go back to this fundamental trade that's built into the deal. They need money to do anything. Their economy is in absolute dire straits. But in order for them to get any integration into the world economy, they're going to have to show us and verify for us that they are changing their behavior. And that's why the deal is set up in the way that it is. Go ahead.
President Trump said yesterday that he was going to blame you if the talks with Iran go sideways. Are you worried that he's going to make you the fall guy?
No, not at all. I mean, I think the president was joking, but as he often does. But no, I think, look, the entire team has worked very well on this, and we've got this thing to a very good place for the American people. Now, I have seen some progressive criticisms of me personally saying, what experience does the Vice President of the United States have with hostile, high-stakes negotiations? And I would point those progressive critics to the fact that just 2 days ago, I spent over an hour on The View. So I actually have great experience in very hostile negotiations, and I've used that. I mean, look, Joy Behar is way tougher than the Iranians, and she and I are best friends now. So we're going to get to a good place here. We're going to get to a good place. We're already at a good place. It's just a question of whether we can really get the icing on the top of fundamentally transforming Iran's relationship with the world. Go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of just timing questions. How soon, as the MOU lays out, can Iran start selling any of its oil that has sort of been impounded, right, with the blockade? And two, can you sort of explain the Lebanon component to the MOU and how that front works and the enforceability of it?
Yeah, so the Lebanon component, this is about regional peace, right? This is about regional peace. And what that means is we expect Hezbollah is not going to be firing rockets and firing drones at the Israelis. And we also expect that the Israelis are not going to be going wild in Lebanon, right? Both sides have to honor their end of the deal. Now, as you guys know, sometimes these ceasefires are a little messy. The President of the United States said this a couple of weeks ago, that a ceasefire in that region of the world just means they're shooting a little bit less at each other than they were before. What you've seen is radical progress in Lebanon, less shooting, less firing, but you're still going to have these little flare-ups from time to time, and that's just the sort of thing that we're going to have to manage through the diplomatic process. Secretary Rubio's been sort of the person on point. It's actually worked out extraordinarily well because we do have substantially less shooting, but it's going to be something we have to manage. And eventually what we want to see is the Lebanese government, the elected representatives of the people of Lebanon, who are able to police southern Lebanon so that Hezbollah is not taken over the country, the Israelis are not threatened, and then consequently the Israelis are not attacking southern Lebanon or Beirut either. That's the plan there. You asked about the Iranian oil. Look, one of the interesting things that you've seen is that the Iranians have been completely unable to sell oil, not because of sanctions, but because of the blockade. Fundamentally, the thing that we have done here, the original, what we give, what they give, is that we said we're going to lift the blockade, we're going to allow you to sell some of your oil, and they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz. We see that process starting to work already. It's going to take a little time before it picks up fully, but that's where we are today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The MOU, just on the Strait, the MOU guarantees these 60 days of toll-free passage, but after that it is, of course, led to a regional dialogue with Oman and Iran deciding the future governance of the Strait. A senior U.S. official told us yesterday that they expect Iran to push aggressively on this, but also that Gulf states won't allow any kind of tolls. How strenuously will the U.S. fight to keep tolls out of the Strait and keep any fees away from the future Strait commercial traffic? And are you going to leave it to the Gulf states to kind of fight this battle?
Well, first of all, we believe international waterways should be free of tolls, and that's been our position. That's what you see, of course, in the 60 days of the MOU. And when you say it leaves it open, it doesn't really leave it open, except in the sense that, of course, the final negotiation is going to set the terms of what comes afterwards, right? You said, I think that it's the Omanis and the Iranians, but it's actually the MOU contemplates that the Omanis, the Iranians, and the Gulf Coast Coalition together will figure out a proper security framework for the Straits in the future. And what I mean by that is that we don't ever want this to happen again. Right? That's not about tolling. That's about ensuring that the Straits are never used as a choke point for the global economy ever again. It's frankly not what the Iranians want. It's not what the Omanis want. It's not what the GCC wants either. So what we're going to do, of course, working with our allies in the region, is to ensure that that is reflected in the final deal. And if that's not reflected in the final deal, there's not going to be a final deal. And that is, I keep coming back to this fundamental structural point of this negotiation, which is that we have all the cards. If the Iranians want the benefits of the bargain, they have to give us the things that are necessary to get those benefits. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
We'll do both. Okay. Both you guys. There's one in the white and then one in, orange, I think.
What about the pink?
I'm sorry? Okay. Maybe I'm colorblind. It looks more orange to me. I don't want to have a debate about that. Orange, pinkish. You go first, and then in front of you can go second.
President, thank you, Mr. Vice President. How does the points about granting some immediate waivers on sanctions, especially from the Treasury Department, how does that square with the Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act? And are you planning on briefing Congress on this portion?
Yeah, so I talked to James Braid, our head of OLA. We do plan to brief Congress very soon. I believe that they got the formal copy of the signed document this morning, and if not, they're going to get it at some point later today. We are planning a briefing. I believe right now the House is out of session, the Senate is in session, though maybe I've reversed that. But we're going to ensure that the team briefs Congress and, of course, answers their questions. We've been doing that informally, of course, talking to a number of people in Congress just over the last week. We'll keep on doing that, and we'll have a formal briefing. I won't say exactly when that will be because it depends a little bit about session schedule. Your point about the sanctions is I'll go back to what I said earlier, which is really the choke point on Iranian oil was never the sanctions. We didn't see that as a major concession to the Iranians. Frankly, the Iranians didn't see that as a concession to them because what prevented them from selling oil was not the sanctions. They were selling plenty of oil without any discount because the sanctions were just fundamentally ineffective at that point. What the sanctions did do is move the Iranian financial system to sort of the shadow banking system. So by lifting the blockade, that's the significant thing that has changed. And by lifting the sanctions, we're actually going to be able to see a little bit where their financial system actually sends money and receives money. That's a real benefit to the American people. And that's really the only thing that has changed by the change in sanctions. Oh, sorry. I forgot that part of the question. No, we don't think so. We actually have an opinion from OLC we feel quite confident about that, Congress does, there are certain things that require congressional approval. There are certain things that don't require congressional approval. We feel quite confident that we can temporarily lift those sanctions without going to Congress and seeking their approval on that.
Apparently, there's been reports coming out of Israel that Iran is already funneling oil money to Hezbollah even before this particular MOU was signed. And how exactly is the U.S. looking at this? If we're talking about behavior on part of Iran, I mean, October 7th happened. And if there's concern that perhaps Hezbollah could end up doing some sort of attack on that scale, then, how exactly are we talking about the reaction from the United States if we're talking about perhaps a humongous scale attack that actually could happen? Are we waiting for that type of attack? I mean, what exactly is a scale here?
Sorry, you said what exactly is a scale?
Well, I mean, what type of attack would it take to actually get a reaction from the United States to say, okay, now we're actually going to start dropping bombs on on Iran for having bad behavior.
Well, we don't want any scale of any attack. Any attack, whatever its scale, is unacceptable under this agreement. Now, you asked the question saying that oil money was flowing to Hezbollah before the MOU was signed, and it's one of the reasons why we are actually engaged in this process is to ensure that no money is flowing to Hezbollah. So it's interesting where people will say that the MOU is bad because the MOU produces consequences that were actually happening well before the MOU was signed. That's not a reflection on the MOU. That's a reflection of why we need the MOU to ensure that we have the regional peace and stability that we need. Now, what I would say to some of the critics of the deal that I've heard that will say, well, Iran's going to get all this benefit. I'll repeat what I've said, and I'm probably going to have to repeat it a number of times, is what is the benefit that the Iranians get that they didn't have before? And the answer is nothing. They don't get anything unless they change their behavior. If they change their behavior, that is a thing to celebrate. That's going to transform the Middle East for a generation. If they don't change their behavior, they don't get the benefit of the bargain. And I think, I got to be honest, I think fundamentally this idea that, and it's a misrepresentation of the MOU, this idea that the Iranians get all these benefits before the deal is actually consummated. The idea that they get benefits before they change their behavior is fundamentally a talking point that is issued by people who want the conflict to continue indefinitely, despite the fact that that's not good for the American people and it's not good for the region. Way in the back. All the way back in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Vice President.
Red here, you mean? Are you red?
We'll do, okay, sorry.
Thank you. I'm wearing bright red.
So many
today.
people are wearing red. You can go first. Kara, right?
Thank you, Kara.
Okay,
Thank
and then
you.
next after that.
Okay, great. Could you highlight the major differences between this deal and President Obama's deal in 2015 and why the administration believes that this deal is superior? And second,
Sure.
Mr. Vice President, President
Great
Trump
question,
has been vocal
Kara.
lately about
Great question.
his disapproval for Bibi Netanyahu's attacks on Lebanon. Has the administration spoken to Bibi Netanyahu directly about the president's concerns recently, and what is the feedback from Israel?
Yeah, so we speak to Bibi or speak to somebody in the Israeli government, just as we speak to the Gulf Coast Coalition, our regional partners, pretty much every day, at least at some high level of our government. Look, the president's been very clear. He does not withdraw from Israel. No one could withdraw from another country the right of self-defense. Israel has the right to defend itself. But fundamentally, the Israelis, just like everybody else, have to respect this peace process that is fundamentally good for them and good for the entire region. What the president has grown frustrated sometimes is that we seem to be right on the cusp of a major breakthrough in the agreement, and then all of a sudden there's a major explosion that goes off in a civilian population center in Beirut, and a lot of people who have nothing to do with Hezbollah lose their lives. That's not acceptable. That's the sort of thing that we've asked for closer coordination so that we ensure it doesn't happen. And our message to the Israelis, just as our message to everybody else, is fundamentally, we want this peace process to be good for you. We do not want Hezbollah attacking Israel, but in order to ensure that that happens, we have got to actually build the kind of regional framework that can cut off the money to Hezbollah, cut off Iranian support for Hezbollah, and also ensure that Lebanon's territorial sovereignty is respected by all parties. And the difference between the two agreements. So first of all, the two big differences are not even in the substance of the deal itself, but something I said earlier are
the other countries,
number one,
the nations.
The Gulf Coast Coalition
That's it.
loves this deal because they think that it makes Iran weaker.
That's it.
They hated the Obama deal because they thought that it made Iran stronger.
100%.
They know more about this, and they have more to lose than anybody, including the United States of America, so I trust their judgment.
Yep.
The second thing is where the deal came from. You have to remember, in 2015, Iran had built a sophisticated nuclear weapons program with a nuclear weapons stockpile. So the perspective that we came at as the United States was, you already have a really nice nuclear program. We're going to bribe you with American money in order to stop it. Our perspective and where we're coming at it is, we already destroyed your nuclear program. And so if you promise and show verifiable pathways to not rebuild it, then we're willing to give you some sanctions relief and things like that. So it's a fundamentally different perspective. Now, there are all these substantive differences as well. The Obama nuclear deal allowed enrichment. Ours will not. The Obama deal allowed the accumulation of stockpiled weapons-grade material. Ours is actually leading to the destruction of that stockpile.
But everybody
of
will
enriched
still
material.
complain.
So there are many differences. The Obama deal gave them over $1 billion of American money. This deal gives them $0 of American money. So a lot of substantive differences, but I think the most important differences are where we're coming at it from a position of strength. And
I know this is live, but I'm pausing it. You see that, folks? 0 American money, 0 enrichment, 0 stockpiling of weapons. Oops. Oops. It's also on the official deal. It's also one of the points on the official deal. So please tell me how anybody that's crying about this has more information than the official deal and all of the Gulf states and their leaders saying that they love it. But yeah, the Democrats on YouTube are
the
right.
fact that our Gulf Coast partners love this deal. No, sorry. I said the other, all the way in the back. Thank you.
Margaret with the Daily Wire. The president has said that if Iran doesn't behave themselves, we're going to resume military action. So what is the red line for what Iran can do before they cross that red line and we do resume military action?
Well, it's going to be a holistic approach where we look at their behavior. Are they funding terrorism? Are they leading to attacks of other people? Are they trying to get centrifuges to redevelop their nuclear weapons program? There are all these questions that we're going to ask about whether they've actually changed their behavior. Do they allow the inspectors in as they have promised that they would do, or do they refuse to allow those inspectors in? A whole host of things we're going to see. We're working towards a very successful resolution of this process. But again, it takes two to tango. And what the president's just saying is that we maintain economic, diplomatic, and military leverage that nobody else in the world has. So if the Iranians want to change, great. We're going to help them. If they don't change, we still got all the cards. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, sorry. In the blue jacket. Yep.
This one right here. This one right here, Mr. Vice President.
That's a Navy jacket. Should we have a debate about the difference between blue and Navy? Not that guy, because you give a speech whenever you ask a question. I'm going to give her an opportunity. Hold on. Guys, you're speaking over the person who's asking the question.
There's been a lot of frustrations with Americans, particularly about the gas prices. You touted the fact that they're coming down. The president has gone on True Social touting this. But when should they expect to see gas reach that $3 threshold?
Well, I'm not an economist, and I think even the economists would get this wrong, but the fact that you've seen gas come down about 65 cents a gallon on the national average, and the fact that you see oil prices that are basically close to where they were at the very beginning of the conflict, I think you're going to see a substantial reduction in gas prices. I'm not going to predict the exact price. If I was able to do that, I might be in a different business than politics. But we do think you're going to see significant relief at the pump on top of what we've already seen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You keep saying that Iran will only reap economic rewards if they comply and change their behavior. But under this deal, they are being allowed now to sell their oil freely. Again, how is that not a financial benefit? And they're being allowed to do that without making any new concrete nuclear commitments. So can you explain how is that not lopsided?
Well, first of all, they've made very concrete nuclear commitments. They have committed to the destruction of the highly enriched stockpile that they have in their possession. But number two, all we've done is lift the blockade in the Straits of Hormuz. We basically returned it to where it was before the conflict. The blockade is off. We put that in after the conflict started. The straits are now open. That's not a new benefit to the Iranians. They were selling oil for many, many years, well before we ever put the blockade. We opposed that blockade. They stopped selling oil, and now we've lifted the blockade in order to promote the free flow of energy across the world. Go ahead.
A U.S. official described having secured some of these quote-unquote gentlemen's agreements with Iran on certain aspects of the negotiation. So when it comes to highly enriched uranium, can you walk us through what's been secured, even in these kind of gentlemen's agreements, on how exactly they're going to get rid of the stockpile? Are there agreements on low-grade enrichment? How long is the moratorium on enriching uranium for Iran? And are any of these gentlemen's agreements written down anywhere?
So some of them are written down, but fundamentally, whether they're written down or spoken, this is why we structured the deal that we did, because we don't trust words. We trust action, and we trust conduct. And so we're going to reward conduct, and we're not going to reward any words, whether they're written on a sheet of paper or not. There's a lot of discussion, the MOU, the gentleman's agreements, the final deal. Words don't matter, ladies and gentlemen. We're about verification. And so what we're going to do is to say, if they do the things that they have promised to do, they have promised not to enrich. They have promised that they would allow inspectors in to destroy that highly enriched stockpile, and then, of course, it's not usable anymore. You take it somewhere else. They promised a number of things, and that's why the deal contemplates a number of benefits if they do those things. But it doesn't do anything if they don't actually meet those promises. Go ahead.
Follow up on that, sir.
Go ahead.
If they don't follow through with their commitment, will the U.S. go back to imposing sanctions and the blockade, or does Iran get to keep some of the concessions that it has already secured?
Well, first of all, the sanctions are still on with the exception of the oil sanctions, which I talked about were no longer effective. The purpose of the oil sanctions is to drive down how much Iran is charging for a price for a barrel of oil. Those sanctions had stopped being effective. The blockade is what's effective. And again, that's the thing that has changed in accordance with them opening the Strait of Hormuz. No sanctions will come off unless they perform the benefit of the bargain, and every sanction will come back on. Like hypothetically. Let's say 2 years down the road, they've done what we need to see on the nuclear program, and we release the sanctions as the deal contemplates. Then they decide they're going to start rebuilding the nuclear program. Then, of course, those sanctions are going to come back on. And that's why it's really kind of like a dial. As they dial up their good behavior, we can dial up the economic relief. If they dial down their good behavior, we can turn it off. It's the good thing about having the leverage, and it's a good thing about being the United States of America, where we just fundamentally have so much influence in the world financial system. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Leader Thune said it's unrealistic to get the Save America Act passed by attaching it to FISA, which is what the president's looking for. Do you believe this is possible?
Well, why don't we try? Why don't we try and at least force people to vote against it? One of the things that sometimes frustrates me about the legislative process is that people will go into it saying, this isn't possible, therefore we're not even going to try. Well, let's actually see. Let's try it. And if it's not possible, then let the people put their name on it. This is also good for the American people. How many American senators know that the American people love the Save America Act because they believe in voter ID? But how many of those same senators don't want to vote for it because they know that the radical elements within their own party would punish them for it? Let people go on the record and actually answer to the American people, which is why I think we should do exactly as the president said. Rob. Rob.
Thank you very much. On Monday, we were told the MOU will be published within 48 hours. The president then said after Friday. You, I think, then said by Friday, and then it ended up being read out on a briefing call yesterday. We were told the MOU had been signed electronically on Sunday. There was an Axios report that it hadn't been. There's going to be a signing ceremony on Friday, and then it's signed at Versailles last night. Is what's going on behind the scenes as chaotic as your public messaging?
Well, I don't think our public messaging has been chaotic. I think dealing with a fractured Iranian system where communication isn't great is just sometimes something that we don't fully appreciate or we don't fully understand. What really happened here is that we did sign the MOU on Sunday. That locked into the terms of the deal. What the Iranians came to us and said is, we'd like not to release the text until Friday. I didn't really understand that. I wanted to get the text out immediately. But in order to be accommodating to them, we said, sure, okay, we'll wait until Friday. And then what happened over Monday, Tuesday, the president was in G7. Maybe foreign leaders were talking to the Iranians and encouraging them to do that. We were definitely saying to them, we understand your desire not to have the text out until Friday, but we live in a democratic system. The American people want to see the text of this deal. We would certainly like to get it out as soon as possible. And so they came up with having their president sign it, our president sign it, and then just releasing the text as a signed document immediately at that point. I do wonder, Rob, this is pure conjecture, I'm just guessing at this. I wonder if part of it is that they wanted to have a Persian translation, a Farsi translation that they felt good about. And then, of course, once they translate it into Farsi, our State Department has to confirm that the Farsi translation matches the meaning of the English. I think that is part of what was going on here. But the text is out there now. We said that we would be transparent about it. But the reason why it went back and forth a little bit about when exactly the text would be released is just we were trying to show good faith to the Iranians, who, for reasons I have no idea, cared a lot about how the text itself was rolled out. Blue tie there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. As you know, because you were involved in this process, the MOU allows for Iran to sell its oil right away, which means that Iran can take in on a monthly basis tens of millions of dollars. Iran's economy was in tatters. How is this not essentially giving a lifeline to Iran economically? And what's to prevent Iran from using all of that money, all of those millions of dollars, to prop up its proxies in the region?
Well, the number one thing is that we actually see where the money moves now because of what we've done with the financial sanctions. We actually know where the money is going to move. And so we have great confidence that we're going to be able to see if they try to fund terrorist organizations, we're going to be able to see that. But you said that millions of dollars is a lifeline. Right now, the Iranian nation is a nation of 94 million people. Their economy is in a free fall. They have sky-high inflation, and fundamentally, about $1 trillion of damage to their industrial base was caused over the last 3 months. The idea that selling a few $1,000,000 worth of or a few $1,000,000 worth of oil is going to fundamentally transform the Iranian economy, that's just not true. We thought that it would be good in order to lift the blockade and open the Straits of Hormuz to allow the free flow of energy. We felt that it was reasonable that if we're going to allow everybody else to sell their energy during this period of negotiation, we would allow everyone to sell their energy. That's all we're doing. We can slap everything right back on if the Iranians don't make the deal that we expect. Yeah. Either one. Either one. Yeah. Guys, how about both of you? Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, so President Trump said we'll finish one, talking about Iran, and he said then Cuba is next. Is Cuba next? And also on Colombia, Mr. Vice President, he has mentioned Colombia 3 times this week. Why is it so important, the election day in Colombia for President Trump?
You guys have to ask Marco about Cuba. That's not... Look, our view, go ahead in a second, but let me just actually answer this guy's question. Fundamentally in Cuba, it is a system that hasn't worked. They can't make any money. Their economy is frankly probably in worse shape than the Iranian economy. It's 90 miles from our shore, so every time that there's a crisis, you end up having desperate refugees or desperate, people who can't feed their families trying to flood into our country. We want the people of Cuba to be happy and successful. We're actually talking to the Cuban government right now about how they could change their ways to change that. We're going to see what they do, and obviously, if they do one thing, we're going to do something. If they make smart decisions, we're going to have a much better relationship with that island. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, thank you so much. I know that you are still not sure if you are going to run for president in 2028, but if you do not, is there anyone in particular that you would want to see run?
He's not going to answer that.
Stephen Kapuska.
He's not going to answer that.
I want Stephen Kapuska to run for president. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice President Vance. I've got 2 questions. Could you describe the status of your Switzerland trip? Are you definitely still going? What are your plans? And also, if we could drill down on frozen funds. There's been a lot of focus on oil sanctions, but on frozen funds, what's your understanding of how much money is frozen? How much of that is in the U.S.? And a senior administration official briefed some of us reporters earlier this week that there might be small antes, is what he said, like small releases of money to build trust with the Iranians early on. Could you describe that whole situation?
So on the frozen funds, the amount of money, I honestly don't know. I've heard numbers north of $100 billion. I've actually heard numbers north of $200 billion. Most of it is not in United States accounts. Most of it's either in the Gulf or in Europe or somewhere else. But I don't know the exact amount of money. It's a lot. It's one of the reasons why we've had such a successful chokehold on the Iranian economy, though by not even close to the main reason. We're not releasing a single dollar of that money until the Iranians perform. And there are a number of ways they could perform. For example, let's say they actually take meaningful steps, and this could happen very quickly, to destroy that stockpile of enriched material, then we're going to have a conversation about it. But they have to perform. I've seen some reports, I don't know where this came from, that the Qataris had released billions of dollars in Iranian assets. That's just not true. It would be impossible for the Qataris to do that without our buy-in and certainly without us seeing it. So a lot of this reporting is just fundamentally wrong. They don't get a dollar of unfrozen assets, their money, not our money, but they don't get $1 of unfrozen assets until they actually perform under the deal. You asked about Switzerland. Our plan is to go to Switzerland. I don't know exactly when. The way that we're setting up this technical negotiation is that obviously you're going to have the political leadership involved. Excuse me. We're going to have people on the ground actually driving the technical talks, the nuclear talks. How do you destroy this highly enriched uranium? All that stuff.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just not to really cut him off for long, but I just wanted to let you know that the show is going on. This just chimed in, and I wanted to hear what he had to say about Iran, about the details. So it looks like it's getting ready to wrap up soon, and we'll come back to the news.
Country Iran to get out of, and so we're trying to figure out exactly when that's going to happen. I suspect this weekend, but I'm not sure.
You're not going tomorrow to Switzerland.
I may. It just depends on exactly when the Iranians can get there. We're trying to figure that out as we speak. But again, I suspect it will happen this weekend. We're going to find out exactly when over the coming days. Go ahead, babe.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. Just two questions for you. To follow up on an earlier question, Secretary Rubio said in March that the goal of this war was to, quote, to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles. You just said earlier that the military program is destroyed. U.S. intelligence estimates that Iran still retains roughly 70% of its pre-war ballistic and cruise missile stockpile. So when did the administration decide to abandon that part of the original mission? And then just second as well, moving forward, are you leading the U.S. team moving forward in terms of the negotiations? How involved will you be?
Yeah, so I'm certainly planning to lead the U.S. negotiating team. But on the first question, you talked about an intelligence report that was anonymously leaked to a reporter that was not with context and that, frankly, is not accurate. What has changed about the Iranian ballistics missile program is it matters much less the number of missiles they have, the number of bullets. What matters much more is the number of launchers they have, and importantly, the teams on the ground that have the capacity to launch those missiles. Their ability to launch missiles has been substantially degraded. Is it zero? No, but it's substantially degraded, and in that sense, we haven't abandoned the mission. We've accomplished that particular part of the mission. If you look at the Gulf Arab allies, and obviously the Israelis who faced a lot, the two of them together faced a brunt of these missile attacks, each of them feels substantially safer today from the Iranian missile threat than they did before. Obviously, that is something that we would like to continue. All the president said yesterday is that you can't expect any country to give up its right of self-defense. You have to have parity, and that's what the president of the United States was talking about. Go ahead. No, guys. Yeah.
Pope Leo's reaction to the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding.
I have it. What did he say?
All right, okay. I'll give you the
The
short
MOU,
version. Sir.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. He said.
Go ahead. After you.
I'll give you the short version. All right. He says he welcomes the agreement between the U.S. and Iran. He says it hopes it will help strengthen mutual trust, security, and stability in the Middle East. And he also hopes that it's truly a solution to the war and that the war is really over. What do you say to the Pope, sir?
My response to that is praise Jesus. I'm glad that the Pope has positive things to say about our MOU. I think that the Pope is fundamentally accurate, and it's going to be good for the entire world.
Jesus.
But we got to keep working at it to make sure that the Iranians honor the commitments that they've made. And then yes, you in front. Go ahead.
Is this the last question?
How's your book guys, the thing is, there's so many people in here. I could say the red tie, and then 9 of you.
Yeah, they don't do this with Caroline.
The burgundy tie.
The MOU calls for
There we go, that guy.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. The MOU calls for a U.S. troop withdrawal from the Gulf region tied to the final deal. Can you say whether the drawdown will affect U.S. forces past Iraq and Syria, where American troops currently help protect Kurdish-held areas from the Iranian-backed militias?
Okay, so the drawdown contemplated, again, this is the final deal. This is assuming that the Iranians comply, that they give us verification, that they take real substantial conduct towards this peace agreement. What we're saying is that we will withdraw troops to the pre-conflict level, meaning we're not going to keep a couple of extra aircraft carrier groups over there. The Iranians don't want that. Frankly, we don't want that either. Go ahead. Yeah.
Not going to be funding that $300 billion fund. Who exactly is funding that? Is that private companies? And I also noticed that your voice is hoarse. Are you sick? Have you been using your voice a lot?
Well, I've been on a bit of a book tour the past couple of days, but I can't promote my book here in the White House press briefing room. I had a cold about a week ago. That and talking a lot about this deal and talking a lot about the book, I'm definitely a little bit hoarse. But you asked, your first question was about
is funding that $300 billion.
Oh, I see. So what's interesting about this is there is a great desire from the Arab world and from outside the Arab world to actually get involved in Iran if they behave properly. So for example, let's say the United Arab Emirates, who've been a great ally over the last, not just few months, but over the last many years, let's say that they would like to invest in building a power plant. That actually is impossible right now because of the way that U.S. sanctions work. And so what we're saying is that if you behave, and if the Emiratis themselves want to build a power plant, then we will do the sanctions relief necessary to make that possible. The good thing about that is that it actually creates integration, which is leverage. A world where the Gulf Coast Coalition has greater leverage into the Iranian economy is a world where the Iranians are going to be heavily prevented from misbehaving. So it's a lot of the Gulf Coast Coalition, again, they see that Iran is weakened, they see there's an opportunity to build a new relationship there, and they're saying if they behave, and if the United States is willing to allow this to happen, then absolutely we want to change our relationship with Iran. No, well, I mean, I assume that in the United Arab Emirates there would be private money and so forth that would be part of this. But again, this is so far in advance because it assumes a transformation in Iranian behavior. Sure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. As you know, the Iranian-backed groups in the region were involved in this war, and they damaged U.S. facilities and your allies as well. How does this agreement affect Iran-backed groups across the region, especially the Iranian-backed groups in Iraq? And my second question, this agreement requires Iran to stop attacking the Kurdish opposition in Kurdistan region, which they did 2 days ago.
So what this agreement does fundamentally is it requires Iran to behave like a normal country. And if it doesn't, as so many people think that it never will, then it doesn't get any of the economic benefits. And if they do, then that's a great thing for everybody. It's a great thing for the Kurds. It's a great thing for anybody who has been under the brunt or under the threat of Iranian-funded terrorist organizations. The expectation is that Iran will stop that, and if they don't get the benefits of the bargain. John.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Many of the colleagues that you served with in the U.S. Senate and Republican Conference have criticized this deal over the last 24 hours. What is your message, Mr. Vice President, back to them?
So I guess I would say to anybody, any of the critics, is number one, have a little bit of faith in the President of the United States. The idea that he is going to strike a deal that's been bad for the American people, it's preposterous. He is the person who has had the courage to fundamentally transform our relationship with Iran and with a lot of other countries over the last year and a half. He believes in this deal. He is going to see it to completion, and if the Iranians don't comply, we still have every single tool and point of leverage that we have today. That'd be message number one, is have a little faith in the President's ability, given that he's got us this far, to take us the final step. The second thing that I would say is so many of what I've read or heard that people believe about this deal is just fundamentally untrue. It is a memorandum of understanding. It is fundamentally a principle that, yes, the Straits of Hormuz are going to be open immediately, and they already are. Yes, they're going to give up their highly enriched material, but they've got to actually do it. It's about conduct. It's about rewarding good conduct and punishing bad conduct, which in some ways is what we've been doing for the last 3 months vis-a-vis that country anyway. So many of the criticisms, I saw Lindsey Graham came out with a positive statement after expressing some concerns. I think that when people get to understand not just the agreement, but our negotiating posture as a country, they will realize this is an excellent thing for the American people, but that's part of our job. We've got to tell the story about what this means for Americans, how it's going to make all of us safer and more prosperous. That's why I'm here talking to everybody, and we're going to keep on telling that story in the days and weeks to come. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Jordan Conradson with the Gateway Pundit. I want to talk back to the Lebanon component of the deal.
Sure.
There's a report in Axios that Netanyahu's fuming over this. Israel doesn't feel bound to the MOU as it relates to Lebanon. If, as you mentioned, your frustration with Israel striking in Beirut, hitting apartment buildings, if that continues, could it torpedo the deal? And what would the U.S.'s response be to a broader war in Lebanon involving Israel and Hezbollah?
Yeah, well, I don't want to get into hypotheticals that could torpedo the deal, because I think the President's expectation is that all of our friends, the Israelis, the Arabs in the region, we're going to work together and actually see this deal to completion. Now, I saw the Axios report, that Netanyahu is fuming. That's not reflective of the conversations that I've had with him, but maybe he's saying something to somebody else that he's not saying to me. What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you have seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in. Thank you all.
All right, there he goes. Future President J.D. Vance, whether you like him or not, he's clearly already campaigning without campaigning. And Eli, he even, Joy Liss Behar on The View, you know what she said about him yesterday? He charmed me, and I told him he should be the one running for president. Joy Liss Behar said he charmed me, and he should be the one from the Republican Party running for president. What people don't understand is J.D. Vance is a diplomat, and he speaks with a soft tone, and he brings the conversation to the table. Trump is a bull in a china shop. That's the difference between the two. J.D. Vance will win you over with the way he comes across, his charismatic way of body language and talking. Trump has the same exact facts, but he just says, if you don't like it, you're an idiot. If you do, you're great. They're just two different people. But Eli, the message and the agenda will always be the same. But J.D. Vance will be the future president of this United States of America.
Damn Skippy. Can't wait for that day. I think he's going to do a great job. He's got charisma, he's got charm, he's a truth teller. It's funny though, I've been seeing a bunch of articles saying like, oh my god, the ladies of The View just destroyed J.D. Vance, and everybody in the comments are like, did we watch the same show? Is the Destroyed in the room with us right now?
Yeah. Yeah, because the ladies of The View praised him. They praised him. They said he was great, he was wonderful, he was a great guest to have on, and they welcomed him back. I don't even know how, I didn't even think that was possible. I didn't even think that was possible. But I do like the fact that J.D. Vance is so unapologetically behind his boss, President Trump. Not because of fear. The guy obviously had a lot of bad to say about Trump in 2015, but he said, I didn't know what I didn't know. I was ignorant of facts. I didn't know them. Once I realized why I was thinking the way I was thinking, I realized I was wrong. This was well before he was picked to be vice president. You know, LLB58 says, I'm not buying it, Jeremy. I don't know what you're not buying. You're not buying that The View said what they said about him, or that he is going to be the next president. I haven't caught up on the chat. He was a great guest because he was weak. I didn't see that, LLB. I didn't see weakness at all. He even looked at Whoopi Goldberg at one point and said, what are you talking about? Name me one thing. And she couldn't name it to him. He didn't let anybody bully him. He gave respect. He got respect. He was the perfect representation of a very strong Christian man and a strong Christian presence. That's all. That's all I thought. And again, it's okay. We can have difference of opinion on that. I'm okay with that. But he will be the next president because of what I just said. That's why I said it. If the ladies of The View said, and Joy Behar said, he charmed me, what do you think he's going to do with independents that aren't as radical as the ladies on The View? JMC said Julie Green said JD is a wolf in sheep's clothing. And while I love Julie and her husband Chris, I could not disagree more. I could not disagree more. So, enjoy the midterms and enjoy the 2028 presidential election, because the Republicans are going to hold the House and the Senate in November of this year, and J.D. Vance will be called Mr. President. And I have a feeling that Rubio will be his running mate. And I have a feeling that Ron DeSantis will also be in that administration. That's just my opinion. That's just my prediction. I'm sure on November 5th of this year, if I'm wrong, everybody and their brother and sister will be here to tell me. And in 2028, if I'm wrong, the same outcome. I'm just spitballing, that's all. What do I know? Rise Up Coffee. We'll be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
And you can order your Rise Up Coffee. We have two different kinds, 3 different bags. So we have the American Pecan, we have the regular, and we have the decaf, roasted here in Iowa. And this is gourmet coffee. This is top-notch, finely ground coffee as well. And the other one is and that's a medium roast. The dark roast is the strong, manly roast is the Sumatra Gold. So check that out, Rise Up Coffee, and I have a feeling you'll like it. Okay, where were we here? America, Democrats hating the flag. That's where we were. How could I ever forget? I want to go to this clip here, if I may. And this is done by a left-wing outlet. And we call it a left-wing outlet because Fox is a right-leaning outlet. CNN is a left-leaning outlet. The rest of them are left-leaning outlets. And the only right-leaning outfit that you have outside of that is the smaller media and independent media like Newsmax, REV, Us, and others. So let's see what CNN has to say.
One of the most stunning divides that we have seen. You know, we're talking about polarization in politics. It even comes down to what you believe July 4th actually is. Like, what does July 4th mean to you? Celebrate America, friends and family time. Among Republicans, what do you see? You see the clear majority say it's a time to celebrate America, 65%. Among Democrats, however, the plurality disagree. Look at that. What do you see? Friends and family time at 42% versus just 24% who say that what it means most to them is to celebrate America. So even on the basic question of what July 4th means to you, we have Republicans on one end saying celebrate America, more of them say that, and Democrats on the other end saying that it means more to them to have time with friends and family.
What do they say about the flag?
Yeah, okay, so what do they say about the flag? Even on the basic level of flag, look at this. Look at how we have an increasing polarization on this issue. We'll display the flag on July 4th, the American flag. Back in July of 2001, look at this. You had 68% of Republicans, 65% of Democrats saying that they would, in fact, display the flag on July 4th. You come over to this side of the screen, Republicans basically are where they were 25 years ago, right? 64%. But look at that Democratic percentage, absolutely plummeting. Just 27% of Democrats say they will, in fact, display the flag on July 4th. Democrats and Republicans in different camps, even on the simple question of displaying the flag on July 4th, a polarization, a split that, simply put, did not exist a generation ago.
What about the sloganeering about proud to be an American?
Okay, what about this idea, are you proud to be an American? Extremely or very proud to be an American? Again, look at this divide, a growing divide on this question. Back in January of 2001, 90% of Republicans, 85% of Democrats. This was after a very contentious 2000 election, keep in mind, right, with George W. Bush coming into the White House. You come over to this side of the screen in 2026, look at this. Again, the Democratic percentage absolutely plummets to just 29% of Democrats say they're extremely or very proud to be an American. That Republican percentage, the exact same, 90 and 90. The Democratic percentage, what is that? That's basically a third of the level that it was just 25 years ago. I think one of the most stunning.
So what do you attribute that to? Because you had 4 years between some of those polls, 2020, 2021 till now, of a Democratic president. So what do we attribute that to? Can I ask I'm truly want to know this. I want to ask the Democrats over on YouTube. To the Democrats that watch on YouTube, we only have a couple on Rumble. Rumble, we're all one big happy family that lives center right or right. So for the left-wing people over on YouTube, I'm curious. Do you love America? Are you proud of the sloganing? You know, like proud to be an American, all that. And do you display a flag? I am curious. And I'll look and see some of your answers here. We already know what the majority of the people that believe what I believe would do. We already know what we think, right? And I think we saw it all on display for the 250th celebration that Dana White put on at the White House. But I am truly curious. ASW says echo chamber. Yeah, yep. Rumble. Our Rumble is an echo chamber, and we built it that way. We actually banned every lefty on Rumble. YouTube, though, it's a different story. We're kind of opening that back up so we can have some dialogue and discourse here, back and forth. Let's see. Rob says, I guess one reason is that what a joke is the U.S. become all over the world. Leaders openly talk how you have to BS Trump and flatter him to manipulate him. But again, it shouldn't matter who's in charge of the White House, right? The country is the country. The country's been here for a long, long, long time. Let's see. Brian, when fascism comes to America, it'll be wrapped in the American flag. That is not what it said, but nice word change there. I haven't seen anybody chime in that's on the left that says whether they do or do not love America, love the flag, or love the sloganing. So I guess we'll just move on. You know the guy Chris Ripa, who always raids our Rumble stream. Here's a video that he put out about it, and I agreed with him. And I even I
shocking numbers, but I guess this is to be expected from the modern day Democrat. In the last 25 years, being proud to be an American, they have fallen from 85% down to 29%. Why? And why isn't it like that for conservatives? You know why it's not like that for conservatives? Because it's not about who's in office.
That's it.
It's about the country.
That's it.
And conservatives always have American pride. This is something that the left doesn't understand because they're fucking sick. Ow.
Hey, sorry for the language, but he's right. He's right. Maybe not all, but a majority, absolutely. Their idea of what a great country is who's in charge and who's not. They hate it now. They hated it in 2016. They hated it in 2000 to 2008. They hated it from 1982 to 1990. They hated it from 1990 to 1994. They hate the country when the country is not being run by the candidate that they wanted to be in power. And as Chris says, that is sick. That is sick. That's a sickness that this country has. Scott Jennings over at CNN, he had something to say about this as well. I like hearing opinions from all sides on this issue. This is a bigger issue than anything that's going on in office right now. Because when you have 20-something% of your one of your major political parties not liking the country at all, not liking the flag at all, that's a major generational problem. And if it's because of Trump, that doesn't say much about your party.
You have to love your country, whether or not you lost the last election. I love America. And, according to some polling that came out this weekend, most Republicans love America. 90% are very proud to be Americans. They're proud of living in this country. Unfortunately, I think Mr. De Niro's comments are pretty indicative of a majority of Democrats who can't seem to find that attitude, which I applaud, inside them to love your country even though you lost the last election. And, loving America, being a patriot for America, feeling good about America shouldn't be dictated by whether you won or lost. When I hear De Niro, I hear him saying, I can only love America if we win every election from here on out. That's a rather fascist statement.
I think he was really saying,
let's hear it from the
that
forehead.
I don't love an America that doesn't do the things that I think it should be doing. And look, I understand.
So would he think any Republican would do that?
Well, look, I mean, this is why I think.
But just add a little bit of a little bit of numbers and data to Scott's numbers. Gallup polling data from 25 years ago says Republicans were 90% proud or extremely proud to be Americans. Democrats were 87%. Today, 25 years later, those numbers remain at 92%, actually up a little bit for Republicans. For Democrats, they're down to 36%. Robert De Niro's views are not out of step with the median Democrat.
It doesn't bode well. And I will say something to ASW, who's an Aussie in the YouTube chat over there. He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. This country's not united. I haven't felt united since, as far as in the country, since September 12th of 2001. Maybe that is when the last time that I felt this country actually be united, the day after September 11th. See, that's the last time I can remember. And since then, I would say since maybe a year or so after that, so probably 2003 until now, we have not been a united country. It is true. And I would say Obama divided us. He did by race, but Bush divided us too in the later half of his presidency. Especially when it all started coming out about 9/11 and, whoa, what the heck? And I would say that the country got even more divided under Trump because of the Obama-Trump handoff. And then what the Obama administration did to Trump and the demonization of Trump in the media, that only drove the country further apart. And then Trump leaned into that. And Trump said things that a lot of people didn't like and a lot of people didn't want to hear, leaned into that division and called out people and said things that the majority of the country was thinking. He actually had the cojones to say it out loud. That divided the country even more. And then when the election was stolen because 18 more million voters just popped out of nowhere, the voter fairy came, dropped 18 million voters on the country, and then took those 18 million voters away 4 years later. They were just out of the voting pool somehow. That drove the country even further into division. And then Trump came back and won when the people that wanted him dead thought that he was never going to make it back, and that caused further division. So I got to ask, is it anybody's fault but our own? I could easily sit here and say, oh, some idiot named George Bush was smart enough to divide the country. Some dipshit senator that nobody knew, a sophomore senator who just rose to power out of nowhere. I could easily say it was his fault. I could say it's Trump's fault for not trying to division and leaning into it. I could blame it on him. But you know whose fault it really is? It's the 330 million Americans that live in this country. All of us could have done better. But when you put your faith in the people that we elect as, like, saviors, and when that person doesn't win or that party doesn't win, we just want to kill each other. And you want to know what's weird? Is if I saw, 10 times out of 10, if I saw a Democrat or a lefty in the supermarket or in a gas station, Eli, I would more than likely hold the door open for him and say, how you doing? Good, cool, have a good day. If it's a holiday, I'd say, happy 4th of July. And you know what, Eli? They would do the same for me if I wasn't wearing a MAGA hat. So if you take out the politics, Eli, and our infatuation with it, but at the same time still be involved because we should be, because we're the ones that, have the power, the country would be united again like that. Because out in the real world, it's not happening.
Yeah, it's like I've said time and time again, dude, they have made everything politics. This is politics. This is politics. This is politics. People are sick and tired of it. I'm not trying to sound, horrible or anything, but I think that's where a lot of the audience has gone. They needed a break. But at the same point, you can't get that break because everywhere you go, something is made political. You hear it everywhere. You see it on Facebook. You see it on Instagram. You see it on whatever social media site. It's inescapable today, and it's really become, excuse me for saying so, a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Because you need a break from this stuff. Because you're right. People would unite. When you go out there and you mention nothing about politics, just like you said, with no red hats or anything like that, people are decent to each other. We play some pretty horrible stuff every day on the news, but for the most part, the country's a big place. The world is a big place, and 85% of it, I want to say, is actually a decent place to be. And people are decent to each other, but it's the internet, it's the news, it's just everywhere today. You pick it up, there it is on your phone.
Yeah, and it's all because of certain politicians want power on their side. That's it. And you know what? If I was to blame anybody, do you know who I would blame more than presidents? Do you know who I would blame even more than Congress? If I was to put the blame on something specific or somebody targeted, the media and the education system. The colleges, the high schools, the higher learning, the preschool, from the womb to the tomb, the kids, the education system. You take the education system and the media, you reform them, and not to somebody's liking, to the truth. You don't tell the truth. We find out you're not telling the truth. We find out that you're running day in and day out ads about how somebody's a Nazi, causing division. You'll lose your FCC license. Period. The media and the education system. If you want my honest opinion, that right there is what has caused most division in this country. Politicians work for us. They will say what we want to hear. If we demand that they don't do this anymore, or else you're all voted out, the next people will be like, maybe I better not do that anymore. Crazy. Chuck says Trump is garbage and something about aborting us. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Just, it will never stop. So we have to take control of our own lives and find our own joy and our own peace. And yes, call people out when they're wrong. Heck, my own audience calls me out when I'm wrong. Not wrong on facts, wrong on how I portray myself. That's what we're supposed to do, Eli. I don't know any other way. I don't know any other way around it, because we're the only savior that we have coming is Jesus. Ain't nobody coming in Washington, D.C. that's a savior.
There's a damn good chance I'm mistaken here, but he had said a few messages back there. Deal maker, 1.7 versus 300. 1.7 is a smaller number. Trump is garbage. But if I'm not mistaken, I think he's referencing 1.7 billion that Obama gave to Iran versus this whole 300 million thing that Trump is doing?
No,
with
it's
Iran?
it's 300 billion, but it's not our money. That's where they keep getting it wrong, Eli. They're saying Obama gave 1 point something billion, Trump's giving 300. That's 300 times. No, it's not. Obama actually sent a cargo plane, a military plane, full of about $2 billion. But it wasn't just the cash. It was weapons. It was all these other things that he gave them. It was lifting sanctions and stuff like that that allowed them. So, and now Trump is doing the lifting sanctions things, but the 300 billion is not our money. It's not. And there's nowhere that they can point to in any ink, any official details, any deal, any signed memorandum, anything. There's nothing that they can point to other than them just saying it. The $300 billion is coming from Gulf state investments, meaning that if Qatar or Saudi Arabia or Iraq or Turkey or Jordan or anybody wants to invest in Iran to create power plants or anything else like that, then they can get access to it through those countries. There's money in those countries that those countries are willing to work with Iran and invest in with Iran if Iran cuts the crap. And they hate them too. The Gulf states hate Iran. You know what I'm saying? Like all these Muslims hate these Muslims because they're Shiite and Sunni and all this. But the fact of the matter is it's not 1 cent of American dollars. And the unfrozen assets, still not our money. It was their money that we froze. Now, I don't know if that was leftover Obama money, what it was, but it was still what was froze of theirs. Not a single dollar of American money is going to. That's the fact. No matter what anybody says online, YouTube is not full of, highly qualified military strategic people with all the information that nobody else has. We go off what we can read in ink. And what we can read in ink says everything different than what these people are saying. And if they then say, well, that's just Trump lying, that ink is a lie. Well, then please tell me what the leader of Pakistan, the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, why are they all saying this is great? This is great because now we have Iran in check. And we're all working together to do it. And by the way, did you know that China and Russia never stepped in? Isn't that weird? China and Russia never stepped in. China and Russia were part of the JCPOA. China and Russia sat back and said, we're not going to do nothing right now. And the Russians sat back and said, comrade, we're not doing nothing. President Trump is right. He held all the cards. And they just hate him for it. Period. And it's sad. It's sad that even when we do something great around the world, the left here would still hope that something bad happened. Because that's who they are. For the majority. Not everybody. But for the majority. All right. Let's move on here. The UFC 250 night, there was a potential terror attack on the White House. The federal manhunt was immediately underway, and there were 5 suspects at that point who were currently right now in custody across the states. Major federal investigation, as there was an actual terror plot thwarted at the White House on the UFC 250th event. Now, I had planned on talking about this yesterday and the day before, but President Trump had an unexpected thing yesterday, and we ran out of time the day before. So let's bring you through some of these phases, okay? Pull up the clip with the phases. Here we go. Let's get into this. Each phase here. A 2-phase scheme. Phase 1. Deploy drone-delivered explosives at the venue, the White House, to trigger mass panic and forced evacuations. Phase 2 was going to consist of snipers targeting the fleeing attendees, kind of like the Mandalay Bay, including lawmakers, any kind of leaders, wealthy figures, fighters' families, the president, and they were going to start picking them off one by one. Let's get to the motive. Driven by extreme anti-government ideology, the group specifically blamed elites and the Jews for systematic corruption, aiming to assassinate wealthy attendees and administrative officials. Court filings reveal the suspects were also motivated by intense anti-Israel views, frustrations with the Epstein files, and the belief that the U.S. needs to be torn down so it can be rebuilt from scratch. Here's one of the individuals right here. Massive operation completely fell apart after a mother contacted authorities regarding her 19-year-old son, Tyson Proper, flagging his alarming online activity and massive firearm purchases. That guy's 19? What? That can't be the guy, right? That can't be Tyson Proper. That's the most shot out 19-year-old I've ever seen in my life. Proper reportedly spent $3,000 of his graduation money to stockpile weapons and tactical gear for the event. Here are the individuals right here who've been arrested. And investigators are looking at 23 people that are connected with this through online chats and texts. They've got 5. Here are 4 of them: Michael Thomas, Abraham Alvarez, Brian Roa, and Tyson Proper. While 5 have been arrested, the feds aren't done. Investigators are actively combing through encrypted group chats to track down additional suspects. Agents are zeroing in on at least 23 individuals connected through the online extremist networks. So, that was a terror plot that was thwarted by Secret Service, FBI, and other law enforcement officials. And there, we do have, I guess we could play this. This is one of the reports coming from it. There was reports on every major news station, every major outlet, every major, penned publication, Wall Street Journals, New York Post, all that. Let's go to that now.
They have said that the UFC plot ringleader was Abraham Alvarez. We showed his mugshot earlier. Maybe they can put it up again. And apparently he was brought here illegally as a child, so he would be classified as one of those dreamer-type people, but certainly not the American dream that you would imagine he would want.
No, of course, Dana. And I think that really goes to the bigger conversation and why President Trump was elected in the first place. I mean, this was a situation where, here's somebody who has the ability to be here, even though he was not properly, born here and didn't have the right citizenship, but he was granted this ability to stay here. And then when we allow him that right, look at what happened. So I think that this goes to the bigger conversation and really shows that the Trump policies of trying to remove people that should not be here are quite important. I mean, look, most people involved in this, I think, have ties to circumstances like this. And it really goes to show that people that sometimes claim they want to be here do not want to be here for the right reasons.
Right. Donna, they have said that
I'll tell you what, that guy right there on the bottom right hand of your screen, that is the most shot out 20-year-old I have ever seen in my entire life. Like, what is going on in that family? So again, more people who hate America, more people who want to kill it, burn it down, and rebuild it. Eli, there was a movie. You probably will know exactly what I'm talking about. You're a movie guy. Where somebody said the following: some people cannot be beat. Some people cannot be bought. Some people cannot be reasoned with. Some people cannot be rationalized. Some people just want to watch the world burn. And when you're dealing with those people, there's no compromise.
Basically, Jeremy, that would be the great Michael Caine from the Dark Knight with Christian Bale, who played Batman. He was talking about the Joker, who's an anarchist, all right. And you're right, they do want to destroy America. But the problem is, you said they want to rebuild it. They wouldn't rebuild it because they don't build anything. They're almost leftists are almost as worthless and scumbaggedy as Muslims. They just destroy. They consume. They're a virus. They take and then they move on.
Yeah. Scumbaggedy. That might be a new word for Mr. Damn Skippy there. ASW said meth makes somebody look that old. That's true. That is true. It could be meth. I mean, that's methed up, though. You're sitting there doing foils all day long. And then you go, all right, time to take out the White House. Like, Bro, what? Ozzy says Cubans are starving because of socialism. Any country that has socialism is starving. Absolutely. Now, let's move on to more people who hate this country. Hollywood. Eli, Hollywood is failing. Wah, wah. Oops. Guess we could have called that one. You know, when you shove trans, LGBTQ, anti-American propaganda down people's throats for so long, turn all your favorite stars into females, try to make feminism the biggest thing in the world, and take all these superheroes that you grew up loving and change them to look like a different person, somebody that completely different they were with a completely different background. It was almost like the proof was in the pudding. And then you started seeing these independent movies, Eli, right, from Angel Studios and others, you know, like the human trafficking movies and stuff. They were doing like box office numbers because people wanted that. Top Gun 2, Maverick came out, all patriotic, no bullshit. People loved it. They wanted it. And Hollywood is now failing, and they want a bailout, Eli. They feel like they're Freddie Mae and Fannie Mac. They want a bailout. What do you say to that, producer Eli? Growing up in the movie industry, your dad owning a theater, your family being producers out there in Hollywood, they want a bailout, sir.
That's hilarious. As somebody who is devout to the whole Hollywood machine, you tricked me for all these years. What do I have to say to that? A bailout for the propaganda machine for America? Kiss our ass. Mm-hmm. You get nothing.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know who does want a bailout for Hollywood? Mr. Adam Schiff, Mr. Shifty Schiff, Mr. Pencil Neck himself. Mr. Adam Schiff says Hollywood deserves a bailout. What do you think, Rumble? What do you think, Save Canada from Tyranny? What do you think, Cool Trucks with a K? What do you think, Moose for Trump? What do you think, Pam? What do you think, Lab Tech, Chicky Mama, NL Goldie? What do you think, Suzanne and No Eva Braun? Do you think that the United States of America should use taxpayer dollars to bail out the movie industry? You know, Eli, I'm gonna pull rank here. Okay? I'm going to pull rank here. Back during COVID-19, the flu, they were able to deem who was essential and who wasn't. Liquor stores, strip clubs, and weed shops were essential, Eli. Right? Churches, places of worship outside of your traditional church, schools, those places, those were not essential. Let's pull the Rumble chat up here. Let's see what the Rumble chat has to say. These places were not, a quote, essential. In some states, Eli, they even had police up like blockades, seeing if you were essential to drive on the interstate as you were going to, infect the road. I am going to go out here and say, I'm pulling rank as an American citizen with all the power. And I'm going to say, Hollywood, Eli, is not essential. They are not essential, and they do not need a bailout from the American taxpayer. Figure it out, or don't. Go bankrupt. That's capitalism, baby.
100%. 100 million damn Skippy percent they're not essential. We don't need entertainment. Entertainment is fun. But as we've, come to deduce over the years, it's never been entertainment. Hollywood is a propaganda machine. And I would pay, what I would pay tax dollars for? To shut it down. Whatever it takes to stop the machine. Hollywood needs a fresh start with good, decent people running the show.
Yeah, it's called Go Woke, Go Broke. And that's what happens. And I have no love lost for them. Shut them down. Let them go bankrupt. Guess what? A new movie industry will tons of studios will arise. A completely new movie industry will rise from the ashes. Why should we give non-essential businesses bailouts? Random over on YouTube says, does Iran deserve $300 million? I don't know. Ask Qatar. Ask Saudi Arabia. Ask Jordan and Turkey. I don't know how many times somebody has to tell you it's none of our money. So It doesn't matter how many times you say it. It doesn't make it true. And here's what I'll say to the people that keep saying that. You ready for this? Prove it. I can prove it. I have not only the testimonies of the world leaders that are surrounding Iran saying that it's true. I have not only our world leaders saying that it's true, but it was also signed officially on a document, 2 documents, one digitally, one in person. So I got to say, prove it. And unless you can't prove it, then everything you say is just nothing but garbage. I already know it's garbage, but I would love to see it. If we're giving Iran $300 billion, prove that to me so I can report it and I can call the administration a liar. Because nothing makes me more happy than exposing somebody as a liar. So, prove it. That's all you got to do. Prove it. Shouldn't be hard for you. So instead of bailing Hollywood out, let's grab our plunger and let's flush Hollywood down the toilet, huh? Prove. Oh, what's that? It. There we go. Now let's flush Hollywood down that toilet, shall we? Let's do it. Come on. Hold on. There's a lot of turds in Hollywood. That was just one. That was just Robert De Niro. There's plenty more. There we go. There we go. Float down with the rest of the turds. Random says your fake news. It's actually not ownership. It's YOU apostrophe RE. So if you can't even spell, then why would I take a YouTube commenter's word for it? Prove it. It's very simple. If I make a claim of something, I show why I make the claim of something. Right? My claim is that the leaders of all the Gulf states said that it's true. The leaders of our country said that it's true, and they all signed a document. How about that? What is your proof? Nothing? Just you're an idiot? Ownership? You're?
You know, come to think of it, I actually have a little bit of advice for Hollywood. Do you want to know how you don't go bankrupt? Make movies like Maverick. Did great. It was patriotic. People loved it. People swarmed to the theaters. And I'm going to tell you what not to do. Or I'm going to tell you what to do. Fire Sean Penn. Do not give him money to make his J6 movie with dipshit Bradley Cooper, because it's going to bomb. It's going to be horrible. It's going to bomb just as bad as, what was that stupid-ass movie? The Apprentice that you tried to make about Trump just before the election so that people would be like, yeah, that movie was so truthful, it's stupid. Cost $16 million to make that movie. They made $17 million off it. Nobody even really heard about it. So if you want to stop breaking yourselves and going bankrupt, stop making shit propaganda movies and make more patriotic, awesome movies.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Eli. Give the people what they want. The proof is in the pudding. So Eli just mentioned something. Sean Penn is to direct a new movie with Bradley Cooper, the guy from The Hangover. Not a bad actor. Nothing wrong with Bradley Cooper as far as I'm concerned. He seems to be a good actor, decent guy, except he's not a decent guy. Because you know what? I guarantee you he's going to play Michael Fanone. I wonder if the January 6th movie is going to have the actual truth of January 6th. Now, I can already tell you what they're going to do, Eli. They're going to sensationalize everything, right? They're going to show actual footage, guaranteed. I'm calling it now. They're going to show actual footage of the worst part of January 6th. And they're going to show there's going to be people playing Nancy Pelosi. There's going to be people playing AOC who says, I was behind the door even though she wasn't even in the Capitol building. They're going to have all these people. They're going to have all these. Chuck Schumer's going to be there. Somebody's going to be playing him. They're all going to be wearing masks. But I wonder, are they going to show the part where Nancy Pelosi's driving down the road in the back of her SUV saying, I take responsibility for this. Why wasn't National Guard there? Those are her words, not mine. Are they going to show her daughter, who had a full camera crew there, waiting in the basement of the Capitol building where they hid? They're going to show that? Are they going to show Antifa members busting glass and windows? Are they going to show the FBI or the FBI agents, the over almost 300 of them that were embedded into the audience, breaking down the windows until they got caught, and then they said, "Hey, don't break these windows." We saw the video over and over and over. Are they going to show the part where the police opened up the barricades and let people in? Are they going to show the part where the magnetic door was unlocked from the inside, the only place you can unlock it from? And are they, Eli, going to show the tour that the police officers gave to the January 6ers in the Capitol building? And last but not least, Eli, are they going to show Ashley Babbitt getting shot 20 feet away from Michael Byrd on the other side of a door?
Absolutely not. What you will see is an over-dramatized, there'll probably be pyrotechnics and explosions. You'll see Bradley Cooper sweating and bleeding down the side of his face, getting knocked down by MAGA patriots. And from what I heard, I think he's supposed to maybe be playing the officer who actually did die, but, you know, the next day of a heart attack. But they'll rewrite it so it's a little more dramatic. So he dies that day on the steps, and some cop is holding him in his arms, and "You've done a great job here today, patriot."
Yeah. And Brian, you know why we're not scared of this movie coming out? Because the actual footage is already out. Do you know what's going to happen with this movie? Calling it now. Eli, do you know when it's supposed to be out, by the way? I can tell you right now, it won't make a third of the budget that it cost to make it. Oh, no, we want this movie to come out. We absolutely want this movie to come out, because you know what's going to happen when this movie comes out? And it only makes a third of the budget that it had to make it? It's going to prove that the world doesn't give a shit about January 6th. I want this movie to come out tomorrow, Eli. I want them to build it up. I want them to spend all the money they can on marketing and advertising. I want Bradley Cooper to go around with Lady Gaga and sing songs about it. I want everybody on earth promoting this movie, just so you can see that nobody gives a shit about January 6th. Nobody. Period.
Damn Skippy, bro. I even want them to go so far as to jump the gun and start funding for a sequel, January 7th.
Absolutely. 100%. Everybody knows it's going to bomb. Literally. Everybody knows it's going to bomb. Sophie said, "Don't you know, Jeremy? They have to keep this big lie going." Oh, yeah, absolutely. They have to. But again, it doesn't matter how much they keep it going. Doesn't matter how much they lie about it. Doesn't matter what they say. The proof will be in the pudding. Nobody's going to go watch this movie. Eli, The Apprentice, right? You said that movie was Sebastian Stan. It cost $60 million to make, and it made 15.
It cost $16 million to make. It only made 17 worldwide, so it's a $1 million profit. And that probably wasn't even profit, because that $1 million probably got lost with advertising and all this stuff. So it came in under.
Well, you can double a movie's budget for a movie's advertising, but I don't think that movie was advertised much. And if I'm not mistaken, it went right to streaming, right? It didn't go to theaters because they knew nobody would watch it.
No, I think it actually did go to the theater, but only for like a week, and it only stayed there for a week because it was that bad, and then they took it immediately right out and said, "Well, our plan all along was to stream it." Bullshit.
Yeah. It's funny, Eli, the guy that plays Captain America is a liberal dipshit, and the guy that took the part over as Captain America is a liberal dipshit. Both of them hate the country. Captain Dipshits.
Yep. And actually, we were clamoring for a while to have Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, take over, and unfortunately, he's a liberal dipshit.
Well, that's Sebastian Stan. That's who I'm talking about. That's who played the part.
I don't know. I thought you were talking about Anthony. When you said took over Captain America, that was Anthony Mackie. He's a liberal dipshit, too.
Oh, yeah. No, well, I wasn't talking about Anthony Mackie. I was talking about Sebastian Stan, but yeah, all three of them. The Three Musketeers. That's who we'll call them. The Three Musketeers. I wonder who they're going to get to play Nancy Pelosi. E. Jean Carroll?
You know what? I have to get ahead of this and make my own poster I've got a bunch of ideas flying through my head. Let's have the LFA family start suggesting who should play certain parts, and I'll make the poster for it.
There you go. There you go. We'll make Eli. We'll promote for them. We'll advocate. We'll market and advertise for them. Don't forget to watch the J6 movie, everyone. Nobody's gonna watch anything because nobody cares. Literally, the world does not care about January 6th. The only people who care about January 6th are the ones that know they're going to lose the election, so they've got to have any ammo they can. And they're going to try to put... When are they putting this out, Eli? Is there a date in which this movie's supposed to come out?
Oh, not yet. I don't even think they've given it a name. They've really just only announced to the director, which is dipshit Sean Penn, and the possibility. I don't think it's solidified yet that Bradley Cooper might be the main star, but it's very early production right now.
Yeah, I wonder if I'll be in it. Eli, I wonder if we'll be in it. I wonder if we'll be in the movie as being there. I guarantee you right now, Eli, I'm going to call it. Ready? They'll call it Insurrection. Guaranteed.
Now, I wonder if they'll film it on a set or if they'll try to film it on the actual steps of the Capitol, in which case they'll probably try to call it, oh, see, it's happening again. It's another insurrection.
Oh, yeah. What happens if they try to film it on the steps of the Capitol? They're guilty as doing pretty much the same thing that most of the people that were there did. Anyway, let's move on. Trump signs the MOU in the Palace of Versailles in France yesterday.
Yes.
Bravo. Good job.
Thank you, everybody.
Great job. Bravo.
Great job, Mr. President. Somebody said that they nominate Alice Cooper to play Joe Biden. This looks...
He would look just like him if you gave him short white hair. That'd be awesome. But keep the dark eyes.
Yeah. Keep the lifeless, lying eyes that your husband is okay while you mentally abuse and elderly abuse the person who's shitting their pants but doesn't know who did it. Now, here was the immediate aftermath. Peter Doocy talking about the 14-point detail memorandum. And
interesting new information that I was able to get from the president just across Lake Geneva at the G7 site in France is about the important financial piece of this for the Iranians and why the president says that this deal is structured differently than the Obama-era Iran deal.
The United States is not going to directly pay Iran, but the U.S. is going to let the Iranians start making billions of dollars, selling oil, accessing this reconstruction fund.
Only if they're doing things right. Peter, only if we're not doing anything. We're not putting up money.
Can you explain, though, what the difference is between giving Iran U.S. dollars and unfreezing U.S. dollars?
Well, the unfreezing is an easy one to answer. We have taken a lot of their money, and we have their money. We have taken their money. It's not our money. It's their money, and we froze it. At a certain point in time, I guess we're going to have to give it back.
And President Trump does not think this peace deal needs to have language punishing Iran for coloring outside the lines, pursuing a nuke, or closing the strait, because the president says if they do that, he will bomb them. Finer points will be ironed out on Friday by the vice president.
You send the vice president. If it works out, great, you look like a genius for sending him. And if it doesn't work out, it's the vice president's
I like that idea, sure. What? This way, if it works out, I'm going to take the credit. If it doesn't work out, I'm blaming JD. You better be careful, JD. He's going to turn his plane around and get the hell out of here.
The most interesting new information that
I like that. I love the way, and Eli, you see the way he played with the media there? I like that idea. That way, if he does it good, I'll take the credit for it. If he doesn't, then the left is going, see, this is the guy that you worship, you maggot sons of bitches. You see what he just said, what he would do? What a scumbag. They just don't get it. They don't get what it's like to be patriotic. They don't get what it's like to be behind the guy that the majority of the country voted for. They don't get what it's like to be a Christian. They just question the dumbest things. And they say the dumbest things. They really do.
That's our president. That's your daddy.
Mary says, getting your truck out of the parking garage, you'll be in the movie. Yeah, I know, right? That's what Eli and I were sitting here going, get the hell out of D.C. We did not see the Capitol being stormed until we were driving. Eli, remember how they were shutting down the city? And like everywhere we went, it was like a movie. They just boom, 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 boom. And there's only a few places we could get out. They were locking the city down. Eli and I jumped on. I had my phone on the dashboard in a phone holder, and I turned on somebody's Facebook Live at that point. This is back when we had the old Facebook page, and I was like, "Oh shit, dude! They're literally storming the Capitol," and we watched it on my phone as we were hightailing out of D.C. So thank God Eli was cold that day, or else I would have been right there, swept up in it.
See? Being a pussy kind of helps every once in a while. But picture it like this. You see those scenes in movies where someone's driving out of the city and the power is shutting down behind them? That's kind of what
what it
felt
was.
Like. Just every block we hit, loss of power. Like, what the hell's going on behind us? Get us out of here.
Yeah. Magnus says real Americans are bigger than bigots. You are a bigot, my friend. You hate Trump and everybody who voted for him. That is a blanket hatred. That's called bigotry. That means that you think that there's people that are less than you because of something. You don't like something because it's not of your liking, of your doing. That's called bigotry. Bigotry. Or bitchatry. You know, whatever you want to call it. See, what I have is, I, like everybody else on earth, am a bigot about certain things. Not about everything. You are a bitchit because you hate Trump supporters even though the majority of the country voted for him. So which means you hate the country. You see what I'm saying? You take pleasure in other people's discomfort. Not true. Not true at all. Only Muslims. Only Muslims. David Duke says, oh, here we go, MAGA. Feel sorry for myself. I don't give a shit whether you feel sorry for me or not. I don't give a shit. You know why? Because you're one of 70 people watching on a shit platform, and there's thousands over on another one that represent the majority of the country. I wonder if you guys ever realize that. Seriously. I wonder if you guys ever realize that you are complaining against a majority of the country. You hate the people who voted for Trump. It was your country that voted for him. Unless, of course, you think that he stole the election, in which I would say, thought they couldn't be stolen. Thought it was impossible. Here was your shit pants president. That was your president. The one who stole an election actually did. Here's our president walking in saying, I'm the boss.
Hello.
I'm the boss.
It's the one and only Digo Double G. Snoop
Dogg. Yep. That's the difference. That's the difference. Our president, while he does drone on for a long time, at least has coherent sentences. You understand what he's saying.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
I don't know what that is. I also, speaking of racism and bigotry...
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
Ouch. Ouch. Even your break the glass ceiling, George Soros lookalike, wannabe president but never was, never will be, Hillary Clinton, spoke good about President Trump and his peace plan? No. No. Not Hillary Clinton. Let's see.
I'm going to say something positive about Trump. So hold on.
Don't care if you do, but I'll hear
I've got
it.
a grip on my chair right now.
Trump's 20-point plan for Gaza is actually a pathway to security for Israel, reconstruction for Gaza, and the possibility of self-determination, however defined, for the Palestinians. There are a lot of people who, reject it because Trump did it, but it's the only game in town. There's nothing else.
It's the only game in town. There's nothing else. Sounds like we're taking some of your most trusted leaders, and they're saying, Eli, Joy Behar says, J.D. Vance charmed me, and I think he should run for president. And Hillary Clinton says, I'm going to praise Trump's peace plan, and there's no other alternative. Are we taking their people and turning them into, dare I say, MAGA?
For God's sakes, let's hope so. Let's make red pilling a thing again.
Oh, we red pill. You know what's the funny thing about it is, Eli? Is that most of the people that hate Trump are so captivated and polarized by everything he does, they secretly want to be a part of it. Eli, remember that movie American Beauty with Kevin Spacey's pedophile ass? Remember that movie? Remember the neighbor's father was a big, Marine guy, and he was always pushing his son to be better and telling his son to hate faggots and this, that, and the other. Turns out to be he ended up being gay himself and tried to, have a sexual relation. That's what these Democrats are like. They desperately want to be MAGA, but they're too afraid to make the switch, They're too afraid that their people will chastise them and kill them and brutalize them.
See, I totally agree with that. I really do. It's just they don't get to the point where they're like, you know what, screw it. I don't care what anybody thinks.
Some do.
I'm going to be MAGA and I'm going to join. They go to those extremes that we've been talking about lately, where they say they support LGBT, but then they call me and you gay for doing the show. They do go to those extremes instead and make themselves sound 100 times more stupid than they kind of already are.
Yeah, no, some do. They're called walk away. They walk away. Now, remember when I told you, Eli, that we're not allowing some people back in? Megyn Kelly's one of them. Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, all of you. You can have opinions, but don't desperately try to get back in. Okay? This is an exclusive club for people who love the country and don't like to lie. Now, I want you to tell me what you get from this Megyn Kelly clip.
Very interesting to me, because all these figures that, were very pro-Trump when he launched this, who hadn't backed him in 16, 20, or even 24, he wasn't their first choice at all. But suddenly they loved him because he was going to bomb Iran. I went back and looked. I trust the president. I trust our president. Trust the president. And now this week, where's the memorandum of understanding? We need to see it. This deal looks terrible. It's a disaster. If it's true, like, this is a nightmare. We would have been better off never going into the first place. What happened to I trust the president? What happened? And honestly, Charlie, it kind of puts the lie to the whole nonsense of around this whole controversy, which is you're either with the president or you're against him. It's bullshit. Only true, deep partisan hacks are just knee-jerk with the president or any politician. In our business, where you're a journalist and you're a commentator on the news, I think you'll probably be with him sometimes and you'll be against him other times. You'll have varying opinions depending on what he does. But I would submit to you that the people who are backing Trump, who really wanted this war, did not look at people like yours truly and say, it's okay to not back this. You're entitled to your opinion. I feel like they're entitled to their opinion. You guys came on the first day this launched, and I said, my husband agrees with you. I have no judgment for people who feel differently than I do, but it's been very eye-opening to watch the right eat itself because you weren't allowed to not support this war. But I guess now you are allowed to not support the peace agreement, notwithstanding your "I trust the president" mantra.
Well, you see, what I hear there is it's okay to disagree with the president. Instead, those of us who disagreed with the president were vilified. No, you're not. That's not true. That's not true. Because I disagree with the president on a number of things. I disagree with the president on a number of things. I said no deal. Kill them all. Make them submit. Put them on their knees. Make them wave the white flag. Make them say, please, President Trump, please, please stop killing us. That's what I wanted. I wanted day one dictator. Now, not a real dictator, lefties, but I wanted Trump to take all the power of the presidency and literally go into every community and yank every illegal alien out of here, by their hair if necessary, and push them back out. I disagreed with the president that he shouldn't have gone after Hillary Clinton after he won the 2016 election. And he said, because you'd be in jail. That's what I wanted. But then he said, I showed her mercy. Now, I get it. As Christians, the mercy get mercy. The merciful get showed mercy by God. I get it. But I disagreed with the president on that. I disagreed that the president should have allowed Tony Fauci and Mike Pence to run COVID-19. Disagreed with that. You can disagree with the president, Megan. That's not why you got kicked out of MAGA. That's not why you got vilified online. And that's not why you're losing 30,000 subscribers a week. Now, as we've all lost audience, I get it, fatigue and other things. When you're losing 30,000 a week for now months, the reason that they are leaving you and the reason that you were so targeted wasn't because you disagreed with Trump. I disagree with him all the time, and I was invited to the White House after I disagreed with him publicly. The reason why the things are happening to you that are happening to you is because of what you did in your disagreeing with Trump, how you disagreed with him, calling him a puppet of Bibi Netanyahu, calling him weak and that Bibi Netanyahu pulls his strings, saying that he's probably protecting pedophiles in the Epstein list, even though he looked right at J.D. Vance and he said, get the whole Senate to pass this bill and I'll sign it, meaning release everything. I'm so sick of this crap. That's why. That's why, Megyn Kelly. And Eggstein, you got it right. Trump is a lion among jackals. You're absolutely right. It's because of how you went about disagreeing with him. And you thought you were going to jump on the Nick Fuentes train and ride it to glory. How's Nick doing these days, by the way? How's Mr. I worked for the SPLC and I never got visited by the FBI, even though I had a bullhorn on January 6th telling people to storm the Capitol? Has anybody checked in on him lately? Now, getting back to illegal aliens. Everything that you see happening in the UK and in Europe right now with illegal aliens and Muslims is happening here already. It's just we have such a big country that the effects of what they're doing haven't completely taken over yet like they have in Europe. Do you guys know that Britain had this rape gang scandal going on forever and serves as a warning to America? But did you know that Keir Starmer, who's the failed prime minister there on his way out, was implicated in this gang rape cover-up? 13,000 suspected gang rape members covered up by Keir Starmer. That's what's going on in the UK right now. That's what's going on in England, Europe, all of these European nations. Look at Ireland. You think that they're fighting their own citizens there? No. They want the illegal aliens gone. They want the migrants out. And who wouldn't? Remember when Sweden became the rape capital of the world? Well, now the UK's got that title. And so Europe is done. The EU is done. The European Parliament gave final approval to the EU to return to regulation, which expands the ability to deport illegals and migrants that have been nesting down there and changing the entire population into Mohammed. Most popular baby name in England. for 4 years running now. This happened yesterday, and thank God it did for them.
Or by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. The first reading of Parliament is closed.
Yep.
Okay, we move to the next item.
We're so happy. Time to start deporting these
On the agenda,
scum.
the report by Amendment 4 by roll call
Yep.
vote.
Time to start deporting the scum. Time to start getting our countries back. Let them go back and live. See, the good thing about this is, why do you think this happened? Now. Because Trump is bringing peace to all of their lands. Trump has already got the Abrahamic Accords signed. He's now signing this deal with Iran that's going to engulf all of the Gulf states. And there's actual peace in these countries that's not going to continue forever warring, or at least long as President Trump is in place. So it's time to send them back. You've had your free ride. Go home. Bye. I love it.
It's not according to the dignity of this House, especially the chanting of racist charged slogans.
I have never felt as unsafe in this Parliament as after the voting about the return regulation.
I think this is a disgrace, and I think the European Parliament is better than that.
Mr. Schipper.
Maybe we can take this.
Mr. Schipper, this is not a point of order. Again,
by the plenary reforms that were implemented.
Mr. Schipper, use a point of order to lecture your colleagues when you are not doing a point of order. Is not the best way to send a message. Thank you very much.
I believe that it was...
Send them back. The only people that don't want to send them back are the ones in charge. Go figure. The people that represent the people of those different regions, send them back. Send them back. Why? Because Muhammad is the #1 baby name 4 years running in UK. Muhammad. You don't think that that's the plan here? They're all getting behind Trump. Now watch this girl, Eli, the Spanish MEP. She says, her name's Irene Montero. Happy birthday, Mr. Genocide. She sung on Trump's birthday. They just can't take it.
Happy birthday to Trump. Happy birthday to Trump.
Thanks.
Happy birthday, Mr. Genocide. ¿Qué celebra Europa? ¿Podemos celebrar que hemos impedido un genocidio?
Yes. Thank you for the birthday song. And now everything you say after that, nobody gives a shit. The people are what matter, not the people that are elected. They don't matter. Not here, not there. The people. We, the people, wanted Trump's policies, so the majority of the country voted him in. Send them back. Your people want them sent back? Send them back. You don't get to make the choice because you want to keep these people in power, or keep these people so you can stay in power. Listen to that. Send them back. Go home to your own shithole country. And Eli, by the way, why don't they want to go home? They came to other countries. They came to Western civilizations for one reason, and one reason only. War-torn oppression, right? Seeking some kind of help, asylum. Well, now everything's good. Why don't these people want to go home to their own countries?
You're horrible and you stink. You're horrible and you stink. Your boyfriend would rather bang a goat. Everyone wants you to go home.
Eli, let me get one.
It was not bad, Jeremy. It was not bad, but you need to harmonize a lot more than you do. Say BMW.
Trump is bad. How about this? Maybe this is Sky News. I don't think it was Sky. Yeah, it was Sky News. Sky News is here reporting about, the send them back. And all of a sudden, those send them backs started ganging up around her, and it was a very tense situation. It's always funny when it comes right to their own front door or their own personal space.
Community leaders have been speaking to the police as well because...
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Fuck Ethiopia!
But I think, apologies for the language you're hearing, but a sense of the anger, I think you can hear there.
Yeah, Katie, I think Becky, I apologise. We need to leave you there.
Yeah.
And
yeah, stop. Stop. Do you know what she was doing there? She was reporting how Muslim neighborhoods are peaceful. Eli, this is as bad as the George Floyd stuff. And CNN was like, as you can see, it's mostly peaceful but fiery behind me. Shit is on fire, burning. People are screaming. You know what I mean? Throwing fire bombs and Molotov cocktails. She was there to report about how Muslim neighborhoods are peaceful. We're going to play it one more time, Eli, and then I'll get your commentary.
Community leaders have been speaking to the police as well because...
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Watch how they all just come like cockroaches.
I think, apologies for the language you're hearing, but a sense of the anger, I think you can
see
hear
how the
there.
camera turns away.
Katie, I think Becky, I apologise. We need to,
doesn't know what to say.
Leave you there. And
community leaders.
Eli, the camera tries to turn away because it's not the narrative. These guys are peaceful. The camera turns away. They get back in front of the camera again. And they're like, what are you doing? Is that Lysol? Are you cleaning? Oh, no. Oh, you're saying you're going to kill us. Mostly peaceful, but fiery.
As you can see, these citizens are dedicated to cleaning up crime. They are making hand motions as if they had a Windex to clean up the crime. Yes, that's what they were doing.
Yeah, and by the way, if we are to free something, something has to exist. Palestine isn't even a word in their language. They don't have the letter P. Palestine is a British European name that was given to them as a play off Philistine. They're not Palestinians. It doesn't exist. You can't free something that doesn't exist. Watch this. I'm going to free nothing. Oh, there it goes to nowhere. There's nothing in my hand. Watch me free it. There it goes. Fly off, little nothing. Palestine doesn't have a map. It doesn't have borders. It doesn't have a leader. It doesn't have a military. It doesn't have social systems. It doesn't have a culture. It's just there. Like cockroaches.
Oh, and by the way, chalk that up to another example. If anyone may have let it slip their mind, there was the girl in Germany. She was in Germany, and it was New Year's, and I want to show you how we spend time with Muslims here, and we get along with quack. Ow!
Yeah, I remember
they
that.
hucked a rock at her head.
Yeah, they hucked a
said,
rock.
Shut up! You're not supposed to be talking, and cover your face.
Yeah, I remember that. It's so peaceful here. Look at them. Oh, shut up. Okay, guys, look, I'm live right now. I'm gonna let them rape me. It's better to just let them rape me than it is to fight. Just They make me do that when they're raping me because the goats, you know.
Not really sure why they make me make that noise. Oh.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Eli, watch me free Palestine.
Reminds me of that scene in Escape from L.A. when that terrorist guy's trying to make himself look peaceful, and he's like releases a dove.
If you look up where Palestine is on the map, it says at the corner of nowhere and can't find it. It doesn't exist. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea, nothing will be free.
Just ask Jerry Seinfeld. Mrs. Seinfeld, can I get a free Palestine? It doesn't exist. What's up with it non-existing?
What's up with this non-existing, everyone? Now, Democrat Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed jokes about President Trump dying. Here's Abdul El Sayed.
If going swimming in coins wouldn't actually kill you, like he would do it. You know what I mean? He's the guy who'd be like, I just really want a Scrooge McDuck. You're like, yeah, bro, but you're gonna like break your neck if you do that. So,
I mean, maybe he should try it. I'm just saying, maybe he should try it.
The hatred. That's, Eli, that's bigotry. Right? You know, all these people that say that he's ruining the country. Here's what I say. You might be right that he's ruining your vision of what you want the country to be. Bunch of drag queens grabbing on little boys. Bunch of pedophiles turning little boys into little girls and little girls into little boys. Bunch of minor attracted people running around, right? 5-year-old girls with lipstick and pumps and 5-year-old boys with leashes on walking on all fours and all this crazy shit that you guys are into. I don't know what it is. You might be right. He might be destroying your vision of America. And you might be right. He might be destroying your thought of what democracy is. But we live in a constitutional republic. So here's how I answer people, Eli, that say he's destroyed everything in this country. 401ks are at an all-time high. Stock market hit 50 record highs since he's been in office. Border completely closed, which, whether you like that or not, that slows down drastically the flow of fentanyl, illegal drugs, and human trafficking and child trafficking, which is good, right? We found over 100,000 missing children who were in the traffic market. Pretty good, right? Right? We are now the world's largest exporter of oil and gas. Don't believe me? Look all this stuff up. So those are all good things. Those are all great things. He has reduced the size of the federal government by firing thousands of employees, which I believe everybody would say, well, that's good, the federal government being smaller. Now, I know some lefties believe that government should be bigger than the Empire State Building, but it's not really good to have, lots of government. He has stood up for Second Amendment rights and gotten rid of some of the red tape with Second Amendment. He's fighting for every state to be reciprocal, that you can just carry your gun wherever you want because shall not be infringed, right? What else has he done? Oh, he passed the big, beautiful bill, which gave us the largest tax cuts in history. Fired the 87,000 IRS agents that Joe Biden hired. He transformed them into DHS employees and ICE and Border Patrol employees. Eli, I can't see how he's destroyed the country. I just can't see it other than them going, oh, he destroyed it. He destroyed it. He destroyed it. Oh, he destroyed it.
I only have one thing to say to that when they say that they're destroying the vision of what they wanted America to be. Good.
Yeah.
Because that's not America. It's never been America. It's never going to be America. Now, this is a big planet, and you've all touted, I'm going to leave the country, I'm going to leave it. Then leave. Go find some plot of land somewhere where you can nance around and change genders and pretend you're a furry and shit in a box.
Yep.
Go do whatever you want, but you ain't going to do it here.
Yep. Absolutely agree. And in the famous words of Les Grossman, go fuck yourself. Right, Eli?
We are talking scorched earth, mother effers.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's bitching about the gas prices, too. Trump, the only reason the gas prices are going down is because they went up under Trump. Well, I remember them being a lot higher under Biden. I remember them being a lot higher under Obama, too. Again, we're not here to talk about past presidencies, but we're talking about hypocrisy, right? There's a video floating around right now. Eli, remember that time that Joe Biden was riding around with Jay Leno and he was talking about his Corvette? My Corvette. Remember, he ended up finding out that the classified documents that he stole were in the Corvette. I understand the people of Maui, people Latina Mousy. I identify with them because my house almost burned down, Jack. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. My house almost burned down. Almost got my Corvette. My cat was in it. And I saved a baby from a fire when I was born in Puerto Rico and Delaware. Remember those days, right? Well, this video is now resurfaced about him bragging about killing the oil industry. Which, you know.
Well, the other thing I was able to do, I made sure there could be no oil drilling off the East Coast, the West Coast, and 150 miles off the Gulf of Mexico. You could do away with all of that protection, too. No more windmills. Yeah, because they kill birds. Yeah, I had it. Give me a freaking break.
That's why to stop the merger of the deals, killed the oil, took out the pipelines. Tell you what, and now Trump wants to get rid of the windmills because they kill the birds. Give me a freaking break. You want to really complain about any gas prices? Complain about them when they were higher under Biden because he killed the oil industry and the coal industry. You son of a bitch.
You know, dude, I no longer think of myself as old as I am than fly, true national depression, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. All of those aside, the one that really chapped my ass, the dumbest thing he ever said was when he went to Maui right after the wildfire. Let me say that again. The wildfire. And he's standing around going, oh, sure, it's hot down here.
Or what about this one, Eli? Tell me something in 2 words that you love about this country. Made in America, pal. Oh, that's 4. But okay.
2 words. I only got 2 of them for you. The hell was I talking about?
How about this one, Eli? The best one of all. Eli, you know what? Let's not take my word for old Uncle Joe. We got a little time here. Not much, but we got a little. Eli, can you pull up that clip where he's talking about his hairy legs and the cockroaches and corn pop and the black kids? I don't want to put words in his mouth because I don't know the words he says. But we'll pull that back up here in a minute. Eli, when you get it, let me know. We're going to go to Al Gore here for a minute since we're talking about windmills and energy. Al Gore, back in the limelight again, claims the main element of his new movie, An Inconvenient Truth, they've all been proven right. Everything he ever says has been proven right, except they haven't.
If the scientists were dead right, why has so much been made about this documentary and what was wrong?
Well, they cherry-picked a few little, you know, how many years before the Arctic is ice-free.
Kilimanjaro.
Kilimanjaro, the snows of Kilimanjaro are complicated for sure. The main elements, as the scientific community has been very generous to confirm, are right.
Right. And Gore is right. A majority of the science in An Inconvenient Truth has come to fruition.
No, it hasn't. We're supposed to be underwater right now on the coasts. Obama wouldn't have his house in Martha's Vineyard. And as a matter of fact, if the science was right, Al Gore's science, do you know who would not give billion-dollar loans to millionaires all across the coast? They would not give them home loans. If they thought that their investment was going to be swallowed by the ocean, then they would not give these people home loans. And if they did, under that scientific knowledge, the insurance on these places would be more than the house is worth. The payments is what I'm saying. Eli.
And for bonus points, kids, where do the majority of movie stars and politicians live? Ding, ding, ding.
Hollywood and coastal lines. Here we go. No more snow in Kilimanjaro within a decade, right? The claim was Gore stated that within 10 years, by 2016, 10 years ago, that there would be no more snow on Kilimanjaro. By the way, why anybody wants to climb a mountain that has Kiliman in the first word, I don't know. But no more snow on Kilimanjaro. You want to know the outcome? You want to know where we're at today? Snow and ice remain on the mountain Africa's highest peak, while glaciers have shrunk significantly over decades, due partly to factors like deforestation and other issues, the complete loss did not occur by the predicted date, and the substantial ice on Kilimanjaro persists. Now, what I will say is this. Here's where I do agree with climate change. The climate has been changing since Adam and Eve. Climate has been changing since the floodwaters receded, and the climate will continue to change. We can't do anything about it. You can't do anything about it. We can't accelerate it in any way, shape, or form. And there might be some evidence that says we can, but no proof. It's kind of like the theory of evolution. The schools still have to say, we teach the theory of evolution as academics because it can't be proven. How about the Glacier National Park becomes the park formerly known as Glacier? That claim was within 15 years, by 2021, that the park's glaciers would largely disappear. Glaciers have continued to retreat, but they still vastly exist. Okay? So not gone. So what this guy has done his whole life, you want to talk, somebody talked about grift, Eli? Grift? That's a grift. What Al Gore has been able to do is grift his entire life. Because here's the thing. What we say here on LFA TV, if we predict something, like say politically, there's only one time, Eli, that I think we've been vastly wrong, and that was the outcome of the 2020 election, right? Because we never saw that coming. That was a punch we never saw coming. But other than that, if everything that we said was wrong, do you know who would not be here? The thousands of people who've been here for 5 years. They just wouldn't. Now, let's go back to your president, prior to ours.
That made me aware when I was in law school. Proudly for Holloway. Proudly for your dad. First African-American state senator in the state of Delaware. Everything about. And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap.
Stop. We're talking about your hairy legs, Joe. Now, if you said I learned a lot about ticks, still would make sense, but it would be something, right? But where does roaches come into play? I learned a lot about roaches. What? That was a shift? You have hairy legs, and the black kids used to rub it up so they could watch it come down in the sun, and you learned a lot about roaches? What does that even mean?
Watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap.
And I love kids jumping on my lap.
And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
What?
And I tell you what, the men, they're now all men, the guys I work with down here, and they're all guys at the time. They're all good men.
They're not guys now? They were guys at the time, but they're not. Are they trans now? Are they women now? Not all guys, but they were all guys back then. What are you saying?
All good men. Most of them made an awful lot of themselves. And Earl Larkin had a rough time. And some of you knew Earl. I came back as a public defender.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
So, Eli, the people that are over on the YouTube platform that say Trump has destroyed this country, Trump is it doesn't know what he's doing, Trump is lost, Trump is going to be dead before his term is over, blah, blah, blah. That's your guy. That's your guy. I don't know what he was talking about. Do you? Enlighten me. And that was some of his best speaking, Eli.
And don't you dare try to claim AI, because if you check the stamp on that video, 6 years ago, long before all this ever came out.
Yep, absolutely. And it doesn't matter anyway because it's marked nowadays. So if something is AI, they mark it as AI. It's just the way it is. Weird. Anyway, we got a few more stories to go through here before Will Johnson comes on for the day. But let me quickly talk about our last two sponsors of today's show, Fatty 15. That is Fatty 15. The reason why it's called Fatty 15 isn't because I took it when I was 15. No. It's because it's an essential fatty acid called C15. Fatty acid, C15, merge the names together, and you get cockroaches. And I learned a lot about them that summer while I was swimming with the black kids. Fatty 15, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what Fatty 15 is, please do some research on C15 before you buy or take this product. It is not in any way, shape, or form harmful to you. Yes, you can, talk with your physician or your doctor about it. You don't need to. It's not that kind of a supplement. Fatty 15 is an essential fatty acid, and it's the only ingredient in this pill. And what it does is it just prolongs the person. If you take this daily, it just prolongs your life. It slows down your aging process of your cells. It cures the damage that's done to them. It repairs it. And it basically kind of just like assists your cellular growth and functions every single day. They have a 90-day supply for you. And in that 90 days, you can decide whether you like it or whether you don't, whether it's working, whether it's not. Most of the people in this chat that have taken it continue to buy it. They see benefits in it. That's their testimony, not mine. Fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA. That's Fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA today. Check it out and get yourself the discount. Also, done with debt. For those of you who during that stolen election or during COVID-19, which more people died under Biden than Trump, if you believe that it was a real thing anyway, you probably accrued a lot of debt during that time. You were not essential. You couldn't go to work. You were probably losing money. So you probably tapped out some credit cards or got some personal loans. If you're still paying on those, Done with Debt will clear that up for you. Talk to them, figure out, okay, how much more debt do you have? How long will it take to pay off? 2 more years? Let's get it paid off in 6 months. This is how we're going to do it. We're going to work with them. We're going to negotiate with them. Let's get you out of that debt today so that you can start spending your money on better things. Speak to a trained debt professional today. DoneWithDebt.com or 888-322-1054. That's 888-322-1054. DoneWithDebt.com. Okay? All right. We got about 12 minutes left here. So let's get into some SAVE Act talk. Well, before we do that, let's go into fraud. There's a few videos here I want to show you on fraud. President Trump, J.D. Vance is overseeing the fraud team. They are actively and successfully bringing people to justice who are committing fraud, whether it be Medicare fraud, whether it be daycare fraud, any kind of federal funds getting used for anything that they shouldn't be. You're going down, and the FBI has been arresting people at a phenomenal speed. Here's more about fraud.
Justice Department is accusing the state of New York of making a backroom deal with a private company at the expense of millions of federal dollars. Vice President J.D. Vance accusing top health officials in the state of protecting a company that was breaking the rules in how Medicaid contracts are doled out and costing taxpayers millions. It's just the latest stop for the Trump administration's crackdown on fraud. The Justice Department blaming Governor Kathy Hochul's office for failing to take action to stop fraud in a home health care program used by more than 250,000 New Yorkers. In a lawsuit against the state of New York, the DOJ arguing the company Public Partnerships LLC was pre-selected through a sham bid process. PPL also accused of making false statements and misrepresentations about its staffing and financial readiness. Also of adding hundreds of millions of dollars of additional costs on the Medicaid program paid for by federal funds.
You know what these fraudsters are doing? They are taking advantage of American generosity to enrich themselves.
Vice President J.D. Vance, also President Trump's fraud czar, insisting the state's Medicaid and health directors are to blame. Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz has for months insisted home health aid programs are being abused.
It's the #1 job, more than retail in some states, and you're employing hundreds of thousands of people. But if we're paying for the kinds of services your family would normally offer you, balancing your checking account, carrying the groceries upstairs, well, I mean, you're going to hire your child to do those things. I don't know if you actually need him to do those things. He's getting paid, and that money, therefore, can flow back to the family unit. That's not a smart way of running a social system.
Critics raising concerns about how rapidly funds have been cut off around the country.
Good. Cut them all off. Cut all funds off when you find fraud. W. Wilson in Rumble just said, breaking. Let's go back there. W. Wilson says, see if I can find that comment. Just in, President Trump's DOJ, charges 15 people in a $1.4 million Massachusetts benefit fraud scheme, 11 illegal aliens living under stolen identities to steal SNAP, food stamps, Medicaid, disability, and unemployment benefits. You see, the difference between the Ellis Island immigrants and today's illegal aliens, they came here for the American dream and to work hard to obtain it. These illegal aliens came here to steal it. And that's exactly what they're doing, stealing it. Watch this video here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Gagliotti, and I'm the head of the Justice Department's Criminal Division. Thank you all for joining us today as we announce the largest coordinated healthcare fraud takedown in the history of the Department of Justice.
Let's go.
Today marks a decisive moment in our fight to protect American taxpayers from fraudsters and to defend the integrity of America's healthcare system.
Absolutely.
We are announcing today charges against 324 defendants for their alleged participation in healthcare fraud schemes involving approximately $14.6 billion in false claims submitted to Medicare, Medicaid, and other healthcare programs.
Love it. Love it. 12 attorneys general across 50 federal districts. $14 billion. Cut them off. Now, you cannot speak the word fraud without mentioning the Newsoms. Gavin and Jenny.
Also failed to mention a key detail, that the Biden DOJ began investigating people in his orbit as early as 2022.
Wow, I said that
4
days
years
ago.
Including his former chief of staff, who ultimately pled guilty to fraud and other charges.
That's right.
In May. Back in March, the Daily Mail ran a story claiming that Governor Newsom's wife and her firm pocketed more than $3 million from a gender stereotypes charity.
When I had a look at Jennifer Newsom's charity, I found that she was paying herself since 2012 $3.7 million.
Wow.
This is a lot of money when you look at the amount that the charity brings in. It's sort of 1 to 1.
And before we finish this video, just let me just kind of give you a quick overview. Jennifer Newsom was having her for-profit company get paid by her non-for-profit company, or her NGO, was paying her for-profit company, which then paid her a salary, and she collected over $3 million in that time frame, just so you know.
$7 million a year, and she's paying up to a third of that to herself and her own company, $300,000 a year. Now that is, I did a bit of data analysis looking at what charities that size usually pay their executives, and she was in the top 5% of all charities in the nation for pay.
Do you think that the charity is the reason DOJ might be investigating her?
There's a whole bunch of reasons, potentially. There are a lot of questions around their finances. So the charity could be one of them. Now, it is legal for a charity to pay whatever they want to their executives. But one of the issues they might be looking at is who are the donors to the charity that are financing that pay? What kind of relationships do they have with the California government that Newsom is in charge of? There's also, if you look at his income, and he's released at least, partly to journalists in closed door viewing sessions, his tax returns. And if you look at that, his income, it's about 1.2 to 1.4 million a year. And it just doesn't add up for all of his expenses. He's got massive mortgages, $625,000 in mortgage payments. He's got at least $1 million in living expenses. And the two just don't add up. I would be interested interested in that if I were an IRS investigator. One other thing to look at here is the way that his property transactions are structured lead to a lot of questions. When he bought his $3.7 million Sacramento estate, it was done through an LLC, but that LLC doesn't seem to have appeared on his tax returns. There's all kind of questions of why he would do it that way, and he hasn't answered those satisfactorily. So if I'm IRS, I'm looking at that too, thinking maybe there's an issue here.
And it doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter how much. It doesn't matter when they get convicted in court. It doesn't matter who does what. It doesn't matter what's shown, what's not for proof. Leftists will still say Trump is weaponizing the government against his opponents. What opponent? He's not running against Gavin Newsom. He'll never run against Gavin Newsom. It's just that. It's because they are fraudulent. And the only people that ever want to stop fraud investigations are Democrats. The only people that want to continue fraud investigations are Republicans. Speaking of frauds, I want you to hear a threat from their leader, Chuck Schumer. Listen to what he says here.
Is Trump's hostage note. Here's what he said. I will not approve FISA. He said, we are canceling the Senate hearing. He said, Bill Pulte will remain as the acting director of national intelligence. Trump should know national security is not a pawn. All of the consequences that come from undercutting our national security will fall on Trump and any Republicans who go along with his dangerous partisan games.
Is that a threat? Is that a threat? Anything that comes because of this will be on them? Is that a threat? You're going to work together with people to start creating national security issues and try to kill the president again? Listen to what he says here.
Wants FISA to stay expired. Why does he want FISA to stay expired? That's a question the American people are asking, because no one can understand the rationale for it.
And they said they were going to approve FISA. And I said, but we want FISA approved, but we want the Save America Act approved. Voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots, with exceptions, like for the military, you're sick, you're traveling, disabled. Very, open and generous. We also want no men playing in women's sports, so we want no transgender mutilization of our children. None. Those are 5 things that are 99%.
That's right. Majority of the country wants it.
That's all we want.
If he thinks that he is going to save his SAVE Act by attaching it to FISA, he's got something coming. We will never pass the SAVE Act.
And here's the thing. If John Thune had a set of nuts, it doesn't matter if you pass it or not. John Thune could get it passed if he just enforced the filibuster. But lucky for you, we've got a uniparty scumbag in there. Now, I wanted to play this before we go. Have you guys seen the newly painted Air Force One? What the new paint job? Have you guys seen it? Woo-wee! Fresh set of paint on that bad boy. Let's go. Now that looks sharp. I gotta tell you, that looks sharp. That looks way better. Everything that Trump does as president is way better than the guy before him. And last but not least, I wanted to play this. It's been a long time since I've watched this, and it's Father's Day coming up, so figured, why not, before Will Johnson comes on. Here we go.
That's Barron. He's strong, he's smart, he's tough, he's vicious, he's violent, and most importantly, hopefully, he's smart. Because smart is really the ingredient. So Barron, good luck. You have a long way to go.
I want all A's.
Okay.
Okay, all A's. And when you get older, what are you going to remember? No drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. And, you know what else? No tattoos. I don't ever want to see tattoos on you.
It's just the other night. I love that video. The left will never let him have it. Eli, yesterday I brought Lily in for a few seconds, remember? I brought Lily in for a few seconds yesterday, and some douchebag, I think it was Brian on there, was talking about the cancer rate in Iowa, and he's like, glad Jeremy lives there. Hope he's smart enough to get his daughter out. No, you're not. You wouldn't be happy about that. You'd want her dead too because you're scum. Some of you people are scum of the earth. But don't worry. We're coming for you. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow you will see me on Rise Up, but I will not be here for Live from America. We have Gentry Jeevers and others taking over for me. I'll be on vacation all next week. I ask that you guys stay strong, stay proud, help the hosts here, give them something to lean on. God bless each and every one of you. We'll see you in the morning, and then after that, I'm out. There are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Happy Father's Day to each and every one of you out there, and remember, keep your families, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. Whatever you do, never stop spreading that gospel. I love you. I'll miss you. Have a great day.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. Let's go. I will bomb them. That's what President Trump said. If Iran decides to back out of the deal, President Trump says, I will bomb them. I absolutely believe President Trump. And guess what? They believe President Trump more than we do. If you really think about it, because see, President Trump, he's been clear. He gives these people so many opportunities, so many times for them to do the right thing. And when President Trump says, I will bomb them, they take him serious. They take him seriously because they know that they will get bombed by President Trump because President Trump is a no-nonsense guy. He doesn't play around. And they know he's not going to play around. They know that they will get their butts handed to them if they don't do the right thing. This is what I voted for. I voted for a strong leader. I didn't vote for someone just to bring the prices of eggs down. I didn't vote for someone just to bring the price of milk and bread down. I voted for someone who's going to protect our borders. I voted for someone who's going to put America first. I voted for someone that's going to have the rest of the world respect the United States of America, and that is Donald J. Trump. That's what I voted for. I can't speak for you. I'm not going to speak for you, but I voted for that. I voted for President Trump to do what he is currently doing. And actually, President Trump has done more than what I expected of him. Can I get a show of hands? How many of y'all are like just blown away by all of the positive things that President Trump has done thus far? More than half the stuff that President Trump has done thus far has been so positive for this country, I didn't even expect him to do that. Now, there are a couple of things that I wish President Trump would address that he hasn't addressed, and maybe he will, and maybe he won't. But I'm not going to get all butthurt and start being anti-Israel, start being anti-Trump like Ryan Mehta and a few others. I'm not going to do that. because President Trump is not directly addressing what I want him to address. President Trump has done things that I wasn't even thinking of. Finally, because most of us didn't know that there was a major issue with Iran. Most of us didn't know. Most of us went year after year, day after day, hour after hour, second after second, and we don't even think about Iran. We've known that they've been a threat all of these years. We know that they've always organized and they supported terrorism, not just in the Middle East, but around the world. But we don't go every day thinking about them. President Trump is actually fixing the issue, so then that way we don't have to think about them in the future. Does that make sense? President Trump sees a problem and he's fixing the problem, a major problem. 47 years going on, 48 years, a problem that has been there. And President Trump has been the only president with the balls, can I say that? With the balls to actually do something about it. And who's upset about it? Of course, the left. They're upset because President Trump is putting America first. They're upset because President Trump is doing something that they could have done themselves. But as I've always said, the reason why they haven't done it is because they want destruction in the world. They want chaos. They want stuff blowing up. They need it. They thrive on it. There's nothing under the sun that President Trump can't do that the Democrats will ever go, you know what? This was good. This was good what he did. There's nothing under the sun that President Trump could do. President Trump could cure cancer, and they'll complain that he did it. President Trump could stop a 47-year-old war, and they'll complain.
Speak up. Sorry, what are the goals of?
Oh, sorry. They'll complain that he did it. Here's President Trump when they're asked him by these reporters, and these reporters are asking President Trump, saying, well, there's nothing in the deal that's saying that they're not going to create another nuclear bomb. And President Trump said, oh, it's clear. I will bomb them. Now listen to these idiot reporters. And these idiot reporters come from the United States of America, just like Jeremy, just like all the other hosts here on LFA have made it clear abundantly that the left, the Democrats, hate this country. And they don't care to let us know that they hate the country.
Speak up. Sorry, one of the goals of Epic Fury, you said going into it, was to destroy Iran's ballistic missiles and its capabilities to build more.
Yeah.
Why is it acceptable to you now that they keep some of that capability? And Iran
What are they keeping? What are they keeping? They have less than other nations now. We knocked out probably 85% of their missiles. The rest of them are underground. They can't even get them out. You know, the other night's raid, I think it was on the first night, we knocked out hundreds of their missiles. Actually, by mistake, we were hitting an area, and you can sort of see when the bombs are going off, and then you see one that looks like, wow, what happened? A lot of missiles knocked out. No, but what are you going to do? Let's spend another 2 weeks and give them none. They don't want to be firing missiles right now. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. And if people from the Middle East, if people want to invest, and again, they don't have to invest at all. But if they do want to invest, it does have oil. It does have probably a future, but it's going to take a long time. But are you going to let the 91 million people starve to death? I mean, one of the things I was very intent on, they have water desalination plants, very good ones. I could have knocked them out in 5 minutes, just like I knocked out Cargill, and I knocked out everything but the oil. I said 25, it was so complete. The only thing there is the pipes coming with the oil because I didn't want to ruin the world market because they do a lot of money. But I didn't want to do that, no. It would have been so easy. It would have been easier, and I would have satisfied a group of 10% of the people, but it would have been the wrong thing to do. And it could have caused an international depression.
Iran's.
And you know what? Before we go to the next one, that's exactly what the radical leftist lunatics wanted. They wanted what President Trump was doing to be so disruptive, to cause economic catastrophe across the planet. Kind of like they did with COVID. Do y'all remember that? Now, I'm blaming the Democrats and the leftist lunatic globalists for COVID. Now, I'm not saying being a doctor or any of that, but I am blaming them. I'm still blaming them. And I can blame them all I want to, even if it's true or not true. But they caused the economic collapse of the world to happen during COVID, and they want what President Trump doing in the Middle East to cause an economic collapse around the world. This is what they're wanting. So then they can turn around and say, well, if you want things better, you have to vote us in. You have to support our woke, evil, demonic agenda, and we can make it all go away. I mean, it's the same thing Satan does all the time. They lie and they lie. But these idiots, most of the time, they get on the airplane and they'll fly wherever President Trump is just to go and ask him questions, try to make him look bad. And these are American reporters for the most part.
Maybe not.
Iran's position has always been that their nuclear program was for civilian purposes. If they come back after the signing of this and say they want to continue to have a civilian nuclear program, is that acceptable to you?
Well, I've said to them always, I say, look, you have probably the third largest oil reserves in the world. What the hell do you need nuclear for? You need nuclear for some electricity. So I've always felt that way. So we've been pretty tough in that. You know, it is a little hard, though, when you say that somebody wants it. Other people have it, other states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes. That's always a little tough. You have to use a little common sense, please. New York Times, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Now that you're approaching a new phase in this conflict with Iran, can you now say whether you will hold anyone in your administration accountable for the strike on a school that killed more than 100 children on the first day of the war?
No, if it was a fault, and as you know, that's under investigation. It's such a strange question to be asked at this state. You're talking about a long time ago, but nobody did that on purpose. I guess you'd have to say about them, what about the thousands of soldiers that they blew up when they opened their car door? What about the thousands of people that were killed by Iran? No, mistakes are made. The war is nasty. But I know it's under investigation, and I could have a report for you tomorrow. Or I would ask Pete Hegseth that question, because they have it under investigation. Please.
Mr. President, you've been saying all week that this deal permanently prevents Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, but the drafts of the deal that have been floating around barely mention Iran's nuclear program. So can you explain how exactly the deal achieves that goal?
So when I say permanently, it should be permanently. But if it's not permanently, we will bomb them. They will be bombed, just like I bombed them on Wednesday night and Tuesday night, and was going to bomb them on Thursday night at a level that was 3 times greater, and they knew that. I will bomb them. Now, that's with me as president. If you have a weak, pathetic president, maybe that doesn't happen, but I can only do the job that I have to do. I have a long time to go. I have almost 3 years, close to 3 years. Time is going fast. But our country has become we're the most respected country in the world. Those leaders today, they said, we used to laugh at you. 2 years ago, the same guys, they'd laugh at the country. And now they say, you're the most respected country anywhere in the world. Militarily, even military. Take a look at what happened look at what happened in so many different locations. Afghanistan, that horrible retreat that these people made, leaving equipment behind. They weren't under any pressure. You take your time. You can get out. I was going to get out. We were going to get out with dignity and pride, take 100% of the equipment. I was even taking the tents down. But then they got in and they just left. They left all the equipment. They get all that equipment back. Now, here's the thing, because it's a little old now, but we go back.
They left all the equipment in Afghanistan. And now Afghanistan, to my understanding, is on their hands and knees groveling to President Trump. Groveling to him. Now, President Trump said we're going to get all the equipment back. I think they've sold off a lot of it because they're, all making the money. But the equipment should have never been left in the first place. Joe Biden left the equipment. Why would they leave that equipment? I think they said it was up to $80 billion in the military surplus. And it didn't bat an eye about it. Oh, just let them have it. It's okay. Just let them have it. Now, of course, a lot of it's probably old and run down by now, but it's just the point that they left it. President Trump wasn't going to leave this terrorist organization anything, but Biden did. The Democrats did, and I think that was by design.
Afghanistan is kissing our ass, you know that?
Bomb Iran if they don't comply, but there's nothing enforceable in the deal itself. Is that correct?
Doesn't have to be. I let him know. I said, look, if you don't adhere to the agreement, I don't want to do that, but we're going to bomb the hell out of you. And I don't think that they're going to veer from the agreement. What else am I going to do? Am I going to say I'm going to take you to court? Let me take you to court. Let me sue you. No, we're going to bomb the hell out of them if they violate the agreement. I don't want them to. I want them to honor the agreement. Again, the Straits close up. Bad things can happen. You know, in war, terrible things happen. Like you mentioned the question before about a school gets hit. Other things get hit. Bad things happen in war. War is a nasty place. I see it. I see it. I see it better than maybe anybody has ever seen it.
Bad things happen. Bad things happen when you're not in war. I mean, bad things will happen. Bad things happen all the time to good people and bad people. It just, bad stuff happens. That's just the way things are. Now, I saw someone in the comments on YouTube who made the most idiotic statement as of today on the internet, saying that President Trump is, and I forgot exactly how the person said it. President Trump is trying to erase your race, or he's trying to eliminate your kind. And I'm paraphrasing what the person said, alluding to that I'm a hypocrite for supporting President Trump as if he's trying to eliminate black people. This is the most idiotic thing you could ever say. If anybody was actually trying to eliminate black people, it would be the Democrat Party when it comes to abortion, when it comes to the illegal migration, when it comes to the way that they were doing black people. The Democrat Party, Margaret Sanger, they've been the only ones. In New York in 2012, if I remember the day, or maybe in 2011, don't hold me to it. But at one point in New York City, there was more black babies aborted than born. And the Democrats celebrated it. And it's always typically, and I'm pretty sure what I did, I don't even think the person have a picture next to their name, but the person, I'm willing to bet that this is a feminist white liberal or a soy boy liberal, white soy boy liberal. I'm pretty much sure, especially because of the way they phrase the question. It's always the white liberals trying to convince people black that they got to stay on the Democrat plantation. You see, and they're upset because of what President Trump is doing. Again, President Trump is doing so many positive things. And not just in the United States of America, but President Trump is doing positive things around the world. Now, President Trump signs this agreement, which, of course, the Democrats, all of them said that this would never happen. And it happened the day before Obama opened up his garbage can museum. Or library. It's the garbage can. It looks like one of those gray garbage cans that you see on the street of New York somewhere. Straight up garbage can. Well, President Trump signs this, and they're all watching him. Yesterday, I showed you the video where President Trump walked into the room, and he says, "I'm the boss." And no one disagreed. No one could say anything. President Trump is the boss. And you know what? These idiots don't even like the fact that President Trump is the boss because they want someone like Joe Biden or Obama that they can pull the strings on and can control. But they can't control President Trump. President Trump is the boss. And for a lot of the liberals in the United States of America, they see President Trump as a king. I'm not sure why they see him as a king, but nonetheless they do. It's almost they want President Trump to be a king. And you know what? At this point, if President Trump wins the 2028 presidential election, it's not going to hurt my feelings at all. Sadly, President Trump is going to be done after this 4 years. I think so. He's going to be like, you know what? I've done all I can do. He's not going to be like Obama, trying to go around, trying to keep his legacy. President Trump, his legacy will always be here as the greatest president of the United States of America. And these idiot liberals don't like it. President Trump signed this agreement. It's absolutely wonderful to see it. Look at this.
Yes.
Bravo.
Bravo. Look at Emmanuel Macron, such a weasel.
Good job. Great job.
Look at that. Bravo. Bravo. You hear him? Bravo. They're clapping because they're sitting amongst greatness. And yes, President Trump is great. He's the greatest president this country's ever had. And you're getting that from me, a black man with dreadlocks. How do you white liberals feel about that? You're probably so disgusted. Oh my goodness, how dare he? You're a sellout, you're a sellout. You're a sellout. I mean, come up with something more original. You can't. You hate the fact that I support President Trump because of all the positive things that he's doing. Well, I do have one of your lunatic liberals that's talking about all of this. And of course, they're mad because Obama had the greatest deal, everybody. This is like Obama's deal. No, it's not. No, it's not at all. And they keep saying that President Trump, he's sending them $300 billion. No, he's not. No, he's not. If they do the right thing and they stop trying to kill everybody on the planet, President Trump is saying, okay, we'll free up some resources for you, but not until then. You have to demonstrate that you're not trying to destroy half the planet. But the Democrats don't want that. The Democrats were hoping that Iran would get a nuke so they can set it off. Just like I constantly told y'all that they were hoping that Russia would set off a nuke because of the involvement of Ukraine. They were hoping, they were edging on. Ukraine and Russia was coming together at one point to do a peace deal and say, okay, we're going to stop the fighting. The United States of America under Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and the rest of the Democrats said, no peace deal. They said no peace deal because they wanted Putin to set off a nuke. They need somebody to set off a nuke. They want to eliminate a lot of people on the planet. And Nancy Pelosi and the rest of them are just pure evil.
And for this president to have torn it up and now coming back with even what the Republicans said is a failure. It's a failure if we're giving $300 billion to reconstruction, to lift the sanctions on their sale of oil, to so many things that, again, unfreezing money in banks that they have wanted to have unfrozen. Just a ridiculous giveaway and not addressing the one complaint that people had about the Obama nuclear agreement with Iran was that it did.
Look at her. She's trying to get her lies straight. She can't even get it out. The Obama nuclear agreement. Let me fix my lie here so to sound legit. The Obama agreement with Iran allowed Iran to continue to create a nuke. That was the whole goal. Let me bring this to you. Let me bring this up again. I brought it up yesterday, the day before, and the week before that. If demons walk on the earth and they're occupying these people, do you think that these demons don't want them to set off a nuke? Come on, think about it, people. Why do you think I'm constantly calling them Democrats? They want death. Democrats love death, or they wouldn't be pushing abortion the way they do.
Address the ballistic missiles, and neither does this. So we tore up a good agreement. We went to war. We lost American lives, sadly, but we have something that is costing taxpayers enormous amounts of money to give to Iran and paying individually at the pump. And this is really something that has hit home hard for people.
And then, of course, you have Jen Psaki there. Yep. Keep the lies coming. It sounds so good. It sounds actually believable. That's really good. That's really good. Really good. I've always wondered, did these people in the liberal media, do they have like a special award ceremony at the end of the year? You call it Liberal Media Award Ceremony. And they give each other awards for who was able to tell the best lie, to be the most convincing in the lies that they were telling. Have y'all ever heard of such a thing? I would be shocked if they don't have one. I would be shocked if they don't have one of those type of ceremonies at the end of the year. See, President Trump is bringing peace. And this is how I see it. I'm going to add some religion into what we're talking about here, because for me, I can't separate the two. I believe that the world stage is getting set up for the Antichrist to come onto the scene. And the Antichrist, because the Antichrist can't basically do anything positive himself, President Trump is setting it up. He's not setting it up for the Antichrist. President Trump's intentions are noble. President Trump's intentions are for people to prosper, for people to have safety and security, actual safety and security. The Antichrist is going to come in and try to take it and try to claim it as if it's something that he has done. I'm telling you right now. Now, look, this is just my point of view on all of this. If you want to disagree with me, fine. I'm not mad at you. But this is just how I'm looking at the world of what's going on. Emmanuel Macron and all of these world leaders, they're like flocking to President Trump, and they all hate the man. When the Antichrist come onto the scene, they're all going to love him. They hate Trump, but they're going to love the Antichrist. Nancy Pelosi, all of them. They're going to love the Antichrist. And if you say anything negative about the Antichrist, they're going to try to lock you up. Hear me now, believe me later on. See, President Trump can cure all world elements, and the Democrats will reject it. President Trump can cure all sicknesses and illnesses, and the Democrats will reject it. 100%. Listen to
if
this.
Donald Trump found the cure to cancer, people at this table would be upset about how he did it. People on the political left would go crazy about how he did it.
And look at dude over there. What? Is there anybody watching agree with this young man right here in the tie? With the orange striped tie? Anybody agree with him? I completely agree with him, 100%. President Trump can come up with everything and fix it all, and they would lose their beep boop. They would lose their minds over it. And they were like, oh my goodness, he can't do this. Like, for example, remember President Trump was saying, what were they talking about, the bleach? And because they were saying bleach and sunlight would kill COVID. Remember they were talking about that? And President Trump saying, well, is there something that we can do like the bleach that will kill it in the body? That's all he said. He didn't tell anybody to go get a jug of bleach and start downing it. He didn't tell anybody to do that at all. But the Democrats, that's what they took it and they ran with it. Saying, oh, he's telling people to drink bleach. You remember that? So it doesn't matter. President Trump could actually come up with something that is positive, and they'll find some kind of way to say, oh my goodness, we can't do that. It's wrong. It's terrible. It's terrible. Or if they just can't go and say it's terrible at all, they'll twist it and try to say they came up with the idea. Remember during the campaign of 2024 when President Trump said no taxes on tips, and what did Kamala Harris say? I'm going to do no taxes on tips. And everybody, oh, that's such a great idea. Kamala Harris is so brilliant. She's so bright. She came up with the idea of no taxes on tips. And these idiots in the liberal media, they ran with it for the most part. Some of them like, because President Trump had been saying it on the campaign. And all of a sudden, Kamala Harris tried to say it, try to claim it for herself. Same thing the Antichrist is going to do. And when the Antichrist comes onto the scene, all these people see it, and he's going to be claiming all of it. The left, the progressives, these evil people, they're going to be, oh, yes, it's so great. Look what he has accomplished for everybody. Because not only are the evil Democrats going to embrace the Antichrist, but so will the Islamist terrorists. That's the reason why they're going to believe it. And I truly believe that we're getting closer and closer to that time. We actually have a society where people are advocating and are fighting for criminals. We talked about it so much. Just like when the illegal aliens come into the United States of America, who is advocating for them. It's not the MAGA Republicans. It's not President Trump. Republicans and President Trump saying, you came unlawfully, you got to go home. If I came to your home, even though y'all watch Will Johnson on a day-to-day basis, if I came to your home and I came through the side window, I would still expect you to call the cops. Will, what are you doing? If you'd have came to the front door, I might have let you in, not necessarily have to, but I just might have let you in the door. But if I came to your house and I came through the side window, I expect you to call the cops. It's the same thing. I'm pretty sure more than half of you, if you saw me come up to your door, knocked on the door, you more than likely would probably let me in for a couple minutes, like 2 minutes, just to say hi and then bye. You might allow me to come in. But I guarantee 100% of you, if I came through the side window, well, it might be 1%, but 100% of you will say, dude, what are you doing? Why are you coming through the side window? I want to show you exactly what I'm talking about, how evilness has taken over these people and how they're fighting, advocating for evilness when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
I not only believe that Delaney Hall should be shut down, I believe that it should be disbanded and reformed. And I believe that the Department of Homeland Security was created in response to an immediate threat, to a perceived threat to our well-being, and we just put everything in. And that it, in and of itself, it needs to be disbanded in its current form.
If anything should be disbanded, demolished, removed, never to exist again, would be the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party is trying to make it unsafe for all of us. Who in their right mind wants to get rid of law enforcement when we've had thousands, actually millions of people come into the country, and more than half of them, they have no idea where they are, no idea what their intents are, no idea where they came from, and no idea when they're going to commit terrorist acts in the United States of America. But these Democrats are advocating for them. And it's the same people over and over and over again. They don't care. These are the same people who will not stand for the American people, but they're standing for illegals, and now they want to dismantle ICE.
Republicans have made their priorities clear. They believe ICE and CBP should be terrorizing our communities and tearing families apart. And if a U.S. citizens protest, they can be arrested, labeled a domestic terrorist, or even killed.
Did you hear this? He's saying the purpose of ICE, because of the Republicans, is to terrorize families. No. ICE is removing people that take the lives of people like Lake and Raleigh. ICE is here to remove people that sex traffic children. ICE is here to remove all of these illegals that are in the country that are bringing drugs into the country. But the Democrats want just the opposite of that. Dude, it doesn't take much. If you don't see the evilness in these people with me showing these clips to you, then you don't want to see it. Then all I can think of is that you're a tyrant, demonic Democrat yourself. You're in agreement of removing law enforcement that is actually removing criminals from the streets of America. And no, they're not targeting people based on color. I've been around ICE agents. I've been around Border Patrol agents. I've been around FBI agents. I've been around these law enforcement agents, and I'm still here, and I didn't have on a Trump hat. Thank you. That building in Minneapolis that they're all screaming and kicking about, I went inside that building. Did you know that? I was inside the building. Tom Homan was in there doing the press conference, and I was right there. And there's ICE agents everywhere. So how did I walk out? I didn't have on any T-shirts that say support Trump. Trump is your president. I didn't have my MAGA hat on. I didn't have anything on, but just a collared black solid shirt and some jeans. How did I walk out? They want you to believe that they're targeting a group of people, specifically black people, so then that black people will react and possibly hit the streets of America with all of their violence that they normally do.
We will keep standing up for detainees and the peaceful protesters at Delaney Hall. We will keep standing up to ICE's violence. We will demand accountability from this administration, and we will shut down Delaney Hall.
You know what? You know what's really interesting? How this comes on the heels of these 15 trans-Tifa members getting arrested. Just talked about it just the other day. They're finally arresting these trans-Tifa members, and then you have these members of Congress all of a sudden having this off-the-books hearing. There's no Republicans there. This off-the-books hearing, which doesn't mean anything. They're just out there venting because they can't actually do anything. All they're doing is venting. They're hoping that they're going to be able to get back in power, of course, come this November, and they're going to release all of those trans-Tifa members. They're going to, and as soon as they can, right, if they can steal the election come 2028, they'll put a Democrat in there, and the Democrat will, these are trans-Tifa members. These are our people. We got to let them go. We got to pardon them. And they're going to say, well, President Trump pardoned people from J6. These people actually plot to destroy and kill other people. Just like the people that were trying to plot and kill President Trump during the UFC fight. Did you know that they were being led by illegals? Did you know that? Is anybody watching didn't know that? I just found that out like an hour before I came on. I'm like, this is unbelievable. The leader of the group is an illegal alien. And there's multiple people in that organization that was trying to send in drones and doing a massive attack on President Trump, being led by illegal aliens. And the Democrats don't want to say nothing about it. They don't even want to talk about it. I've yet to hear MSDNC, Communist News Network, ABC, CBS. I've yet to hear any of them actually report on this terrorist plot to harm President Trump and others at the UFC fight. But they're all concerned about Michelle Obama being a man, which I don't understand again when they all push the whole transgender thing. Why don't they just embrace it? They should just be embracing that crap. But they don't. They don't. They're like, no. So now all of a sudden they know what a woman is? When it comes to Michelle Obama, now they know what a woman is? Give me a break. Give me a break. If they knew what a woman was, they would have said it a long time ago. But they actually do, but they don't want women to be women. And they don't want men to be men. They want to change what God has created. I want to show you something else on exactly how evil these people are. And just blatantly lying about everything. They're angry now because a man became successful and became the first trillionaire. And now they're trying to figure out ways to knock him down. Instead of saying, oh, wow, look at this. It can be accomplished from hard work and dedication. It can happen. Did you know Elon Musk failed multiple times? Elon Musk took everything that he had and poured it into Tesla, where even to the point to where it looked like it was going to completely collapse. And he kept pushing forward. You don't become successful by giving up. You don't become successful by embracing communism, socialism. You don't become successful that way. You become successful by never giving up and continuously working hard. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
What would $1 trillion pay for? Well, $1 trillion, if we decided to distribute that equally among American households, your household would get $7,500.
You hear this? So he has an agenda saying, look, we need to take the money from Elon Musk and just distribute it to everybody in America. Everybody will get $7,500. Just take it from Elon and give it to everybody else. Instead of encouraging everybody else to work hard to make money themselves, we'll just give it to you. This is what you call communism 101. Adam Schiff.
Every household in America could get $7,500 from that $1 trillion.
Oh my
It
goodness.
would also pay for the complete four-year college education of 7.7 million American students. So you can take all the tuition, all the room and board, all the costs of all of that for 7.5 million students and pay for it by the wealth of our first trillionaire. It costs a lot to raise kids in America. Well, you can take 4.3 million kids and raise them from birth until 18, pay for everything they need during those 18 years.
Pay for everything they need. Let's just create a socialist, communist, liberal utopia. We'll take it all from Elon Musk and just give it to everybody else. You know what that would do to the dollar? You know what that would do to people wanting to be innovative, create businesses? No one would do it. No one would do it. I mean, it's just the thought of them saying that let's take the money from Elon. Let's just take it from him. Let's just take it and just give it to the people. Everybody will be on board with that. You know, they'll get a lot of stupid black people to be on board with it because a lot of stupid black people constantly screaming, reparations, reparations. Well, listen to the Communist News Network talk about Elon Musk because Elon Musk does have a huge megaphone. Really does. After purchasing Twitter and turning it into X, he became the loudest mouthpiece on the planet. He really has. Because not only him and President Trump, of course, but not only are people listening to Elon Musk in the United States of America like President Trump, but the rest of the world is listening to Elon Musk. So when he posts something, the world listens. The Communist News Network is looking at Elon Musk as he was talking about this case of 1,400 children getting brutally beat, raped, everything else you can think of, 1,400 people. And I think it was between the year of 1993 up until like 2023. 1,400 people, children. And listen to what they're saying, because Elon Musk is actually mentioning it. And it's not by the native people. It was by these immigrants that the idiots allowed into the country.
For days now, he's been dredging up a decade-old scandal over years of child sex abuse by gangs of men in a town in the north of England. In a 2014 report, it was found that about 1,400 kids had been abused by gangs of men in the northern English town of Rotherham, beginning in 1997, lasting more than a decade. Today, Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, responded by suggesting that Musk was, quote, spreading lies and misinformation.
He's taking his show on the road. That's really what he's doing. And so he's meddling and putting out misinformation and doing all kinds of things that he's done here and seeing if the same tricks work elsewhere. And they often do, actually.
Musk.
Now, you know what? They're saying that Elon Musk is lying about the 1,400 kids being abused. This is a true story. I actually went and looked it up. That's how I found out what they were talking about between the years of 1993 or 1998 up until 2023. This had been happening. And the only reason why they're doing this is because it's the immigrants. It's Islamist terrorists that was terrorizing these people. Here's another one.
Elon Musk is sparking outrage among European leaders for promoting far-right parties and spreading misinformation on his platform X.
Listen.
British, French, German, and Norwegian leaders are all speaking out against his political influence.
Yes, and it's because Musk has been raising attention about sexual abuse of children in the United Kingdom dating back decades. Some of these stories actually go back about 20 years. Musk has been bringing them up on X over and over again, in some cases acting as if he's just discovered some of these stories. They are horrible stories, but oftentimes it seems like Musk is coming in like a brand new college freshman, brand new to a subject, as if he's found out about it for the first time. Because his voice is so loud on X, he causes a lot of reactions. That's what these European leaders are doing.
And that's what they're upset about. And the reason why Elon Musk is bringing it up is because the local authority looked the other way when this crap was happening. Kind of like the same thing here in the United States of America. 400,000 children come up missing under Joe Biden. And what did the authorities do at the time? They looked the other way. The Democrats didn't want to acknowledge it. Remember, they were up on Capitol Hill asking Mayorkas, what happened to all the children? We don't know. We don't know. This is pure evil. These people are evil. They don't mind dipping and dapping in evilness. Well, here's a young lady that I found that was one of the victims during the time. And remember, if you're a tyrant liberal watching this, it's hashtag believe the woman. Never forget that, right? Never forget that.
Just turned 14, he was 24, so he's 10 years older than me. He would pick me up from school, I'd have my school uniform. This was happening all over our town. Majority of them were Pakistani Muslim men. Children as young as like probably 10 and 11 years old, and the authorities were turning a complete blind eye. They didn't want to be called racist or Islamophobic, so it was easy for them to just call us little white slags and lovesick teenagers that kept going back. He'd kidnapped somebody, stabbed him, I think it was about 12 times with a screwdriver. I tried to leave, tried to get out. He grabbed me by my throat and he hung me over the top floor balcony. And he's spitting in my face, kicks over my son's pushchair with my son inside it. He's calling my son a black bastard. He says he's gonna set us on fire and watch us burn. I'll be honest, I do think I'll be killed for it.
You truly believe that?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
You see that? But they don't want to acknowledge her, just like they don't want to acknowledge all the other children that it happened to. It was happening at an alarming rate. And they all want to act like it's no big deal. It's not really happening. Elon Musk is putting out false information. Why would you protect these people when they've done this stuff to children? It's the same reason why they want to protect them when they brutally cut off the male genitals and the breasts of little girls. They want to protect that sickness. They want to protect that evilness. And then Democrats, even at the low level, that get the social justice warriors that get online and be like, oh, no, this doesn't happen. It's not true. It's not true. In a lot of cases, they know it's true, but they want to ignore it. They want to look the other way. They want to pretend it never even happened because they constantly say that President Trump is a pedophile. They constantly say that we are pedophile supporters. But all of this time, when you actually have someone doing something to children, they look the other way. When it's actually happening, they look the other way. Why is that the case? They're filled with evil, demonic spirits. These people, these liberals, and most of them don't even recognize it, that they are. You're evil. You're evil. Repent of your evil, wicked ways. Ask God to fill your heart with the insight, a sound mind. Straight up evil. Here's another great example. Another right on the floor, in your face example of how Democrats will lie about everything. This guy is saying the reason why he's talking about President Trump wanting to remove the illegal aliens, but the illegal aliens, as I mentioned to you a second ago, they had a plot to try to assassinate and kill multiple people at the UFC fight. Listen.
These are people just trying to escape persecution, build a better life for themselves. If they're guilty of anything, it's that they fled economic misery and poverty instead of torture and war. They are not people who are putting us in any jeopardy. It's Donald Trump who's putting us in jeopardy.
News alert, DHS confirming the suspected ringleader accused in a plot to carry out a mass casualty attack at the UFC event at the White House on Sunday is an illegal immigrant.
The federal investigation into Sunday's alleged terror plot on the UFC South Lawn event remains ongoing. Investigators looking into how this transpired, what was planned, as well as believing that many as 20 people may have been involved. Our colleagues over at Fox Digital report the alleged ringleader of this incident, Abraham Alvarez, was in the country illegally from Mexico, but also may have been granted DACA status, allowed to stay back into the Obama administration. He was arrested back in Omaha, Nebraska, and we expect to learn more about his background as the head of the UFC says security was certainly top of mind.
I mean, come on. And these are the people that the Democrats are trying to keep in the country, everybody. These are the people the Democrats are assisting and helping. Heck, they'll even go to a detention facility to try to get people like him to get out so they can go commit horrible crimes. You can't make it up. You absolutely can't make it up. And they don't care. Do I have enough time to get into this one? I'm not going to play all of it because I want to go after this. Talking about being a patriot. The Democrats hate this country, right? Every host on the LFA has been talking about how the Democrats hate the United States of America. And for some reason, the Democrats are trying to act like they're claiming, we're the patriots. We're the patriots. We're the ones that love America. No, they don't. They don't even want to hang the American flag outside of their homes. Come the 4th of July, there's a boycott, and it's been going on for years, not just the 4th of July, 250th year. There's a boycott of liberals not hanging an American flag outside of their homes. Have y'all seen this video? Let me just play a little bit because I have another one that you may not have seen.
Now, CNN chief data analyst.
We will
Herrell.
always remember Lexington and Concord, people. We will always remember it here on CNC.
Patriots Day versus the 4th. We know which one is more important, but the meaning of the 4th. When we ask voters about this, what do most of them say at this point?
This, to me, is one of the most stunning divides that we have seen. You know, we're talking about polarization in politics. It even comes down to what you believe July 4th actually is. Like, what does July 4th mean to you? Celebrate America, friends and family time. Among Republicans, what do you see? You see the clear majority say it's a time to celebrate America, 65%. Among Democrats, however, the plurality disagree. Look at that. What do you see? Friends and family time at 42% versus just 24% who say that what it means most to them is to celebrate America. So even on the basic question of what July 4th means to you, we have Republicans on one end saying celebrate America, more of them say that, and Democrats on the other end saying that it means more to them to have time with friends and family.
What do they say?
24% of these Democrats, and it's probably even lower than that, talking about celebrating America. It's probably, I would say, drop the two. Drop the two. Probably 4% of the Democrats actually say celebrating America. I don't even think it's 24%. That's kind of high, right? Drop the two. And I would go as far as saying that it's more Republicans wanting to celebrate America than 65%. That's kind of low. I think we would all agree. But nonetheless, the Democrats, they don't want to celebrate the United States of America. They hate the country. Which brings me to this one here. Talking about being patriots. Listen to this, because in the beginning of this, she's trying to say that the liberals, the Democrats, are patriots. But then she goes like in the twist. It's really bizarre. And of course, you can see the date there. This was in 2024. Listen.
And I think Willie hit the best note, which was they have reclaimed patriotism, right? Westmore has been trying to do this and talking about it.
You hear this? The Democrats have reclaimed patriotism. This was in 2024. 2024. Now listen to what she says.
Since he started running for governor of Maryland 2 years ago. But think about the amount of flags and stars and stripes we've seen over the last few days. If the volume was down on your TV and you were squinting, you might think you were watching the RNC. And this is so rattling for Donald Trump.
So they're trying to take back the flag when they don't even have nothing to do with the flag. The Democrats hate this country. They truly do. How many politicians do you know, when asked the question, not ask, but ask the question, would you stand for Americans or sit down for illegals? And you all stay in your seats. That right there tells you that they are not for the American people. They're not for the American people. Democrats are evil. And I'm not saying this because we need to go out and be harmful to them at all. That's their MO. That's what they do. We do just the opposite. I share this information in hopes that somebody out there with a twisted, demonic, Democrat mind will look at it and say, wait a minute, is that really us? And just a light bulb comes on. I plant seeds, plant the seeds, plant the seeds. That's all I can do. Plant those seeds here and there. And then at some point, that seed will get hit with a dose of water and it will start growing. And then they'll remember, they'll recognize. Because once you see the truth, you can't unsee it. You can't unsee it unless you just become straight up bitter and sour. Right? Like Liz Cheney, Adam Kissinger, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Ryan Mehta, and a few others. And unless they just get so soured and bitter by something, the truth no longer matters. That does happen. It does happen. But I am personally, I am thankful that my vote counted in 2024, and we have our president, Donald J. Trump, in office. I actually took a picture right before we came on, and I put it on social media, and y'all should see the comments that are flowing in. I just took a simple picture. I'm thankful that my vote counted in 2024. Wait, they're so mad about it. All right, everybody, that's it for me. Loud majority. Kevin, coming up next, right here on LFA TV. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to go anywhere. But I will ask you to hit that thumbs up and share the live feed. And we'll see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars.
What's happening, everybody? Thursday, June 18th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Pretty wild stuff happening. Massive expose going on in New Jersey, where it seems like the members of Antifa who were attacking the ICE facility not only are paid, but seem to be some elected members of the New Jersey legislature. We'll get into that, the big James O'Keefe expose. Also, more fallout coming. From the UK scandal that I could have done 3 hours on that show yesterday. I spared you all from that, but more fallout coming from that. Also, gigantic. Something happened over the last 2 days that I have never seen an American president and vice president do. And it's in terms of the war in Iran. President Trump and J.D. Vance both said something negative about Israel, which is pretty wild. And naturally, the neocons are losing their minds over the mere criticism, which is bananas. Which is absolutely bananas. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here at the 3 p.m. hour. Before we get started, guys, if you're in the chat, do me a favor and click this link. Check out this article pertaining to religious liberty and how some people on the political right are getting a little bit wavery on the concept of religious liberty. It's in the chat. If you guys wouldn't mind just clicking that for me, it really does help me out. So let's dive right on into the main story you see today. The UFC 250. Apparently, a terror plot was thwarted. At UFC 250. Pretty wild stuff. The details coming out. This was quite well planned for a mass casualty event, with the FBI and the Secret Service stopping these would-be terrorists from attacking the event.
This could have been horrific in ways we have never seen.
12 FBI field offices. So thank you if you work for the FBI. Absolutely.
All right, let's get now to Aisha Hasni live in Geneva with the very latest from the G7 summit. Hi, Aisha.
Sorry, that's the wrong clip. That is the wrong clip. Sorry about that one. Yeah, so the UFC 250 attackers. Let me see. Do I have the clip ready to go here? Where the hell did it go? Yep. Must have lost it. What are you going to do? But turns out new details are emerging about who exactly was the attacker in this particular scenario, and you're never going to believe it. One of them was an illegal immigrant.
Leader accused in a plot to carry out a mass casualty attack at the UFC event at the White House on Sunday is an illegal immigrant.
Mark Meredith is live outside the White House with more. Hey, Mark.
Brian Ainsley and Charlie, good morning, friends. The federal investigation into Sunday's alleged terror plot on the UFC South Lawn event remains ongoing. Investigators looking into how this transpired, what was planned, as well as believing that many as 20 people may have been involved. Our colleagues over at Fox Digital report the alleged ringleader of this incident, Abraham Alvarez, was in the country illegally from Mexico, but also may have been granted DACA status, allowed to stay back under the Obama administration. He was arrested back in Omaha, Nebraska, and we expect to learn more about his background as the head of the UFC says security was certainly top of mind.
Did you have any idea that this was happening? Somebody was apparently planning to do something horrible on Sunday.
Yeah, there was more than that. There was more than that. And yes, I was in the loop on all of the stuff that was happening in real time. These are the kind of events that bring the nuts out. You know what I mean?
Prosecutors say the suspects allegedly wanted to use drones packed with explosives.
Drones packed with explosives that would be dropped over the UFC 250 event, which would have then caused, obviously, a gigantic panic where people would have run out of the White House grounds, at which point they were armed with rifles. Well, the plan was to be armed with rifles outside of the White House in order to mow as many people down as humanly possible. So thank God the FBI and the Secret Service were on top of this. But it's good to know. It's good to know that in addition to the homegrown terrorists we have to worry about, now we're getting them from the outside. But sure, Democrats, let's just wave that border open. No big deal. No big deal whatsoever. I can't imagine
I can't imagine how America would last if we didn't import more and more terrorists, this time from Mexico. Spectacular. Absolutely bananas. So as I said, we got to worry about outside terrorists, but of course, the homegrown terrorists are also a gigantic problem. What do I mean by that? Well, it turns out James O'Keefe, a good friend of the show, really did a deep dive into the New Jersey Antifa members outside of Delaney Hall in Newark, New Jersey. Obviously, we've been seeing scenes from outside of that ICE facility for quite some time over the course of the last several weeks. And James O'Keefe managed to infiltrate the Antifa organizations that were doing that. Here's his expose.
An OMG journalist went undercover inside Antifa at the height of the New Jersey shipment port blockades and discovered that members of Antifa have infiltrated almost every industry, from AI engineering, university administration, T-Mobile, to the United Nations, lawyers' guilds, and nonprofit boards of directors. We use their secret internal group chats to identify the members, highlight their most egregious statements, and track down where they work. And the positions of power that some of them hold genuinely shocked us. These people are everywhere. More specifically, the journalist infiltrated an Antifa cell called NJ Byrne. Recently, at Delaney Hall, the illegal immigration detention center in New Jersey, Antifa made headlines by rioting and attacking journalists and law enforcement. NJ Byrne was one of the groups on the ground.
No one's gonna come protect you. Fuck you.
I was personally on the ground at Delaney Hall. I was forced to deploy mace in self-defense and had to retreat into Delaney Hall for my own safety. The violence at Delaney Hall has been brutal and unending. Also, NJ Byrne has been making headlines for shutting down major shipment ports, such as Elizabethport in New Jersey.
Have shut down the entrance to the Port of Elizabeth. Port of Elizabeth is one of the most significant ports in the world.
Thanks to the journalists' infiltration of their signal chat groups, O'Keefe Media has been able to review these chats. And within them, they discuss plans for future port blockades and violent protests, celebrations of Charlie Kirk's assassination, and wishes that Trump's assassin had succeeded. Using names and profile pictures from these chats, we were able to track down a few of the members. For example, using the account's profile picture and name, Lex, we were able to match her to a LinkedIn profile for Alexis P. She is a council member of something called the New Jersey Coalition Against Sexual Assault. Lex gleefully expresses that she is a, quote, menace to the white side of her family, laments the fact that minorities have expressed condolences for Charlie Kirk, and expresses how much she, quote, fucking hates centrists and conservatives. When a person with this much anger, hatred, and racism in their hearts is a council member at the New Jersey Coalition Against Sexual Assault, how are white women, or conservative women, or centrist women for that matter, supposed to feel comfortable or safe going to the NJCASA for help? You would think radical chats like this would mostly consist of students and activists, but what we found was much more alarming. These people are everywhere.
We cook your meals, we haul your trash, we connect your calls, we drive your ambulances.
To quote Fight Club, they program your AI, they run your cell phone service, they are execs in medical companies, they are congressional candidates, university administrators, defense attorneys, and perhaps more predictably, ACLU board members. In a chat planning the Elizabeth, New Jersey port blockade, we found Jim Keedy, who served as city councilman in Asbury Park, New Jersey, and also ran for the 4th Congressional District of New Jersey, although he was not successful. Just imagine if our government was infiltrated with Antifa sympathizers.
Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got it.
Not militia.
Just Imagine. Wu Jin Ko was subscribed to the Jackie Support Antifa group chat, which is dedicated to providing support for Jackie McRae, who firebombed 10 NYPD vehicles in 2026. They/she had their Instagram profile linked, which had a matching profile picture to the LinkedIn account. And they're an engineer at OpenAI, the parent company of ChatGPT. So you can only imagine the radical agendas that they/she is programming into ChatGPT responses. Yet another participant with strong authority over the programming of AI technologies is Belkacem Moufak, who works as an AI automation leader and expert for T-Mobile. Out of all of the people we found in these chats, 3 of them work in high-up positions in leading AI companies. These are the people that will be programming and engineering AI technologies long into the future as they become a more and more prevalent aspect of social programming. Turning our attention to Rutgers University, Zainab Tanvir is an imaging director and assistant professor at Rutgers, New Brunswick. So if your children go to Rutgers, just know that the administration that oversees them is also sympathetic, if not complicit, to the Antifa agenda. One such example, in the same Elizabeth Port blockade chat, we found Amanda Dominguez, who is a PhD student at Rutgers and an organizer and coordinator at a workers' rights activist organization called New Labor. On New Labor's mission page, it states that they fight to empower workers and clean up dangerous safety conditions. We are not exactly sure how creating human blockades against truckers trying to do their jobs is empowering them or improving safety conditions, but this apparently meets New Labor's standards of employment. Also, in the chat planning the Elizabeth Port blockade, we found a D.T. Rao, who is a doctoral candidate in Princeton's Department of Classics. We can't help but wonder what's going on at Princeton if their doctoral candidates and members of the Department of Classics are engaging in chats celebrating assassinations and plotting to shut down major American shipment ports.
Also, in Princeton, New Jersey, at Princeton Theological Seminary, a Presbyterian private school, we found Reverend Shannon Smythe, who serves as the school's director of field education. We couldn't help but wonder if families that are spending over $20,000 a year to send their children to Princeton Theological Seminary were aware that members of the faculty were supportive of Antifa's agenda and disruptive tactics.
Cress Volushi was found to have access to NJ Burns' Google Drive, where they upload photos, videos, and even a media kit in preparation for the port blockade on October 3rd. Perhaps quite predictably, Cress Volushi is a board member of the ACLU and a board member and co-founder of the National Lawyers Guild. The ACLU is notorious for defending Antifa rioters in court, so it doesn't come as a major surprise that their board members would be actively participating in their disruptions. For example, in 2017, the ACLU of Oregon notoriously filed a class action lawsuit against the city of Portland on behalf of members of the Rose City Antifa, citing excessive force by police. There's also Celine Simon. Her profile picture featured a poster stating "Everything is political," which was also referenced in her LinkedIn. She is the co-founder of Study Hall Foundation, which is apparently hosted by the United Nations every year for an annual summit. It's probably not even surprising to many of you that the United Nations would give annual summits to companies founded by Antifa members, especially considering the UN infamously tweeted about their quote, profound concern over a recent statement by the U.S. Attorney General describing Antifa and other anti-fascist activists as domestic terrorists, saying it undermines the rights to freedom of expression and of peaceful assembly.
Speaking a language that they understand, and sometimes that is violence.
Peaceful assembly. Unsurprisingly, we found Thomas Whitehead, who is a PhD doctorate student at Cornell, until he was arrested for assaulting a police officer with a flagpole. When so many aspects of American society are infiltrated by these radical agitators, everyday life can become compromised by their violent agenda. This isn't just an isolated issue. Antifa participants are systematically invading our justice system, our AI technology industries, our university administration, and their students' minds. There is so much work to be done on this issue, and we're calling on the US government to track down these detractors. If Americans are to feel safe and secure, trusting their Justice Department, sending their children to universities, or even using AI technologies, it's clear that something has to be done to cut back the amount of influence that these radicals are seizing. If you work in any government department, or influential corporation, and you notice that radical, violent, Antifa-associated individuals are being given positions of power, please reach out to us to be a part of this investigation. You can securely email us at tips@o'keefemediagroup.com or text us on Signal at 914-491-9395. Stay tuned.
When I'm out in the field exposing corruption, meeting...
That was, you guys have heard me mention him numerous times on the show. My friend Cam Higbee doing phenomenal work out in New Jersey. And a lot of people ask, it's New Jersey. What are you going to do? Well, as you heard, many of the people who are participating in this and some of the people who are leading it are involved with Princeton University and Rutgers University. Well, it just so happens that I have events planned at both of those universities next semester. So, bring it on, sweetheart. Bring it on. These are not like, it frustrates me because a lot of times we look at these idiots out there and we just think that they're like either paid agitators or they're, how would you say it? Not organized. These people, and it really bears a big question here. If someone is at war with you, are you at war with them? Does anyone, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to go to war, but if you attack me in this sort of way, am I at war with you? We made fun of that woman in Minneapolis a few months ago who picked up the grenade and threw it back at the police officers. She picked up a I think it was either like a flashbang or a smoke grenade, whatever it was. She picked it up and she threw it at police. Now, we laughed when she blew her hand off because she's an idiot. But my question is, what would it require of a human to pick up a grenade and throw them at the cops? Is that person at war? Because if they're at war, that means they have to be at war with someone, and whom is that at war with? Is it you? Is it me? Very possibly. And that's something that we need to really, really think about, because if we don't wake up to what's coming here, how much more violent are they going to get? And look, the funding circles weave in and out like spider webs. So yes, we got rid of USAID, and we were able to see that there was a significant drop-off in the amount of protests that were going on all over the country. But if you're a college professor, you're getting paid to protest. Anybody who went to college knows that college professors routinely just cancel classes for absolutely no reason, probably giving out extra credit to the students that go to these damn protests. So why wouldn't we assume? That's what I think people misunderstand a lot when it comes to the paid protesters sort of thing. A lot of people think it's like $20 an hour, and then you submit your your time card at the local Planned Parenthood. It's not like that. It is people who work in institutions, whether it be colleges or the ACLU or the United Lawyers Guild or one of those, who just are on salary, are on payroll, and then go to protest. That is the majority of the paid protesters out there. It's people that work at nonprofits and other governmental or other non-governmental organizations that are able to do these sorts of things. That's what's happening. And we're seeing it more and more. Hell, there was a congressional... Wait a minute. Did he say New Jersey? Okay, here we go. Perfect example. That guy that ran for Congress in that video Cam Higbee put out for the LFA crowd, you'll appreciate this one. That guy ran for the same congressional seat as Mike Crispy. These people are real and they're out there. That's why I think that scene from Fight Club was so pertinent to the conversation. Wouldn't that have been a bitch if Crispy ran against that guy? That would have been fun. Because let's be honest, if Mike had won that primary, I probably would have moved down to Seaside Heights and helped him. So, would have been battling out Antifa members running for Congress in the street. No problem there. No problem there. Guys, in just a second, we are going to be back with more fallout from the scandal that we spoke about for the entire show yesterday. One of the most horrific things I think I've ever seen in my entire life. We're going to get a statement from Rupert Lowe, the man who put the report together about the Pakistani grooming gangs in the UK. We're also going to get some fallout from America as American press are beginning to pick up on this. And we're going to talk about the importance of social media and why this is so important in just a second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. It's really funny, actually. There's a guy in my Rumble chat, Jimmy Draw. He knew I was a plant since the beginning. Oh, that's funny. That's great. Maybe one day someone will know who you are. I don't know. Something to think about. I'll be having dinner at the president's house. Be gone with you, sir. Be gone with you. So let's get back to the UK. Obviously, major fallout has been happening over this. The irony of the entire thing is clips are beginning to emerge of many people, most prominently people associated with Tommy Robinson on various different shows, calling out this number of 250,000 girls being raped in the UK. And many people out there, Americans and Brits alike, like Piers Morgan and Cenk Uygur, claim that it is completely fictional.
It's fine. 250,000 of your women are being raped by Muslim, but it's okay.
Again,
it's fine.
Utterly ridiculous statement.
Go to Birmingham, go to Manchester.
Utterly ridiculous statement.
Go to Hull.
As I've said repeatedly, the vast majority of sexual crime against women in the UK.
Lord Malcolm Pearson in Parliament.
Don Keith, the vast majority of sexual crime against women in my country is committed by white men.
Oh, here we go. You've never heard of per capita?
I have heard of per capita.
It's disproportionately committed by Muslims against white Christian girls because it's a rape genocide.
Right, let me bring
genocide.
Naturally, Cenk Uygur has got to stand up for his own people because the only people who aren't allowed to stand up for their own people are white Christians. But you know, that's just part of the game. Well, now we're getting a statement from Rupert Lowe, the man who put out this gigantic expose, going into even more detail about all of what happened in the United Kingdom.
This report is over 200 pages long, and it goes into the root causes of probably the most extensive, widespread scandal that has ever beset Britain. It goes to every corner of the country. It's not in silos, it's everywhere. And it involves failure by the British establishment. And by the British establishment, I mean, obviously, government ministers, the civil service, local government, social services, the police, the judiciary, the NHS, and the media, who is supposed to be the guardian for the British people of scandals like this, but they've singularly failed to do that. The report goes into the reasons how it's happened. It goes into the reasons why it's happened, and that is all the reasons, and we analyze everything. I'm very grateful to all of the experts who appeared, all of the survivors who were brave enough to appear, all of my fellow MPs who came, and most of all to Graham Smith, who is the barrister who has produced this report with help from members of the inquiry team as well. I'm immensely grateful to all of them. It's been a very harrowing experience. Some of the testimonies we heard were beyond believable. And it is an evil which needs to be dealt with, and dealt with now. I want to let people know that this is not the end of it. We will be pursuing those people who have failed us. There will be private prosecutions. To put things into context, this report, which was funded by 20,000 concerned citizens who gave as much as they could afford, it raised £600,000. The J inquiry alone cost the taxpayer £186 million. We still have funds left to help us to pursue private prosecutions and to start the process of prosecuting those people who have failed us. We're also intent on naming those people in Parliament, where we're not going to prejudice a legal case, so that everybody knows those people who are responsible, who should have dealt with this, but failed to deal with it. So it's been a long, hard, arduous 16 months, and I want to thank everybody. And I hope that every member of the British public has the time to read this. It's not straightforward. It will take time. But it needs to be understood, and it needs to be dealt with, and dealt with now. Not through a statutory inquiry which has been forced by our inquiry. A statutory inquiry which, by the way, has had the terms of reference watered down and will, like all government failures, be kicked down the road. And by the time hands are held up and people admit there's a problem, the people who made the decisions, the bad decisions, which is common in government, as we've seen with the post office, as we've seen with infected blood and countless other scandals that have had to be cleaned up, that there will be no retribution, no holding to account. And when there's no holding to account, these things continue to happen. So please read it, and please understand how this has happened. We can never let it happen again. It is pure, driven, unfettered evil.
I mean, it's wild to me, you know, and I think this is what's so powerful about Elon Musk. You know, people want to dog at him. They want to dig at him. Oh, you trillionaire, this, that, and the third. Government contracts, whatever. But him buying Twitter is the reason why this scandal broke on a national level. There's been people out there for a long time, people most notably like Tommy Robinson, who have really been beating the drum over this. But when Elon Musk started tweeting out about this, it really lit a fire under the ass of the world to figure out all of what happened in the United Kingdom. And as we went over in great detail yesterday, which is horrifying to say the least, there's going to be more. Just as an example, to compare it to the Spotlight story, because there's really nothing else as comparable as it. When the Spotlight scandal broke in 2002, the Boston Globe was aware of something like 80 priests who had molested kids in the Boston area. By the time their investigation was done, they were up to almost 300 over the course of several decades. So with this Rupert Lowe report coming out about the Pakistani grooming gangs, they're starting at 250,000 people when this report got released. By the time it's done, by the time more victims come out, by the time, I mean, are we looking at 1 million? Just to be clear, 250,000 women in the UK. There are 29 million women in the UK. That is just under 1% of the totality of the female British population in just this report alone. And the irony of the entire thing is that the BBC, most of the British press has been totally quiet about it. And that's why I take such pride in being a part of whatever this new sort of media revolution is, whatever you may want to call it, because we're the ones pushing this. The world needs to talk about it. And the Lowe report that went out is somewhere around 45 million views on Twitter right now. It's pretty wild stuff. It's pretty wild. So much so that now it's gotten to the American press because as younger and younger people come up, I know that right now the neocons are very, very upset with the Iran war and they want war to continue. Lindsey Graham actually, he lost his erection really quickly and then Ukraine bombed Moscow last night, and now he's fully erect again. John Bolton's going to jail. Mark Levin may have actually self-immolated like a Tibetan monk. Ben Shapiro is very, very upset over this Iran deal. That's what they're concerned about. The cold warriors, the people who are obsessed with war. That's what they're obsessed about. I'm obsessed with the rape of Britain. And if 1% of the British female population is being raped by Pakistanis, I would say that would be the rape of Britain. By the way, Jimmy, I am part of it. People have gone to jail. You're an idiot. So much so that now that younger hosts are beginning to get attention on mainstream news, people like Will Cain, who's around my age, who are on Twitter, they're beginning to pick up this scandal. Here was the Will Cain report.
In this inquiry included organized networks of perpetrators built coordinated operations that transported victims between locations, supplied them with drugs and alcohol, recorded abuse for distribution and blackmail, and passed girls between multiple adult men. These crimes have been committed for decades, since the 1950s, by Pakistanis in particular. The numbers in the report are absolutely staggering. Around 87% of those convicted in the group-based child sex exploitations are distinctively Muslim names. The report cites evidence of grooming gang activity in 149 different areas in the UK. And get this, an estimated 250,000 victims nationwide. In one case alone, 47 children were identified as victims. Britain launched a national review of closed grooming gang investigations last year to relook at 1,200 cases, including 236 involving rape. Now, for the first time, some of those cases are officially being sent back to the police for a complete reinvestigation. So where all of these victims failed by the institutions meant to protect them. Quote, Sir Keir Starmer was the director of public prosecutions. It has been reported that while he was there, 13,000 suspected rape gang members and pedophiles were left off with warning letters. One survivor testified, we raised concerns at the time because we all went to the sexual health clinic, so there are records from that. Even the chief inspector of police was aware. Another said on one occasion, a police officer returned a victim named Fiona to the house where the abuse was occurring and told the men there to have fun with her. The accounts are harrowing. One woman described watching a girl being stabbed, beaten, and set on fire. Another account described a child just 5 or 6 years old, tied up and abused. And the report includes allegations of some victims branded with the initial M for Muhammad. It's sickening, incomprehensible, and preventable. Joining me now is Congressman Brandon Gill here in Texas.
Now, you guys know I've been quite bullish on Brandon Gill for quite some time on this show, and right here you're going to find out why.
Congressman, it's good to see you. This is just stomach. It's literally unbelievable.
It really is, and if you read some of these accounts that are in this inquiry report, I mean, you hear some of the sickest, most grotesque crimes against working class white British people. And that was the demographic that was specifically targeted here. And I think the thing that really sticks out is these were not isolated incidences across Britain. This was widespread across the entire country. And it looks like it was coordinated. These were large groups of, again, primarily Muslim immigrants who came into Britain who were engaged in the mass rape of working class British people. And it was covered up.
That's another key to this. It was covered up. When something is this vast, Congressman, institutions know, schools know, hospitals know, police know, and none of it was pursued. And in fact, if it was pursued, much like we've seen in other situations, the victim or the witness was called a racist.
Right. It's if you point out what's happening here, if you're truthful about what mass Islamic immigration has done to Great Britain, you're an Islamophobe, you're a racist, you're uncouth or unfit for dignified, civilized society, when the impact of that type of suppression of speech means that working class people have been brutally raped and tortured. And that's something that we deal with in the United States on a smaller level, but something we deal with now. If you speak out against mass Islamic immigration, you are denigrated and labeled a racist. And we have to be able to be truthful about these issues and straightforward that whenever you bring in large numbers of people from cultures that hold values that are entirely incompatible with our own, in this case, the belief that Muslims have more dignity and are superior to non-Muslims, that child marriages are okay, that Muslims can essentially subjugate other people, including young children, sexually. If you speak out against that, you're Islamophobic. We have got to get over that because you can see what the price is, and those working class girls are the ones who paid the price here.
And to be clear, as you have said, we're not talking about a few random criminals.
Right.
This is not isolated. This was a machine. This was widespread. I said it earlier, hundreds of counties across the UK where this was taking place, not in this city or that city, all over the place. This was taking place. You brought up the U.S. So many people always treat what's happening in Europe as though it's a canary in the coal mine. Oh, we better learn the lesson. Look what's happening there. But I find this fascinating, Congressman. I want you to take a look at this. This is the foreign-born population of what's going on in the UK versus what's going on in the U.S. So in the UK, it's about 10 million, almost 11 million foreign-born, about 16% of their population. In the United States, and by the way, that number right there, 50 million, please. We know that the illegal immigration population of America alone could be 50 million, much less the foreign-born legal population. So it's much higher than that. But even if we accepted that number, 50 million, roughly the same as the UK, it's not the canary in the coal mine over there. And I'll grant you, they're taking people from Pakistan, from Muslim countries. Most of those numbers for America are Latin American-based countries.
Right.
But we are already in the same boat when it comes to bringing in other cultures.
Oh, we absolutely are, and we're continuing to do it. Now, the Trump administration, I believe, recognizes these basic truths that not all cultures are equal and not all cultures are equally compatible with our way of life or our governing system. But we've got a problem in the United States as well, and that's something that we're going to have to deal with now, because if we don't, our children and our grandchildren are going to be dealing with it. And you've seen what's happened in the DFW Metroplex, where you've seen mass Islamic migration transforming communities right here in places that you wouldn't otherwise expect. And again, this is something that if we don't stop now, it's going to be my daughter and daughters across the country who are going to be going to public schools wearing burqas, and that's the kind of stuff that we want to stop. We want to recognize that our job is to protect and conserve. As conservatives, we should want to conserve the America that we got to grow up in, and you do not do that by bringing in cultures who have very different ideas about freedom of speech, religion, separation of church and state, the dignity of women, the role of women in public life, who have very different conceptions about how Muslims and non-Muslims interact. And those different ideas matter, and this is a good example of that.
Now, look, regardless of how you feel about what Brandon said there, the fact of the matter is that he is coming out of the gate saying the very obvious. Not all cultures are the same. They aren't. Some are better than others. Need any proof of that? What countries around the world have a mass exodus of people? What countries is everyone trying to get out of? And what countries is everyone trying to get into? Let's take it on a smaller scale. What states are everyone trying to get out of? And what states is everyone trying to get into? It turns out cultures, the way you run things, are different. Some are better than others. And when you import that sort of crap, you shouldn't be shocked when you get it. And I said it on another show the other day, that sort of suicidal empathy, that there is a large collection of people out there who would rather run the risk of being assaulted on a subway car than get called racist by somebody on Facebook. It's not racist if it's true. And in the Lowe report, they very specifically say that Britain does not have a racism problem. It has an immigration problem. So much so that the European Union, one of the most outwardly globalist, most aggressively diversity is a strength people on planet Earth, just yesterday voted in a bananas. I got to tell you, I didn't see this one coming. The European Union voted 408, let me get the exact number, 418 to 218 to pass the strictest migration laws in the history of Europe. When it was announced that this law passed, people began to stand up, clap, and chant, "Send them back." Here it is. Absolutely wild scene, just to think that 10 years ago in the European Union, Nigel Farage was the only person standing up saying any of this. And as I continue to say on this show, it is so important because if it's happening in Europe, it's going to happen here sooner or later. Everything does. And the fact that this is happening in Europe right now, I mean, the migration laws that they just passed in Europe, deportation orders now apply all across the EU member states. You can't evade removal simply by crossing a border. So what would happen many times is there would be one aggressively liberal state who would allow, I mean, if you think of Europe, kind of like the United States, think about each country in Europe being like an individual state in the United States. So let's just say you had an overly liberal country in Europe, a state like New York or California. They would import all the illegal immigrants, and then the illegal immigrants would then spread all over Europe because since the formation of the European Union, travel among European countries has been a lot easier. That way you don't need an individual passport to go from Spain to France to Germany to Belgium, which makes sense. I mean, think about how inconvenienced you would be if you needed a pass to show your passport every time you went through the Holland Tunnel into New Jersey. Detention before deportation has been extended from 6 months to 30 months. Return hubs in the third world. Migrants can be transferred outside of the EU while awaiting deportation, including families and children. Automatic deportation stays while appeals are pending. Gone. Courts have to decide on a case-by-case basis. Entry bans have doubled from 5 years to 10 years, and lifetime bans for security risks. Currently, only about 20% of people ordered deported from the EU actually leave. And for years, European leaders have told voters that open borders and mass migration were non-negotiable, that wanting enforcement meant you were a fascist. Well, you know what? You can all go to hell, because every day, every election that happens across Europe, every single day, They're getting more right-wing. They're getting more nationalist. They're getting more patriotic for their own country. I want the people of France to want France to be the best country in the world. I want the people of Germany to feel that Germany ought to be the best country in the world. Just as I want the people of America to believe that America is the greatest country in the world, which it is. And it doesn't make you a bad person to believe that. And I am so happy that we have gotten over this ridiculous, this absurd idea that, and look, I don't care, you call me racist if you want. I don't really care, because I know I'm not. I don't care if you're from some local bullshit newspaper and you want to take my words out of context. I speak every single day for an entire hour, and the people who watch this show, that's my audience. You want to cut this and put it in Newsday? You can put it next to a giant picture of my ass. I don't really care. It's a great ass, by the way. Tremendous ass. Phenomenal ass. So go ahead, pop that right on the front cover of Newsday. Let me see how many papers you sell. But in just a minute, we're going to move on to what happened at the G7 over the course of there was actually a really funny clip that happened. We're going to have fun with that at the end of the show. But I do want to talk about what happened, because I've never seen this before. And I think it is showing a real serious sea change in the way people are going to start talking about another country. And it's wild. It's absolutely wild. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to mypillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's mypillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's mypillow.com, promo code LOUD. So before we get to what happened at the G7 and President Trump speaking out against one country in particular that you're not allowed to speak out against for some unknown reason, but I want to make sure, what the hell happened there? I want to make sure I point this one out because, it's June. It's Eli's favorite month. So congratulations, Eli. I know we stopped playing that game, but happy 18th day of your favorite month of the year, Pride Month. Well, it turns out some players in Major League Baseball aren't going along with the plan. And Major League Baseball's not they're not really enjoying it too much. That people are now brave enough to speak out not only about their faith, but about the nonsense that they are forced, like some sort of Maoist struggle session, to participate in.
Their Christian faith. It comes after several San Francisco Giants players wrote Bible verses on their caps during a Pride Night promotion last week. Lucas Tomlinson straightens this out for us, I think. Good morning, Lucas.
Good morning, Bill. Senator Josh Hawley has written a letter to Major League Baseball saying that these players are being subjected to religious discrimination after Major League Baseball players on the San Francisco Giants were criticized by Major League Baseball for writing Bible verses on their team-issued Pride Night hats during Friday night's game against the Chicago Cubs, including Landon Roop, a 27-year-old right-hander from Rocky Mount, North Carolina, who started and pitched 4 2/3 innings with Genesis chapter 9, verses 12 through 16 written on his cap next to the rainbow-colored team logo, as you can see there. After the game, Roop said, "There's no hate at all. It's just what I stand for and what I stand on. I believe in God." 2 relievers also made appearances in the game with Bible verses on their hats. Another took the mound without his Pride Night cap, instead wearing the traditional orange lettering. The pitchers have a supporter in Vice President J.D. Vance, who posted on X, quote, "Trump won. We don't have to do this anymore." Now, San Francisco first added Pride Night uniforms in 2021. After the game, the Giants issued a statement apologizing to the LGBTQ+ community. Major League Baseball issuing a statement saying the writing on the caps violates our rules inconsistent with normal practice. We have warned the players about future violations.
I think people are tired of corporations, whether they're, in the business space or in the sports setting, forcing ideology on players in things like rainbow symbols on uniforms, as they were on some of the hats. And so the fact that players are going to react to that should be expected, and it should be honored.
Now, meanwhile, here in Washington, Bill, the Nationals are 4 games over 500 for the first time since winning the World Series in 2019 and are currently holding that third wild card spot, Bill.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I mean, we're not even at the All-Star break, Lucas, but I'll give it to you.
Now, look. It's one thing to do that if you're playing for the Tampa Bay Rays, and it's one thing to do that if you're playing for the Houston Astros. It's another thing if you're doing that playing for the San Francisco Giants. Let's be honest here. I mean, when it comes to gay cities, bah. Oh, it turns out that guy Jimmy also doesn't like sports. So he has no personality whatsoever. Yeah, so, like I said, it's one thing to do it if you're I'm trying to think of another conservative area that has baseball. You think I'd be able to come up with one? But doing that in San Francisco is a hell of a lot easier than doing it in other places. So, good on you, boys. Good on you. So let's get to the G7. Obviously, there were no public statements from Keir Starmer because he's going through a little bit of a kerfuffle. Got to make sure. I think that's a British word, kerfuffle. He's going through a little bit of an issue himself right now. But one thing I did want to point out, which I've never seen before, and it has caused neocons all over the world to absolutely lose their ever-loving minds. I'm pretty sure Mike Huckabee might actually explode. President Trump and J.D. Vance criticized the state of Israel, which I have never heard an American president do before. And he said what seems to be pretty obvious. It's pretty wild. Check this out.
Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you. And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. Because to be honest with you, I think they do a better job of doing it. And I didn't like Syria. I didn't like where 2 hours before we're signing the agreement that there was an attack in Lebanon, in Beirut. It was right in, it wasn't like in the southern side, and it was in Beirut. I did not like that. I let them know that. I didn't like it, not at all. But I think that Syria, he's pulled that country together amazingly quickly. He's very capable. And he's been very good for me. He's protected everything that I've asked for, he's done. And if Israel can't do the job without killing everyone else, he'll do the job. Syria will do the job.
That is something I never thought I would hear in America. Let's just take whatever you think about the war out of it. The president of the United States just said that the leader of Syria would do a better job than the leader of Israel. The leader of Syria is a former Al-Qaeda leader. That's just a fact. You don't have to blow up an entire apartment building when you're looking for one guy. Okay. The neocons and the warmongers in the administration are absolutely... And look, I took a lot of shit from this audience. A lot. When I reported, and from friends as well, when I reported on the Jonathan Swain, Maggie Haberman story in the Times that seemed to have very good... Jonathan Swain's a great reporter, even if he does work for the New York Times. I took a lot of crap about that. Judging by the statements that are coming out of the administration right now, I think Trump is very, very, very pissed at the state of Israel over this war. Very pissed. And J.D. Vance echoed those sentiments this morning from the podium.
To completion. Now, I saw the Axios report, that Netanyahu is fuming
that's not reflective of the conversations that I've had with him, but maybe he's saying something to somebody else that he's not saying to me. What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you've seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in. Thank you all.
Look, it's not about what you feel. It's not about what I feel. It's not about foreign policy or the swamp. It's not about those two statements are monumental changes in the way American leaders have spoke about the state of Israel. There's no denying that. None at all. That is an undeniable statement. Undeniable? I don't know. You know what I mean. Where this goes from here, I don't know. But, it's pretty wild. Guys, before we check out today, we got to have a little bit of fun with what happened at the G7 because apparently Donald Trump got, I don't know what he did to the Prime Minister of Italy, but if you've ever dated an Italian girl, you know exactly what's happening in this photograph or in this video. Whatever you did, Mr. President, just apologize. Or tell her she's acting like her mother and then run away. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. We'll have a little bit of fun tomorrow. It's Juneteenth, which isn't a word, but whatever. I'll catch you guys back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
Hey, folks, we're live, and this is the Paul Herrell program. We got a great show for you. We've got Rob in the co-host seat. We've got Eric Haynes in seat number 3 today. We're going to talk about it. What is going on What is going on? So Trump signs the memorandum of understanding, and then we wake up and Moscow is on fire. I think just like 30,000-foot view, one of my favorite phrases, if you can't tell, I think Zelensky got really jealous. Like, no one's paying attention to little old Zelensky. And so maybe he decided to do a line of coke and push a red button. I don't know, but we're going to talk about it. This is the Paul Herrell program, and it starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, back to full steam. It's full steam ahead here on the show. Really do appreciate you being with us. Rob Spencer. Rob, how you doing, sir?
Oh, my goodness. I'm so honored that we've got a full house. It's been a while, gentlemen. It has been a while since we've all been here to play and talk about all of the things that are going on. It's also been a pretty eventful 24 hours since the last time we were here. I was mowing today. I was mowing some of my apartments before the rain came in today, and I listened to our show from yesterday, kind of like a psycho.
Oh.
You know, like I like to listen to it.
Eric may have a few thoughts on that.
Eric's got a few thoughts about the show from yesterday.
It was labeled explicit.
I know.
Just so you know. And,
listen, I
gotta clean it up, bro.
I really got fired up yesterday, and I let a few cuss words fly. And what happened was, unfortunately, we were labeled as explicit, and that was not the intention. I'm going to try to, dang, shoot, crap. I'm gonna say cleaner words today, folks.
We need a dry erase board up here.
Well, we need to check off a swear
dang,
box.
Shoot.
Honestly, what I need right there.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
Fiddlesticks, biscuit. So if you like, my daughter loves Bluey, the show Bluey, and they say, "Oh, biscuits."
Yeah. That's a great show, by the way.
It is phenomenal. They tried to cancel Bluey a few years ago because there was no gay stuff on there. And so they said, "Oh, since there's no gayness on there, we're going to cancel it." And even Democrat moms were coming out. Even these liberal moms were coming out and saying, "We're not doing this. We're not canceling Bluey. It's the only bright spot that we have." If you ever watch Peppa Pig,
oh, it's bad, yeah.
and then Bluey back to back, you're just like, "Thank God for Bluey."
I will say there was a reference. There was kind of a gay reference in one of the latest Blueys from a while ago. I don't even know what season they're on. It was like with the one where they move or whatever, and there was just like, it wasn't any of the main characters, but it was some reference to one of these kids having two mommies or something like that, I think. So I think they did eventually get something in there on that, but they did resist for a while. Just FYI.
Somebody said.
I kept waiting for the character to show up on Bluey, that's like the It's Pat character from SNL.
Oh yeah,
like it's Pat. You know, you never knew.
Yeah.
No one ever wanted to say anything.
They made a whole movie about it, and it flopped.
Yeah. But it's like,
yeah.
That is really good.
It's a really good one.
All right, I'm done.
I don't know if it was Alec Baldwin. I don't know who it was. There was a skit with Pat back then, and I don't know if it was Alec Baldwin or whoever, but was like a barber, and you put the thing around and you get up, and what do? They take that little brush and they sweep you off or whatever, and he gets around Pat's crotch, and he's just like. And he keeps on. He's like, "I think you got it. I think you got it."
Trying to figure it out.
Yeah, trying to figure out, like, is there a hump in there? You know.
Oh, man.
So anyway,
we do definitely need a swear jar for Rob right here.
I think you're right.
A little piggy bank. We could start a fund.
Listen, I grew up.
Give that money away to charity or something like that.
Listen, I grew up. My friends. I've said it multiple times. My wife is so offended anytime Ethan. Like she thinks about sorry, I shouldn't have said my son's name, but anyway, like she gets so upset that I can't believe he would do this or whatever. I'm like, oh my gosh. I try to put it in perspective, about him and stuff. And so I was like, do you understand he goes to public school? Mm-hmm. She went to a private Christian school, right? And I said, he goes to public school. He hears worse than this every single solitary day, And so So anyway, I try to put it in perspective. And honestly, when I'm really upset at him and I let a couple of cuss words fly, he's listening to me. That's probably the only time he's listening to me.
Kids do.
He's like, Dad's mad. I better listen to this.
They're very perceptive.
Yeah.
But you mentioned Pat. I thought this was a good segue because
It's Pat.
I don't see what's on the screen there, but this
What the
that this may very well
What
be.
the heck is this?
Well, somebody says transgender people in 50 years. And it's this. I mean, that really is the future for a lot of these people, and they're gonna realize it.
Yeah, cursing is a big deal in Arkansas radio, not many other places. Eileen says that in our chat, and that is true. We are in the Bible Belt, and so it's just a different scenario here. But also, the more importantly is that, you know, our podcast and stuff might get labeled as explicit content, which limits the reach.
Well, I tell you, and I took the necessary measures to keep the podcast in good standing. So.
What did you do? Did we get a strike?
Well, it was labeled explicit, and
yeah.
we just removed that particular episode.
I shall be tamed today. Dag nabbit.
So,
pickles.
Here it is. Here's the deal. President Trump, since the last time we talked, decided to sign the memorandum of understanding. Here it is. There he goes. You see that there. And I believe one of the foreign ministers of Iran has since tweeted a document with more signatures on this as well. So after he did that, he went out to the car.
You signed the deal?
The MOU? It's signed. It's signed? You signed it in Versailles. I just signed it.
The stories made in Versailles?
All right, so he signs the deal. In the meantime, Vice President J.D. Vance was at the podium today. He's actually making a lot of rounds to promote his book.
Yeah, he's on tour. He's on tour.
He did a good job.
Yeah.
I've got a few clips of J.D. Vance, kind of laying down the law here when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu. Listen to this.
Israel has the right to defend itself, but fundamentally, the Israelis, just like everybody else, have to respect this peace process that is fundamentally good for them and good for the entire region. What the president has grown frustrated sometimes is that we seem to be right on the cusp of a major breakthrough in the agreement, and then all of a sudden there's a major explosion that goes off in a civilian population center in Beirut, and a lot of people who have nothing to do with Hezbollah lose their lives. That's not acceptable. That's the sort of thing that we've asked for closer coordination so that we ensure it doesn't happen. And our message to the Israelis, just as our message to everybody else, is fundamentally, we want this peace process to be good for you. We do not want Hezbollah attacking Israel, but in order to ensure that that happens, we have got to actually build the kind of regional framework that can cut off the money to Hezbollah, cut off Iranian support for Hezbollah, and also ensure that Lebanon's territorial sovereignty is respected by all parties.
Okay, so that's cut one. Any comment? Eric, we haven't even gotten your take on the Memorandum of Understanding yet, because I know this is your first episode in this week.
Yeah, great
to be part of the conversation.
There you go. We're glad you're back,
I don't
Eric.
trust the MOU any further than I can throw it. Well,
I
with your
agree.
bad knee, Ed, you shouldn't throw anybody. That's from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. But anyway, I just don't think it's worth the paper that it's written on because of my lack of trust in Iran.
Well,
but I
it's
think
never
this
gonna
was
be that.
really good for the economy.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what happened here, and we just need to take the W for what it is, but not really put it up as that big of a W, because we're not dealing with sound-minded, rational people. We've talked about that before. So for us to sit here and say that this MOU has any meat to it or any hook to it, I don't see that happening. I think we're just going to be kind of waiting for the next event or the next move by Iran.
Well, that's what we're always doing with Iran.
Sure.
You know, prior to this whole thing, we're sitting there waiting. Just what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Are they going to bomb somebody today, or use their proxies to bomb someone? I don't think anybody saw October 7th coming. There's probably some people that did, but not many people knew that it would be that exactly. Certainly Alex Jones wasn't calling it like he called 9/11, but I think you could see that kind of stuff happening. There's turmoil always there. Israel is always going to be under attack, in my opinion. they're always going to be unsteady at any given time, and so anything that the Iranians sign, it's worth toilet paper. I agree with that, but at the same time, if it kicks the can down the road, I'm good with that too.
So, I mean, I have a slightly different take. And again, I don't trust the Iranians necessarily, but, what J.D. Vance here is saying is actually, I mean, the one thing that
It's a shot at Israel.
Yeah, the one thing that could torpedo this really quickly is
Yeah.
Benjamin Netanyahu refusing to de-escalate in Lebanon. That's actually what I'm waiting for.
That was what I took from JD's comments from the podium too. Was that it was a shot at Israel, saying, what sucks about this is that every time we try to make some progress, they go after Hezbollah and end up knocking down some apartment building with a bunch of civilians in it.
That's because
it makes us all look stupid,
right? And that's because Israel has different goals than we do.
It's disproportionate. We talked about it on the show yesterday about how there's just been a change in tone and tenor over the last couple of. Certainly over the last
last 3 weeks, and wait till this next clip of JD. You want to know a shift in tone?
Okay,
this is the shift in tone that has got.
Did he fill in for?
Must have been another fill-in for Caroline.
Okay, I didn't see this.
Still on maternity leave.
Good.
Listen to this.
Now, I saw the Axios report. That Netanyahu is fuming. That's not reflective of the conversations that I've had with him. But maybe he's saying something to somebody else that he's not saying to me. What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you have seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. Wow. And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in. Thank you all.
That's how he ended the press conference with that.
You can tell there's some frustration built up there.
There is.
Yeah.
Well, so JD is really good about not speaking in absolutes, and he was speaking in a lot of absolutes there. He's like, if you think that the United States is the issue, you need to wake up and smell the reality of what you're dealing with. That's pretty dang definitive, in my opinion, about a shift in this administration's goals when it comes to Israeli peace and the actions that we're willing to take versus ones that we're not.
And President Trump said yesterday at the G7 that we're 4 weeks until our oil reserves are gone, that there's essentially going to be a global depression. There's now reports saying, hey, if we don't end this thing now, that Trump's legacy is going to be the start of a potential global depression. Obviously, President Trump doesn't want that. Now, there was a lot of people that actually said, hey, this is what happens. It is what it is. There were people that said, don't do this because of the cards that Iran had. There was this idea that Iran's another Iraq. And then there were people saying, no, it is not another Iraq. And what we talked about yesterday is the topography of the land is the topography of the land. You have a problem here. And now we're seeing, hey, we've got to get that oil flowing, and we've got to get this thing, starting back up. And so, Israel and the United States probably had more of a cohesive agenda at the start, which is why Benjamin Netanyahu decided to go into Lebanon when he did, and now that's being cut off because we're trying to get the peace. And now the administration is essentially signaling, hey, get on board or get out of the way. But I do not know how this ends because this is a very sketchy topic. But J.D. Vance is right, because if the Israeli cabinet, now he gives Benjamin Netanyahu the out,
He does.
Benjamin Netanyahu's not necessarily saying this, but his cabinet is. I don't know who's telling the cabinet to say these things, but he's saying, look, the president is your only guy. Everybody else has turned their back and doesn't want anything to do with Israel's Greater Israel Project or whatever they're trying to accomplish there. And Mark Levin is obviously unhappy. Here is...
You got to read this tweet in his voice, though.
Okay, here's a novel idea. This was an hour. I saw this an hour after I saw the J.D. Vance clip, so I'm assuming that he saw J.D. Vance.
Yeah, he was watching.
Here's a novel idea. Stop bullying our ally and cozying up to the enemy, you big dope. So this is an interesting thing.
It's so good.
So he is now saying that I'm just going to go ahead and assume that this is about J.D. Vance. That J.D. Vance, and I guess by extension this deal, is cozying up to the enemy. And I get people don't like the memorandum of understanding. I get that there's aspects of it they don't like. But again, as J.D. Vance has said on these podcasts, what are the other options? Nuke them.
Yeah.
Where United States loses all moral authority for all time. The country is over at that point in a lot of respects, right? Or you send in ground troops where we take thousands and thousands of casualties and get involved in another 30-year war. That's not going to fly either.
I'm not on board with either.
This is the only, they were, okay, if you believe the official narrative, they were about to get a nuclear weapon. Okay, if you believe that, okay, whatever. Now they're not. Now they're apparently they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. But they do get to keep their ballistic missiles. So now the goalposts are moving, and now everybody's upset that they're going to keep their missile defense system. People are upset by that. Listen to this.
Let's just be honest, though. Let's just be honest. And we talked about this yesterday. I was listening to it no more than 3 hours ago while I was on the mower. We talked about how you throw the world at them. This is Trump art of the deal. Like, I ask for the world, and then I negotiate, and I end up getting what I want. And ultimately what he wanted was no nuclear weapons in Iranian hands.
Right.
Now, all of this other stuff is just gravy, in my opinion. But what he was trying to say is, we played a clip from Ben Shapiro on Fox News yesterday.
Yeah, towards the end of the show.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about here. And so Ben Shapiro was like, well, when we set out, we said no nuclear enrichment whatsoever. Now we're moving that goalpost. This is not how Ben said it, but we're moving that goalpost and saying, well, as long as they don't have nuclear weapons. Well, that's just negotiations. Because what's the other option, Paul? Eric, it is just blowing Iran off of the face of the planet. You either negotiate with a country and you sign something. Now, I agree with Eric. It's not worth much, but at least it's something, and it ceases the hostilities here, gets the world economy going, which is lives and dies off of oil at this point, crude oil. But anyway, so you've got these options here. You can blow the country off the face of the planet, you can invade it and take it over, or you can negotiate. If we're not good with option A and B, then we can't sit here and gripe about option C.
That's exactly right. To mention the goalposts are moving, here is President Trump. He's facing criticism because, they're going to let Iran keep their defense systems. Listen to this.
Can I follow up quickly on something you said in the press conference? You said you don't mind Iran having ballistic missiles. Can you elaborate on that? I want to make sure we understand your position.
No, I'm saying that if other countries have them, it's a little bit unfair for them not to have some. A ballistic missile is not the same thing as what we're talking about when we talk nuclear. But if Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and they all have some, I would say in relative proportion, I think it's okay.
Okay, in relative proportion. One more on the ballistic missiles. Here is, who is this? Republican senator on CNN.
Senator, are you okay with Iran having missiles?
I'm hesitating. I prefer that they not. I certainly don't want them to have long-distance missiles. I don't want them to have nuclear-armed missiles. I would prefer they didn't. But I don't think that's the key issue here. I think that they have to be able to defend themselves. And I just kind of come back to the big picture here, is that the Middle East countries like this agreement.
You think Iran needs to be able to defend itself?
I do. I think that they have to be able to defend themselves. Otherwise, we turn this into a forever war. You're never going to get them short of boots on the ground
right.
of surrendering everything, an unconditional agreement, if you will. But
I mean, when the agreement says you're going to protect or honor the sovereignty, the integrity of the country, yeah, they're going to still have to have ways to defend themselves. We may not like that, but I mean, we're essentially saying Iran gets to still be Iran in some capacity. And the people that wanted to, I'm sorry, I'm now of the opinion that the forever war is the only way that you get rid of Iran aside from a nuclear weapon. This was always the goal. And I think people on the right that were saying this is going to be a forever war, this is going to be a forever war, we're pulling back from that. But I think that's 100% true. I think those fears were well-founded. Look at what people are saying now. Well, you can't. It was either glass Iran to completely take it off the map or another forever war. Those were the only options for some of these people, and the American people are sick of that.
Yeah.
I don't know. So Caitlin Collins, obviously she's an idiot, but she looks at it. It's the same question. You remember the town hall with Trump, and she said, "Can you say right now that you want Ukraine to win and Russia not to win?" Like, you're looking at crap black and white, because you're such an idiot that you only see this stuff in black and white when it's on the Republican side. Now on the Democrat side, well, there's some other things in play here. There's some gray here, but you only see things in black and white. And what she's trying to get this senator from Kansas to say, which I have never heard of this gentleman, but I'm a fan based off of that answer. What she's trying to get him to say is, can you say, well, why do they have the right to defend themselves? Are you seriously? She didn't ask that question, but that was what the implication is. What do you mean? That you're saying that they have the right to defend themselves? They're a sovereign country. What? You either blow them off the face of the planet, invade them with ground troops, or they're a sovereign country. We keep just going circles around this. If I'm not good with option A and B, then I have to negotiate and find some sort of common ground and where we can all live with option C.
Right. And also, I'll just add that the ground troops option doesn't necessarily happen in a vacuum. The ground troops option could also mean that now Russia and China get involved and you kick off some sort of World War III. I mean, that's always a possibility. So it's just crazy. We're playing with fire.
In my mind, World War III doesn't begin in the Middle East, but at the same time, I don't know. I can't predict the future.
Well,
is that what it's going to be?
World War I kicked off because, Archduke Ferdinand was assassinated and alliances were called up.
Yeah.
Alliances. You're going to make good on your alliances.
Yeah,
and
if he would have listened to his wife, would World War II have even started? Because she said, let's not do this. Mm-hmm. But anyway.
Mark Levin again, time for a change in strategy.
What? No, we got to have the voice.
Time for a change in strategy. We should consider slow-walking the enemy. Building up our munitions, Mr. Producer. Our oil reserves, get the price of gasoline down, get them through the midterms, then knock them out. Instead of rushing to a deal, building up their oil industry, transferring billions to them, etc.
Luke Radouts, says, how about no? How about we don't listen to Mark Levin on anything
How about
again?
it? How about it, Luke? I'm with you.
How about it?
All right.
How about no?
Now we have Ben Shapiro.
Listen, Dr. Evil voice.
Ben Shapiro attacking J.D. Vance because J.D. Vance went on Megyn Kelly's podcast.
Okay, J.D. Vance. Let me just say this. I like Ben Shapiro. But Ben Shapiro, I said this yesterday, I'm going to reiterate it. Ben Shapiro is a Jew first, which, to his credit, his faith is the most important thing to him, and he is a Jew first. I can't besmirch him for that, but I can say this. If you are attacking J.D. Vance at this point, I don't have any reason to have any negative thoughts about J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is a refined Trump, in my opinion.
Actually, the people, somebody said politically speaking, I saw this earlier, politically speaking right now, they were saying J.D. Vance needs to send all the neocons attacking him a box of flowers because they're actually solidifying him as
the 2028
as the guy.
Yeah. I love J.D. Vance,
and yet
so
the neocons don't like J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
So they're actually,
it's going to be
they're actually helping him right now.
The 1A, 1B
Vance
choice
Rubio.
that's what I'm saying. Like the 1A, 1B choice that we have in a couple of years, honestly, next year. Think about this.
Yeah.
You're going to have to declare in 2027 if you're going to run in 2028. Let's just be honest about that, because some of those the primary start and all of that stuff, 2028 is going to be chaotic. But anyway.
It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, but we're 1A, 1B with Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance. Ben Shapiro, you're on an island by yourself, and it's just going to be with a bunch of Jews at this point.
Well, it is interesting that
what am I going to say?
And all of a
Go
sudden,
back there to Jew Island.
Go to Jew Island over
and
there.
all of a sudden,
Whoa!
It'll be well paid for.
Some reason. But for some reason, today's podcast is going to get labeled explicit.
I haven't even cussed.
I don't know why.
Cussed.
Our podcast,
just talking about Jew Island.
Yeah,
there'll be lots of diamonds.
Lord have mercy.
Well, anyway, so Shapiro's upset because, Megyn Kelly's supposed to be anathema. Obviously, President Trump, at the height of the criticism of the war, called out Megyn Kelly, called out Tucker Carlson, called out these people. So the fact that JD goes on Megyn's podcast, by the way, is a good show, is a good podcast.
Sure.
And this was I think what we're seeing here is a potential healing, especially in light of the administration's rhetoric, calling out Benjamin Netanyahu the last 2-3 weeks. I was kind of concerned. I was very concerned that the list of people we were no longer supposed to trust or listen to just kept growing and growing and growing from February to now.
Right.
Now, I mean, the latest guy that we now are supposed to never listen to again, according to the neocons, is Jack Posobiec because he's calling Israel ungrateful. And by the way, there's actually a common thread here with J.D. Vance talking about how we're actually in your corner. We're the last people that are still in your corner. You better get on board with the peace. It's very reminiscent of Zelensky, which we're going to talk about here in a minute, in the Oval Office, just being totally ungrateful. Remember that when J.D. Vance dressed him down? It's just kind of a similar thing. These two conflicts are connected.
Well, Zelensky dressed himself down, and then he was dressed down even.
Yes. Oh, that's good.
He was dressed down
like
even
that.
further to that level.
That's good. That's really good. You can't wear a tie.
Came in like a
can't wear a tie.
SpongeBob sweatsuit.
That's really good. But anyway, these two conflicts are connected. Even before the Iran-Israel conflict kicked off, they were already connected because of Iran's relationship with Russia and everything else. And so we don't have to play Shapiro. Here's more from Levin though. So okay. I mean, let's keep going. Mark Levin, this is what he's saying about this on his radio show. He's upset that President Trump said Israel wouldn't exist if it wasn't for him in the United States. He said this a couple of times in different ways over the last 48 hours.
I strongly disagree with something the president said today. I heard him say one other time, too, which is if we hadn't attacked Iran, Israel would not exist. It would have been destroyed. That's simply not true. It's simply not true. For 12 days, Israel fought a year ago against the Iranian regime before we did. Destroyed its ground-to-air missiles, destroyed its Soviet and / Russian radar systems, destroyed much of its air force, destroyed much of any of its defenses. For 12 days. We went in on the 13th day with our great bombers and those bombs, and we hit those nuclear sites. But Israel has some very, very powerful weapons that it has not used. I don't know this firsthand. Just go online and read about it. It's a secret that's not so secretive.
Well, the internet is always
And they've had them for
truthful.
decades.
Yeah.
Yeah, the internet.
Israel has nuclear weapons, is what he's saying. And it's a secret because Israel does not submit to the nuclear arms treaty, right? They don't have to because they've never officially come out and said they have nuclear weapons. But I will have you know that in the last Mission Impossible installment, which I recently finished watching.
Oh, very good.
When the AI is taking control of all the nukes, it goes to the U.S. nukes, the Russia nukes, the Pakistan nukes, and boom, Israel's Star of David right there on a nuclear weapon.
Okay.
So yeah, they've got nukes.
Thank you, Tom Cruise.
Yeah, thank you, Tommy. thank you for confirming this secret that is not such a good, not such a well kept secret, but everybody knows that if the U.S. decided to support nuking Iran, or we nuked Iran to end this, we would lose all moral clarity, moral high ground forever at this point with the status the way it is. Likewise, if Israel decides to nuke them, that's the same thing is going to happen to them, but it's going to be a lot worse in terms of stability.
Well, I've always said that I really think since World War II that nukes have been about deterrence rather than a threat. But at the same time, they've never, as far as we know, other than we don't know how many North Korea has at this point. There's allegedly a certain number, but who can trust numbers that come out of there, right? I remember the Kim Jong-il. Was that who it was? So
I'm Sharon Reed.
Have you seen Team America World Police?
I was thinking about Charles Barkley.
Feel so
Look at Kim Jong-il. Look at him.
Yeah.
Remember?
Hang on, Charles Barkley did a
Look it up.
What
man.
did he?
Awesome.
What did he do?
Charles Barkley on Kim Jong-il.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's so good.
I never seen
so
it.
He just did an impression. Okay, finish your thought, Rob.
So he did. But anyway, Kim Jong-il was obviously the Kim Jong-un's father or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, so man, South Park just roasted him in that. He's like, "Why are people so stupid? Why can't people be smart like me?" and it was so dumb. But he literally released this, that he played his first round of golf, 18 holes, and he had 12 holes in one. All right.
Good caddy.
You know what?
Very good caddy.
I've played quite a bit of quite a few rounds of golf, and I will tell you this. I have never hit a hole in one. It is a rare occurrence, and so it's hard to believe any of that propaganda that comes out of there. But suffice it to say, for the most part, nuclear weapons are in hands of people who aren't going to use them.
Mm-hmm.
I think Iran has always been this wild card to say if they had them, they would use them, and I think that's what the world is really afraid of.
Eric, is this what you're talking about? This right here? Do you know? Is this the Charles Barkley thing you're talking about?
No. Give Dennis Rodman any credit with this whole North Korea situation. He thinks he might deserve some sort of prize.
Inside the NBA, he's like, he looked like Kim Jong-il.
Oh my gosh!
Have you never seen that? Oh
No.
man, it's one of the greatest things ever. Because Frank Caliendo ended up doing a parody of it.
Okay, so it's this one right here.
Here it is.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay.
Back here on the NBA on T. First half of the gentlemen.
No, they have the soap opera going on, and then Kobe has this monumental task of trying to be an
That's supposed to be Charles Barkley?
Yes.
But he's
Before
trying.
Ozempic.
Listen, he's trying to do it without blackface, because if he does it with blackface,
look at
then
that. Yeah.
We need to be all over Kim Jong-il. Kim Jong-il is nuts. He's going to blow up the world because he's a knucklehead.
Okay, so it wasn't Charles Barkley. It was Frank Caliendo.
Barkley said something, and then Caliendo went with it, and it was just awesome.
He's a knucklehead.
He's a knucklehead.
He's a knucklehead.
That dude look like Kim Jong-il. He's a knucklehead.
Frank Caliendo is incredible. He's one of the best impressionists there of all time.
Yeah, Barkley actually said it though first.
Hey, I want to say this. Did you know that the boss is watching our show right now?
The boss,
Jeremy.
Who we got?
Jeremy is watching our show right
Jeremy,
now.
Herrell, thank you so much for watching.
Yeah.
No relation.
Great to see you, sir.
Spelled differently. He's watching our show. He's scoping us out.
All right.
Yeah. Hopefully he's getting some chuckles
We got a
out of us.
good scouting report so far. Hopefully.
Yeah, maybe.
All right. So we are gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna talk about why Moscow is burning right
Yeah.
now. So we're on the heels of this peace agreement, right? And then all of a sudden Zelensky, I guess he feels left out, and he's like, I'm still over here.
Yeah, he did the Dr. Evil thing.
Did you just do a cocaine
and then
sniff?
He's like,
yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yes, I did. All right, so real quick.
That's what's going on in Kiev.
Yeah.
A little booger sugar.
Yeah, stick with us. We will be right back.
All right, folks. Don't go anywhere. Thanks so much.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, yeah, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is already, she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vibe has been fantastic for our bottom line.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier. And when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about, 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around, 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
And we're back. Thanks so much for being with us. Broadcasting live from Arkansas here on LFA TV. Also, Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel, Facebook. Really appreciate you guys being with us. We can't do the show without you watching, so thank you. All right, so we talked about the peace agreement. It's been signed. We'll see what happens on Friday. Pray for J.D. Vance that he remains safe and unharmed. Because isn't he supposed to be signing this thing?
Yeah, in Switzerland, I believe, is what the plan is.
Yeah. So he's supposed to be signing this thing. But now we're going to move on to this. We basically, this happens, and then the peace deal happens, and then Moscow is on fire. These were some of the images here. Look at this. It's pretty wild stuff. I mean, this is not like the outskirts of Moscow, I'm told. I mean, this is like in the middle of Moscow, and
apparently there was just like a big swarm of drones.
Yeah, big swarm of
came
drones
in and just lit things up.
That probably ticked off
Look, see this right here? Do you see this? They literally blew the fuel.
Yeah, that's right.
The oil tank.
It was the oil.
Yeah, watch this. Boom! There it goes.
Why are people just standing around watching this?
Jeez.
Run, bruh.
So allegedly, I think I read this somewhere where one of the many cell phone cameras, some guy was like, "Man, I'm so grateful I didn't want to have to go to work today."
That's terrible.
I don't know.
That's terrible.
I don't know if that's true or not
I
at
bet
all.
that dude was a knucklehead.
Thank God.
Terrible.
Thank God that bomb threat was actually real.
But that's pretty nuts, man. Like that's that's crazy. And so then we have so we got another clip here. So then they're shooting. Here's one of the drones coming in, and that's Russia's defense system there, taking it out and then blowing up.
I gotta be honest. It kind of looks
look like
fake.
AI?
It looks fake to me.
You think that's fake?
That looks fake to me. Watch how quickly it falls to the ground.
That's pretty slow to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Y'all are wrong.
I don't know. I mean,
is it sad that we have to question every
I don't know.
single
Everything.
video
This-
now?
Well, I mean,
this
you
is
know,
the
it
world we
could
live
be.
in.
I mean, with a
the
headline
world we
like
live in.
"Wild footage shows Ukrainian drone being
Listen,
shot down." by
audio or video evidence of any sort of crime,
right? I know
is basically non-existent anymore.
Null and void now.
Yeah.
Check this out, though. The ape of Gold Street writes, "I don't think people understand the stupidity of striking deep into Russia. How stupid that is, deep into Moscow. The odds of World War III just rised significantly. Have no doubt Russia will not consider this a strike from Ukraine. This is a direct result of NATO interference. NATO European countries have enabled this by backing Ukraine with intelligence, weapons, weapon manufacturing, and money. This is simply made possible because of them. This is absolutely nothing to cheer for. The Koch actor is gambling with World War III more than ever, and somehow he is backed by our European leaders doing so. Total idiocy. European people need to understand this because they will soon get stuck in war if not. These are idiots."
The Coke actor.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to figure that one out.
Yeah.
Like,
This
cocaine.
man, this man starred. He was an actor. He starred in a show where a school teacher. He played a school teacher that becomes the president of Ukraine.
Yeah.
Through a series of unfortunate events.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's amazing how that worked out.
a couple of things here. Donald Trump is in perfect position to just say, "Have at it." And abandon NATO because NATO was not there at all for him, like he asked during the Israel Iran conflict. He even talked about pulling out. Today, Pete Hegseth says that they are not paying their NATO dues until the Europeans pay what they're supposed to pay, not what they can, but what they are supposed to pay in full. So it's a very interesting situation. I also feel like Zelensky knows that if there is peace between Israel and Iran and the United States, that peace with Russia and normalization with Russia is much easier than, say, Iran. And if you normalize relations with Russia and you get peace between Russia and Ukraine, guess what? Zelensky is out of a job. Very similar to Benjamin Netanyahu, because there's people that think that if there is truly peace in Israel, that Benjamin Netanyahu will be convicted on corruption charges.
Well, he's got one of the lowest approval ratings, of
You mean Zelensky?
No, even
Bibi?
Bibi has got just an extremely low approval rating there. So at the very least, he's out of office.
Is the world prepared to see the punitive response from Russia to this?
I don't know, because
this could get real bad real fast.
Has Putin got truly ticked off in this entire war? And
we talk about tipping points all the time. Is this the straw that'll break?
He's savvy. I'm not going to sit here and say that. I mean, you can try to discount him. You can call him evil. You can say all this stuff, but the man is smart.
Yeah, he is smart. Former KGB,
Yeah.
and the whole Western narrative that we get is that their military equipment doesn't work. It's like, no, actually, it's the largest standing army currently in the world right now, like military ready army on the ground, ready to go. It's the largest one in the world right now. They got a lot of Russians. A lot of Russians have died. Even more Ukrainians have died.
Yeah.
He's not, he's certainly not going to give up the land. We've established that because he spilled a lot of Russian blood to get what he has gotten.
Yeah,
I think he's actually showed a lot of restraint in terms of what he could have already done. He hasn't done that. He hasn't marched into Kiev yet, right? So I don't know. I don't know what
he could have ended this war in 30 days. I mean, depending on how much destruction he wanted to do. But we talked about it on the show. Like, Paul, his goal, I don't think he wants to destroy the country. He wants the country.
Right.
He wants it back. He wants to reassemble
Yeah, but look at Moscow
the USSR.
now. That's the thing.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Eric. You're saying if you've done this to Moscow,
yeah,
we're about to just light up Kiev.
He's about to go
on
tilt.
It's like World War II with Stalin saying, no one invades Stalingrad, at all costs, to the last bullet. And this is because that will sink right into the heart of Russia. Isn't that what we're looking at right here, of what Zelensky has just done? And is the world prepared for the reaction and the the punitive response from Putin? I don't know. I mean, wow.
How swift will it be? I think my prediction yesterday was right, though. I mean, I think my prediction was if we get peace in the Middle East, that's next, and Zelensky knows it. And so, was it Zelensky per se, or was it the NATO? Was it, the forces in NATO that don't want Russia to get a W here? They don't want this to just end with him getting the Donbass and the eastern provinces of Ukraine. I don't know, but it just seems like sabotage to me. I mean, it seems like we were almost close to world
ready
peace.
To celebrate.
And because I'm telling you, if you normalize relations with Iran, and I know people don't want to use that phrase, but if you look at the Memorandum of Understanding, if you're giving them sanctions relief, and they're going to get loans to rebuild their country or whatever, or rebuild their military or however they use it, then how do you not have normal relations with Russia? Because Russia is way more predictable and rational. You may disagree with them, but they're way more rational than, say, the irrationality of Iran. And by the way, a lot of people think that the irrationality of Iran is organized irrationality. It's so decentralized they're made to look crazier than they are. Not to say they're not crazy, but they're made to look that way to the outside world because confusion is your ally in a situation when you're surrounded by Western enemies, or you're the target of Western enemies. But I'm just saying, like, how do you not normalize relations with Russia if you're going to deal with Iran this way? And I think there are people that are still not wanting that to happen.
Well, and I also think that normalize is a subjective word. Like, what does it mean? Because I think that normalized relationships with Russia might be different than a normalized relationship with, say, Mexico or, someone that we would consider more of a closer ally. Normalized in terms of, hey, we're willing to trade, and as long as you, act fairly and logically, and more importantly, sanely, then we're willing to what's the word? Barter with you. We're willing to work with you on this or that, and that's going to be good for both economies. Everybody wants into the United States economy. If you're a business and you're global, you want to make sure that you're in the United States economy. And I think that Vladimir Putin cares about.
Hang on, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Keep going.
I was just going to say, I think that Vladimir Putin cares about making sure that he's got an incredibly healthy, vibrant country, and for that he's got to have money, and he can make a certain amount of money from oil, all of that stuff. He can make a certain amount of money from trading with the quote unquote evil axis of power here. But if he can get into the world economy in terms of getting into the United States a little bit more ingrained there, I think he would want to do that.
To your point, Eric, I agree with you, Rob. To your point, Eric, look at that. Look at the destruction right there. Those are houses. Those are the tops of houses of civilian homes
in Moscow
that have been totally destroyed. Well, at least the tops have been totally destroyed.
Interesting.
So this is not the targeting of just energy infrastructure, which they were.
Or soldiers.
This is not military infrastructure.
That's right.
Those look like houses. Those look like citizens of Russia.
Yeah.
So to your point, Russia's response is going to be tremendous. Tremendous may not be the great word. But
we all agree
substantial.
that Ukraine has
Get
the
ready.
right to do this. Do we not? Do we all agree that Ukraine has the right
Strike into
to do
the
this?
heart of Moscow with drone attacks on civilians?
I'm not trying to say that.
I mean,
I'm not trying to say all
at
that.
war.
I'm trying to say
They're at war. Generally,
that's
you
what I
try
mean.
not to target civilians during war.
Sure. But there's no reports that they were specifically targeting.
Right. They could have just been
citizens
going
here.
after the oil.
Correct. And so I think they wanted to strike Moscow because that is, I mean, it's the capital. It's the heart of it. It's
They want Russia to respond, and then they want NATO and the U.S. to condemn Russia's response because this is almost. If you're Zelensky and you want to, if you're Zelensky and and all you care about is staying in power, because if the war ends, you lose power, and who knows? I mean, maybe even people come after you
Well, I don't
because
know
of
how
the way
you do
you've
that.
run your country.
Yeah.
If you're Zelensky, though, what you've effectively done is you've targeted deep into Russia, so you get a response, which is going to mean more Ukrainians get killed, so that the war continues and you stay in power. I know that sounds like really, like I'm not giving Zelensky the benefit of the doubt at all, because I think he's a thug and is a total sociopath.
But if it's hey, the United States is really not going to send a whole lot more money to the Middle East, we'd like to have that money. That goes to your point of being an opportunistic attacker at this phase, and he's just trying to say, hey, I want to go ahead and just get to the heart of Russia.
Well,
let's see if I think you
get some more money.
money.
Did you accidentally said don't send money to the Middle East, and you meant to say Ukraine? Or were
No.
I
think if that's wrapping up there, then Trump is, and he's having sort of a standoffish moment with the Middle East, like, hey, we're wrapping this thing up. We're not going to continue to fund this. We're not going to continue to attack Iran. Then where do those neocon dollars go?
Where do they go? Well,
where does that military industrial complex focus next?
That is a great. That's the nail on the head right there, because Ukraine is essentially a corrupt country for a reason. It's a money laundering depot, and I think that's one of the reasons why Europe is so invested in continuing Ukraine to be what it is, because I honestly believe that a lot of the money laundering through the NGOs and everything else come through Ukraine, go to enrich European oligarchs, and I even think rig European elections, because elections don't rig themselves. You have to pay someone to do it. And I think the people of Europe don't have leaders that they've actually voted for in majority. I really do believe.
Do we have leaders that we've voted for in majority? At this point, I don't know.
Yeah, right.
At this point, it's hard to know.
Exactly. So I think this is the truth. But
who
to
was
your
it?
point,
Who was it that said that it doesn't matter? It doesn't matter about the votes. It just matters who counts the votes.
the votes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I can't remember who that was, but
Mr. Artificial Intelligence. So, but Dominic Michael Trippi says Israeli officials believe President Trump could potentially delay weapons shipments or impose an arms embargo on Israel in the future if Netanyahu won't withdraw forces from Lebanon. So that's now what the Israeli press is saying, and that would be it'll be interesting to see how Congress reacts if that actually happens in order to secure peace and open up the economy. Because now, honestly, if we're real about this, because this leads us to this next story, Thune admits some Senate Republicans hate Trump too much to support Save America Act.
Yeah.
So
I saw this.
These Republicans, though, at this point, some of them, I'm going to assume, want to sabotage the deal so that the economy continues to suffer, so that Trump suffers.
It's the Cassidys and the Cornyn's of the world.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
It's a mutiny.
You can see a scenario here where it's not just about the SAVE Act anymore. If this is true, which it is, that they hate Trump and hate his voters, they may throw an absolute fit, do everything they can to torpedo the deal so that the economy still suffers and Trump is blamed for it. And it doesn't ever recover.
And it just goes back to what we've been saying. I've been saying it for almost 2 years now, Paul. Or a year. How long have we been doing this show? A little over a year.
Yep.
A little over a year. So we've been doing this for a little over a year, and I've been saying it the whole time. I don't think that the Republicans mind not being in power. I think that they like it in terms of, they can push some legislation that sends money to their donors, and that money in turn comes back to them. I think they like that. They love that. but they're not so ideologically ingrained in what's right that they're going to allow Trump to have these victories, these people that have something so negative against him that, like, I can't let Trump have this victory. I can't let him take the credit for this. We're going to do what we want to do, and we'll live to fight another day whenever Trump is not in office anymore. And I think that that's what they look at. They can raise money. In my opinion, you can raise a lot more money when you're in the minority.
Yes, you can.
Fighting.
And then getting elected and never doing anything.
Correct.
It's pathetic. So this report says, in part, over at the Daily Caller, Senate Majority Leader John Thune admitted some Republicans in the Senate hate President Trump so much, too much, to support the SAVE Act. Multiple sources familiar with the comments told the Daily Caller. Thune admitted during a closed-door GOP lunch on Wednesday that some Republican senators oppose President Donald Trump so strongly that they will never vote for the Save America Act, regardless of the legislation.
Attack Mike Lee for it.
Yep, legislation's merits, according to several sources.
Goodness.
The discussion quickly escalated into a heated exchange between Republican Utah Senator Mike Lee, the bill's chief Senate sponsor, and several of his GOP colleagues. Republican Texas Senator John Cornyn.
Shut up, you're out of a job.
And Thune both challenged Lee's push for the legislation. And people are saying, yeah, that totally happened, although Majority Leader Thune denies the admission and says this is a baseless claim and it is unequivocally true. Let me say this. If John Thune was on President Trump's side, why would he deny this? Because I believe the report. I think it's true. If he was on Trump's side, he would say, yeah, this is true.
Yeah, we've got some people that just won't get on board.
Yeah, why would he ever? And so Thune denies this only to protect people that are out of a job anyway.
Yeah.
Come January, what is wrong with this man?
It is. I hate Trump so much because we talked about this yesterday. John Thune was Mitch McConnell's hand-picked successor, which tells me all I need to know, right? If you've got a Rick Scott from Florida, this, dynamite arrow being shot into the swamp, shot into this, these establishment Republicans. If you've got somebody like that as your option, the American people voted for that sort of approach, not this John Thune approach. And I said it yesterday, if you want Scott Pressler in your state, continue on this path, John Thune, because he's there. He's already said, if you don't pass this Save America Act before in time for it to be implemented for the midterms, which I seriously doubt is even a possibility at this point,
right?
Then you're going to be primaried. Is it North Dakota or South Dakota that he's?
South Dakota. Is Thune.
Thune is in South Dakota. You're going to be primaried. You might be popular now, but let a Scott Pressler come in there and take you out. A gay man is going to come into South Dakota and put you out of a job. Why? Because he is trying to advocate for the will of the American people. You were elected to do that, and you're not doing it.
Yeah, I agree with that. They just hate us all. They hate us all. And what they do, not what they say, but with their actions, they hate us. They don't love their people, their voters. They actually hate them. W. Wilson, 1964, writes, exactly, Paul, stop the money to them and the war ends. This is just in general. This is any war that we're fighting by proxy, whether it's the Middle East but I think specifically this is about Ukraine. Wilson also says, no, Ukraine is wrong on all levels. He is a grifter to make things worse. And I would certainly agree with that. Mike Cernovich on this story with John Thune says, the Senate was always the enemy. They hate Trump and even more so his voters. So this is the state of things. And I don't know what you do. I think President Trump knows that they hate him, and that's why now he's put him in between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
If you want FISA, if you want your precious government surveillance that has been abused on the American people and President Trump, then you're gonna put it on the SAVE Act. That's what you're gonna do. And until then, I'm not letting Jay Clayton get confirmed.
Yeah.
This is like hard-nosed stuff that I'm glad to see.
Yeah.
I mean,
He ticked off some people on that one.
He did, including our Republican senator from
Tom
the state of
Cotton
Arkansas.
No, yeah. Well, I mean,
John Kennedy and all of them.
Which I love John Kennedy, so it's hard for me to believe that that I would ever disagree with him about anything. But if he is against the SAVE Act, if he is against implementing this thing that 84% to 87%, depending on what poll you look at, that they're in favor of, then John Kennedy, you're wrong. Because you were elected to go to the Senate on behalf of Louisiana, which is a conservative state it's a red state with blue pockets here, with New Orleans and some other
significantly
some other
less official blue pockets now that they redistricted.
Hallelujah, hallelujah! And we need to talk about that one day, Paul. We need to talk about like what this is going to look like at the current maps, because I believe that was it Georgia was shot down. There's some other places where these maps were not being implemented. So we have like what could have been,
and versus what will be, but it's going to take another cycle, 2028, before it actually materializes.
Very frustrating to have that, and it may be too late, because what if the Democrats come in and they just get just a really big majority and the Save America Act doesn't get passed? What do we do? What do we do? I think you're wasting this opportunity. Again, I said it yesterday, the only big, strong piece of legislation that they can hang their hat on leading into the midterms is the big, beautiful bill. A lot of stuff in there. Don't want to discount that whatsoever. But I say this, what have you done for me lately?
I mean, if they want to win the midterms, they pass the SAVE Act, but there's Republicans that don't, like you said, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
If they want to win the midterms, they could codify banning child genital mutilation, codify it, standalone bill, pass it, Trump will sign
You're
it.
going to get conservative and liberal mothers.
And honestly,
on that.
we could champion that from now until the election.
Yeah.
Hey, look at what our country was going through with the woke sex religion. They were cutting children up and calling it health care, and now the federal government has banned that.
Special place in hell.
Not just the executive order that was strong, but they've actually banned it.
Yeah.
But they won't do that. But if they did, they would easily have something to be like, hey, this is a real world thing. We have saved kids' lives.
Mm-hmm.
And they haven't done it yet because the donors, I'm told, don't want to actually ban child genital mutilation for some strange reason.
It's not strange. There's too much money to be had there. Like, hey, let these parents hack their kids up. That's what they're doing, because it's worth a lot of money to these people. And again, I say this as clearly as I can say it. There is a special, extra warm seat for you in hell if you will participate. Ooh, I'm censoring myself. Participate in child mutilation surgery.
It is something I can't believe that we've done, and honestly, this is one of the reasons why public executions, I believe, have to be brought back.
And T. Mitchell in our comments says that
after you're tried and convicted, of course,
if we keep having representatives not represent our values and not enact the will of the people, martial law is coming soon. I mean, it could be.
We were talking about a version of this, me and Eric were, before you got here today. Actually, we'll rehash that later in the show. Brianna Morello, this is an interesting decision. The Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision, has struck down the federal prohibition on guns for people who regularly use marijuana. What do you know about that? What do you think about that? Being high and armed,
with your pew pew,
and well armed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I like beer, and I'm not banned from having a gun. I don't understand why you have to. So in Arkansas, we have medical marijuana. That's legal, and if you have a concealed carry license here in the state of Arkansas, which is not necessary to have a gun, as we both know.
You mean the license?
Yeah, correct. The license is not required to have that, and I can't remember when that changed. Was that always a thing?
Oh, I know the story.
You know this? You covered this?
Yeah,
really.
Yeah.
You want to know?
I had a concealed carry permit for a long time because it was required, but then now when I went to renew it, they're like, "Nah, you don't need that."
It's a really funny story.
Save your money. You don't need to take that test again.
It's a really funny story how Arkansas got constitutional carry and basically eliminated the permit process, which was a giant revenue generating thing for the Arkansas State Police.
Yeah.
Because you guys didn't hear anything about it, did you? Until it was, years later, right?
Yeah. Until I went for my renewal and thought I was going to have to do fingerprints again and do all that stuff and pay the money.
So we do have an enhanced carry license that allows you to be able to carry in like courtrooms and stuff like that. So that is still a thing. But we have constitutional carry because back when Arkansas, it was during the Obama administration, Arkansas still had a Democrat governor by the name of Mike Beebe. And Republicans were kind of growing and I think we had just taken the majority actually in the House. So there was a Republican state representative by the name of Denny Altis, who
Altis, okay,
Altes, I believe that's his name. And what he did was he got into the gun statutes and changed one word. And essentially decriminalized. It basically made.
Are you sure it's
Altus? Yeah.
Okay, because I met a guy at our realtor banquet. His last name's Loggins.
Oh no! That you're talking about Tim. He that's Tim Loggins. He had a lot to do with getting legislation later clarifying this. But this was back in 2013, 14, somewhere in there. This was a long time ago. Okay, this was a long time ago, and it actually took. So I know I'm rambling, but this guy just changed a few words, and everybody was quiet about it because they said this is a typical tactic in the Arkansas legislature, and I'm sure in other legislatures. Yeah, this bill is just to clean up some language, da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
And it got passed through one committee, got passed through one chamber, got passed through another committee, got passed through another chamber, and it was signed by Governor Mike Beebe, and then everybody shut up. Nobody said anything, and everybody waited till July. Session ended in April. The law doesn't take effect till July, and everyone is just twiddling their thumbs. And then it passed, and now the law basically said, essentially it decriminalized possession of a firearm too. There is no law that says you, Rob Spencer, can sit on your front porch and drink sweet tea. There's no law that allows you to do that, but there's no law that says you can't. And so you are now in Arkansas guilty of possession of a firearm if the government can prove that you have the intent to commit a crime. Now think about so just carrying a gun in Arkansas, you are only guilty of possession of a firearm if they can prove that you are intending to commit a crime. So
they'd have to have the Minority Report people
essentially
or hooked up to the brain scanners or something like that.
Pull you over and there's a text message on your phone. I'm on my way to kill you. And so everybody tried to pretend like this wasn't happening. This was years we had, and so then there were court challenges. There were people arrested, for carrying a gun. Everybody was like, open carry's a thing. We couldn't get Arkansas State Police to admit it was a thing, and then we finally got court rulings where people were charged, and the prosecutors were dropping cases left and right, and then eventually you had a judge. A judge ruled against it and said, actually, no, this is legal. This is constitutional. Like, he was not in violation of law just for having a weapon. Yeah. So in Arkansas, you can carry concealed and you can carry open. And it was all thanks to a brave Republican legislator who changed a little bit of language and got a Democrat governor to sign it. And now it's the Wild West and people are dying like flies. No, that's not happening.
That it even happened,
yeah. So anyway,
that's extremely interesting. So I did not know that because I got my concealed carry license not because I felt like I needed it. This was 2018, so 8 years ago, I got it but that was like the first time that I had a handgun. So I had I'd had guns in the past or whatever, at least been exposed to them, and but this was the first time I was going to kind of carry a handgun as a real estate agent because sometimes as somebody that's 6'4", 250 pounds, I can be lulled into a false sense of security because of my size, right? Like, who's going to attack me, right? But if they see me as gettable, then they're going to do that. But anyway, criminals, right? So I want to make sure, that it's one of those things where I was protected, and so I got my concealed carry license. and mostly because I wanted to take the class. But my whole reason that we went down on this side note here is that their only restriction is that I'm not supposed to carry my gun if I go into a bar, right? And so if I go into a bar, and I'm not talking about a restaurant that has a bar. It's just if it's just a bar, right?
Okay.
If I'm not supposed to carry my gun in there, because what happens in there? There's alcohol and all of that stuff. But I've been a beer drinker my whole life. I'm a beer drinker. That's probably why I can't get rid of my gut. It's just because I like beer. There's no restriction on me having a gun if I've just had some drinks with lunch or dinner or whatever. There's no restriction on it. There have been a lot of people who have gotten rage behind them while they were drinking and shot and killed somebody.
Yeah,
we all understand that. I've never heard of someone being high on marijuana.
Yeah,
that's been like, I'm extremely angry. I'm going to shoot you, because it's usually the opposite, right? Like,
give me a bag of Cheetos.
Yeah, it's like, listen.
Yeah, they might go rob a convenience store. Give me all your snacks.
Give me all your snacks. Right. Well, I've got some money here. I don't want the money.
Nope.
Just the Cheetos. No, and I can't stand the smell of weed. I can't stand it. It's called skunk weed for a reason. Like, it smells, it's just awful. I can't stand the smell of it. I don't like the time that I tried it when I was 20 years old, which is, so 26 years ago. Like, I didn't like it. I didn't like anything about it. My whole point of it is, there's no reason in my mind, just because you have a medical marijuana card, that you should not have some sort of
give
legal...
up your right to protect yourself and your family.
Because what's next, right? What's next? And they say, oh, well, if you got a misdemeanor traffic violation...
Misdemeanor.
Yeah, misdemeanor.
Yeah,
that's what that sounds.
Is that what I sound like? I don't know. But obviously, like, if you're a felon, you can't have a gun.
Right.
If you can't have a felon. But I also think that there should be certain levels of felonies. Because you could have a felony, like, if you embezzled money. I'm not advocating for that, but let's just say you
lose your
you lose your right to a gun, and it's just like, okay, but that's not the same as felony beating your wife.
Yeah.
Or whatever it's called, assault.
Yeah, a
or
lot
battery.
of times the laws don't make sense. Let me give you an example.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say
let me give you an example that laws don't make sense. You remember when all the rage was, especially all the Yankee states? They're like, oh, you better quit, hands free. You better quit, doing this when you're going down the road. Better do hands free, or texting while driving, or on your phone while driving. And you know what we did? We put iPads, giant iPads, in all the new cars.
Yeah.
Now explain how that makes any sense at all.
You got a 30-inch screen up here.
It just doesn't make any sense at all. Like, don't text and drive. Don't have the phone in your hand while you drive. And instead, now we have the biggest distraction you could have.
Well, and even more importantly, Paul, it's not just the screen. Is that with every year that passes, there are fewer buttons. Yeah. Like, you've got to go. So I've got a 2024 F-150 Raptor. It's got, like, heating and air and all this. It's all buttons, and I love that. My wife has a 2025 Ford Expedition. It has put everything into, like, the screen. There's all these buttons just to do the tilt of the steering wheel whenever I drive
and
it.
it's all electronic.
It's all electronic.
It's all touch screen, is what.
Which means that my eyes are off the road while I'm pointing and pushing at this screen, all in the matter of convenience and safety and all that stuff. You just give me a button.
Yeah.
Give me a button. Because if I know where that button's at, and I know that it's the second button from the left, right, because I drive my vehicle every day, if I know that is the second button from the left, then I can push that without even looking at it.
Yeah.
And let's not even forget the fact that I used to because I thought it was cool when I was young, smoke cigarettes. Smoking a cigarette while drinking a Dr. Pepper and changing the CD in my CD player while I was driving a standard transmission vehicle.
I remember that one, and you're just like,
So I got
it out and put the other one in.
I got a cigarette, a candy bar. I got a cigarette. I got a candy bar. I got a Dr. Pepper.
Oh, hang on. I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah, a cigarette, I got a candy bar, I got a Dr. Pepper, and I'm changing out my latest mix CD here. And while I'm shifting gears, because I got a standard transmission Ford Ranger, like all of that was safe. Never had a wreck there.
Yeah.
But
driving a car is actually not that hard, and also texting while driving is actually quite easy if you are just competent at it. But don't text and drive, kids. Eric wants to say something.
I do not.
No.
But I'm about to tell myself
Okay,
here
Eric,
if you're going to make me.
Here, I'm going to try to guess.
We want to hear it.
All right.
I think I know what Eric is going to say.
Okay.
And I think Eric is going to say that he's so old that he had a cassette tape player in his car and not a CD player.
Negative.
Okay, what is it then? What do you want to say?
I'm older than you two guys.
Oh, I thought Eric was older.
No,
than,
I'm the oldest.
Late 90s era. My brother and I got big into custom audio installations.
Oh no!
Oh yeah!
So
you're one of those guys.
Yes.
JBL
Where
audio.
this is going? Here's where this is going. I was never changing discs because I had a 10-disc changer underneath my seat installed. So I would pull out this little booklet thing, and it had 10 discs you could put in it, and so. That's for any
what it
amount of
was.
travel. There was no distraction from those
Yeah.
with those CDs.
You mean these Hanes?
Not to mention,
there's no. You don't want these Hanes.
15-inch Fishers
right.
were going
just bouncing, rattling your windows. Listen,
my
and you're just
goodness.
like,
I can't
think
believe you're
Southeast Missouri's finest, baby.
I think.
That's great.
I think CD2 is Pearl Jam 10. I'm feeling some Pearl Jam. Let's do it.
Oh, that's great. Wow. Okay. Well, that's good to know.
10-disc changer.
That's fantastic, though.
10. I only saw the 6. I guess I was poor.
I had the Kenwood system right there on front too, where you detached the face to whenever you left to go in somewhere, so that it couldn't get stolen out of your car.
What did you also have? What is that? You also have one of those steering wheel locks. What were those called?
No,
in case you got your car jacked. What was that called?
It looked like a big coat hanger, like in a weird
infomercial or whatever. Yeah. Okay. So, are you guys familiar with the case where during the Biden administration, the ATF broke into the head of the Little Rock, or they stormed the head of the Little Rock Airport's personal residence and shot and killed him?
No.
Did you not? You never heard about this story? This is actually a pretty big story. So there's now a lawsuit that's going forward because of a wrongful death. The guy's name was Malinowski. This headline here from yesterday on the ABC affiliate out of Little Rock. Malinowski lawsuit over fatal ATF raid moves forward as judge lets most claims proceed. A federal judge has allowed most of the Maria Malinowski, that's his wife's, lawsuit against the federal government move forward, denying a motion to dismiss 8 of the 9 claims brought under the Federal Tort Claims Act in connection with the ATF raid that resulted in the death of her husband, Brian Malinowski. The ruling permits the case to proceed into discovery, where both sides can gather evidence, request documents, and take sworn testimony as the facts of the case are further developed. The lawsuit does not dispute that ATF agents were executing a valid search warrant. According to court records, the warrant was related to allegations that Brian Malinowski was selling firearms without a federal license. The central issue in the case concerns how the warrant was carried out and what occurred during the execution of the search. Apparently, he was a gun collector. Mm-hmm. Court filings, the kind of thing that you want to gather together a whole SWAT team for. Court filings state that agents arrived at the home before dawn, covered a doorbell camera, knocked, and announced their presence before forcing entry into the residence. After entry, Brian Malinowski fired a shot, and an ATF agent returned fire, fatally striking him. The federal government has argued that Malinowski's actions initiated the deadly encounter and that the claim should be dismissed as a result. The court, however, found that several key facts remain disputed and cannot be resolved at this stage of the proceeding. Those include questions about how clearly agents identified themselves as law enforcement, how much time passed between announcement and entry, and what Malinowski understood at the time of the shooting. Because of those unresolved factual issues, the court allowed claims including wrongful death, negligence, assault and battery, emotional distress, and additional Arkansas statutory claims to proceed. So this is actually what happened. This is back on July 17th. I think this is a while ago. I don't think this is as of yesterday, but maybe it is. how ATF agents killed Arkansas Airport Director Malinowski. So this is a big story where it just looks like they basically, essentially, they just handled this all wrong, doing a raid in the middle of the night or early in the morning, and they just bust down the door. What are you going to do in that instance? Most of us, and this is one of my great fears, most of us are going to grab our firearms to protect our family. And if they haven't clearly announced themselves, or they cover up the doorbell cameras. I mean, if they cover up the doorbell cameras, you don't know what to expect at that point, right? This could literally be an armed robber. But ATF agent Tyler Cowart shot Malinowski in the head last year. He died 2 days later. His widow, Mayor Malinowski, recently filed a wrongful death lawsuit. None of the Department of Justice officials involved were willing to discuss it. Assistant U.S. Attorney Lindsay Mitchum Lawrence, who is defending the ATF in the lawsuit, was unwilling to talk Wednesday. So anyway, this is a big deal, and I think the ATF is going to end up. I think they're going to end up paying, but I also think we're going to get a lot more information as to exactly what was going on and what was the mindset to raid this guy who's a white collar employee, the head of the highest paid employee in the state of Arkansas, and then something like this happens to him, and he's a gun collector.
I think, man, I got a couple of things. Number one, I'm like Malinowski. I can't think of that. I'm sorry, it's not right. But all I think about is Monsters Inc.
The eyeball.
The eyeball. His name was
Billy Crystal's character.
Yeah.
Ron Jaworski or something. Or no, wait, that's a
no. It was Malinowski.
That's a football player.
It was. Look that up while I say my second point.
Can I just give more context real quick?
Sure, please.
In December 2023, the ATF opened an investigation and began following Brian to and from work on the weekends, placing a tracker on his car and surveilling his daily activities. During the investigation, at least 2 agents acting undercover interacted with Brian at a gun show in Arkansas. Brian answered one of the undercover agents' inquiries by noting that he was a private seller, meaning he believed he did not need to follow FFL, which is, the federal regulations. Yeah. During their investigation, ATF learned a lot about Brian. They knew he worked in a secure environment at the airport where guns were not allowed. They knew he had lived a law-abiding life with no criminal history. Brian had no reason to believe that he was under investigation for violating the law. Brian never received a letter of inquiry, an audit, a personal visit, a request, or nothing. They just basically set this guy up to prosecute him. And instead of letting him know, hey, what you're doing is wrong, they raid the guy's house and shoot him in the head.
Wow.
Okay, this is unacceptable behavior by any metric.
Why does the ATF... Wazowski. Yeah, so Mike Wazowski. That's what it was. And what's this person's name?
Walanowski.
Okay, thank you.
Malinowski.
Yeah, I wasn't totally off. Mike Wazowski versus... Anyway, that's just ridiculous considering the circumstances here where my brain goes. But regardless, wasn't this covered in the court cases? I don't know. How long ago was this, Paul?
This was in 2024. No. I'm sorry. On April 11, 2024, less than a month after the ATF raid that killed Brian. So it wasn't. Yeah. So it was in the Biden administration. 2024.
I would like to know what that is in terms of the court case where it went to the Supreme Court that said. I'm just trying to remember this off the top of my head, that these agencies do not have the power that they think that they do because they are to serve under the
Chevron doctrine.
Chevron. Excuse me. Thank you. Like, they don't have that power, and what they're doing is the ATF has all these rules. When they're coming up there and trying to say, "Oh, we just want to check to make sure this is not a shoestring purchase of these." These weapons. We just need to. All we got to do is just see that you got them, and then we move on. What authority do you have? I purchased these legally. I had a background check. It went in there, and it said, "Hey, I just bought a Beretta A300 and for home defense shotgun, and I had to go through a background check to make sure that I had it. That's all I needed." That's all I needed because that's what the law says. But if the ATF shows up on my doorstep and says, "Hey, we just need to make sure that you have this," We want to make sure that you didn't buy this and sell it to somebody else. What authority do you have? The Supreme Court said you don't have that authority. And so they're raiding why is the ATF raiding anybody? Why does this organization have this power? Why does it even exist?
And keep in mind too, this was a search warrant. It wasn't even an arrest warrant. And so that's another thing on this. And what I think was going on here, and I haven't paid enough attention to this case as I should have, even though it happened in my home state. On April 11th, 2024, less than a month after the ATF raid that killed Brian, the ATF announced a new rule to close the gun show loophole and expand the definition of what it meant to be engaged in the business of selling firearms, newly requiring anyone who sells a gun at a profit to register as a federally licensed firearm dealer. So you know what this was, don't you? This was the FBI hoping to get a big profile arrest from some white-collar airport director.
Yeah.
Jeez.
The media was going to run with it nationally and federally. We got him. The gun show, and then the next month they're going to say, see, this is why we need to close the gun show loophole.
It's just ridiculous.
That's why they targeted him.
All of it is about that.
That's why they targeted him, and that's why it's dead. That's why he's dead. That's why he lost his life. They were literally creating news. They were creating news out of thin air to then justify clamping down on your gun rights at gun shows, and a man is dead because of it, because the left and the Biden administration are full of communists, and these same communists, many of them have still not been fired. They're still in the Trump administration today, and I hope that the ATF and the federal government have to pay out the you-know-what, because this is incredible. But just looking at this and looking at the timeline, the FBI and the ATF and all these organizations, we've been saying it for a while, you don't exist to solve crimes. You exist to create crimes and then cover them up when you get caught. And that's what's going on here, and it's disgusting.
I agree with you. I don't know that I can add
It's another false flag.
It's like the SPLC.
It's another false flag.
Yeah.
We are being false flagged by these intel oligarchs constantly, and law enforcement oligarchs. And they've been caught.
I don't know that I have anything else to add to that other than
create the problem to justify the solution.
That's in my opinion, if the FBI is doing a background check on someone, the ATF has no value. I do not know why this 3-letter agency even exists.
Yep. Rob, I know you got to run. We're going to take a break, but I know you're out for the rest of the day, but I appreciate you
glad to be
on
here when I can, guys.
Yeah.
Awesome. Enjoyed the conversation.
So, Erica, can you stick around for a little bit? Because I wanted to talk about that Adam Carolla clip. I wish Rob could be here for that.
I do too.
Because that's going to be an interesting situation. We're going to talk about Adam Carolla. He had this clip.
I love him.
It's really good, but I'm going to challenge it a little bit, but in a weird way, I guess we'll say. I've got to be contrarian. All right, so we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, yeah, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vibe has been fantastic for our bottom line.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Okay. Welcome back to the show. I'm sorry. All right, so what do we got next? Well, we got about a half an hour left of the show, so let's talk about Belfast, shall we? Real quick, just to give you a quick update on what's going on there. Hang on one second. Oh, look, he was there, but now he's gone. So we got an empty chair. Let me replace him with you. There we go, Eric.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, so this is okay, no, that's the ATF. Here's this. Look at this Substack post by a guy named Connor Tomlinson. So we have something similar here in America, like the civil rights action or something. It needs to be totally abolished. But so Belfast is ablaze. He writes, Belfast is ablaze after Sudanese asylum seeker Hadi Alodid attempted to behead Stephen Ogilvy, leaving him hospitalized and blinded in the middle of the street. Houses have been set on fire, migrants attacked by men in black, and Turkish barbers smashed up by mobs of angry Ulstermen. But the state has responded by convincing the Ogilvy family to release a statement saying, quote, unrest is not welcome and peaceful protest is the only way forward. Unite Against Racism mobilized a demonstration in the city over the weekend. These are the typical damage control tactics of the RICU, the Don't Look Back in Anger department of the Home Office. That's what they call it. So they have, as you're being, as your kids are being killed and your daughters are being raped and grown men are having their heads chopped off or attempted to have their heads chopped off, don't worry, the government is there with their Don't Look Back in Anger department of the Home Office, which the British state uses to gaslight the public after terror attacks and racially charged stabbings, telling them not to spread division or inflame community tensions. Prefabricated hashtags circulate online. Community liaison officers coerce victims' families into making statements containing inclusive language. By the way, that's exactly what Austin Metcalf's dad did originally.
Yeah.
He came out and said it's not about race, but have you heard what Austin Metcalf's dad is saying now?
Mm-hmm.
He's actually come out with a ton of rage and has coined the term watermelon felon.
Oh, yeah.
And people are saying he did it because he wanted to make sure that he got a conviction, that his son's murderer was convicted, but I don't know. But the bottom line is America has similar organizations that try to do this. Prefabricated hashtags circulate online. Community liaison officers coerce victims' families into making statements containing inclusive language, including Henry Nowak's Imams and activists are bussed to the scene of the disaster to perform controlled spontaneity events, such as the crowd singing "Don't Look Back in Anger" at the vigil for the Manchester Arena bombing. The state wants to deprive you of feeling grief and rage anytime one of the violent minorities is brought into our country, kills or maims our children. If you look back in anger, you might blame the communities that produce the perpetrators of such atrocities and the politicians and civil servants who brought them here in the first place. So I'm going to finish the article up, but I just want to add, so not only will they put you in jail if you talk about it online, they're now running psychological operations. That's what this is. They are psychologically operating against their own people to make them like and appreciate the violence.
Right.
We have to build up immunity to their psychological warfare. That's what he says. I literally didn't know that was there. We can't let them use grieving families as human shields to deflect blame away from their deadly policies. It's time to look back in anger. RICU must be disbanded, all of its staff imprisoned, and its decades of manipulation laid bare for the public to see. Again, that's as a guy writing named Connor Tomlinson, the Substack Tomlinson Talks. You got to wonder, is he going to get arrested? I don't even know where he lives. I'm not exactly sure if this guy's in America or not, but Jeff Younger, friend of the show, actually writes on this. He's the one that sent this to me. As I've said many times in person, even, the real lessons for modern dissidents are encoded in the 20th century history of the Irish Troubles. Interesting. It's very fascinating to see what Ireland is going to do next. We talked about that yesterday on the show. You know, fathers making this calculation of risk of do I take action and potentially abandon my family by getting killed or being imprisoned?
Right.
And when you get to a situation, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, because do you do threat assessments as well? I mean, because I think about this stuff all the time, and I don't want to do anything to abandon my family. I don't want to do anything. But when fathers get to the point where they realize I've got to risk abandoning my family through imprisonment or death in order to give the family the best shot at success in the future, then you have revolution.
Yeah. I as I was listening to you guys yesterday while I was on the road, I was thinking about Taken.
Yes.
The movie. You know, and every dad wants to think that they're going to be Liam Neeson.
I have a very special set of skills
in those situations, and we sometimes let our emotions get the best of us. But it's tough not to think in such a carnal level and such a barbaric way that all rational thinking and everything goes out the window, and it's just rage.
Yeah.
And this is what, Joe Rogan and so many people talk about when they say, people just want to be left alone. And when they get to a point to where you see someone that's peaceful, that wants peace, pushed to a point to where that is no longer an option, then you see something that the world should not see, which is, a whole nother side of protective men and humanity.
Yeah.
Play out in vengeance. And this, seeing that article there reminds me of like this. It's like you're calling Batman the problem. Batman's in there trying to get rid of the bad guys, and then all of a sudden he's the problem.
Exactly.
Like, okay, go ahead and make Batman the villain. It's pretty scary, man.
Yeah, it makes me think too. Like this is one of the. I'm just thinking like. I don't know if this is abstract. I don't know what this is, but it also makes you think about, you mentioned the barbarism and the unchecked rage. This is why it may in fact be better, to organize war. Like when you decide to go to war, this is why it is organized. That it's not just a bunch of people, that it is actually better, maybe even for your soul, that if you do have the moral high ground and the just war goes forth, well, it's going to be organized.
Yeah.
And there's going to be moments where we actually have to fight and the rage comes out, but it is going to be somewhat ordered in order to in order to defeat
the movie
the enemy.
The Purge. Remember those movies?
Yeah, not The Purge.
Right.
Right.
Exactly. If you're gonna have it, and that's what they figured out in that movie as the writers were writing it. Like, we're gonna have a controlled, carnal, barbaric way of resetting the scales a little bit, and we're gonna do it one night a year, and it's gonna be organized, and it's gonna be done. Well, what you're potentially gonna see here, if people are pushed far enough, is that you won't be able to stop that train right. Once it's left the station.
I think this is somehow, I'm going to try to make this a good segue into this next clip, which is this Adam Carolla clip that we have. And you sent this to me, and it's forgive the video. Oh, sorry, this is John Stossel. Forgive the video quality. It's just going to be in the small portion of the screen. It is censored, but here is Adam Carolla going off on the left and the Muslims, and the LGBT and the Muslims.
Now, here's the whole thing about the LGBT whatever community. I look at it the same as I look at the Muslim community, which is you can be Muslim or you can be gay. You can't be gay and Muslim, but you could be Muslim or you can be gay. I have zero thoughts about it and zero problems with it. And I'm also going to say, as much as these assholes would argue this point, America is extremely tolerant to people and their different ideas and their different proclivities and their different ways of life and their different ways of expressing love. We don't want to be force-fed your bullshit all day.
Yeah.
That's what we push back against. We don't push back against Muslims. We push back against mandatory Muslim recognition night at the WNBA or whatever the you're planning next. The LGBT community, fine. You guys have an agenda. And so the thing is go be gay, go be trans, go be whatever the you want. But now you're going to insist that we got to fly the gay flag in front of the courthouse, and now you can off. Because I don't want to be part of it. You understand? I'm going to be indoctrinated into your bullshit. And by the way, like the Muslims, it's not... We just want people to tolerate us and live it. No, you want to foist an agenda. That's what you're doing. If you don't, there's a version of quietly going about your business. This ain't it. You don't need to have the gay flag. You don't need to have Pride Month. You don't need to do the thing on the lawn of the White House. You can just go about your life. And then people push back, and then you get the claim that they're homophobic and you feel threatened. No, it's because you won't shut up about it. All these groups, they're there to agitate. They're not there to be left alone and peacefully practice either the religion or sucking. So you look at the whole gay thing. They go, we just want to be left alone and be married and have the same rights as whatever. Yeah. Every time you give them something, what do? Well, we want some 9-foot he-she with his tucked between his legs to read to your kids Cat in the Hat. And you go, what? I don't want to do that. And they go, you're
and then
homophobic, are you?
After some people accept that, then they're like, well, we actually want to transition your 12-year-old.
Yeah,
and
blacks, gays, all those groups are all doing the same, which is, you're fine. We're in a good society. Go do whatever you want. Oh, no. They keep pushing. They keep agitating. I'm telling you, when people step back and look at these moments, it's not going to be about just give them what they want. Mm-hmm. What they want is capitulation by you, but it's also, they're just going to keep going. All they want to do is complain about everything, and they want to be victims all the time. So they're going to keep pushing until some point you go, no, I don't want those books in my public library. And they go, oh, okay, now we're fighting, because that's the plan. Now here's the...
That's it, man. That's where the silent majority is.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm ready for you.
My critique on this is really just why are they not stopping? You know, he said many times there. By the way, it's really, I mean, you know, it's comical, and I agree with the sentiment. Like, this is what's happening. And I would agree that certainly over the last 20, 30 years, that's people have just had just do what you want to do, put your head down and be quiet about it. My question, it's just starting out, is why are they not being quiet about it? Do you know? I mean, do you have just off the top of your head, like, just, it doesn't have to be right or wrong, just generally, like, why do you think this contingent of people.
Well, I'm certainly not going to speak for gays and Muslims as their ambassador or anything like that to see why pride and persistence for them is so important. I mean, that's tough because, I mean, I think for a lot of them, they would probably have different answers to that. And so it's hard to put all that into one and paint that all into one.
Yeah, I'm going to paint with a broad brush. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why they want.
When I saw this, I thought, man, Paul's going to love the libertarian mindset here. This is so
I gave
libertarian
up on libertarian a long time ago.
Yeah, right. But originally, years and years ago, that was you.
Mm-hmm.
So
let me tell you why they don't want to stop. Because they know deep down that they are wrong. When they lay up bed at night, alone or with their gay lovers or wherever, I don't know, and they're I haven't done this in a long time, but when I was younger, I would do this. You lay at bed and you would try to watch the fan. You ever focus on one of the fan blades?
Yep.
You know, you ever done that?
Done that.
When they lay at bed at night and they're trying to fall asleep and they're looking up at that fan, they know they're wrong, and they won't stop because validation from an authority, which in this case, the only authority that they want to even recognize that exists is the government, whether they like the government or agree with it or not. They're not, whether they believe in God or not, they know they're not getting an approval from God on their lifestyle and the way they're living. And so they desperately want man's approval. They want their city council's approval. They want their state legislators' approval. They want their state's approval. They want the president of the United States' approval. And I really do believe that this is about validation. They know that they are wrong, and they know that they are at the very least not fulfilled, that this lifestyle that they are pursuing, that they are living, is not doing it for them, even though society has told them that it will fill this void that is in them. Because we're all created to worship. Whether we worship the true God or not is another story, but as created beings, the Lord created us to worship. What is the chief end of man, right? To worship God and glorify Him forever. And so that is why they won't stop, which brings me to my next critique of Adam Carolla here. And again, I like Adam Carolla, consider him an ally in this, fight against the madness or whatever. But what he is describing is the 1990s. He is describing a place where the gays were just trying to get a foothold. You had books like After the Ball that said, only talk about love, don't talk about actually gay sex because it'll gross everybody out. But you did have people, at least seemingly, there were strategists behind it, but there were also people that were not strategists. There were just gay people that were just happy to be gay in America, I suppose. And, maybe they would say a thing or two about gay rights here or there, but they did seem to just blend in or put their heads down and certainly didn't celebrate it. Because
they've just been through the AIDS era, man.
Yeah. And they didn't celebrate it, and they just kind of did their thing. That you will never get that back. You're not going to fix the problem of transing kids by somehow just going back to making them shut up about being gay. I don't believe that's possible. I think there's a couple of ways to do this if you really want to end what we're talking about. Granted, we can look back and say objectively that the 90s were a less evil time than now when it comes to this sexual perversion question. But it's got progressively worse because we're on a slippery slope. And now we have some people that want to crawl up the slippery slope, which I am all for. Crawl up the slippery slope. But they want to pick and choose. They don't want to go all the way to the top to level ground. Going all the way to the top to level ground on the sex issue would be, well, let's just say there's several plateaus. But the plateau that we have just come off of would be gay marriage. And so people want to say today, and Adam Carolla may be one of them, I'm fine with gay marriage. I'm perfectly fine with gay marriage. I just don't want you transing kids. And I think many of these people don't understand that. Look, if you want to get rid of transing kids, you have to realize that if it wasn't for accepting gay marriage, we would not have transing kids and calling it healthcare. Wouldn't happen, would not exist in the same world. There's no world where transing kids and calling it healthcare comes first before you have gay marriage. It doesn't happen. Now, you can leave that plateau and maybe go up another slippery slope, and you eventually could get to the divorce rate in this country. You could get to no-fault divorce, which is a heterosexual problem. You could get to the fact that Christian marriages and marriages in general, the divorce rates abominable in this country and has been for a very long time. And you could say, see, well, we devalued marriage with the divorce and easy divorce and everything else, and that led to what? Gay marriage, and then gay marriage leads to sacrificing our kids. You could go further up to abortion. You could even say maybe abortion was the next plateau, or maybe abortion and easy divorce came later. I don't know, but I guess my point is we're never going to get the 90s back by just suppressing or somehow getting gay people to go back in the closet without admitting that we have violated God's standard. And so you can do that by creating more Christians, and obviously God is who creates more Christians, but the gospel spreading, biblical churches going forward, and evangelizing by simply being biblical churches. By the way, that's the best way to evangelize, is to plant new biblical churches, in my opinion. So you can do it that way. Or you can have existing Christian populations, which we do have, that just need to be better catechized to go into civil government and pass laws that they would be proud to say they passed in front of a holy God at Judgment Day, instead of libertarian laws that somehow this live and let live mentality means I have to put up with bringing a little kid to a drag show so he can be ogled by a half-naked pedophile, I believe, on stage, shaking his stuff. Right? That's my soapbox. Sorry.
Speechless.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, I thought it was a great summary of the fact and a reminder of the fact that he wouldn't have been allowed to say that a few years ago.
Correct.
So I think there is a way in which we've moved forward into having a conversation of where we're willing to draw lines and say no. Because Adam Carolla would not have been able to say that 4 years ago and gotten away with it and not have been canceled by any and everything and been blacklisted from everywhere.
Yeah.
And granted, it's not like he's an A-lister on all the biggest movies. You're not going to have Tom Cruise saying what Adam Carolla just did, or Brad Pitt or somebody like that. But just the fact that he and his audience, and he feels comfortable saying, "Look, you took it too far. The pendulum swung too far this way, and now." So to your point about if the 90s is here, the early 2020s were here. We've got to get back to it, and to what I say all the time, which is some sort of a balance.
Mm-hmm.
Because to your point as well, you can't put that genie back in the bottle. This isn't the 90s anymore.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think he's right about the fact that they take, push. The old book, give a mouse a cookie. I mean, he's 100% right about that, in my opinion.
And eventually, parents can say, "Yeah, do whatever you want in your bedroom. I don't want to know about it, but don't touch my kids.
Right?
Don't talk to my kids, and don't try to make my kids part of your affirmation of what you do."
Yeah.
Or me.
Well, and think about the fact, too, that we don't have to live under those threats if we don't want to, if we had a government that was actually constitutional the way it was originally intended.
Well, but guess what, Paul? Most people are too gutless to speak up.
They are. But the Supreme Court in overturning Roe v. Wade, the concurring opinion, Clarence Thomas was like, we got to revisit gay marriage, because the same principle applies. There's no right to abort in the Constitution. The states can regulate it. There's also no right to marry in the Constitution. And so absolutely the states should be able to say, no, we don't do gay marriage here. I'm sorry. And do you know what that would mean? That would mean gay people would move out of here. And they would move out of states to where they could go live their lives and do what they want to do. Like that's what would eventually happen. Mm-hmm. And we may be, decreasingly or increasingly no longer the United States of America. And I think actually all that would work itself out. But we've been denied that idea of governance by these top-down rulings like Roe v. Wade or like Obergefell, which was what it was. But at the same time, I also think that Christian laws can have a tendency to really test whether this person really believes it ideologically or not, and is willing to actually put their life on the line for it. I think if you called transing kids child abuse and parents could lose their kids, if not themselves be put in jail for abusing their kids and calling it health care, I think there'd be a lot of parents overnight that would suddenly lose their ideological muster. I think there'd be a lot of parents overnight that'd be like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Sorry, kid. Go get bullied, go through puberty. Maybe you're going to feel a little different in about 5 years instead of cutting your breasts off. I think a lot of that would really help, and it would be better for your neighbor. It's actually the loving thing for your neighbor to have laws like that. They may not think so, but these detransitioners right now certainly wish they had laws. I guarantee all these girls and guys that transitioned themselves really wish what the doctors did to them had been illegal. And yet the media clapped like seals and said, do it, be empowered, you're going to be happy. And now they're more suicidal now than ever. So, anyway, I'm sorry I didn't mean to derail the conversation if I did, but
not at all.
I think
don't even dare apologize.
Well, it's kind of my pet peeve, and I love it. I think Adam Carolla is correct in the tolerance of the country.
Yeah, if Trump wasn't president, he wouldn't even be able to say what he's saying.
That's right.
It's like J.D. Vance's tweet the other day. Like, y'all can calm down. President Trump was elected. Mm-hmm. Remember?
Yep.
I mean, it's just like, we don't have to worry about this stuff anymore.
That's exactly right. On the Major League Baseball thing.
Yeah. It's like, why are y'all mad about the SF on the Giants hats being rainbow and them writing a Bible verse? It's fine. They can write a Bible verse on there if they want.
Yeah.
Trump's president.
Yeah. This is America. Lighten up.
This is America.
Right. I think I would love to talk to Adam Carolla about this too, because I would wonder. Hang
on, let me call him real quick.
I would want to know if he's actually thought this through, because at the end he gets to fighting. So the point was, in the 90s, it's not the 90s anymore. Now it's push until it gets violent. Right. Until it's like, we've got to do something. I would love to talk to him and other people like, what do you think that actually looks like? Because that does appear to be the goal, because this is actually just gay communism. It's just like, it's sex-based communism based on the LGBT is really what it is. Class warfare, but based on sexual preference or lusts. Mm-hmm. And it's really strange. It just goes to show you nothing is new under the sun. We just reinvent it and relabel things. But I would love to know, surely he's got to know that if it does come to an actual blows or civil war, no pun intended, gays, if it does actually come to that, the solution to that won't be the 90s. It's going to be much, much further. The solution is going to be, the last anti-sodomy law in the country was...
I was going to say, are you talking about the 50s, the 60s?
Yeah, I mean, the last anti-sodomy law out of Texas was ruled unconstitutional in 2001. Out of Texas, or 2003, I think, actually. That's my point, is if it eventually comes to that, I think people are going to be like, never again. Because the slippery slope is a real argument. It is not made up. We're living the slippery slope. We have lived it. So, yeah, the pendulum does need to swing back the other way, but does it swing back in a balanced way? I certainly don't think so until it goes all the way back. That's my point. So I know we got to go here in a minute, but... I do appreciate you being with us.
Great to be part of the conversation, Paul. Great show, sir.
I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 247, and Sherrod Chiropractic. I'll be back here Friday holding down the microphone. We may have a guest. I haven't checked my email yet, but otherwise we'll be going through the news. Regardless, we'll be going through the news. God bless everybody out there watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacy Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
All right, Flyover family, this is an interview that I have been leaning into, waiting for all this year, all 2026 months to come in. It's the second time she's been on the show. I think it's been about a year since we had the last one. We got this one scheduled for 6 months. It's when you're so excited because everybody kind of has their niches. This is one I kind of fan out over and get excited. It's like the kind of stuff I listen to when I go on a flight, or listen to I'm going on a long walk. This is the kind of content because it really stretches my mind and ties together things. Growing up in the church, growing up in Christian school, memorizing the Bible, even as a child, there's all of these little gaps that sort of, how do you tie those together? And I was the kid in Sunday school and the kid, but then what about these? Yeah. What about this? And they're like, you'll get to that next grade. Or they kind of, they didn't tie them together. We've seen, if nothing else, over the last 4 or 5 years, a lot of you have gone down a rabbit hole and you're like, oh, well, this kind of tied to this. And this guy wasn't quite what I thought he was in history. And they didn't tell the whole story of this other thing with this founding father or this person. And things aren't as black and white as you think. And then as you kind of start unraveling these threads, there's less isolated silos, and it kind of just becomes this good and evil battle that we're kind of all in the middle of, and it kind of goes up to, and there's a lot of pawns we rage against, but it's not the flesh and blood. It is a spiritual battle, and you're going to learn today it's a seed war. I'm going to lead just a little bit. I've never done this with a guest, but there's a lot on this bio. I want to get it here. She's an author, speaker, blogger, researcher, equipper, and retired clinical psychologist. She earned her BA in psychology from the University of California, San Diego, received an MA in theology and a PhD in clinical psychology from Fuller Theological Seminary. I love the richness of this. That's why I want to read it. It says, I have experienced the miraculous hand of God in multiple ways, both as a child and as an adult. I believe in the power of the Holy Spirit and the full activation of the gifts of the Spirit. Amen. I am a prophetic intercessor, a spiritual warrior. I am passionate about seeing people set free and reaching their full potential. I am eternally grateful that Jesus set me free from the chains that bound me. With joy, I declare I am no longer enslaved, and that is the theme of her mission in every single space. There's 2 books we're going to be highlighting today, but branching specifically off of the roots of the Federal Reserve, tracing the Nephilim from Noah to the U.S. dollar. And for those of you that have been chewing on this since probably 2020, 2021, and then pull it, kind of that makes sense in a way it never would have before. Dr. Laura Singer.
Thank you. What an introduction. My goodness.
I've never read somebody's actual bio on there, but when you turn your bio into a testimony that actually awakens your spirit.
I got God bumps and I'm like fired up. I just want to run around the room. I'm so excited.
That's not a regular bio. When I read that, I'm like, that is just, I got to read it just like that because, man, that makes you want to shout or run around or I don't know, put oil on your head and smack it yourself. I don't know.
Oh, goodness. Well, thanks for having me back. It's great to be with you both.
We have been anticipating this heavily. I want to, before we start, though, I want to make sure to drive people to your sites, because as you're talking, they're going to be like, well, what about that or this? And sometimes people get distracted and come back. And in the notes below will be, we'll put a link to her link tree, which sends you to Instagram and websites. But this website here, No Longer Enslaved, is full of resources. And as we talk today about frequencies, and you're like, what does that have to do with the Nephilim and the U.S. dollar? And I'm telling you, it's all tied together, and this is a spiritual war. It's going to make sense. But the tabs below there, there's books available, articles, videos, podcasts. This is such a resource and tool-rich website. We're never going to get to everything that you're going to need to learn from her today. But I encourage you, bookmark this website. You're going to want to come back to it to find music tuned to frequencies that'll shift your home and create spiritual breakthroughs and reduce some of the things maybe you're even battling within your family and warfare that's happening you're not even aware of. Tools to help you do those kind of things are all on this website, as well as links to her books. There's a book for children.
A new one, The
brand
Giant
new.
Slayer. Woo, I love the sound of it. That is awesome.
And a book called Generation Hoodwinked that kind of, if you go to the mall and look left and right, you're around, you're on an airport, on a plane, and you're kind of, every generation scratch their heads looking at other ones, but this is a one that helps explain our world in a really insightful, spiritually revealing way. But the roots of the Federal Reserve, tracing the Nephilim from Noah to the U.S. dollar, if you start going through that book at all, it's going to tie every little loose end that you have in your mind about the validity of the Bible and what we're actually doing in the times we're in right now. And today I'm really excited to get into a specific niche of that about frequencies. We talked about parasites on the last one, and there was a depth to that you had no idea. We'll put a link to that episode down below so you can go back and rewatch that one. Laura, sorry for taking so much time here at the beginning, but I want to make sure people have those resources before they get too far down the road, and we'll cover them again at the end. But thank you for your time and coming on today to talk about frequencies in the seed war.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's a wonderful opportunity. And thank you for just highlighting some of the new work that I've done. I'm particularly excited about our children's series, Giant Slayers. And so it's actually the first in an 8-book series where we are, introducing the supernatural aspect of the Bible to children. And so in this first book, what we do is we take young readers back to where it all began in the heavenly realms. And we reveal, the supernatural beginnings of Eden, as well as, the rebellion that grew in the heart of heaven's first traitor. And so what we're hoping to do is equip parents to teach their children that they do not have a junior Holy Spirit. The same Spirit of God that rose Jesus from the dead, if those children have received the free gift of salvation, that same Spirit lives inside of them. And so we want to teach our children that they too can be giant slayers, just like David slaying Goliath, because, as we dive into this war of frequencies, it is targeting our children. And so that's why it's so important that we raise up our children with the understanding of the authority that they have in Jesus.
That is so powerful. We'll make sure that link, it's on Amazon, but we'll make sure the link is in the notes so everybody can go directly there. I highly encourage it. We're getting it definitely for our house and for our son and daughter-in-law. They're going to absolutely love this.
Well, Laura, if nothing else, if people are on the fence of like, is there God, is there not? Did everything just naturally kind of happen? And seeing the birth of a child doesn't clear it up for you, or seeing an apple tree have apple seeds that produce apple trees. If the miracle wonders of those around us, spiders eating flies, and how everything works together for me is so fascinating. Grew up on a farm, God was obvious. But as I began to be exposed to music, I didn't come from a musical family. Married a musician, singer, and artist that kind of woke up that part of my brain. I started learning the guitar in my 30s because I figured there's two groups of people in the world: ones who can play the guitar and ones who can't. So I moved from the can't to the worst of this group. But at least I'm in this group now and can play. But it opened up God to me in a new way, because if I have a G chord and I strum it and my fingers are all in the right place, every string comes together mathematically in a way that makes a new sound in and of itself, combined of all those strings. If I just go down one fret but hold the same fingers, it sounds awful. And you don't have to even know anything about music. You just be like, ugh, that sounds terrible. Ooh, that's beautiful. Like the math of how the world harmonizes, the earth itself, I hear, has a frequency. So like music reveals God in a way that in and of itself. Let's go back to the beginning of that. What is God's role in music? And obviously he placed it here, and we kind of discovered it as, every civilization sort of found strings. We had EMP go off tomorrow. People are going to sit around a campfire and start creating music, again. And that's something that is, it's like an app, like the calculator that kind of comes on the phone. We sort of instinctively recognize God in that. But where did it begin, and what's his role in music?
Well, I think it's important to go back, like you said, to the Bible, because we can see that in Scripture, the first musician comes from the bloodline of Cain, actually. And so the first musician in recorded history is Jubal. And again, he's in the 8th generation from Adam in the bloodline of Cain. And interestingly, his father Lamech was the first polygamist in human history. Well, Lamech walked in the same murderous spirit as Cain. And we see this in Genesis 4, verse 23 and 24, which I'll read. Lamech said to his wives, Adah and Zillah, listen to me, wives of Lamech. Hear my words. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for injuring me. If Cain is avenged 7 times, then Lamech 77 times. And so here we have Lamech perpetuated the generational iniquity of Cain, and by walking in pride, murder, and rebellion. And there's no indication in Scripture that Lamech, cleansed that bloodline through repentance. And so most likely Jubal would have been operating in this same generational iniquity. Well, in verse 21 of chapter 4 of Genesis, it says his brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all who play the harp and flute. Now, one of the things I love to do is dig into the etymology of words because it helps us understand more of what's going on. And so if we look at the Hebrew word for Jubal, it comes, first of all, it means stream, but it comes from a Hebrew root word that means to conduct, to bring forth with pomp, and to lead. It's the Hebrew root word Yabal. Well, this is where we get the Hebrew word for trumpet. And so Jubal, he was the inventor of musical instruments, which means it's through a defiled bloodline that music enters into human history. Now, thankfully, we know that music did not originate with humans. It existed in heaven. In fact, Lucifer's very design incorporated music. And we see this in Ezekiel 28, verse 12 through 14. And I'll read verse 17 as well. It says, you were the seal of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering, the sardius, topaz, and diamond, the beryl, onyx, and jasper, sapphire, turquoise, and emerald with gold. The workmanship of your timbrels and pipes was prepared for you on the day you were created. You were the anointed cherub who covers. I established you. You were on the mountain, the holy mountain of God. You walked back and forth in the midst of the fiery stones, and your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. I cast you to the ground. I laid you before kings that they might gaze at you. So if we look at the Hebrew word for workmanship in this passage, it's melakah. And it means ministry. It means occupation, officer, manner of work. So in other words, Lucifer was created with timbrels and tambourines as part of his being to fulfill his role as music minister in heaven. But of course, iniquity was found in him, and he defiled himself because pride, filled his heart, and he became enamored with his own beauty. Well, again, thankfully, Lucifer was not the origin of music. We know music originated with Almighty Elohim, the creator of all things. In fact, Yahweh's being incorporates music. And we see this in Zephaniah 3:17, which says, the Lord your God is with you. He is mighty to save. He will take great delight in you. He will quiet you with his love, and he will rejoice over you with singing. Now, we are parents, and we know the beauty of when a father sings over his child, when he's holding that child. And that's what I picture, the father singing over us. But not only that, he taught his angels how to sing. So music could be part of his creative work in establishing the earth. We see this in Job 38:4-7. It says, where were you when I laid the earth's foundations? Tell me if you understand. Who marked off its dimensions? Surely you know. Who stretched a measuring line across it? On what were its footings set, or who laid its cornerstone while the morning stars sang together and all the angels shouted for joy? So it says the morning stars sang together. Okay, so that means that there was some orchestration or ensemble of music among the heavenly beings. And that's because music was incorporated in birthing creation. And I absolutely love that because it shows us the original intent of music. It's to bring forth life, it's to birth, it's to create. But unfortunately, Lucifer defiled music, and it's been a battleground ever since. And then if we look further along in history, in biblical history, we come to the stage of the Babylonians under the reign of Nebuchadnezzar. And what they began doing is they began introducing how music could be used as a method of entrainment to enslave the masses in idolatry. And we see this in Daniel 3. I'll read verse 4-7. It says, then the herald loudly proclaimed, this is what you're commanded to do, O peoples, nations, and men of every language. As soon as you hear the sound of the horn, flute, zither, lyre, harp, and all kinds of music, you must fall down and worship the image of gold that King Nebuchadnezzar has set up. Well, as a psychologist, this is programming. They are using music to program. It goes on to say, whoever does not fall down and worship will immediately be thrown into a blazing furnace. Therefore, as soon as they heard the sound of the horn, flute, zither, lyre, harp, and all kinds of music, all the peoples, nations, and men of every language fell down and worshiped the image of gold that King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. And so when we think about this music, it had a hypnotic, mind controlling aspect that affected almost every exile in Babylon, except for Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, otherwise known as Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And I believe they were able to resist the entrainment because when they first arrived in Babylon, they didn't give themselves over to mixture with the culture. If we look at Daniel 1:4, it talks about Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. They were noted as being young men without physical defect. So they were handsome, they were well-informed, they were quick to understand. And their talents, when they first arrived in Babylon, it afforded them access to the finest foods and to special treatment in the king's palace. But Daniel, he approached the chief official and he requested that they be kept on a diet, a pure diet of vegetables and water only. See, they weren't going to allow themselves to be involved in mixture. And that's because these four men, they walked in the fear of the Lord. They were not interested in breaking covenant with Yahweh by dining on food that was dedicated to idols. And they were single-hearted in their devotion to Yahweh. And that gave them, this bold courage to stand in the face of intimidation. So then when Nebuchadnezzar, when he recognized that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah did not bow a knee to the golden image, he was furious. And he orders them to appear before him to answer for their egregious acts. So you think about it. Here are these young men that come face to face with the most powerful ruler in the known world, and they stand their ground. They could have sweet talked their way out of trouble, but they didn't. They told him point blank, we are not going to bow a knee to that golden image, even if it means being thrown into the fiery furnace. And that's because, they trusted that God would rescue them. But even if he didn't, they were not going to defile themselves. And that's what it looks like to be single-hearted. And I believe this is the posture that we need to have in this seed war that has weaponized music.
Oh, that is so powerful.
I love the story of those young men because, you read it knowing the outcome, but there was nothing in the language that they were in their in the narrative that says that they really even had a high degree of faith that God was going to stop it, and God didn't stop it.
They were thrown in.
It's like, we're always like, God, make this problem go away, make this problem go away, make this problem go away. Man, sometimes the answer is maybe God's just going to be with you and the problem's going to be there. They were still in the fire, and God was bigger than that. So that's such an inspiring, narrative, and to understand that music was being used to create a mindset and a mood and a narrative and psychological programming on a people group that was unquestioned. And it's still a spiritual war because that idol, we look at it like, I've really loved, we spent a lot of time the last couple of years with Michael Heiser's work and understanding, they didn't just, have like this, clump of wood and they thought that the wood was magically powerful. Mm-hmm. They went through ceremonies to embody these demonic entities and these fallen entities into these idols. There was a spiritual component to that they were all full aware of. It wasn't just a piece of wood or a piece of gold or a statue. So like there was definitely a spiritual battle taking place there, enhanced and magnified by music, no different than what we do with the Super Bowl halftime show, or bringing out in the one games in London when they brought out the bull, and all this kind of mockery of the spiritual realm. I mean, these things are not new, and they've gone back to the earliest recordings.
And they're still happening today.
They're still happening today.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yes. And it's, I tie it back to the seed war and this Nephilim agenda, because it's part of the way that we are being hoodwinked. And this is what I talk about, in Generation Hoodwink, this war of frequencies. And, just kind of high level overview of the Nephilim agenda, in case your listeners don't understand what I'm talking about with that. It was unleashed during the days of Noah. And so it's this plan to defile the human genome through the propagation of a hybrid race. And the purpose of that is to overthrow God's kingdom. And so if we look at the origins of the Nephilim agenda, it goes back to the seed war that Michael Heiser talks a lot about. And, that's found in Genesis 3:14 through 15. And it says, so the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, you are cursed more than all cattle and more than every beast of the field. On your belly you shall go, and you shall eat dust all the days of your life. I will put enmity between you and the woman, between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. And so, this is the seed war. So after the fall, Yahweh declared war between the seed of Eve, which is humanity, and the seed of Satan. And one day Eve's seed would crush Satan. Well, we know this to be the prophetic declaration of the coming Messiah. So Satan's strategy then was to contaminate the seed of the woman to prevent the birth of the Messiah. The enemy wanted to defile the human genome. And this is where, the fallen sons of God become integral in Satan's strategy. And we read about that not only in Genesis 6, but also in the extra biblical text of the book of Enoch. So these fallen sons of God, they chose to leave their heavenly realm and descend on Mount Hermon and invade the earth realm. And when we look at Genesis 6:2 and verse 4, it really shows us what was happening at this moment. And it says, the sons of God saw that the daughters of mankind were beautiful, and they took any they chose as wives for themselves. The Nephilim were on the earth both in those days and afterward, when the sons of God came to the daughters of mankind who bore children to them. They were the powerful men of old, the famous men. Well, so if you look at the Hebrew word for saw, as in they saw that the daughters of mankind were beautiful, that's the Hebrew word ra'ah. And it means to look at intently, to gaze at, to observe, to watch. So they were lusting after these beautiful women. Now, even more telling is the Hebrew word for took. It's lakak, and it means to seize, to capture, to carry off, to take in marriage. So we begin to see and understand a picture of what was happening. These fallen sons of God, they were lusting after the beautiful women. Then they captured them and they forced them into marriage. They sexually violated them by raping them, and then they defiled their human genome by impregnating them with a hybrid race of giants known as the Nephilim. So that's the Nephilim agenda. Now, one of the things that the Lord had me do in both books is identify a set of proposed criteria that would help advance our ability to discern the presence of Nephilim traits within individuals. And so I do that in both books. I have physical traits and behavioral traits as well. And that's because we cannot be deceived in thinking that the Nephilim only roamed the earth during the days of antiquity. There are Nephilim and Nephilim hosts alive today. Now, Nephilim host is a term I coined in the Roots of the Federal Reserve, and that is a human who has partnered with the spiritual forces of darkness to carry out the Nephilim agenda. And I think, what you said, David, in the very beginning, our battle is not against flesh and blood. Our battle is against, the principalities, the powers, the rulers of this dark world. But we also recognize that humans have partnered with those. And, these are the titans of global governance, the global elites over banking, industry, academia, media, healthcare, and the entertainment industry, the music industry. And so we have to understand that what these Nephilim hosts are intent on, first of all, is destroying the followers of Jesus. But they also simultaneously want to enslave the masses through mind control, domination, and intimidation. And so at the core of this Nephilim agenda is the goal to strip us of our humanity. And that's because they hate the fact that we're created in the image of God. So they want to strip us of that beautiful identity that we have. Well, Nephilim hosts have been weaponizing music as a method of mind control and programming for nearly a century. And so they've been using, mass hysteria and herd behavior. And it began more recently in the 1930s. So the Rothschild-Rockefeller Alliance, they began funding scientific studies that were looking at how musical frequencies could prepare the masses for war. Then in 1938, there was a man named Herrell Burris Meyer, and he was a theatrical designer and sound engineer. Well, he began developing sound processing techniques that controlled the emotional response of audiences and created mass hysteria. And so there's a researcher, Dr. Leonard Horowitz. He's done some extensive work in looking at the Rockefeller Foundation archives. And it's interesting. He writes in the book of 528, he says, the Rockefeller Foundation archive showed their research is focused on psychotronic warfare, physiological stress induction, negative affective emotional arousal, mass persuasion, herd behavior, and population control. People's bodies would bioenergetically entrain to musical frequencies, which is what was happening in Babylon that I talked about. And then electronically engineered sound effects that would be most emotionally charged, causing people to act in certain programmable ways. And so it's no coincidence, that as this Rothschild-Rockefeller alliance was, figuring out ways to use sound technology to steer the masses, that the standard tuning of A was changed to 440 hertz. So again, in 1939, the same Rockefeller-Rothschild alliance, they began funding Joseph Goebbels, who was the Nazi propagandist. And at that time, Rockefeller, he was aligned with IG Farben, the German chemical and pharmaceutical giant, and together they funded the buildup of Hitler's military. Well, at the same time, Goebbels, he wanted to change the standard tuning of A. At that time, it was set at 435 hertz, and that was from a conference in Vienna in 1889. But Joseph Goebbels wanted to change the standard tuning of A to 440 hertz. So what Radio Berlin did is they reached out to the British Standard Association, which nowadays is called the British Standard Institute, and they organized a conference in London to change the standard tuning of A. Now, as you can imagine, this conference was a setup in which the powers that be controlled the outcome. So first of all, they didn't invite any of the French musicians because at that time, the French musicians were opposed to 440 hertz. And then the organizers of this conference, they interviewed ahead of time the musicians, the instrument makers, the physicists, and the sound engineers to see, if they were opposed to 440 hertz. If they were, they weren't invited to the conference. So it's no surprise that as a result of this conference, the standard tuning of A was changed to 440 hertz. And that happened June 1939, just months before World War II broke out. And the timing really is no coincidence because 440 hertz is a destructive frequency. What it does is it can retrain our brain, our thoughts, into disharmony, disunity, and dysfunction.
And Laura, what in 1889, what was it was tuned to what in 1889? A was
435, is that right?
435, yes. Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Could there be the same song played twice and one song is tuned at 440, one's 435? It could be, Happy Birthday or something. And the instrument would you detect it? The average lay person,
could they tell a difference?
Not a musician, but just would you know like, ooh, that sound is it subtle and effective over time, or would you notice like, ooh, I feel funny in that? It was just the tuning with the same notes.
Most people can tell a difference, particularly when you tune to 432 versus 440 versus 444. And I'll talk about, the importance of that. But okay. We have had people, musicians, but also lay people listen to the difference. And there is a subtle difference. Particularly, musicians are the best at picking it up because their ear is tuned to find, the fine differences.
Yeah.
But 440 has been described as jarring. Whereas 432 has a lightness, and 444 it elevates you and it propels you spiritually as well. So I'll dial down and share. I'll share some research to start with, but then we'll start to talk about, okay, what is the beauty of tuning A to 444? So again,
can I ask you one more question about that meeting? You said they didn't invite the people who were opposed to it. What was the purpose of it for the people that were pro changing it, that they presented? Maybe that a nefarious message, but like this seems like
saying?
What were they saying? Like, what's the benefit? What was the pitch to change it
from 435 to 440?
And why would the French and others? Was it a spiritual discussion? Was it hey, radios and stations broadcast better? Was there a technology reason? Like, what was on the table presented pro and con against this change in 39?
That's a great question. I don't know precisely what was presented to like the French musicians, why they were opposed to. They knew though that 440, I think instinctively they knew that had a jarring effect on the body, the ears, just your mind frame. But I think the reason why this Rockefeller Rothschild alliance was trying to shift things is really part of the Nephilim agenda that I talk about. They're trying to control humanity and which direction they program the masses. Now, again, understanding the damaging effects of 440. I talked about how it can stimulate our brain into disharmonious resonance. Well, what happens when we're in this disharmonious resonance, that can actually produce disease. It can create disease in our body, but it also can lead to war. And so I'll share a couple of recent research articles. And there's one that was published in 2021 in the Journal of Ecological Engineering. And so what researchers did is they looked at, the impact of sublethal and lethal high frequency sound exposure on water fleas. And they measured heart rate and they measured fertility. And they exposed the water fleas both to 432 hertz and 440 hertz. And what they found is the water fleas exposed to 440 hertz developed infertility and also a dramatic decrease in heart rate. Well, what happens within weeks of that study being finished, is all the water fleas that were exposed to 440 hertz died. Another article, this one published also in 2021, this is in the International Journal of Human Sciences. And what researchers found is that when people listen to music tuned to 440 hertz versus 432 hertz, they reported an increase of negative mood. And those findings were particularly pronounced among men. So now if we take a step back and we kind of think about this on a larger scale, part of this Nephilim agenda has a depopulation agenda in it. And so what better way to depopulate than to render the masses infertile and to stir up anger, rage within men that could lead to violence in the streets or to war. And so what these research studies demonstrate is the destructive nature of 440 hertz. Now, Horowitz goes on to make an interesting conclusion. He says, the intensive research into the military and commercial value of compelling herd behavior with music to induce stress, to promote diseases, and to suppress spirituality has enabled the world's wealthiest people to exercise cultural control through programming. So not only have we been programmed with harmful frequencies, but the frequencies that actually benefit us, physically, emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, those have been suppressed. But thankfully, more and more people are stepping into the awareness of the beauty of tuning A to 444 hertz.
And is that happening more often, Dr. Laura? Like in a lot of different circles, they are tuning it to 444?
Yes, and I'm seeing an increase of musicians singing in 444 hertz. It is so exciting. Bay Turner is a good dear friend of mine, and he's in the contemporary Christian music world. And he was just, one of his songs, Somebody's Been Praying, is in 444 hertz, and it was nominated in the Kayla Fan Awards, I think as like first release single or something like that. And it has taken off. And part of it is because it's in 444 hertz. Because the beauty of tuning A to 444 is that the solfeggio tones come forth with the instrument or with the voice. And when you tune an instrument to A 444, G is 630 or 396 hertz. G sharp is 417, C is 528 hertz, and then E flat is 639. So why is that even important? And I should say this, I am not a musician, but the Lord has connected me with a lot of wonderful musicians. So I've learned a lot from them. And one of the things is that the solfeggio tones are said to have these healing properties, particularly 528 hertz. It's known as the miracle tone. And, this is the tone that scientists use to repair DNA. But even more importantly, when Yahweh spoke creation into existence, 528 hertz was key in sustaining life. And that's because, the sun's frequencies vibrate and harmonize with 528 hertz. Chlorophyll, that optimal energy transducer that absorbs the sun's frequency and converts it into oxygen for our body, that oxygen vibrates at 528 hertz. So 528 hertz is said to be this life-giving frequency. And, within the last decade, there has been a lot of research looking at the healing properties of 528 hertz. Now, I should say this. So when you tune A to 444 hertz, the music that's produced, they call 528 hertz music. And so I'll just share a few research studies that demonstrate the healing properties. So one of them, this was in 2018, and researchers looked at the stress-reducing effects of music tuned to 444 hertz, and they published it in the Health Journal. And what they found is that when people listen to 528 hertz music, it significantly lowered cortisol, which cortisol gets elevated when we're stressed, when we're anxious. They also found that it boosted oxytocin and it improved overall mood. Now, oxytocin is known as this love hormone. It's what gets released when we give birth, when we breastfeed, when we fall in love for the first time, when we embrace someone. And researchers from this study, they say this: these results suggest that the influence of music on the autonomic nervous system and endocrine system varies depending on the frequency of the music. And furthermore, 528 hertz music has an especially strong stress-reducing effect. Well, another study that backed this up, this one was published in Red Vet, and it was in 2024. Researchers randomly selected 48 participants for either the experimental group or the control group. In the experimental group, they listened to 528 hertz music for 3 minutes. In the control group, they read a 3-minute neutral reading task. And what researchers found is that anxiety dramatically dropped in the experimental group as opposed to the control group, which is so encouraging because this means that after just 3 minutes of listening to music tuned to 444 hertz, it drops significantly anxiety levels. Wow. And the last study I'll share is this one was published in 2017. And this is in the Journal of Addiction Research. And this is one where it looks at how our cells can actually begin healing when listening to 528 hertz music. And so researchers said 528 hertz is known as the miracle tone, and it's a sound wave that can cause significant and extraordinary changes in biological functions. It has been documented that the frequency of 528 hertz activated DNA repair. At 528 hertz frequency, the water molecules surround the DNA and support its 6-sided hexagon DNA structure. According to these important effects, we suggest that this sound wave will have a key role in the function of the central nervous system. Okay, so what they did is in their research, they found that human cells exposed to ethanol, which is a component of alcohol, were less damaged when they were also exposed to 528 hertz music, which means that those people that have damaged their bodies because of alcoholism can actually begin to experience healing in their bodies from 528 hertz music. And so this research demonstrates how powerful it is when we tune music to 444 hertz. Now, with that being said, I must say that we cannot develop a mindset where we are looking for a formula for healing. Tuning A to 444 hertz is but the first step in releasing the frequencies of heaven. You can think of it like a key that unlocks greater revelation that's only understood when we fully surrender our lives to Jesus. Because when we look for a formula, we can actually defile what was once sacred. See, when we rely on formulas for healing, what we're doing is we are bypassing our dependency on God, hearing the voice of the Lord for strategy and for direction. And of course, this is the temptation of humanity. This is what Eve succumbed to. When she ate of the fruit, she believed that it was the fruit that would give her wisdom and for her to become like God. Well, the temptation with frequencies is we can believe, oh man, if I can just listen to the right frequency, then I'll be healed. We can look to the fruit as the source of wisdom and the frequency as the source of healing. And as soon as we do that, we trap ourselves in a false healing matrix that's illuminated by false light. And repentance will break us free from that. And it's so critical that we break free from these false healing matrices so that we are not, hoodwinked by the weaponization of music. And that's because, we have to recognize that demons, dark entities, they travel through frequencies through our technology. Music has been used for centuries, millennium, as I pointed out, back to Babylon. It's been used to program people because it can bypass logic. And, as I was doing research for Generation Hoodwinked, I came across this one band called Foremost Poets. And in 1999, they wrote a song called Moonraker. And I'm going to read the lyrics of this because it clearly shows us how the Nephilim agenda is weaponizing frequencies to control us. After I read this, I'm going to break it off of us because words are powerful and I don't want us to receive it, but I'm going to educate us of what they're doing. So again, this is look at your guy is so good. He's got it right there on the screen.
Yes.
Okay, so it says, somehow, while the party was in progress, an unidentified frequency has been existing in the system for some time. And while many of you have been made too brainwashed to comprehend, this frequency is and has become a threat to our society as we know it. This frequency has been used by a secret society in conjunction with Lucifer to lure and prey on innocent partygoers. With hypnotism, synchroprism, tricknology, lies, scandal, and pornography. While the party is still in progress, we will keep you updated on our current status. This is only a test. This station, in conjunction with other airwave announcements, will conduct this exact test without prejudice under the jurisprudence of the soul, the mind, the body, the positive, the negative, the ground. The proton, the neutron, the electron, the yin, the yang, the yang, the sun, the moon, the star, the man, the woman, the child, the plaintiff, the defendant, the judgment, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, the past, the present, and the future. Well, we say we do not consent to this.
No.
And this is an example of how they are using frequencies to entrap us, to control us. And we have to understand, there are so many ways that we are actually programming ourselves by what we consume. what we expose ourselves to, through TV, through movies, through social media, music, even environmental cues. And that's why it's important that we are mindful of what information we are taking in, because it will shape us.
A quick question for you, Laura. Are there certain genres that use the 440 more? Like, do they find it more in rap or things like that, or are there certain genres that use it more, use it less, or is it just across the board?
It's across the board, really. Every genre. And it, was changed in 1939, but it gradually rolled out to all genres in nearly every nation. But like I said, more and more musicians are waking up to the revelation that the Lord is wanting us to shift out of this destructive frequency. But one of the things that, is so important in breaking free of these harmful frequencies is recognizing, that our epigenetics really plays a role in this. What we think, our behaviors, our lifestyle choices, that has an effect, on our body, soul, and spirit, as well as future generations. And so that's why we have to take every thought captive. It's so important, because literally our thoughts can stir up disease, sickness, ailments within us, because we can curse ourselves with our words, or we come into agreement, with words from others. And the Lord has really challenged me in this. If I'm experiencing symptoms of a head cold, as an example, I will no longer say I am sick. I will say I am fighting sickness, or I'm overcoming sickness, because, I don't want to claim sickness, disease, debilitation as part of my being. Well, unfortunately, we hear so often people say, well, my bad back, or my arthritis, or my cancer, my diabetes. They're cursing themselves with that. And
100%.
When we understand that conservatively 60 to 70% of our bodies are made up of water, it makes sense that sound, words, frequencies impact us. And that's because, blessing and curses, they emit certain frequencies. So when a curse gets released, it emits this dissonant sound that can change matter, even down to the subatomic particle. And that's what we see. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Masaru Emoto's research on water molecules.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's beautiful because, he looked at the impact of messages on the structure of the water molecule. And so he wrote words on strips of paper, taped them to the water bottles, and then measured the water molecule in its crystallized form under a microscope. And what he found is messaging, actually a blessing or a curse, changes the literal structure of the water molecule. So words like love and gratitude, made these beautifully perfect water crystals. There it is. Words like you fool made this chaotic water crystal. Now, obviously, water cannot read, but the frequency of the written word caused a vibration such that it changed the water molecule. And this demonstrates, that blessings, they have the power to create, to bring forth life, to heal and bring forth beauty, whereas curses have the power to destroy. And so back to music, when we think about the lyrics of songs that we're listening to, what does that do to our body? Both negatively and positively. Then you think about the word of God. When we speak the word of God over us, I love Isaiah 55:10 and 11, because it says, as the rain and snow come down from heaven and do not return to it without watering the earth and making it bud and flourish, so that it yields seed for the sower and bread for the eater, so is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it. So while the enemy is trying to weaponize, music to entrap us, we see that worship in spirit and in truth can actually defeat the Nephilim agenda. And Jehoshaphat was an example of this. He led the way with musicians and worshipers to fight against the Edomites and the men from Mount Seir. And I won't read that passage for the sake of time, but what's interesting about that battle, it's in 2nd Chronicles 20, is that they were coming up against an army of hybrids, because the Edomites intermingled with the giants, and they were facing an army of Edomites as well as the men from Mount Seir. Well, Mount Seir was known as a place where the giants inhabited. We see it both in scripture, but also in ancient Egyptian texts. And so the strategy the Lord gave Jehoshaphat is send the worshipers first. And the enemy ended up annihilating each other because worship went first. And I love this because this shows us the weapon of warfare that worship can be. And I had the extreme privilege of being able to participate in Charity Gale's live recording of one of her worship
Charity
albums.
Gale.
Oh my gosh, it was incredible worship. It just was unspeakably glorious. And I remember in the midst of that worship gathering, it wasn't just a recording, it was worship in spirit and in truth. And we were just declaring the magnificent name of Jesus. And I remember in that moment, like I never wanted to leave that moment. It was like a taste of the worship in heaven. And it turned out that worship was a weapon of warfare. It took place in Columbia, Tennessee. And later I met with some intercessors from Columbia, and they told me after that worship gathering, 2 psychic operations were shut down in Columbia.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
and that
awesome.
is an example of, this is a power encounter, just like Jehoshaphat. You know, he led out in worship, and the power, when we worship, the power of God that gets released renders the occult impotent. And that's the good news, is that when we worship in spirit and in truth, we can neutralize this war of frequencies. But that's just a taste of what's coming. See, I believe the Lord wants us to shift and release the sounds of heaven into the earth realm so that we see the giant slayed and the captive set free. Because we're living in a generation that has been hoodwinked, and music tuned to 440 has played a huge role in this. And that's why I believe, the Lord is wanting us to shift out of that defiled frequency into 444 hertz. And again, there's nothing magic about it. It's the combination of hearts of worship that worship in spirit and in truth with instruments tuned to 444. I believe we will see mass deliverance, mass healings, and the giant slayed and captives set free.
Amen.
Man.
We stand in agreement with that in Jesus' name. I love that.
I want to draw people again back to your website, because at the top of the page there, you have a tab where there's sources to kind of get people started on the music. You go there, it's 444 hertz music. So you guys, if you go to nolongerenslaved.com, again, every tab there is valuable, full of resources, full of blogs and articles and research and receipts on everything that Dr. Laura is talking about. But if you go to this tab here, some of them are YouTube channels, some are Spotify playlists. She just kind of gives you a little wormholes to kind of start off on. But and then you'll kind of find your own. Can I ask you a question? I've never seen a downside to it, but we'll often, like, we go to a hotel room. One thing we do, we always pray over the room. Sometimes Stacey even has oil. We'll even anoint the rooms. Who knows what's happened in there? Probably half the 10 Commandments have been broken in some of these rooms, And so, it's like, we don't want to be a part of whatever is there. So we've had places where you step in and, man, we feel funky, or we feel biting at each other, or misunderstanding. We're like, what happened when we got to this place? And so we just take authority over these rooms when we stay there, different towns, different venues we speak in. We're interceding before we get there, when we get there, before we even set up our media booth or do anything. I'll often, like when we leave, we have 2 dogs. I got a Doberman. I'll play the 444 music. There's ones that are like, just worship tuned to that. I just play it when we leave. And I figure, it takes a second to do it. My dogs can like the sound. It plays when we're gone in our home. And I figure, sometimes I have a chatter like, you're being superstitious, or you're doing, rabbit footsie, kind of thing. I'm like, no, I'm releasing a sound in this room, and worst case scenario, like the slightest thing, I'm just annoying to anything that would want to come in and interfere with that. Like they got to be like, ugh, it sounds terrible, I hate it. I don't know. My imagination kind of goes with what's going on in the demonic realm. But are those kind of activities, like even if you're in like we do it in a hotel room, if we leave, we just kind of leave an iPad or something playing scripture. A lot of times they'll have like, Psalms, with music in it, and it's kind of read and released in there. Are these actual weapons to kind of help with that? And how much of that is a part, and how much of it is elimination? Obviously, we don't want to be bringing in bad, but releasing good. Like what's kind of a strategy for a daily method of operation in our life, in our homes, when we travel, to taking this information and making it applicable in our routines?
Yeah, I think both, and what you just described is beautiful, because we want to eliminate the harmful frequencies, but then we want to embrace and fill our lives with those frequencies that the Lord has given us to bring healing and restoration. And I love how you are shifting atmospheres wherever you go.
Mm-hmm.
When we understand that we have the authority in Jesus' name to shift atmospheres, it makes a huge difference. And so you are depositing the Lord's presence wherever you go. It's like we are leaving the aroma of Christ. And, similar to you, I want to live a life where the fragrance of the Lord is so thick on me that when I leave a room long after I'm gone, that aroma still lingers.
Yeah.
When somebody puts on so much perfume and you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
Well, we want the fragrance of Christ to impact people long after we leave a room. So that's what you're doing in some senses, is you are shifting atmospheres wherever you go. I love it.
Trying to be more of a thermostat that changes the temperature than just a thermometer that tells you what it is,
Yes.
and make that. And we actually do pray that, like, man, whoever comes in here next is blessed.
Let them be blessed.
Yeah.
Whoever walks in front of our house or into our house, that they can feel a difference. They can actually, it's tangible. There is a difference in that atmosphere.
We've had dog sitters actually tell us that before.
Mm-hmm.
They're like,
I feel so peaceful. I
love staying at your home, because
Yeah.
they'll stay the night and they're watching our dog stuff. I just feel so good when I'm there. They say that we get that regularly from different ones all the time. So
that's beautiful. It means you're doing what you need to be doing, right?
Thank you, Jesus. That is awesome.
I love it. So put the website there. There's a link to your books down below in all the notes. Whatever platform you listen to this, if you're on Apple or wherever you're at, Spotify, we now have a video platform on Spotify, so it's not just audio only. So all these things are available in the notes section below. It links to her website, her link tree, her books. We're going to make it very easy for you to find these resources, because, again, hearing this information and now something more clever at the water cooler than your friend is like nice, but the key is get these tools and then share the tools. Let this spread like a fire to other people that will never even, that Dr. Laura would never even have met. Like, let it spread beyond us by getting these tools in front of friends, neighbors, people like that who will value and appreciate it, and at least get them thinking. And then you can have a great lunch together and be like, did you listen to that episode about frequencies? Is there something to that? That kind of made sense. These are great conversations you can have, and let it be a platform to continue going on further.
Dr. Laura, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
Has gold hit all-time highs already this year?
You can get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, whom we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacey Whiting. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we have a lot to get to today. We've got LA City Council apparently allowing illegals to vote, or they call them non-citizens to vote in their elections. We've got, we got J.D. Vance and Donald Trump pushing back against Israel, believe it or not. So for those people that said that he was controlled by Israel, this doesn't look good for that particular saying. And then we've got a whole bunch more going on that is going to be absolutely amazing. But first, we got to talk about our sponsor.
Jack, 1 second. You missed it. You missed what I was doing.
Oh, yeah. Well, we got to talk about our sponsor first, then we'll get to it. All right. So maxassociates.etsy.com is the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. They have absolutely anything and everything you could possibly want to show your pride for America. Father's Day is coming up, the 250th anniversary of the United States, and the 2026 midterms. There has never been a better time to buy something to show people where you stand in this country. It's Pride Month, right? Forget LGBTQ pride. Show your pride for America. Go to maxassociates.etsy.com and you will get 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States. Make sure you check it out. maxassociates.etsy.com. Okay, Jay. Since you're almost hurting yourself, patting yourself on the back, let's go ahead and go with this first. I want to talk about now. The thing is, I don't know if I thought he was controlled by Israel, but I believed what the Epstein files said, because they had confidential human sources that say he was compromised and this and that. I think I might have thought he was not controlled, but maybe like influenced by Israel, and a lot of people thought he was just straight up controlled, though. I'm talking like they actually told him what to do. Now, I don't think it went that far. I just thought he was influenced by Netanyahu. Like maybe, like I personally, I personally believe that the reason they bombed and went after Iran was because of Netanyahu. And nobody will ever get me to believe otherwise, because he even, I forget who said it, but somebody was there when Netanyahu said, look, I need you to bomb Iran. We want you to bomb Iran. We need you to, and then it ended up happening. So whether that had influence on him or not, you're never going to be able to convince me that it didn't, but he's obviously not controlled by Israel. And I want to show some of the things that I'm talking about, Jay, some of the things that you could tell that both J.D. Vance and it's crazy. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump said these things. And I want to be able to find the one that Donald Trump said. But listen to this, Jay. Netanyahu actually then came out and said, I demand that Western governments do what is necessary to fight anti-Semitism. He said he demands that you fight, hate versus for one race. He demands that all of the West fight hate for one race. No, that's not how it works. But let me go ahead and show you what J.D. Vance said, Jay, and then I want to get your reaction on it, because I'm going to have to find what Trump said. But what J.D. Vance said also is very telling. It's very telling. So let's take a look if we can get it up there. Why is it not coming up there now? Come on, baby. Oh, boy. Okay, well, maybe we won't get it up there. What the hell's going on here? It's always there we go, but it's always freaking a StreamYard, I tell you. Okay, let's take a listen.
Thinks of itself as having a very intimate knowledge of the Iranian regime. Yeah. Not just the Gulf states, that's Israel. I don't think this deal is popular in Israel right now. I don't think you're an especially popular figure in Israel today. We'll see where things are in 6 months. And one perception I think that people have after watching this war unfold is that there is a certain misalignment maybe between the kind of pragmatic American interest that you just described the president having, and the more existential sense of the stakes that Israel has. And one key criticism of the Obama deal from people in the Republican Party, people in Israel, elsewhere, was always that it was focused on the nuclear program and wasn't focused on Iranian proxies, their support for terrorism around the Middle East, their support for Hezbollah and Hamas. So
now look at this, Jay. This guy's supposed to be conducting an interview, but he won't shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I mean, we're trying to get JD Vance. We want to hear what the vice president has to say, but this moron keeps babbling on and on.
Just curious, do you think there's a misalignment between the U.S. and Israel? Do you think Israel has incentives to not want this deal to continue? And is there a vision for how you get to a point where Iranian support for Hezbollah isn't sending rockets into Israel on the regular?
Well, what I'd say here is that it's clear that large segments of the Israeli political system and population are very sensitive about this deal. But I also think they're picking up on some misinformation about the deal and running with it and sort of panicking about it. And I fundamentally believe this deal will be good for the entire region and for the world. That includes, of course, the Israelis. Now, I think it's important to say that while I do believe that this deal will be good for the entire world, fundamentally, we're worried about what's in the best interest of the American people. And to the extent that, and I think the president has shown this, where he sees misalignment between the goals of the political system in Israel and the goals of the American people, he's willing to say that we're going to pursue America's interests where there are divergences. So there are certainly going to be disagreements from time to time. I think that's normal. I will say, I don't know, maybe I've missed this. I don't think Bibi himself has actually criticized the deal because I think he's maybe a little bit more familiar with the details of what's in it. But yeah, you've seen people in their system, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who've attacked the deal. And I guess my response to them would be, what is your exact proposal? And, you're a country of 9 million people. You can't just kill your way out of solving every single national security problem that you have.
Bingo. There it is right there. And that's exactly what Israel wants to do. Every time there's a problem, they want to go to war. They want to fight somebody. And I mean, honestly, you can't, Jay, you know this from being a police officer. You can't kill your way out of violence. I mean, every person you kill, you're going to make 3 enemies from that family. Okay, you kill that person, now you got 2 enemies. Every person you kill, you're going to get another few enemies because they've got friends or family that are going to hate you and want to come at you too. You can't kill your way out of anything.
Yeah, I think there's kind of got to be a balance here, 100%. I mean, obviously, if they're firing rockets in Israel has every right to, first of all, intercept those rockets and fire back.
When has
but
Lebanon
at some point,
fired anything at Israel? I have not seen one thing from Lebanon fired at Israel.
Yeah, Hezbollah fires rockets into Israel all the time. In fact, that whole section of Israel that's closest to the border, I believe, has been evacuated for, I think, since
destroying
October
the
7th.
whole country of Lebanon now.
What's that?
Why are they destroying the entire country of Lebanon?
They're not destroying the entire country of Lebanon. They're not. But that's a whole different discussion. I want to stay on this. Whether you agree with Israel doing that's another debate. I think they have a right to defend themselves, just like anybody else does. But there's a difference between being controlled and influenced. You brought that up.
Mm-hmm.
Every leader throughout the world is trying to influence other leaders in the world. Every leader throughout the world is, of course, trying to have some influence over the president of the United States, no matter who it is, whether it's Joe Biden, the auto pen, whether it's Barack Obama, whether it's George W. Bush, whether it was Ronald Reagan, whether it's Donald Trump. That's just the way it goes, right? So I do think, of course, I think there's influence there. I think they have a good relationship together. I think they're friends.
No, not anymore. Not anymore.
Hold on.
By the way, you just said they had the right to protect themselves, right? You're like,
yes,
they have the right. Well, let me show. I want you to hear what Trump had to say, because they do have the right to protect themselves.
I know what you're going to say.
They have to be smart. Okay?
I agree. I know what you're saying.
Let's take a listen.
Yeah,
no
I'll respond to that. Go ahead.
All right.
And you'll see that when you see the agreement, but it's appropriate that we release the agreement. And we did send a copy to Israel, by the way. They've been a good partner. Again, I think they could do better with respect to Hezbollah. I'm not saying they shouldn't protect themselves. I'm saying when 2 drones are shot into the desert and drop harmlessly, you don't have to knock down buildings in Beirut. They could behave better. And
He is 100% right.
I don't disagree with that.
The retaliation has to match the attack, Jay.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. Not at all. But I think the relationship between Israel and the United States is a very important relationship. I'm not saying it has to be a perfect relationship all the time at all. And here's what I care about the United States. I'm America first. And things that happen that President Trump does, I've always said, I don't care what he does. Whatever he's doing, whether I think it's good, not good, bad, really bad, or great, I think he's doing it with the best interest of the United States in his mind. That's what I think. And this deal, this MOU, which is a memorandum of understanding for 60 days to try and finalize everything going on with the nuclear weapons and everything else, he thinks right now is in the best interest of the United States. And he's also thinking about, we have midterms to win. And I need to get gas prices down. I need to
get out of that war before. Yeah, you've got to
check. I've got to stop that. And I think he's doing the right thing. And I think this is a satisfactory memorandum of understanding, which is going to
Israel, especially Netanyahu, is pissed.
That's fine. And he's allowed to be pissed if he wants to be pissed. But I really don't care if he's pissed. I care about the United States. And quite frankly, President Trump probably feels the same exact way. You could be mad all you want.
He said a few things that people may not know about.
But he could say whatever he wants, but we care about the United States. And here's the other thing. Remember this. Foreign policy, when it comes to elections in the United States, nobody cares. About 8% of the population votes based on foreign policy.
Because we don't give a shit about other countries.
Well, and really, I mean, we really shouldn't. We should care. We want our allies to do well. We want everybody to be peaceful and safe and fine. That's the utopian.
We're just tired of money going to other countries, Jay.
Well, I mean, you could talk about every country.
Do you know how many countries we give money to?
Yeah, too many. And I've totally, listen, I've said cut stuff. And here's the thing. We give money to so many countries where we literally benefit nothing back. When it comes to Israel, we do get stuff back for that money. In fact, we make out on that deal. If you really look into it, we make out on that deal in a lot of different ways. We could talk about that another time. But that,
I mean, they're not the ones controlling the Middle East. That's Saudi Arabia.
Well, it's good that you mentioned Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia throws a whole nother thing into this now, because it wasn't always like this. Iran now is isolated in the Middle East. You have countries, and they proved that when they started firing on everybody around them during this.
It sucks being in bed with Saudi Arabia, but it's a necessary evil.
Listen, I mean, if you can have a mutual, I'm not right, you don't have to be best friends, but if you can come to a mutual working understanding where you each benefit, especially economically, that is a good relationship. And it's kind of a relationship where even if you have a country like, okay, we're not totally aligned with Saudi Arabia on a lot of things, but when there's a economic benefit gained by that relationship, neither country is going to be very fast to ruin that by doing something stupid. So
absolutely not.
And that's what the president's done in that region, Jack. He's kind of built relationships with a lot of those countries and making it work economically. That's the whole thing with the Abraham Accords, where those countries now have a relationship with Israel, and both countries benefit economically, intelligence-wise, technologically, and that's why it works, and that's why he's trying to bring other countries other than the UAE into the Abraham Accords.
People are saying that X is not working right now for some reason.
What's the matter?
People are saying that X is not. When I go on X, it shows that we're live and it shows us on there.
I see it. I see it.
Yeah. So I don't understand. Yeah. I don't understand because someone texted me about it, and then also in the chat.
Maybe there's an update. Check your app for an update in the App Store.
Yeah, it might be that person's particular app. But Jay, you make a good point. But I want to show you something because I love to see them finally fighting back against Israel. I'm sorry, but everybody thought they were all controlled by Israel. So I'd love to see them actually showing some balls. So I want to play this. I want everybody to hear this because this is another thing that's very good.
Now, I saw the Axios report, that Netanyahu is fuming. That's not reflective of the conversations that I've had with him, but maybe he's saying something to somebody else that he's not saying to me. What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you've seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal and in some ways very personally attacked the president of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment.
He's 100% right.
Yeah, he's right.
He is. I mean, America is the only country in the world that gives a shit about Israel right now.
And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
Exactly.
And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars.
Bingo. There it is. There it is, Jay. That's a mic drop right there. Dude's a boss, man. I love. Now, J.D. Vance, God, I hope he does run for president.
Oh, he's going to run for president unless anything's changed. But yeah, I think it's almost guaranteed unless something crazy happens. But
I mean, he would be a very good possibility to win.
Well, I've been saying that for a long time. You know that. I've been a fan
he's
of
not
JD
part
Vance.
of the bloodline, Jay. We both know that.
Right, we know that. But like I said, I think that listen, things are made to be changed, and once in a while it happens. We'll see. But
for this to be changed, I mean, the world would have to explode, man.
Well, let's see. We never know what crazy things have happened. But I think like it's kind of like saying, don't bite the hand. You know, don't bite the hand.
That's exactly what it is.
You don't have to love everything about this deal. And I get it. Israel wants to destroy Iran. They want them wiped off the map. I understand that. They're a neighbor of that country that wants to wipe them off the map. I get it. But that's not in our best interest.
No.
Okay?
No.
And if we're the ones that are running the show, which we are, and which I've said the whole time, nobody tells Donald Trump what to do. Nobody does. So that whole thing to me never made sense. Of course, he's trying to be Netanyahu's trying to influence him. Everybody is. But at the same time, nobody makes the final decision for President Trump other than President Trump. So J.D. Vance is saying is exactly right. Listen, don't bite the hand. We get it. You might not be fully satisfied with this, but we are right now. And that's all that matters. And this is the way it's
all
be.
That matters. Exactly, Jay. That is all that matters. And they seem to think that they're under the impression, Jay, that we're co-partners and everything, and that we are going to do what they do, what they want. Like, we're not going to stop the war. Bibi actually said, I would say like 6 months ago, he actually said that this war ends when we say it ends. Yeah. He actually said that shit.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's move on, Jay.
Obviously, that isn't the way it is.
No, it's ridiculous. Let's move on. Jay, did you hear about the two traitors within the Republican Party, within the U.S. Senate that are blocking the SAVE Act?
Just two? Because I think it's about four.
These are two lesser known. These are two ones that you would not think would do that. Now, Jay, this has not been confirmed, but I will say it has been reported by an account that is usually right on the money, has a few million followers, is usually right on the money, and is rarely ever wrong. But listen to what I say, Jay. These two people, one of them is Senator Capito from West Virginia. I don't know if you know who that is.
No surprise.
But the other one is the surprise.
Yes.
Senator Kennedy from Louisiana.
Yeah.
Both of these people co-sponsor the SAVE Act, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true.
I don't either. What's happening, they're saying, is behind the scenes, Kennedy's criticizing Mike Lee kind of behind the scenes, who's been the most vocal pro, he's a sponsor of the Save America Act.
Mike Lee's awesome.
And what but here's the thing. Mike Lee, President Trump wants to attach it to the FISA bill, but Mike Lee is against the FISA bill. So I don't know how this is going to work because Mike Lee's totally anti-FISA.
Well, I completely agree with Mike Lee. Why in the hell are we doing a FISA bill at all? If you could, what I don't understand about Trump is, look, you guys used FISA to spy on me. Why in the hell would I sign anything FISA? And he's right, though. He's like, sometimes you got to give a little to get a little. So I'd be like, look, nothing FISA is getting signed unless that's Save America. You guys use that to spy on me. It is not getting signed unless that Save America Act is attached to it. He cannot give on this, Jay. He cannot bend on this. He cannot allow the Save America Act to go, or the FISA Act to go through without Save America attached to it, especially since he, better than anybody, knows that they will use it to spy on American citizens.
Yeah, that's what he's saying right now. I do hope he sticks to it.
He has to.
I'm just so sick and tired of we don't have the 50 votes. Well, first of all, they don't even want to nuke the filibuster. So, right. So,
Thune is the worst.
President Trump put out a truth today again, and he said, Jack, just give me a second, and I'm going to pull it up for you to say exactly. I don't know if you saw this.
I'm going to tell you one thing. I hate Thune, man. He is the worst.
Who doesn't?
He's the worst person,
Let me find it.
Jay, I tried to, you know how good of a researcher I am, right? I tried to dig up some dirt on John Thune. That guy is squeaky clean. I mean, he's got a few like ethics or this or that minor things, but dude, I'm very good at research, Jay. I find a lot of stuff. I could not find a single damning thing on John Thune. I mean, that dude is squeaky clean, which is weird for somebody that's such a prick.
And been around. So here's what he said in his truth. Anybody who doesn't want to terminate the filibuster is a fool, capital letters, a very stupid one at that. The Democrats, I love how he says Democrats, will end it they'll end it within minutes of taking office and then rapidly proceed to destroy our country, adding 2 radical left states, which is, I believe, Puerto Rico and what's the other one he wants? They want it, whatever. Puerto Rico.
Hell if I know.
Yes, they want to add Puerto Rico as a state and, the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C. They want to make those states. So they want to add 2 radical left states, 4 Democrat senators. That's what that would add. Many congressmen and women obviously would be added because of those populations, right? And they want to go to, he says, 21 Supreme Court justices. That's what they want to do, right? Pack it with 21.
Who said that?
Crazy. Trump. He says the Democrats.
How does he know about the 21? I mean, who said that the 21? Because that's crazy.
I don't know where he's getting that number from, but he says they won't do 13 because 13 is an unlucky number.
Actually, 13's a very lucky number. Wilt Chamberlain, baby.
Oh, God. So he says, an impossible to beat a number of electoral college votes, and that's the ball game. Popular vote landslides and so much else. He says the Republican Party will never win another election. I will sadly be the last Republican president. Senate Majority Leader John Thune and the Republican Senate must not let this carnage happen. They will go down on the wrong side of history, as will all Republicans who just stood by and watched. The Republican Party isn't at stake. Our country is. Terminate the filibuster and immediately approve the Save America Act. God bless the USA, President Donald J. Trump.
Absolutely. I mean, he's absolutely right. They've got to do, but what is John Thune going to do? How can you force something without? It's just like when Nancy Pelosi was the Speaker of the House and the Democrats had the House. The Republicans could not get a vote on anything because it's the Majority Leader or the Speaker that brings things to the floor. How does one person have so much power over the Senate or House?
That's just the way it's written in the Constitution, I guess.
It's ridiculous.
It is what it. Listen, if you had a good leader, it actually works when you're in power. It works.
When has there ever been a good leader?
Not in the Republican Party since we've been alive.
I've not seen one. If you're a Democrat and you hate the world, Nancy Pelosi was awesome.
I was just going to say that. We've said it on this program how many times. You could hate Nancy Pelosi all you want, but when she was Speaker of the House, she ran that place like iron, like with an iron fist. I mean,
she was excellent.
John Thune, I can't get 50 votes. No, you could get 50 votes. There are ways and mechanisms and levers for you to pull on these people who are on the fence to get their vote for the Save America Act. You just don't want to because you don't want to pass it. And you certainly don't want to just nuke the filibuster. He doesn't even want to go to a real talking filibuster to tire the Democrats out and make this happen. John Thune is the biggest problem right now in our country with getting President Trump's agenda through. And the shocking thing is, Jack, that even though we have such an incompetent Senate or a obstructive Senate, it's obstructive, it's not incompetent, they know exactly what they're doing, we still have a shot at these midterms. Number one, because the Democrats are that awful. Their policies are that ridiculous when you talk about cutting kids' genitals off, men and women's sports, all the other stuff.
Jay, do you hear what you just said?
People,
I mean, it's actually a debate for whether or not you can cut a kid's genitals off. In 2026, that is a hot topic. Cutting off the children's genitals.
That's the Democrat Party. And
this
that's
is 2026. Not the medieval times.
No. But that's why we have a chance. And we have a chance because of the redistricting that went on, which should be even more, but we have
should be a lot more, Jay.
It should be
a
more.
Lot more.
Georgia doesn't want to do it. Indiana
Every
didn't
state
do it.
should be doing it.
Every Republican state should be doing it if they can. The Democrats have already done it to the point where they can't even do it anymore. They're
Exactly.
maxed out. They are maxed out, right? There's room in a couple of other Republican states, but we still have a chance at these midterms, and that's why President Trump knows he needed to end this conflict for now, at least, get things back on track, get gas prices down, and start getting back to business.
I wonder if anyone out there knows that in New England, from New York, from Massachusetts, all the way up to Maine, the Republicans have not one single House seat. It is 17 Democrats, 0 Republicans. I'm talking about in like 8 states or something. Yeah. All of New England, all of the Northeast of the United States, the Democrats have done the redistricting so much that the Republicans do not have a single seat in the Northeast. I'm talking New York, Maryland, what do we got? Massachusetts, Maine, Delaware, Vermont, Rhode Island.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
No, it's crazy. I mean, it's and that's when Democrats say, well, you guys are doing this, and then you just show them the Northeast and say, now what do you got to say? Now what?
Well, Jay, let's talk about something else that's really interesting. Okay, get this. So, Tulsi Gabbard is leaving soon. And when somebody's leaving and they're not coming back, they can actually do things that they otherwise wouldn't normally do. So people are, let me tell you right now, the intelligence community is scared to death. And I'm going to tell you why. All right. Apparently what's going to happen is, and listen to this, the spy world is in a panic as Tulsi Gabbard prepares to unleash bombshell file dumps on secret CIA mind control project and Dr. Fauci. She is going to release a huge amount of file dumps, declassify MK Ultra program, because we saw that Anna Paulina Luna and her whole conspiracy group were supposed to have the hearings on MK Ultra. Instead, they canceled them out of nowhere the day before they were supposed to happen. She cancels them because I personally think she might have been threatened, whether with violence, whether with blackmail, whatever it is. But Tulsi Gabbard, on her way out, ain't having it. She is going to release all the files for you to see, for you to go through all of the MK Ultra files. Imagine, Jay, imagine what they say. Oh, Sirhan, subject good, did what he was supposed to do. Imagine that shit.
Oh my God, that would be insane.
Wow.
That'd be insane. Well, listen, it'd be great for our show when she releases that. I just hope we actually, I hope we actually get it. She says she's going to do it, but I mean,
I trust her of all people to declassify shit.
I trust her,
especially on her way out.
But could you see something happening last minute where they go, "Well, we just couldn't do it"? I mean,
just like with Luna, I could see somebody threatening her family. What if they say, "Look, we're gonna make sure your husband is denied cancer treatment for the rest of his life until." What if they say, "All right, how about this? We have a secret." We have a secret operation that we use on just high-level people when they have cancer. And she was like, look, we will do that on your husband, but you got to let these files go. It's very possible, Jay.
Anything like that is possible when it comes to this type of thing.
Honestly, though, Jay, if I'm her and they offer me that for my wife, I'll do it. What? I will do it. If they if they say if they say they have some kind of special surgery that they only do for high-level people that will get cancer, that will cure the cancer.
Right.
And all I have to do is not release the files. You're damn right I'm not releasing the files.
For a second, because I know how like, into like MK Ultra you are. I was like, wait a minute, is he saying that he would say, screw it, I'm doing it anyway?
No, God, no. If my wife had cancer, if my fiance had cancer and they had that special surgery that they only reserve for high-level people, I would say, look, give her the surgery. I'm not going to release any of the files because honestly, it is what it is. If you release the files, Jay, here's the upside. Releasing the files is great for shows like ours. We can dig through them. We can see this. We can see that. But it's not going to actually do anything. So, if it's between releasing the files and them not making any real impact or me saving my wife, I'm going to save my wife.
Of course. And like you said, chances are we're not going to get anything in this file dump that's going to be like, oh, my God, we got him now.
Nothing real. Now, if they say Sirhan, now if they have a subject file on Sirhan that shows how they melded his mind to killing RFK, now that would be unbelievable.
That's the biggest story of who knows how long.
Probably in history. But Jay, get this. They forced Anna Luna to cancel the MK Ultra hearings. They went and they stole boxes of CIA documents in the middle of the night around Christmas time last year. So, Jay, there is something in these files that they don't want out.
Well, here's what I'll say to you. Expect to get rug pulled. And if it comes out, be pleasantly surprised. How's that?
If it comes out, I fear for Tulsi Gabbard and her family, if you want the truth.
Well, I don't. Because if they're going to let it come out, like we said, it might be some good reading. It might be like, oh, pretty cool. It validates us that we said this existed and this existed.
What if it's something serious though, like ongoing MK Ultra? What if the files, Jay? Now I don't think this is going to happen. But what if the files actually show that Thomas Crooks was in the program? What if the files show that Cole Allen was in the program? I mean, I don't think that's what's going to happen. But could you imagine?
Oh, I mean, that would be incredible. But like I just said, if there was a file, that file's gone.
Jay, that's exactly why I said they stole the files in the middle of the night. That's exactly why they forced Luna to cancel the MK Ultra hearing, because there's stuff in there, like what I just said, that they don't want anybody to see.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
the
very
CIA
possible.
trying to kill Donald Trump. Would you think if you're in the CIA, you wouldn't want anybody to see that the CIA is trying to kill Donald Trump?
No, I wouldn't think you would want anyone to see that. I think that would be a bad thing.
Yeah, just like, that's why they had to wait 70 years to release the JFK files. They don't want anybody in the CIA saying that, oh, yeah, we killed John F. Kennedy. If they can kill one president to solve their problems, Jay, they will try to kill another. Hence the assassination attempts on Donald Trump.
Yeah, and they released the JFK, and we still really got There
Nothing.
was no like, we got him now. There was none of that there. The most interesting thing about the JFK files to me was the amount of things that they'll classify. There was like newspaper articles about washing machines.
No, Jay, newspaper articles are used by the CIA. Believe it or not, even commercials. Now, this is something that most people don't know. Newspaper ads and commercials are used by the CIA to transmit messages to subjects that they are not allowed to actually contact. They can't contact them by phone, face-to-face, or anything. So what do? They use a code word in ads and commercials. They use a code word, and then right after that code word, whatever that sentence is the sentence that they were trying to relay to that person. Some operations, Jay, are so secretive that the CIA is not allowed to contact the operations agent at all under any circumstances. So they have to do it via newspaper or TV ad. I mean, it is actually that deep, man.
See, people will say to you that's a tinfoil hat conspiracy theory.
It's in the files.
My thing would be, then why the hell would they ever classify a washing machine ad?
Yeah. Jay, this is actually something that is documented. You can look it up. They actually use those newspaper ads and TV commercials. See, it doesn't matter if you know that that's what they use them for. You're not going to be able to tell which ad and which commercial and that they did it in, or who they're trying to get a message to. Nobody's going to know that. So it doesn't. That's why they let it out that that's what they do, because nobody's going to know which ones they're using it on, so it doesn't matter. Just like, Jay, did you ever look up Operation Northwoods?
Yeah, we talked about that.
You can go look up the actual document. And Jay, this is 100% true. It is a declassified document where the CIA and the Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted to bomb American cities, bomb American vessels, and commit terrorism by killing thousands of Americans and blame it on Cuba as a pretext to go to war with Cuba. That is, they wanted to create support for a war with Cuba by killing American citizens. And guess what? John F. Kennedy turned down, rejected the proposal, then he's killed.
Yeah, there you go. Wow. Speaking of trying to kill a bunch of Americans, Jack, did you see that the person who kind of masterminded this whole thing with the UFC 250
is illegal alien?
Yeah, Doc, a dreamer, one of those dreamers that Nancy Pelosi
the
and Barack
DACA person.
Obama.
Yep, DACA person.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Throw them all the hell out of here.
Unbelievable. Some of this stuff.
Yep.
And when I saw white people, I did not expect that. I'll be honest with you. I did not expect to see white people in on this thing.
Yeah, but these are the. Did you see this guy? What? Not the one who was smiling. The guy smiling in the picture. That's like the Mexican dreamer guy. But did you see the other guy, the white guy?
Yeah, the heavy set guy. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy, Jack. I think they said the guy's like 20 years old. Looks like he's 40.
Wow, he does. He's only 20.
Could you confirm that, please?
Well, I don't know his name. I mean, it'd take a while to try. Yeah,
I have. I'm gonna find it because I swear to God, somebody said that.
You find me his name, and I'll get you everything you need to know about it.
I am going to do that because I swear to God, that guy looks like he's 40 years old. I actually posted it about him yesterday.
Jay, while you're looking for that, I want to bring up something. You know how bad it's getting over in the UK and France? How you cannot criticize anything without going to prison? Take a listen to this, Jay. A French hard right activist, which is on our side, an activist, and she's a pretty young girl. Okay. She was sexually assaulted by a Tunisian illegal immigrant. She is now facing jail after claiming on TV that migrants are the main danger to women in France. She was raped by an illegal migrant. She went on TV and said illegal migrants are the main problem, main danger against women in France. They are going to jail her, but they're not jailing the guy that raped her.
Incredible. Guys, if we get the wrong people in charge of our country, this is where we're going to be.
It can very well happen in America.
Yeah. We have
People
guns.
seem to think it's impossible, man.
Right. The only advantage we have, Jack, is, or the only kind of thing to stop it is that we have guns, which
that's the only reason. That's why Japan never invaded us, right? Did you hear what the Japan admiral said? He said if you invade them, go ahead.
Every blade of grass.
Yeah, he said if you invade America, there'll be a gun behind every blade of grass. So that's why nobody has ever invaded America, because a lot of the citizens have guns.
Absolutely. 100%. I mean, we have our own built-in army.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
I got
militias
his
and all
name for
kinds
you.
of stuff. Go ahead.
I got his name. Tyson, Tycen. Tyson proper.
Tycen? Who the hell spells Tyson like that?
This idiot. Tycen, and the last name is proper. That's really wow. Proper. There's nothing proper about this guy.
That's unbelievable. Okay, I'll get it for you real quick, actually. Let's see here. Man, that is unbelievable. He is oh my God. Okay. Why do you spell Tyson like that? That's unbelievable. Who spells Tyson like that?
Like I said, this moron.
He must. It must be. He's 19. He's 19 years old.
That guy looks like he's 40.
He does. I'm going to pull up a video of him from when he was 14, Jay. I got a video of him from when he was 14. And listen to this. This it's actually pretty. Where's the video? Where's the thing? All right. Anyways, this is a video of him when he was 14 years old. Take a look at this. You see him at the top right also. There's him at the top right. And he looks like he's 40, but he's 19. This guy is 19 years old. Let's hear what this video says.
I am, many of you are not going to believe this, but I'm a professional type person. I'm a geek guy. I'm very good with computers. All right, hello. Again, in the video. All right, so the reason why I left TikTok is because of, for some people say trying to spying on us. I don't think that, and I do think it. I believe it.
That guy is dumb as shit. I'm sitting here trying to watch this video. The dude can't say 2 words. I mean, why are you putting out videos when most of the video is the dude is dumb as shit.
I think something's off there. I think there's a
that's an obvious thing now.
No, I think I'm talking like spectrum issues there. I think that's what we're looking at here.
Yeah, the guy is dumb as shit. All right, guys, real quick, I want to show you our thumbnail from today. Thanks to Eli. I always, what we do is before the show, I give Eli like an idea of a thumbnail. He always does a great job making it. Okay, he's the producer on Live from America TV, which is the network that we're on. Take a look at this. Okay, this is really cool. Okay, so me and Jay are in Secret America sombreros and ponchos. You see, we got the handlebar mustaches and the beards. I say, my name is Tiger Woods, and I'd like to vote. And he says, and I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger. She says, here's your ballot. And why does she say that? Because the LA City Council has just voted to allow non-citizens to vote in elections, Jay. LA City Council votes to allow non-citizens to vote in elections. So that's why Jay and I, as non-citizens, we just came up. I said, I'm Tiger Woods. He's Arnold Schwarzenegger. We want to vote. She said, sure, here's your ballot. That's what happened, Jay. And that's what happened. And I'm sticking to it. It's crazy. It's true. But the Los Angeles City Council voted 10-5, believe it or not. 10-5, giving non-citizens the right to vote in local elections and school board elections. It's incredible, Jay.
So this is a ballot proposal.
Yes,
what I'm seeing,
it's going to go on the ballot. But listen to this, Jay. Not only does it go on the ballot where the people have to vote it in, but the city council voted to have this proposal put on the ballot on the same ballot that voter ID is on. Okay? The ballot will have voter ID and it will have allowing non-citizens to vote. What do you think's going to win?
Oh, we know it's going to win, but I got it right now. The voter ID on election day is going to win. The 2 weeks after, the letting non-citizens vote will overtake it.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, Jay, because you saw how it's hilarious how on election day and before election day, the entire LA County voted no on raising the taxes on themselves. After election day, 75% of the ballots that came in voted for Nathia Rahman and voted yes. So the tax just barely passed thanks to every single mail-in ballot that came in after election day. Jay, the Supreme Court has got to rule on this now. They always make rulings in June, Jay. This is the time. They have to rule on it before the 2026. They need to rule on it in June because it's got to be able to get everything ready. If they rule on it too late, they'll say, oh, it's not going to happen for the 2026 midterms, so do it for the 2027 or whatever. But they need to rule on it now. That way they can get new things printed out, new things stopped, because the only thing that they can rule on in this particular ruling is that you can't count ballots after election day. But do you know how massive that would be? Forget proof of citizenship, forget voter ID, just not counting ballots that came after election day. Yeah. I mean, Spencer Pratt would be in the election right now. LA County wouldn't have an extra tax that's going on them. I mean, everything would turn red in the entire country, Jay.
Isn't it also that, what else are they ruling on? I get it. Yeah, no ballots after election day. What about how long it takes to count the damn things?
As far as I know, I don't know if there's a thing on that. The only reason it takes so long is because they wait for all the mail-in ballots after election day. Well, but it does say, if they rule on it, they can say that, first of all, they have to be counted within 24 or 48 hours, and no ballots, even if they're pre-marked on election day or before election day, no ballots that arrive after election day are allowed to be counted.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be massive.
It would be. It's a huge step in the right direction.
Massive.
But here we go with that thing that Democrats say never happens is happening again, and now we actually have LA City Council voting on it for it to happen.
Yep.
Non-citizens voting in local elections. And somebody asks, isn't it against federal law? Yes, I think federal elections, yes, it is illegal.
In federal, yes.
These are local elections, and these ridiculous states, if they want to, can, I guess, implement this garbage. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. We just talked before about, we think you'd be talking about cutting genitals off of children. Would you ever think we'd be talking about any sane person thinking it'd be okay for people who aren't even citizens in our country to vote in an election?
I'm going to say yes, only for this reason.
Not me.
Because election fraud is a massive thing, and that's one of the easiest ways to win an election.
Yeah, I just never thought it would go. I never thought that it would go to the point where people would actually say, yes, people that aren't even citizens in our country should be able to vote in an election. I get the fraud.
The people that desperately want to win, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so, because, I mean,
they're willing to win under any means, Jay. Any means necessary.
Yeah, I guess so. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as long as you win, right? I mean, it's...
Well, that's why I say, Jay, the Democrats are willing to burn down the country just to rule over the ashes.
They want to. They want to burn down the country, because you know what happens if it burns down? You got to start it all over again, and they want to start it all over again in their image. That's the Cloud Piven strategy, which is what they were trying to do to the southern border. And if we had 4 more years of it, it would have been successful.
Oh my God,
it would have been successful. Yeah.
People don't even realize. Okay, Jay. See, the thing is, people don't realize how great America is. Everybody that's rich, that's saying tax the rich, they don't seem to realize that you get where you're going if you work hard, if you are smart. That's the only way you can do it in capitalism in America. They don't realize how good they have it. They say, oh, I want communism. Oh, I want communism. You know what communism is? It's taking what you have and giving it to the government. That's all it is. It is not taking what everybody has and redistributing it equally. That might be the idea, but that is never the practice. Because once the government takes from everybody, it does not redistribute to everybody equally. You might want communism in theory, but in practice, it never works out. Why? Because the money and the power is too tempting. If one person has control over all that, it's too tempting. People are human. Communism, there is not one single, I want everybody to look outward, okay? There is not one single country in history that has had communism that has not fallen. Every single communist country has fallen. We are perhaps the only capitalist country ever, and we are still standing, and the only superpower in America, or in the world. I mean, we're the only superpower. So you want to hate capitalism because it gives you all the cushiness of a comfortable life that you have. You want to see how communism really works? Go live in Venezuela. Okay, go live in Ecuador. Go live in Russia. See how it really feels.
Go to Cuba. It's right. Yeah. You could swim there. It's close.
There you go. See how it really feels when you have nothing. Okay, and it says you'll own nothing and be happy. I can promise you, if you own nothing, you will not be happy. The government under communism can do whatever they want with your house, with your land. They do not have to have a reason. In America, I mean, yeah, they can do whatever they want with your land and your house if they, if you don't pay your taxes or something. But in communism, they can take your shit for no reason. The government owns the means of production. If the government owns the means of production, how in the world are you going to get anything if the government shuts off production for you? Oh, no, you can't buy this. All of a sudden, you're not allowed to buy this. So what? You can't eat. You can't sleep. You got nowhere to live. The government is the ultimate authority under communism. Let me ask you, have you ever seen a government that is out for its people, that will do the right thing for its people? Do you trust the government to have your best interest at heart?
No, you shouldn't. No. And let me say this. In our country, you said you have to be smart. You don't. You don't even have to be smart to make a lot of money in this country. You could be a complete blubbering moron.
Thanks to social media, yes.
Well, not even, look at the people on TV. Let's just look at the cast of The View.
Plus, thanks to media, thanks to
media. But they're all morons. Right, but they're all morons, and they all make millions of dollars.
Well, they're all DEI hires, too.
Yeah, not smart. And here's another thing. Communism is against human nature. Because people want to, if you work hard, you want to be rewarded differently from somebody else.
You want the spoils of your work. Yeah,
exactly. So I don't want to be in this commune where I'm busting my ass and there's some idiot like Bernie Sanders who's doing nothing, but he gets the same thing I do. No.
Jay, you brought up a great point. That is exactly what happens in communism. The people that work hard, the people that do nothing get the same amount. So what happens? Eventually, people see this and nobody works hard.
Right.
And then the government steps in and starts whipping people and forcing them to work hard. That's when it becomes a dictatorship. Communism sounds good, but when you have one person working hard, one person being lazy, they both get the same thing. So what happens? The person working hard stops working hard. So nothing is produced. Then what happens? The government comes in, forces everybody to work hard. All of a sudden, you have slave labor dictatorship. That is what always leads to in communism. That's why they had labor camps in the USSR and Serbia. It always leads to that with communism, because when everybody gets equal things, if the government let's forget about that. Let's say nobody works. The government gives you basic universal income. Okay. Everybody gets the same income. What if you do something the government doesn't like? What do you think they're going to do? Your check's not going to come in this month. You're not going to eat. That's what's going to happen.
Jack, did you ever see the movie or read the book Animal Farm?
No, it's very good. It's very good from what I understand, though.
It's George Orwell.
Yeah.
They just remade it and they actually reversed it. They made capitalism the bad guy and communism the good guy.
Yeah, I saw that in the freaking in that cartoon movie. That is ridiculous.
Well, if you don't want to read the book, the original cartoon movie, Animal Farm, you should watch it, because it's exactly what you said. It's working people to death. And when keep going. We don't care. And guess what? When you're done, we'll just put you out the pasture. We care less. We're just going to put somebody else in your place that's going to do it, or they're not going to get fed. So it started out great, like the whole concept. Everybody's equal. And then it turned into, well, some animals are more equal than others.
There you go. People are going to get tired of everybody getting the same shit.
Yeah. Well, you got to read the book Animal Farm. And if you don't want to read the book, like I said, watch the original old animated film. And it's great.
Yeah. Communism, like I said, Jay, communism sounds good. It sounds great. Oh, everybody gets the same thing. But what people don't realize is The people that don't work and are lazy get the same thing as the people that do.
Yeah.
They get the same income, the same everything. The people that do work are eventually going to get pissed off and stop working. Then you have nobody producing anything. So what do you think is going to happen? The government is going to step in and force everybody to work hard. And then eventually they're going to work you so hard, you're going to die from exhaustion. They're going to throw you in a mass grave and get the next person up.
Have to watch that movie because everything we're talking about is in it. Everything. And we read it in school. But now they won't dare let kids read this book in school probably through. I mean, the Department of Education, which is being dismantled as best the Trump administration can without Congress's help, they will never let people this day and age let that book be distributed widely for kids to read because it tells you the truth about it. Communism, you'll be equally miserable.
Exactly. And that's the point. You'll all be equal, but you'll be equally destitute. That's the whole point.
And you brought up healthcare. Last thing, you brought up healthcare. You think and we know healthcare in this country's got it leaves to be desired, right? We know that, right? But at the same time, you think it's difficult when you have to fight your insurance company, you have to go back and forth with doctors, blah, blah. Try doing that with the government. Ask people in the VA how they like it when they have to fight. The people that fought for a country have to fight because the VA is socialized medicine.
Ask people in Canada, Jay. They have to wait a year for a severe operation.
Yes, but we don't even have to go to Canada. Just look at the VA. And we can't even run that right for our veterans. You're going to put 350 million people on that? Are you insane? God, no.
People just don't listen. They don't realize, free socialized medicine. You know that means long waits because nobody has to pay. So there's going to be tons of people in there for every ache, every scrape, every scratch. Yeah. So what's going to happen is, Jay, do you know how many people die waiting for operations in Canada, the UK, whatever? It's an insane amount of people, Jay.
That's why they come here if they have the money. And guess what? You could forget about creativity. You could forget about innovation because nobody has an incentive to do anything.
If you're not going to pay me extra, why would I do it?
Why would I do it if I'm not the one that's going to own it? If I'm not the one that's going to make money on my idea,
exactly.
Why the hell would I bother doing anything? Go out of my way to try to make something great or improve something? If the government was in charge of cell phones, Jack, if the government was in charge of making this cell phone, the thing would still look like a brick this big.
Oh, yeah. Under communism, the government's in charge of every means of production. So tell me, where are the doctors and nurses going to come from? If I'm making the same as this guy, I'm sure as hell not going to bust my ass doing 12-hour shifts and sewing people up and operating on them. Not if I have no incentive to do so. You work because you get the spoils and the rewards of your job. If everybody gets the same thing, there is no incentive to do anything at all. And that's where slave labor comes in. Jay, let's move on real quick. Today is the opening of the Obama Presidential Library. Yesterday, I put out a tweet that was hilarious. I said, one of the performers at the Obama Presidential Library opening tomorrow said he would agree to perform as long as he didn't have to see it. That was Stevie Wonder. It's great stuff. It's great stuff, Jay. It's great. But did you know, Jay, that people right now, especially the contractors, are actually scared to death to talk about this? But the Obama Presidential Center was pitched as a legacy project that would help lift minority-owned and local businesses. Listen to this. Several subcontractors say the project has left them saddled with massive unpaid costs. One plumbing contractor says he's nearly $4 million in the red. He said that is a hole that no subcontractor or small business can survive. It says a Fox News digital investigation found multiple construction firms reporting losses ranging from hundreds of thousands of dollars to tens of millions, with many of the complaints coming from the very firms the center claims it wanted to support, minority-owned and small businesses. So Obama made this presidential library to help support minority-owned and small businesses. Guess what? It is fucking minority-owned businesses and small businesses.
What a shock. And I tell you, with that, the group you had there today with George W. Bush, Obama, Clinton, and the others, Hillary Clinton and all of them, Jack, right there, you put them, you lock them up. You've given justice to a lot of people who've been wrong.
Well, tell me, Jay, what's the band? What would you name that band?
The band?
Yeah, if they had a band together, what would you name it?
I don't know, the Traders. How's that?
We gotta come up with a good name for that band.
And real quick, I also like. Well, first of all, one thing and then one more. Stevie Wonder is lucky.
Things.
Well, right, so that's two things. 1 + 1. Stevie Wonder is lucky he can't see that library because it's the worst looking thing I've ever seen. Number one, terrible. And here's the other one. Jack, did you know that they had an indigenous land acknowledgement today?
What does that mean?
Oh, it means they were acknowledging that the library's on stolen land, Jack, but they don't call it stolen land. They don't call it stolen land. It's a traditional land. It's this and that. But, Jack, it's stolen land.
So what happens if they claim that land now? Now that you said it's on that land, what happens if they claim it?
I don't understand why they just don't give it back. It's stolen land.
Yeah, they need to give it back. Anybody that is in that indigenous group, you guys need to claim that land because they stole it from you to put up a library, a big solid block.
Yep. Unbelievable. These people are
absolutely.
And here we go. It's what did I say every day? And I'm going to keep saying this so everybody gets these 4, right? Projection, deflection, hypocrisy, double standards.
Absolutely. 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 All right, guys, make sure you guys check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right, or you can go to maxassociates.etsy.com. They have the absolute best stuff for patriotic apparel and USA Pride gifts. We're talking phone cases, mugs, they got shirts, they got bags, they've got hats, they've got flags, they've got anything you could possibly want. And anything you can find anywhere else, you can find at Max Associates. But you can also find better, more specific stuff. But I can promise you, the deal at Max Associates, you will not find anywhere else. 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You cannot beat that deal at all. You've got Father's Day coming up, the 250th anniversary of the United States. Do you guys realize how big this is? The 250th anniversary of the United States. And we are right now, we're not the United States. We're the divided states. So show where you stand. Show your pride for America. Go to maxassociates.etsy.com. The best place, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. All right, guys, make sure you also follow us and subscribe on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. It is Secret America TV. That is the screen name for every single one of them. X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Follow us, subscribe. It really helps us out. We do this show for free. We don't charge anybody for anything. We use our own money to keep it going. So yes, if you subscribe and follow, it lets us know that we're making an impact. And that's what we want. We want to make an impact. We want to leave a mark and help save America. So make sure you guys subscribe and follow X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram, Secret America TV. Also, we are live every single weekday, Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. That means tomorrow we will be live at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Friday shows are always our best shows. It's when the most people watch. We love the Friday shows. So we're going to try to get guests for every single Friday from now on. I don't think we have one booked for tomorrow, but every Friday we're going to try to get you a guest for every Friday. Something really interesting, someone really awesome. So yeah, make sure you guys watch Secret America weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on X, YouTube, Rumble, and Kick. It's all Secret America TV. You can also go to the Live from America TV network, rumble.com/LFA TV. That is the network that we are on. It is a great network, and you guys can watch us there. Jay, you got anything to say before we go, my man?
No, nothing else. Just a great show. Glad everybody enjoyed it. Thank you so much for watching. And yeah, we will be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m., like Jack said. And like he said, give us a follow on all those platforms. We really appreciate it. It helps the show a lot.
Absolutely. Make sure you guys follow us, and make sure you guys also go to maxassociates.etsy.com. And again, like Jay said, we will be back and better than ever live tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.